Chapter 1, a title yet to be named. Yuri 1,000 time esmera poisonous than drugs, injuries and addictive Emma love I fervent type perilous, and I cannot see a stop luo yao. Linran was reborn. Ha found himself back at the moment use about token festo Liurushue, yet or was not ratio fioi within him. For enuthation more moments, luo yao would make her entrance, and this time, should Shara claim him, he would be confined top a bit without mercy. At the thought of this, Linran's huddered. He must save himself in this conscience seat life, Al Hedeza Red was to love luo yao, but never under compulsion. Liurushue, who is brimming with bashfulness, awaited Linran's confession. Linran gidge. What is it you wish to tell me? She was well aware that the intended to profess his feelings, and this time, she planned to accept them, all few highly exacting Lin Jen Gagas shame. Linran gidge, are you feeling unwell? Noticing the beads of sweat forming in Linran's ford, Liurushue looked at them in confusion. The sound of screeching break has hattered the enchanting atmosphere. Asa look Shrieker appeared behind Linran. Heck Nisha arrived. Taking a deep breath, Linran prepared town Lisha to rage against Liuruxu in front of Lo Yao, intending to javere a piece of his mind. However, before he could act, the car door swung open, and Lo Yao emerged, her expression der Casa Swift light delivered a striker to Linran. Ashful in town consciousness, three tight Sekuid in his mind. Liuruxu was der Kanabok, staring at the stunning women ho hard suddenly appeared before her, momentarily frozen in place. Luo Yao possessed a beauty they twage unforgettably firstlings, a raging set that left no room for comparison. In Luo Yao's presence, Liurushue, the belly of Peking University, felt like him a drop in the ocean, her heart filled with insignificance. Yet it was precisely this women hoin stiller din Liurushue's and so impending doomben make inja contact required immense courage. Who are you? Fourier's and sunk known, Liuruxu felt an unsettling chill surrounding her, as if she had brushed against death itself. Lo Yao, suppressing her murderous intent, unhesitatingly lifted Linran into Thikar. If Liuruxu urino sermoni of significance to Linran, schwudervil redem ether demis. A procession of luxury car speed away, and it wazenly then thought Liuruxu not city opulence of the conver, realizing that numerous bodyguards surrounded Thuman from Mirlier. Linran has been kidnapped by this women. As Liuruxu reacted for her funto at the police, she hesitated. If Linran were etedy, wouldn't this familiato automatically inherit all his heirs? After a moment's contemplation, Liuruxu idealed Lin Jan's number. In the dim light night, with an ushered Wyram. Aran, I wish to extract your ace and preserve at the mass specimens, saw the Talio sea will beam. Linran felt a cold sensation slowly creeping from his cheek to the corner of his eye, and the woman's frigid, familiar voice sent shivers down his spine. What if I were to break your legs, wouldn't that prevent you from escaping? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, meeting the sight of that familiar, exquisite effigy in her blood reggers. Lo Yao was soon abashed lie pressing herself against Linran, one hand caressing his cheek while the other held our killing dagger, slowly gliding across his chest. Shine ten dead ter posses Linran church failing the ten devor, she contemplated extracting a shirto place within her own body. This familiar beauty, this familiar scent, this familiar touch, this familiar arb to Linran realized that he was not dreaming. Indeed, he had been captured once more, his and sangfit shackled with ronkins. A tumult of complex emotions flooded Linran's heart, causing him great pain yet simultaneously filling him with relief, as her singletter escaped. In the darkness, Lo Yao paused upon seeing Galimro flight. Are you afraid, Aran? Wouldn't you be a little better? Suddenly, Linran opened his eyes, yearning to embrace a man before him. Clang! Clang! The sound of clanking chains did nothing to Linran's movement. She enveloped a man before him, who loved him with an intensity that consumed her. Lo Yao was momentarily taken aback, then slowly spoke. What trickery is this, Aran? Dorna tabarani illusions tonight, you belong to home. Though her words were cold, Linran's embrace brought her a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the first time Linran had initiated an embrace with Lo Yao, and the sensation was intoxicating, akin to a drug. Linran added fervently. Yes, it will forever belong on Lai Toyao. Upon hearing this, Lo Yao furrowed her brow. Could he truly embrace her in an attempt to escape, Uttering such insincere words hadn't as a top touching her made him feel disgusted. Lo Ya chuckled but lied to herself, choosing not to confront Lin Ran about it. Then Pravitum. With that, Lo Lia needing closer. As Lin Ran opened his mouth to respond, all right. It will definitely. The sensation of her lips was both familiar and commanding, the oxygen dwindling as Lin Ran realized that this was Lo Ya Oster stuff of sincerity. Reason was swiftly overtaken by desire, and as felt the warm, assertive presence invading his mouth, Lin Ran instinctively reciprocated her passionate echoes for the first time. Ishar gradually found its weight on Lo Ya's waist, a gesture that pleased her immensely. Lo Ya believed Lin Ran was merely in compliance, yet she did not mind. Even if it were false, she was willing to dronen it along it toppers Escher wrong completely. Lo Ya sheer twazel registered. Lin Ran responded daily. Lo Ya was slightly taken aback, she hadn't expected him to be so compliant. With a gentle pressure, Lo Ya felt a rush of warmth and blood in her mouth, while Lin Ran breathed beneath his lips without a hint of reproach. Moments later, Lo Ya finally allowed him to catch his breath. Lo Ya, I want you. Lo Ya froze, the dagger in her ham clattering to the ground, a spark knitted in her eyes, and she questioned whether she had Monsieur Drouais arousing her mind. Lin Ran was not calling her Raider Monororich, he wanted her. Does Ran want me? Desire flickered in Lin Ran's issues willing to forsake he for everything to possess the woman before him. Lin Ran added, give him. Being adults, they both understood the implications of those words. All right. Fully aware that Lin Ran was not genuinely submitting, Lo Ya still caused to believe him, for she craved the authenticity of his moment. The toe-wrinkle fed in madness. In the past, Lin Ran had perceived Lo Ya as a composite of a perverse, deranged, obsessive, and ruthless demon who had instilled fear in him and made him yearn to escape. Now, he was truly experiencing this demon. Accompanied by enchanting music. Them into soft little Luciana my taste will cast it aside. Chapter 2 Uncertain Beginnings. After a night of madness, Lin ran slowly up and at his zesty morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon his face. Beside him, a figure coiled like a serpent, gazing at him with an entranced expression, while the crimson stain marked hue high to sheets. In his previous life, thart neither been only of coercion or as demeanoth and had been no thing short of a predatory intent to visit at him, leaving him terrified. Thus, in Theftermath, he hard overlooked these details, only now realizing 30 twazel Suloyero's first time. Awake, Lo Yao's face was devoid of motion, yet the heart was gripped by fear. She dreaded the possibility that last night had merely been a fleeting dream, and that the beloved Dran would continue to elude her grasp. Gazing at the enchanting beauty in Esseliedenhai's arms, Lin Ran felt an overwhelming tiddy of motion. He understood Totti's seeming lioness and delicate woman was, in truth, a demon beautifully yet ruthless, with a twisted, obsessive nature that could erupt into madness at in a moment. In his past life, he had perpetually sought to escape her control, but ultimately had failed of endieth. Harry called them Lo Ya had unexpectedly appeared during I first year of university, declaring her desire for him to marry her. However, upon his refusal, everything spiraled into a bizarre trajectory. They sterned in tears, and Lin Ran soon realized that escaping Lo Ya's dominion was an impossibility. The more he resisted, the tighter her grip became. It was in life he confessed his feelings to the camper's bell, Lirushuer, that Lo Ya descended into madness. Driven by no obsessive desire, she sought to bind Lin Ran to her side, forcing him into submission, claiming him, and even resorting to abuse. Thus began her tragic play of pursuit and evasion, Arlentless Shiklet that stretched over 3 long years. At last, during going off Lo Ya's business trips, an unforeseen incident occurred. That fateful day, Lin Ran was deceived by a scratch friend, Lirushuer, in tosigning Asher a transfer document, only to pushed off the rooftop buyer, in collusion with his adoptive Emethrin Dianja brother, Fiersuin dan the sensation of weightlessness, coupled with a profound sense of dread, would haunt Lin Ran for the rest of his life. As the sound of his body hitting the ground echoed in his ears, a brief moment of pain enveloped him, and then Lin Ran was no more. His father, wielding Lin Ran's suicide note, successfully inherited all of Lin Ran's shares in Shoring Group, and combined with his own, became a de facto of the conglomerate. As for Lin Ran, he could and lie transform into Orspo Fasul, silently observing his despicable father, stepmother, and the treacherous Lurux would celebrate his demise. In a bid for convenience, his father has still buried him at Tope Desolata mountain, and scarcely had they settled when Luo Yarrow appeared, in a frenzy, Shadem and Tate unearthed her grave. Ironically, there was neath rack of an oricamation, she wept uncontrollably over her disfigured corpse, her cry of steering gath of era fabric of despair, after what felt like an eternity, salute kissed the life alas form. Evenis aspirate, Lin Rances wider ned in disbelief cold not for them Luo Yarrow cold bring herself to doja cothing Heimsolf was repulsed by his current appearance. Aran, why won't you listen? Why won't you stay by my side? Imsari, if fail to protect you. Just wait for me, will join you soon. Luo Yao must the bien profound li disappointed in him. Shahad Lin Rans remains transported back to Dongqian Manor where she waited in silence. Before long, his scoundrel offerfurther, Lin Qianbar, his stepmother, Liu Mei, his half-brother Lin Jian, and Lin Jianskusen and Lover, Liu Rushua were a dragadon. The group had been enjoying a hot pot meal and singing Athamu when they suddenly found themselves in Thismanor. Upon seeing the formidable for Multicoon, they trembled like leaves in a storm. You have killed our Rainier deserve toptured 1,000 times. Fear weighs etched on their faces, and they harbored no doubts about the truth of Lo Yao's words. The old knew these women was both madantrifying. Wasn't Lin Ran merely a plaything for the young lady? Why then did she seek vengeance upon them for his death? Lin Qianbra stammered, Ms. Luo, this is a salamis understanding. I'm Lin Ran's biological further how could I possibly harm him? Lin Jian, Liu Mei, and Liu Ruxu were equally frantic, or wary that they were complicit in Lin Ran's demise. Ms. Luo, no neofi shays anything to do with us, Lin Jian protested. Ashes mother, my heart ashes first year ran I would never ham, even if it cost me my life, Liu Mai exclaimed. It wasn't me. I'm Lin Ran so natural of, Liu Ruxu cried. As a December-dyed spirit, Lin rankled and lie shaky hishid in bitter amusement at the spectacle unfolding before him. Lin Qianber did not participate, with Yushin doubted leaning off though so how he shed for Lin Ran's death most. Unfortunately, blinded by his own ignorance during his life, he and Lia cognized heteroneitary of his kundra for far after death. Or perhaps er twice in lie after death Othus willing to acknowledge the true faces of his family. As dual the stand must powerful women in Thwold, uncovering the truth weighs a trivial matter for Luo Yao. Her voice, a scoldosis, resonated with killing intensity no neophia while lavia goodned. Here words dripped with endless malice and murderous intent. Lin Jian, the first to falter, turned and prostrated himself on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Miss Luo, I was wrong, it waste idea of these that were wretched women. Happer shed his mother and Liu Ruxa forward, but hove home were expressions of disbelief. Waste this truly their beloved son brother? Liu Yumai spoke up, son, don't it be fraid these women there is no tarmas, thys isers akayati governed by lore. Lin Jian wanted to scream in frustration, weathery discussing the lore with the most powerful and insane woman in Thwold, ways that Jeho had lost your mind, or was it I, even if Hein voket the lore, factor main ed tata were murderers. Lirishua, still in shock, watched as the bony cleaving steel knife peered in Lo Yarshand, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. You can't kill me. I'm Lin Ransonetrolov. If you kill me, you will never find peace in death. Luo Yarrow paused, a frenzy gleam igniting in her eyes. Yes, indeed. If it weren't for the swearman before her Ran would never hovered it. What was it about Liu Ruxu had captivated Lin Ran? Was it merely her face? Lin Ran, who had been watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but laugh, albeit in anger. As Luo Yarrow approached, steel knife in hand, shackled like cloud, it shall turn you into a man-pig, and as for your face, a rent you proud of it will ensure it is displayed for a toad my reaver day. We the Changuisham for oft hem found themselves strapped in a disparity struggle for survival. Lin Tianber was subjected to 1,000 cuts below Yao, his lifeless body discarded into accessible his final resting place. Lin Jian was dismembered and thrown into the state's fish pond, where a crocodile feasted upon him. Liu Yumei waste transformed into a lavish meal, and all the members of the Liu family were invited to partake, led in to swift annihilation of Liu clan. As for Liu Rushua, Lu Yao spared her life boat her adherent to Beautifulvis, sending her off to Southeast Asia. Chapter 3 In a harrowing scene, Liu Rushua found herself brutally mutilated, her limbs severed and her tongue excised, confined within a vase that displayed only her head. Each day, she was compelled to perform in Southeast Asia, lamenting in agony for the applause of countless men who regarded her as a mere art piece. Witnessing the tragic fates of several individuals, Lin Ran did not perceive Luo Yao as cruel. Rather, he felt a profound sense of gratitude that he had long believed himself to be nothing more than a toy for Luo Yao's obsessive possession, yet he was astonished to discover that she had personally avenged him. Once Luo Yao completed her grim tasks, she returned to the manor and donned a wedding gown, gently reclining in a crystalline coffin that also cradled Lin Ran, who was dressed in bridal attire. Lin Ran was powerless to intervene, his heart aching deeply. "Aran, I have come to accompany you. I promised that regardless of life or death, you shall always be mine. We are wed now. Do you see how beautiful I look in this gown?" Lin Ran replied, "Beautiful, truly exquisite. To die alongside you is a blessing. Once we descend, will you not steal a glance at me?" Lin Ran vowed, "If there is still a chance, I shall remain by your side forever. Living entwined, resting in the same grave." In that moment, Lin Ran comprehended the depth of Luo Yao's love for him. Alas, it was too late, there was no turning back. Uncertain of how long he had wandered in the mortal realm, Lin Ran beheld many sights he yearned for, yet he could no longer catch a glimpse of Luo Yao's enchanting figure, nor hear her voice laced with menace. It was not until he witnessed Liu Rushue's demise in Southeast Asia that Lin Ran was reborn. "Why are you silent?" Noticing Lin Ran lost in thought, Luo Yao furrowed her brow. He returned to reality, the softness in his arms reminding him that there was still hope. This time, he aimed to compensate this woman before him for all his lifelong love. "Luo Yao." "Ai ho." Luo Yao, apprehensive of what Lin Ran might say next, feared he would utter something that would plunge her into despair, and thus, she intended to deny him the opportunity. Their kiss was fervent. Lin Ran felt as though she were trying to consume him, and he began to reciprocate. Satisfied with Lin Ran's response, Luo Yao wished to leave her mark upon him. As Lin Ran gasped, blood flowed from the bite on his shoulder. "If what you said last night was a lie, I shall sever your tongue." Lin Ran shuddered, aware that Luo Yao was capable of anything. "Rest assured, I will belong solely to you from now on." Luo Yao relished Lin Ran's current state. Even if it was deceit, it enveloped her in bliss. "What were you intending to say to Liu Rushue yesterday?" Lin Ran hesitated, then fell silent. He had meant to confess his feelings to Liu Rushue, though he could not recall how many times he had done so. However, he knew that after this confession, Luo Yao had grown increasingly unhinged, even monopolizing him. Luo Yao merely desired him. What fault lay in that? If she wanted him, he would give himself to her. "Luo Yao. I sought Liu Rushue yesterday to draw a clear line. I do not harbor any feelings for her." Luo Yao retorted, "Do you think I would believe such a base lie?" Lin Ran conceded, "Fine. I admit I was blind to my feelings for Liu Rushue in the past, but I have seen clearly now. You are my one true desire." Luo Yao seemed to see through Lin Ran's little ruse. "Do you think this will grant you freedom? Should you dare seek Liu Rushue again, I would not hesitate to turn her into a specimen, ensuring she witnesses how I possess you every night." Lin Ran understood Luo Yao's capability for such actions. In his previous life, Liu Rushue had suffered even worse fates. He also recognized the deep wounds he had inflicted upon Luo Yao. However, it mattered not, for now that he had been reborn, he would spend his life proving his sincerity. With this thought, Lin Ran held her tighter, while Luo Yao savored the intimacy of their naked embrace. "Aran, call my name." "Luo Yao." "Kiss me." Lin Ran complied, and after a prolonged moment, he felt utterly drained, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already midday. Luo Yao was no longer by his side, and the iron chains that had once bound his wrists were mysteriously absent. Fortunately, he had not yet reached school time. Otherwise, he would surely have been late. Spotting a small vial of ointment on the table, Lin Ran smiled. He recognized it as an exceptionally effective scar cream, unique to Luo Yao, which he had used extensively in his previous life. As he entered the bathroom, he discovered that the wound at the corner of his mouth had healed, though the bite marks on his shoulder remained starkly visible, as did the scratches on his arms and back. All of this served as a reminder of just how fervently devoted the woman beside him was. However, compared to his previous life, this was relatively mild. She merely wished to imprint her mark upon him. What fault lay in that? If she desired it, so be it. It was not insurmountable. With this in mind, Lin Ran did not even apply ointment to the wound on his shoulder. This mark was exclusively Luo Yao's. The door to the Villar's bedroom swung open, and Butler Fu hurriedly approached. "Young Master Lin, shall we dine now?" Lin Ran held a favorable impression of Butler Fu, who had offered him the most advice in his previous life. "Where is Luo Yao?" "Miss has gone to the company." Lin Ran nodded and took a seat at the modest dining table. He recalled that previously he would always sit as far from Luo Yao as possible, prompting her to replace the lavish dining table with a smaller one. Even so, he still preferred to sit opposite her or skip meals altogether. Shaking his head at the thought, he then observed the servants bringing in bowls of soup. "What is this?" Butler Fu displayed a knowing smile. He had been startled when Miss instructed him to prepare more of this nourishing soup that morning. Little did he know, young Master Lin had finally blossomed. "This is the chi-boosting soup prepared by Miss for you." Lin Ran fell silent. As a grown man, he was perceived as weak by his own woman. Well, perhaps he was a bit feeble, but this was primarily Luo Yao's fault. What good man could withstand such trials? "I will not drink it. I, Lin Ran, would rather jump off this than take a sip of that soup." Lin Ran leisurely began his meal, deliberately ignoring the restorative soup. Just then, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID marked "Dad," he felt a wave of frustration but ultimately decided to answer. The furious voice of Lin Qianbar erupted. "You little wretch, where are you? I heard you were kidnapped. Do you know how worried your mother and brother are? They have waited an entire day and night without a word from the kidnappers. What are you doing?" Lin Ran recognized that this was information relayed by Liu Ruxue. In his previous life, he had received a similar call and had informed his father that Luo Yao had kidnapped him, recounting his ordeal. To his astonishment, upon confirming that it was indeed Luo Yao who had taken him, his father had abruptly hung up, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Had they been contemplating his demise back then? It seemed he needed to think things through more carefully. Chapter 4, Section 2. Old Deng, you are no longer permitted to speak to me in such a manner. Old Deng. Lin Qianbar on the other end of the line was evidently taken aback, as if he could hardly believe that these words were spoken by Lin Ran. Beside him, Lin Jian immediately whispered, "Dad. Perhaps my brother has truly been kidnapped and is feigning a poor relationship with you to avoid implicating you. The kidnappers may very well be right beside him." Lin Qianbar suddenly realized the truth of the matter. It made sense. How could his usually submissive son suddenly speak so insolently? The thought stirred a small wave of emotion within him. "Rest assured, my son, after your demise, I shall ensure a grand farewell befitting you." Xiao Ran. "Father was merely anxious. Although I currently lack the means to secure your release, you might inquire about the kidnappers' demands. I will do everything in my power to fulfill them. Just pray the abductors allow you to leave this world intact." Lin Ran could hardly contain his laughter, an overwhelming urge for vengeance surging within him. "Who said I was kidnapped? I merely returned home with my wife. You, sir, are so quick to jump to conclusions. Your mind is like a rotting melon, filled with nothing but putrid thoughts. You are a fool, and you embody foolishness in every way. Having a father like you, a wretched beast, has truly opened my eyes." Lin Qianbar was immediately consumed with fury. "You insolent wretch, what did you just say? I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Lin Ran retorted. "From Jiangnan to Jiangbei, ask around and see who the true father is. You call me a little wretch. It seems you have a mouth full of excrement. Perhaps you should change your name from Lin Qianbar to Lin Wangbar." Having vented his frustrations, Lin Ran abruptly hung up, blacklisting every member of the Lin family. "Lin family, prepare yourselves. Lin Qianbar, in a couple of days, I shall show you who the true father is." Beside him, Uncle Fu was astonished, unable to fathom that the young master was embroiled in such chaos with the Lin family. Moreover, what had Lin Ran just mentioned? Returning home with a wife. Uncle Fu nearly wept tears of joy and personally prepared another bowl of soup for Lin Ran. Lin Ran. "Not a chance I'm drinking that." The Dongqian manna is expansive, yet Lin Ran, plagued by laziness, rarely ventured beyond the confines of Villa No. 1, reclining within the villa while contemplating Luo Yao. How he longed to be close to the wife of the domineering CEO. Lost in thought, Lin Ran picked up his phone, searching for a chat record filled with transfers that he had never accepted. Meanwhile, within the Lin family villa, Lin Qianbar furiously hurled his phone, striking Lin Jian squarely on the forehead. What the hell? Liu Yumai exclaimed, rushing to check on her son's injury. Lin Qianbar was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sight of Lin Jian's forehead oozing blood. Liu Yumai shot Lin Qianbar an annoyed glance. Are you all right, son? Lin Qianbar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I'm sorry, son, it was not my intention. Lin Jian, suppressing the pain but maintaining a dutiful demeanor, said, It's fine, Dad. You should focus on rescuing brother, at the very least, ensure the kidnappers leave him intact. Lin Qianbar snapped, forget that ungrateful wretch, he deserves whatever fate befalls him. Liu Yumai then handed her phone to Lin Qianbar, saying, Yes, dear. Xiaoran must have been threatened. Asa mother, I am deeply concerned, you must call him again and insist the kidnappers spare his life. Lin Qianbar, moved to tears, lamented, you all are just too kind-hearted. If only Lin Ran possessed half the sense of responsibility that Xiao Zhen has, I would not have had to confine him to the utility room. Lin Qianbar took the phone and inquired, what is that ungrateful wretch's number? After asking this, the three fell into silence. It seemed none of them had Lin Ran's contact information. The recent call had been made using the number provided by Liu Ruxue. With no other option, Lin Qianbar was compelled to call Liu Ruxue again. Xiao Shui. What is Lin Ran's phone number? My brother-in-law's phone fell and broke, and I can't find the call history. Once he acquired the number, Lin Qianbar dialed Lin Ran's phone once more. However, no matter how he tried, the call would not go through. Even after switching to Lin Jian's phone, the connection remained elusive. That ungrateful wretch, let him be, we should take Xiao Jian to the hospital. Just look at that wound, it must be at least a centimeter deep. Lin Jian flashed a charming smile. Thank you, Dad. At the Luo Corporation's high-level conference room, all the executives sat in tense silence. Each meeting felt akin to a trial. Had it not been for the generous compensation offered by the Luo Corporation, they would have long departed. Today, however, President Luo's countenance was as frigid as ice. Luo Yao toyed with a pen, her heart brimming with murderous intent. Earlier that afternoon, her assistant reported that Liu Ruxue sought an internship certificate. Liu Ruxue was currently an intern at one of the subsidiaries under the Luo Corporation, a matter that Luo Yao had orchestrated meticulously. She had long since gained full control over the movements of all individuals connected to Lin Ran, particularly Liu Ruxue. Just yesterday, Lin Ran had sought out Liu Ruxue, and now he had received news from her. Additionally, the request for an internship certificate indicated that the academic year was fast approaching. Luo Yao was contemplating whether to make Liu Ruxue disappear entirely. If Liu Ruxue were no longer present, would Lin Ran succumb to despair or remain by her side? She was unwilling to gamble. And more importantly, she dared not take the risk. Ding! The sound of a particularly noteworthy WeChat notification broke the silence, causing Luo Yao to pause as she picked up her phone. The other executives watched in astonishment as the once frigid Luo Yao's lips gradually curled into a smile. Goodness, President Luo is actually smiling. What sort of message possesses such power? They were left dumbfounded. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Each of you shall receive an additional 100,000 in bonuses this month. With that proclamation, Luo Yao rose and exited, leaving a gaggle of bewildered executives in her wake. Their boss was suddenly satisfied with their work and had even granted them bonuses. This was utterly inconceivable. As Luo Yao made her way back to her office, her gaze remained fixed on her phone screen, while her assistant, Liu Meng, looked on in shock. Could it be that the only person capable of stirring such emotions within President Luo was Lin Xiao? Once settled in her office, Luo Yao stared at the few words in the message, unable to regain her composure. Ran sad smiley, I miss you, when are you coming back? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yao replied, sad smiley, soon. Luo Yao declared, I'm heading back, you can wrap up the remaining work. Liu Meng, astonished, stammered, oh, sure. The president was actually leaving work early. This was unprecedented. On her way home, Luo Yao received a message from Uncle Fu, the housekeeper, who detailed the conversation between Lin Ran and the Lin family. Upon reading it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. If her employees were to witness this moment, their pupils would surely dilate in shock. Ran said, "Wife, home." Chapter 5. Within the villa of the private estate, upon receiving the news, Lin Ran immediately sprang into action, heading to the kitchen. He intended to prepare dinner for Luo Yao, which was the only way he felt capable of contributing at present. Uncertain whether the estate permitted his departure, he refrained from inquiring. In his previous life, he had been confined to his bed at such a time. Now, at least, there were no chains binding him, and he did not dare to wish for more. He would take it slow. Moreover, living in such a comfortable villa, where every need was attended to, alongside a stunningly beautiful wife, was this not the pinnacle of life? Why did he feel compelled to revisit the hardships of his past? Reflecting on his childhood, Lin Ran realized it had been relatively pleasant, but everything changed after the death of his mother. With a stepmother came a stepfather, and a brother who seemed intent on his demise. In the Lin family, he had never held any status. No one had ever sacrificed anything for him. Even his university tuition was earned through his own labor. In stark contrast to his brother Lin Jian's life, his own existence felt like a descent from paradise into hell. Wasn't a wealthy wife alluring? Upon seeing Lin Ran head to the kitchen, the chefs and servants in the villa were taken aback. The kitchen, often deemed a perilous domain, posed a grave risk. Should Lin Ran sustain even the slightest injury, they would all face dire consequences. The mistress's attitude towards Mr. Lin was well known to all. Even if he were to blow up the estate, the blame would rest upon the explosives and the villa, not on Lin Ran himself. However, despite the chefs and servants' fervent attempts to dissuade him, Lin Ran remained resolute. "It's fine. I merely wish to prepare a meal for Luo Yao. I am not attempting to usurp your positions," he declared. Their head chef nearly wept. "Young Master Lin, this is not merely a matter of work, it is a question of life and death. If anything were to happen to you, I would not survive." Lin Ran made a concession. "Very well. You may watch from the side, and if I falter, you can step in. Surely that is acceptable." After some contemplation, the head chef reluctantly agreed. It was a concession from Lin Ran. Observing Lin Ran's adept knife skills and the flames rising as he heated the oil, the chef was slightly astonished. Could it be that this pampered young master could indeed cook? Unbeknownst to them, in the Lin household, it was Lin Ran who prepared meals, not the maid. Once Lin Ran had completed his specialty of 8 dishes and a soup, Luo Yao returned. Discovering the hall empty, she immediately ascended the stairs towards the bedroom, only to find it barren. Her expression instantly soured. And no one was here. No one was here. The last time they were absent, Lin Ran had fled, prompting Uncle Fu to lead all the bodyguards and servants on a search. Now, with no one present, could it be? "Ran, why must you be so disobedient?" Luo Yao exclaimed as she pulled out her phone and opened an unknown application to check the location. "Oh, right in the villa." Just as she was puzzled, Uncle Fu hurried in from the kitchen. "Miss, you have returned." "And Ran?" "Young Master Lin is in the kitchen. He said he would personally prepare a meal for you." Luo Yao paused for a moment, slowly regaining her composure. Uncle Fu wiped the sweat from his brow, silently grateful for his quick words. Otherwise, his life might have been forfeit. "Miss, young Master Lin is almost done. You should come downstairs." Luo Yao coldly nodded, changing her clothes in the bedroom before making her way to the dining room. Lin Ran instructed the servants to bring the dishes to the dining table and followed out of the kitchen, where he caught sight of Luo Yao. For reasons unknown, the moment he saw her, an unparalleled joy surged through Lin Ran, as if he had encountered the most exquisite marvel. This sensation was entirely new to him. He opened his arms and approached Luo Yao, who stood frozen as he enveloped her in an embrace and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Homecoming kiss. I made dinner. Let us dine together." "All right." Stars sparkled in Luo Yao's eyes. Was this the feeling of having Ran by her side? Could he truly not be pretending? Yet, contemplating it again, she felt that was unlikely, and her expression turned cold once more. Lin Ran, puzzled, thought, is this guy practicing face-changing techniques? Prior to cooking, Lin Ran had inquired with the butler about Luo Yao's dietary restrictions, as he certainly did not wish to be the foolish character from a novel who caused the female lead to suffer an allergic reaction. Upon learning that Luo Yao had no specific requirements, he felt liberated. No demands meant that even if he prepared a dish that resembled excrement, she would not be upset, not to mention, his culinary skills were quite commendable. Luo Yao, dressed in casual home attire, sparked Lin Ran's imagination, recalling the events of the previous night, causing his face to flush slightly. After Luo Yao took her seat, Lin Ran settled beside her, lighting the candles he had prepared in advance and instructing the servants to dim the lights. This maneuver left Uncle Fu and the other servants astonished. Previously, Lin Ran had always chosen the farthest seat from Luo Yao, prompting her to replace the grand dining table with a smaller one, where he would sit opposite her. Now he had taken a seat right beside her and lit romantic candles. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Luo Yao was thoroughly pleased with Lin Ran's change. She felt that if he could maintain this act, it would be quite delightful. Lin Ran ladled a bowl of nourishing soup for Luo Yao, then prepared one for himself. His wife needed to maintain her beauty, and he too required it. After all, what would happen if he grew old and unattractive, and she no longer desired him? Uncle Fu interjected hastily, "Miss, this soup appears to be quite delectable, perhaps allow me a bowl to taste." He was genuinely concerned Lin Ran might have poisoned the meal. Luo Yao shot him a frosty glance, and Uncle Fu realized he had overstepped. He had no right to question Lin Ran. In this household, no one could dare to challenge him. Uncle Fu even began to wonder if Lin Ran's standing in the family was perhaps even slightly superior to that of the young mistress. With a chill in her voice, Luo Yao stated, "No need, this is made by our Ran, and I trust him." Even if it were laced with poison, should Lin Ran present it to her, she would drink it without hesitation. Uncle Fu felt a bit awkward, while Lin Ran smiled at him in a relaxed manner, understanding that such concern was entirely reasonable. "I shall go first," he declared, and without waiting for a response, drank a couple of spoonfuls of the soup and sampled each dish. The flavors were quite pleasing. Luo Yao would likely enjoy them. Uncle Fu managed an awkward smile. "It seems I was overly suspicious, my apologies." Lin Ran waved it off, while Luo Yao coldly remarked, "You won't be receiving your bonus this month." Uncle Fu's eyes widened in shock. This felt worse than a death sentence. Lin Ran generously intervened. "Luo Yao, Uncle Fu was merely looking out for your safety. Let us overlook the bonus deduction, shall we? Do try this soup." It was not that Lin Ran was overly indulgent, but Uncle Fu was indeed a decent person who genuinely cared for Luo Yao, and thus he sought this favor. Luo Yao nodded, and Uncle Fu, filled with gratitude, wished to thank Lin Ran, only to fall silent at the sight of Luo Yao's slightly furrowed brow. As the young couple dined, he felt it inappropriate to interject. Lin Ran then quietly watched as Luo Yao elegantly scooped a spoonful of the nourishing soup he had painstakingly prepared and brought it to her lips. The soft, romantic candlelight cast a warm glow upon Luo Yao, enhancing her beauty, and Lin Ran felt as though he could gaze upon her forever. "What are you looking at?" Luo Yao inquired. "Looking at your beauty," Lin Ran replied. Luo Yao frowned. "Who is more beautiful, me or Liu Ruxue?" Chapter 6, A Question of Marks. Lin Ran, I must have been blind like Shakespeare, for such a beautiful woman stood before me, and yet I could not see her. Now that my sight is restored, I wish to behold you as much as possible, for a lifetime. Oh, how I regret. Lin Ran's earlier words stirred a chord in Luo Yao's heart, but the final phrase left her feeling anxious. What was she regretting? Regretting having entrusted herself to him yesterday. Lin Ran sensed an abrupt chill in the air, and his heart sank. Why had the mood shifted so drastically? Could it be? Lin Ran, I deeply regret not recognizing your beauty before. I am truly a fool. Indeed, Luo Yao's previously frigid demeanor began to thaw, her smile becoming increasingly evident. Uncle Fu's pupils widened in shock. Was Lin Xiao confessing his feelings? Good heavens, it had been ages since Miss had smiled so brightly. Lin Ran's words caused Luo Yao to shudder, a drop of soup trickling down her chin. Instinctively, she reached out to wipe it away, only to collide with Lin Ran's outstretched hand. Despite their prior intimate encounters, both were momentarily stunned, their hearts racing as they allowed the droplet of soup to cascade down, evoking a myriad of thoughts. Lin Ran withdrew his hand, somewhat flustered. I'm sorry, I merely intended to help you clean up. Luo Yao, feed me. Lin Ran, Luo Yao, feed me. Gazing at Luo Yao's alluring, rosy lips, Lin Ran swallowed hard. All right. He scooped a spoonful of soup from his bowl and delicately offered it to her lips. Uncle Fu felt a jolt of surprise. He was aware of the Mrs. Germophobia and aversion to men. How could Lin Xiao dare to feed her soup with his own spoon? He slowly pulled out his phone and sent a message. Prepare a crystal coffin. Moments later, he witnessed his miss actually open her mouth to drink, seemingly savoring the spoon. Surely, it must be an illusion. Luo Yao's leisurely voice broke the silence. Does Uncle Fu wish to join our candlelit dinner? A chill ran down Uncle Fu's spine as he hastily shook his head, signaling everyone to leave, and followed suit, once again retrieving his phone to send a message. Withdraw the coffin. Observing Luo Yao's enticingly moist lips, Lin Ran continued to feed her with tenderness. This sensation filled Luo Yao with satisfaction, drawing her deeper into infatuation. Ran, are you truly not deceiving me? Even if you were, I would accept it. Luo Yao harbored no desire for food, yet knowing it was prepared by Lin Ran, she felt compelled to savor every morsel, making an effort to indulge. For someone who was already averse to eating, this was a groundbreaking first. Their meal stretched on for quite some time, as they transitioned from the dining room to the bedroom. Just as Luo Yao straddled Lin Ran, his phone chimed. He glanced at the caller ID. Sad smiley goddess. Damn it, he had forgotten to block this wretched woman. Luo Yao noticed the call as well, and the atmosphere instantly cooled by several degrees. Lin Ran casually hung up, preparing to kiss Luo Yao, only for his phone to ring again. Just as he was about to disconnect and power down, she commanded, answer it. Lin Ran's mind was flooded with 1,000 curses. Liu Ruxue, you better behave and not say anything to upset my wife. The call connected. Lin Ran, where are you? Before Lin Ran could respond, Luo Yao's domineering presence loomed large. I'm Liu Ruxue, what was that sound? Lin Ran, speak, are you all right? Who was that woman you were with the other day? Just as Lin Ran was about to unleash a tirade, he was met with Luo Yao's provocatively charged question. Ran, who is the woman you love the most? You. I only love you. Then came a series of unfamiliar moans, sounds Liu Ruxue recognized all too well, causing her to panic. Lin Ran, what are you doing? Why is there a woman's voice beside you? Lin Ran was nearly suffocated by the two rabbits' antics. He longed to shout, pushing Luo Yao away, an action that nearly triggered her wrath. I'm with my wife. If you have nothing to say, just get lost. If you have something to say, then go die. Having uttered those words, Lin Ran found himself ensnared once more by Luo Yao, only to be met with even more jarring sounds. These were sounds of pleasure, as well as taunts and disdain. Liu Ruxue could no longer tolerate it. Lin Ran, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I misjudged you. You have disappointed me immensely, boo-hoo. With that, she hung up. Luo Yao laughed, a smile Lin Ran had never witnessed before. Was it ghostly, sarcastic, a bitter smile? As time passed, Lin Ran began to truly understand Luo Yao. He inwardly cursed himself for being blind, deaf, and foolish in the past. So what was it that he truly desired? Lo Yao, one day, I fear I may perish here, so can we not control ourselves? In the previous life, Luo Yao had always held the reins. Who could have imagined it would be the same in this life? Clearly, he was the man here. Luo Yao was quite pleased with Lin Ran's attitude towards Liu Ruxue today. Crazy, but what if I simply cannot help myself? It seems only by merging completely can you truly belong to me. If you were to die beneath me, I would unhesitatingly follow you to the grave. Even in the underworld, you would still be mine. Lin Ran fell silent, fully aware that Luo Yao would indeed do such a thing. What was it about him that made Luo Yao choose him? Ran, I am so afraid. I fear you might turn and leave me tomorrow. So, even if you are deceiving me, can you continue to deceive me indefinitely? Lin Ran's heart ached. Even if Luo Yao believed he was deceiving her, she was willing to accept it. What a twisted form of love this was. Even if I receive your insincere affection, I shall cherish it like a precious gem. Yet, Lin Ran gradually found himself enamored with this sensation, even to the extent that in just 2 short nights since his rebirth, he had begun to obsess. Luo Yao, whether you believe it or not, I will always be by your side, protecting you. We will continue this way. Trust me, all right. Luo Yao's eyes shimmered, yet she knew she must not see RY.I in this world. Everyone was allowed to weep, except for her, for tears would signify weakness, and once one is weak, they are trampled underfoot. She must become the strongest Luo Yao, only then could she safeguard her Aran. If Aran no longer loved her, then she would preserve him as a specimen, or burn him to ash and consume him, thus ensuring they would be together for eternity. Absurdity loomed, and Lin Ran felt numb. Chapter 7. In the early morning, Lin Ran awoke to find that Luo Yao was once again absent. Did this little girl not require any sleep? After finishing his breakfast, he made his way to the wardrobe he had never entered before. It was brimming with luxurious garments, which he had never even glanced at in the past, as he had no desire for anything belonging to Luo Yao. However, circumstances had changed. He now belonged entirely to her, and thus it was time to embrace this soft life. Each piece of clothing appeared to be a work of art, and he selected an outfit that was pleasing to the eye. Upon seeing himself in the mirror, he realized that indeed, one's appearance can be greatly enhanced by attire. The only flaw was his tousled hair. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Luo Yao. Nowadays, he felt compelled to inform her of his every action, not out of fear, but to tend to her delicate emotions. While others viewed her as ruthless and decisive, Lin Ran understood how sensitive she truly was. Wife, I wish to go out for a haircut, and then I will visit the Lin family to collect some items. Before long, Luo Yao replied, shall I send a stylist to the estate? Lin Ran responded, okay. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, Luo Yao stared blankly at the message in her hand. Wife, she relished this term of endearment. After a moment's thought, she changed Lin Ran's contact name from Aran to husband. Soon after, the stylist arrived at the estate and promptly designed a hairstyle for Lin Ran that could be valued at $1 billion. Uncle Fu, may I borrow a car? It was impossible to hail a taxi at the estate. Uncle Fu chuckled, young Master Lin, you jest, you may take any car from the garage, they are all gifts from the young lady to you. Lin Ran suddenly recalled how Luo Yao had given him numerous gifts in the past, which he had never even glanced at. Within the wardrobe's storage compartment lay numerous properties, car titles, and a black card with an unknown limit. Excellent, please arrange for a few bodyguards to accompany me while I attend to some matters. Of course, young Master Lin. As he stepped into the garage, Lin Ran was awestruck. It was more extravagant than any car show he had ever witnessed. He chose a Koenigsegg 1:1, a vehicle so opulent he had never seen anything like it before. Now he could drive it out into the world. In no time, a lavish motorcade cruised through the streets of Kyoto, with all other vehicles hastily making way. Following closely behind Lin Ran was Uncle Fu's car, who was determined not to let Lin Ran escape, especially after witnessing the significance Lin Ran held for his young lady. Before long, Lin Ran parked the car steadily outside the Lin family villa and, accompanied by 10 bodyguards, stormed into the residence with great force. Inside the villa, Lin Jian had just been brought back from the hospital, and the three of them were engaged in light-hearted banter. Father, are you truly going to abandon brother? Shouldn't we at least reach out to him? If he is still alive, we can ensure the kidnappers spare his life. After all, he is my beloved brother. Indeed, dear, what Xiao Jian says is correct. Xiao Ran is also my son. You ought to speak to the kidnappers. Let them leave him in one piece. It would make burial arrangements much easier, wouldn't it? Lin Qianbar furrowed his brow, as the mere thought of that ungrateful son caused him distress. Lin Ran had always been an obedient child. Why had he scolded him last time? Had he refrained from reprimanding him, perhaps there would have been a chance to save him. But now HMPH, no need to concern ourselves with that ungrateful wretch. I am his father. Even if he returns, he must kneel and apologize before I allow him to reside in the Lin family home. Liu Yumai wore a worried expression, yet internally, she felt a surge of delight. Lin Qianbar's attitude towards Lin Ran had reached a point of no return. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the villa's front door was forcefully shattered open. Old beast, your father has come to find you. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the three individuals inside froze. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Lin Qianbar erupted with fury, rising to draw his 7 wolves. You little wretch, how dare you return? If you do not kneel and apologize today, I shall beat you to death. However, before Lin Qianbar could make any move to strike, several bodyguards surged forward and pinned him to the ground, startling Lin Jian and his mother. "Brother is back, I've missed you so much. I heard you were kidnapped, and I couldn't eat or sleep, thinking about how to rescue you, but why did you bring outsiders to bully father the moment you returned?" "Release my dear father at once," Liu Yumai added. "Xiaoran has returned, you must let go of your father. He has been frantic for the past 2 days, constantly contacting the kidnappers in hopes of rescuing you." Lin Ran merely stared in disbelief. With a single glance, he signaled for Lin Jian and his mother to be restrained as well. A maid rushed out from the servant quarters, and upon seeing Lin Ran, she immediately froze. "Eldest young master. Hello, Aunt Wang." Aunt Wang was perhaps the only person in this household Lin Ran did not despise, having assisted him in the past. Lin Tianbar, seething with rage, shouted, "You little wretch, release me at once." "I am your father." Lin Ran slowly crouched down, snatching the 7 wolves from his grasp, and with a swift motion, he struck Lin Tianbar with the belt buckle. A scream followed, and Lin Tianbar was left blooded. "Old man, remember this, do not refer to yourself as my father when we meet again, and each time we do, you must kneel and apologize, otherwise, I shall treat you as I did today." As Lin Tianbar's cries echoed, Lin Jian and his mother stared in shock. After tiring himself out from the beating, Lin Ran stretched his limbs and slowly turned his gaze towards Lin Jian and his mother, feeling a sense of revulsion. When their eyes met, instead of fear, Lin Jian and his mother reflected a mix of resentment and excitement. "Yes, excitement," Lin Ran spoke slowly. "Lawyer Xu, the next steps are in your hands." With that, Lin Ran ascended the stairs once more, returning to his storeroom. Renowned lawyer Xu Kai followed closely behind, presenting a document to the still cowering Lin Tianbar. "What is this?" Xu Kai replied. "This is a document severing ties between you and Mr. Lin Ran, please sign it." Lin Tianbar was momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. When Lin Ran descended the stairs again, Lin Tianbar had yet to sign. Upon seeing Lin Ran holding a suitcase, he struggled to suppress his overwhelming fury, asking, "Wretch, are you serious?" Lin Ran nodded. "What other choice do I have?" Lin Tianbar erupted in laughter, fueled by rage. "Har, fine, remember this, you wretch, you will never return to the Lin family for the rest of your life. Even if you kneel and beg, I shall never acknowledge you as my son again." Lin Ran smiled. "It's a deal." In a fit of anger, Lin Tianbar hastily scrawled his name on the document. Lin Jian and his mother exchanged a knowing glance, revealing a meaningful smile. Lin Ran tucked the document away, amused by the bittersweet expressions on Lin Jian and his mother's faces. "By the way, I am also taking my shares with me. The shares of Shorin Group were left to me by my mother, and you shall not take a single cent from me." Chapter 8. This statement left several individuals aghast, as if they had only just recalled this matter. "Rebellious child, Xiaoran, what on earth do you intend to do with so many shares? Quickly transfer the shares to me unconditionally. Once you graduate from university, your father will return them to you." Lin Jian exclaimed. "Indeed, brother, father is the chairman. Placing the company shares under his name will grant him greater influence within the company." Liu Yumai added, "Xiaoran, dear, listen to your father, transfer the shares to his name, allowing him to manage them for you." Lin Ran felt a wave of nausea. How had he not noticed how repugnant this family was before? Shaking the severance agreement in his hand, he declared, "To me, you are nothing but strangers. Your insults have incited my ire, and as a legitimate means of self-defense, I shall strike you to vent my frustration." This statement left Xu Kai, the lawyer, momentarily speechless. "Be careful not to kill him." Before long, several of them bore bruises and injuries, and Liu Yumai and her son had lost their usual composure, showering Lin Ran with vitriol. "Ungrateful wretch, I am your mother. I have raised you for so many years, and yet you permit others to strike me. You are nothing but a heartless ingrate." Lin Ran retorted, "My mother is Xu Yangyang, not Liu Yumai. Brother, please don't let them hit me anymore, it hurts so much." Lin Ran replied, "You are not my brother, I have no brother." Lin Tianbar, the father, also began to plead for mercy. "Xiaoran, please make them stop. I was wrong, don't hit your father anymore." He displayed no semblance of dignity, and Lin Ran felt utterly embarrassed. In his past life, he had endured torment from Luo Yao without begging for mercy, yet Lin Tianbar was already pleading after just a few blows. Who exactly is the father here? Lin Qianbar, in agony, gritted his teeth and admitted, You are my father. Lin Ran chuckled. By the way, since our relationship is severed, there are some matters that must be clarified. When I was 13, my mother passed away, leaving me with 30% of Suran Group's shares. I am 23 this year. Thus, you owe me the dividends from the past decade, which I have calculated to be 300 million. Having struck you today, I will compensate you 10,000 according to the highest treatment standards of a pet hospital. Over the last 10 years living in the Lin family, I have spent a total of 18,000, so you still owe me 299,997,000 too. Remember to transfer it to my account. Lin Qianbar was left in utter shock. What? Where would I find such a large sum of money? He was not lying, he truly could not produce such cash. Despite Suran Group's market value reaching 3 billion, it was impossible to withdraw 300 million in liquid assets. Many companies face this predicament. Even if they boast a market value in the hundreds of billions, it is challenging to produce such amounts quickly. Even if he could, he would be unable to access it, as that money belonged to the company, and his share in it was only 21%, even less than Lin Ran's. Setting aside the realities, even if Lin Qianbar had 300 million, he would not be able to simply hand it over to Lin Ran. Lin Ran replied, I don't care. All my money has been spent by you. My lawyer will contact you, and if you cannot produce it, I will have you incarcerated. Lin Qianbar shouted, Ungrateful child, have I not contributed to your upbringing all these years? Lin Ran scoffed, Oh. Haven't we just clarified everything? The day after my mother passed, you brought your mistress home, and since then, you have given me 300 a month until I turned 18, totaling 18,000. After that, you never gave me a single cent. Lin Qianbar paused, taken aback that Lin Ran had only spent a meager amount of family money. He reflected and realized it was indeed true, feeling a flicker of guilt within. But you have spent considerably on food and clothing over the years. Lin Qianbar thought, at the very least, Lin Ran had eaten and dressed thanks to him. Lin Ran responded, Well, I ate at school, even at home, I cooked for myself, cheaper than a maid, and often faced penalties that left me without meals. I wore a school uniform, I never had a single piece of clothing bought for me before turning 18, and after that, I purchased my clothes with my own earnings. If anything, you should be charged with child abuse. Lin Qianbar was utterly astonished, perhaps he had indeed been rather harsh with his son. Stop dawdling, every penny of the dividends must be paid. If even a single penny is missing, my lawyer will ensure you are sent to jail, and we will additionally charge you with child abuse. Having said that, Lin Ran turned on his heel and departed, leaving a cacophony of pained cries behind him. Ungrateful child, ungrateful wretch. Lin Ran proclaimed, What a relief, such sweet relief. Upon exiting the villa, Lin Ran caught sight of a pink bicycle parked at the entrance. This was Lin Ran's former mode of transportation, acquired through his own labor, while Lin Jian's vehicle was a luxury car worth millions. As for the bicycle's pink hue, that was because Liu Ruxue had a penchant for the color. However, Liu Ruxue had never ridden this bicycle. Destroy it. Returning to his vehicle, he drove towards Huaqian Plaza, the most renowned luxury goods mall in Kyoto. Upon entering the mall, Lin Ran was left dumbfounded. A shabby bag for 180,000, a mere bottle of perfume for 38,000, was a lump of dung also priced at 880. Despite his background, Lin Ran had never shopped here, as the Lin family had never given him any money. Until he turned 18, he received 300 a month, and thereafter, not a single cent. They justified this by claiming to raise him in a frugal manner. Why did they not do the same for Lin Jian? Even so, Lin Ran had persisted in maintaining the non-existent family bond. How foolish he had been. Gazing at his bank balance of merely 13,000, Lin Ran fell silent. This was the result of an entire summer's worth of labor and various part-time jobs. He had initially intended to purchase a bag for Liu Ruxue, but now, he aimed to buy a gift for Luo Yao. Little did he expect the prices here to be so exorbitant. Regardless, Lin Ran refused to use the black card that Luo Yao had given him. It was not out of pride, but rather his desire to gift her something with his own earnings. As if sensing Lin Ran's discomfort, the sales staff began to ignore him. At that moment, Uncle Fu approached. Young Master Lin, have you found something you fancy? Would you like to purchase the entire store? Lin Ran shook his head. No, I intend to buy Luo Yao a gift with my own earnings. Ultimately, Lin Ran selected a bracelet priced at precisely 13,000. After completing the purchase, the sales assistant offered a polite smile. Accepting the bracelet, Lin Ran envisioned how beautiful Luo Yao would look wearing it. Luo Yao, this is my first gift to you. Though modest in price, it represents my entire fortune. One day, when I earn more, I shall present you with the finest treasures this world has to offer. Suddenly, Lin Ran began to feel unwell. According to the narrative, wasn't it about time for something to occur? Lin Ran. Upon hearing Liu Rushua's familiar voice, Lin Ran's expression darkened. Damn it, what bad luck. Chapter 9. If Luo Yao were to see this, would I not end up getting beaten again? What he did not know was that Luo Yao, having just received the news, was hastily making her way over. Liu Rushua and her close friend Huahani had appeared beside Lin Ran. Upon seeing Liu Rushua again, Lin Ran realized that he seemed to harbor no feelings for her, not even a trace of pleasant memories. His mind was filled with images from the previous life, where she was showcased as a beauty in a jar, performing in Southeast Asia, causing him to shudder. Luo Yao truly was ruthless. However, no matter how fierce she may be, in my heart, she remains the most beautiful. Luo Yao. Lin Ran, it really is you who was the woman that took you away that day. And why have you blocked all my means of contact? Do you know that uncle and aunt are quite worried about you? Huahani's gaze fell upon the exquisite gift box in Lin Ran's hands. Lin Ran. Is that a gift for our Rushua? She reached out to snatch it away. Lin Ran swiftly withdrew the precious item. It was a gift for his beloved wife, and he intended to guard it closely. Huahani, now incensed, retorted, Lin Ran, what do you mean by this? Do you know who I am? I am Rushua's best friend. With your attitude, how do you expect to win her over? Liu Rushua bit her lip, eagerly awaiting Lin Ran's response, her eyes filled with a pitiful longing. She noticed that Lin Ran looked exceptionally handsome today. He had cut his bangs and changed his hairstyle, and this outfit suited him perfectly. The woman from that day was far more beautiful than her, and even as the campus belle of Kyoto University, she felt a pang of insecurity. Moreover, there was that phone call from last night. No, she must be with Lin Ran to help her brother Lin Jian secure the shares from him. Even if it ultimately fails, being with Lin Ran, who loves her, would still be worthwhile. He was so handsome, it wouldn't be embarrassing to be seen with him. Our Rushua is so beautiful, even if you are somewhat handsome, it won't matter. In this society, you cannot win a girl's heart without sincerity. Do you truly understand? Huahani continued, now, if you are willing to buy a handbag for me and Rushua, I will persuade her to give you a chance to get close to her. Liu Rushua gently tugged at Lin Ran's sleeve, brother Lin Ran. I care about you too much, which is why I asked, even if that woman likes you or something happened between you two, I believe you were forced. Can we go back to how things were before? This scene was precisely witnessed by the arriving Luo Yao, her eyes sharp as daggers, observing the unfolding events. Lin Ran swiftly dodged Liu Rushua's attempt to grab his hand with a deft maneuver. Liu Rushua, if you have a screw loose, don't drag me down with you, step away. Liu Rushua was taken aback, while Huahani seethed with rage. Lin Ran, who do you think you are? Our Rushua is so beautiful, and even if she forgives you, you are ungrateful and rude. Lin Ran found her words amusing. Beautiful, my wife is far more beautiful than her. She has both looks and wealth, and she treats me well. I love her most dearly. Where do you get the confidence to engage me in a conversation based on beauty? Liu Rushua stepped back in astonishment, unable to believe Lin Ran had uttered such words. She longed for her previous gentle and considerate Lin Ran, who had once regarded her as his sole treasure. Brother Lin Ran, you mean that woman is... Luo Yao's aura of menace dissipated in an instant, and she halted, quietly observing. This change left her assistant Liu Meng in shock. Mr. Lin, you have finally perceived our boss Luo's sincerity. Heaven has opened its eyes at last, Lin Ran scoffed. Liu Rushua, don't be indignant. You know quite well that my wife is more beautiful than you. Even if she were hideously ugly, I would only love her. Liu Ruxue, in disbelief, asked, why? Lin Ran's expression softened with warmth from memories. Because no matter how much I love her, it will never compare to how much she loves me. Liu Ruxue protested, then what am I? What does your pursuit of me mean? Lin Ran replied, what are you? In a deck of cards, you are king. In a circus, you are the busiest performer. In Gotham City, you are the most reckless. Standing guard in front of McDonald's, you are a major client of Batman, the cornerstone of Joker. Liu Ruxue Huahini. Fu Bo suddenly stepped forward to add insult to injury, the clown among clowns. Liu Ruxue was momentarily speechless, her anger boiling over. She was furious, even more so than when Lin Ran was with another woman. Lin Ran, how dare you call me a clown? As if recalling something, Lin Ran added, well, not entirely. You could be considered a beauty. With this remark, the atmosphere fell into silence. Luo Yao transformed back into an icy figure, and Liu Meng held her forehead in mourning for Lin Ran. Lin Ran continued, my wife could turn you into a human pig and send you to Southeast Asia to be a beauty. Have you seen her disappeared her, just like that kind of beauty? Watching all this unfold, Luo Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Him. Dr. Ran's thoughts are quite commendable. Her assistant Liu Meng felt her heartbeat stop, then restart, her pupils shaking again and again. This young master could evoke such a strong emotional response from Boss Luo. It made sense, otherwise, she wouldn't need to report Lin Ran's every move. Lin Ran's words startled Liu Ruxue. She recognized that he was trying to intimidate her, yet she felt a chill run down her spine. All right. I need to return home to accompany my wife. Please refrain from lingering in front of me. I fear my wife may misunderstand. Furthermore, I have never had feelings for you, neither in the past nor in the future. As for the gifts I previously gave you, consider them as having been fed to the dogs. If it weren't for the absence of shopping records, Lin Ran would have demanded them back. Tears glistened in Liu Ruxue's eyes, resembling a delicate flower harmed by a scoundrel, and Lin Ran found her display utterly repulsive. In truth, he wished to eliminate Liu Ruxue, but murder is a crime. Moreover, wouldn't it be more amusing to let her suffer instead? Lin Ran was startled by his own thoughts. When had he developed such a mindset? Alas, one is influenced by their surroundings. As he turned, he froze. When had Luo Yao arrived? Oh no, would she misinterpret his interaction with Liu Ruxue, who understands family matters? It was merely coincidental, like a power pole passing gas. Wife, I swear, I have no relationship with Liu Ruxue. If I lie, may my entire family suffer a wretched fate. The palpable tension in the air was tangible, and Liu Meng had already arranged for bodyguards to clear the area as Luo Yao slowly approached Liu Ruxue. Slap. Slap. The crisp sounds resonated. Get lost, stay away from Ran, or I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Both Liu Ruxue and Huahini were overwhelmed by Luo Yao's formidable presence, too intimidated to speak, their legs trembling as they hastily covered their faces and fled. This woman, possessing breathtaking beauty, exuded an aura of death that stripped them of the courage to utter a single word. Chapter 10. It was as if she had declared her intent to cast someone into the sea to feed the sharks. There was no doubt she would follow through. The employees in the store trembled in fear. The entirety of Huaqian Plaza belonged to the Luo group, and the woman before them was none other than the helm of that very empire. That young man just now, could he possibly have ties to President Luo? Had he offended her in any way? Luo Yao's gaze fell upon Lin Ran's hands. Is that for Liu Ruxue? Lin Ran quickly clarified, this is a gift for you. I'm sorry, my means are limited. This bracelet is all I could afford with my savings. If I am lying, may my entire family perish. As he spoke, Lin Ran began to unwrap the packaging. Indeed, the malevolent aura surrounding Luo Yao dissipated, and she gazed down at the exquisite bracelet as if it were the most beautiful piece of art in the world. Did this mean he had sacrificed all his assets to select a gift for her? Slowly extending her hand, she requested, put it on for me. Lin Ran complied, earnestly fastening the bracelet onto her delicate wrist, and Luo Yao was thoroughly pleased. Transfer ownership of this plaza to Aaron. Liu Meng's pupils dilated in shock. but she swiftly regained her composure. Understood, President Luo. Lin Ran was not particularly keen on this arrangement, yet he refrained from voicing his objections, for he knew there was no possibility of refusing what Luo Yao bestowed upon him. To do so would only invite merciless retribution. The countless assets in the cloakroom had already made this abundantly clear. It's beautiful, I love it. Truth be told, seeing Liu Ruxue together with Lin Ran had nearly sent her into a rage earlier. Lin Ran was taken aback by how easily Luo Yao could be appeased. A few words and a small gift had calmed her down, making her seem like a young girl. If others were to learn of Lin Ran's thoughts, they would surely be astounded. The ruthless and decisive Luo Yao was actually akin to a young girl. Surely, this was a jest. Aaron. Kiss me. Lin Ran froze, glancing around. Where had everyone gone? Where was Uncle Fu? The bodyguards, the assistants, the employees? Naturally, Lin Ran lowered his head and kissed her, while Luo Yao wrapped her arms tightly around him. Aaron, why deceive me? Allow me to savor this moment. If you were to leave me later, I would truly lose my mind. After a while, Luo Yao's gaze grew somewhat dreamy. Aaron, I want. Lin Ran was startled. Here. Shall we go home? Luo Yao nodded. The two made their way to the parking lot, where Luo Yao pulled Lin Ran into a customized Maybach, while arrangements were made for Lin Ran's own vehicle. As the car roared to life, the convoy exited the parking lot. Despite the bustling traffic, the Maybach and Koenigsegg were granted the right of way. A private driver scoffed. What is so great about luxury cars? Our modest 10,000 yuan vehicle is far more stable. His wife, wearing a playful smile, replied, Is it not possible that the occupants are engaged in conversation? The driver exclaimed, What? How do you know that? She answered, Because I often read it in tomato novels. The driver remarked, My wife is indeed knowledgeable. Upon entering the estate, both the driver and Liu Meng discreetly exited the vehicle, as no one dared to summon the occupants inside, for fear of incurring a fatal consequence. Inside the car, the occupants remained seated. Aaron, call me. Luo Yao. Not that. Wifey. Call me again. Baby. Luo Yao delighted in the current Lin Ran. At this moment, Aaron was utterly endearing. The car was suffused with romance. Luo Yao's gaze remained fixed on Lin Ran. Why? What do you mean, why? Why are you suddenly so kind to me? Because I love you. Luo Yao was skeptical, yet she did not wish to pursue the matter indefinitely, fearing she might uncover a despairing truth. If Aaron were to abandon her, she would truly lose her mind and her life. How many gifts have you given Liu Ruxue? Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. He could not fathom the rapid leaps of Luo Yao's thoughts. Was this a dead-end inquiry? Throughout my life, I have given many gifts to various people, my brothers, close friends, companions, and classmates. Yet, only the gifts I give to you are from the depths of my heart for my beloved. This answer was deemed satisfactory in Luo Yao's mind. Remember, in the future, you are permitted to gift only one woman. Lin Ran replied, Understood. As they exited the car, Uncle Fu promptly instructed the servants to prepare dinner. Lin Ran, eager to please, spoon-fed Luo Yao one morsel after another until she was satisfied, before he began to eat himself. Late into the night, after a day of diligent labor, Lin Ran succumbed to slumber, while Luo Yao quietly entwined herself around him, as though she wished to merge their beings. Aaron, is it because of her body that you chose to stay? If so, that would be wonderful. After a long while, Luo Yao shook her head. Could it be that her constant surveillance of him was the reason for his actions during the day? Had he severed ties with the Lin family and distanced himself from Liu Ruxue solely to protect them? Was it because Aaron understood that she might use them as leverage to keep him by her side? No. Aaron, you must not treat me this way. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her. Cold sweat trickled down her brow as she slowly rose, glancing back at Lin Ran one last time before exiting the room. She made her way quietly towards the secret chamber. At some point, in a daze, Lin Ran seemed to catch a glimpse of an extraordinarily beautiful woman applying something. In the morning, as Lin Ran descended the stairs, he encountered Uncle Fu and awkwardly inquired, "Uncle Fu, about the nourishing soup." Uncle Fu flashed a knowing smile. "It has already been prepared for the young master." Lin Ran felt somewhat embarrassed, as if he were the one unable to satisfy the needs of the lady of the house. Although he too enjoyed the indulgence, he knew this could not last forever. Upon entering the dining room, he was surprised to find Luo Yao there as well. "Aren't you working today?" Luo Yao nodded. "It's the weekend. I only need to handle urgent matters at home." For reasons unknown, Lin Ran sensed something peculiar about Luo Yao. Feeding the little devil had become a habit for him, and each time he did so, a profound sense of fulfillment welled up within him. His wife's manner of eating was so graceful. Her beauty and allure while drinking soup were captivating. The way she gazed at him was mesmerizing. Everything about her was enchanting. The weekend passed beautifully and warmly, and Lin Ran savored every moment until the evening of the following day. "Would you like to drink something?" Luo Yao asked. Lin Ran responded, "All right." If his wife wished to drink, he would gladly accompany her. Although his tolerance for alcohol was lacking, he did not question her desire. Luo Yao rose to retrieve a bottle from the wine cabinet. Moutai, no, she was opting for white liquor. Well, as long as she was happy. Just as they were returning to the dining table, Luo Yao felt a sharp pain in her leg, causing her to stumble and nearly drop the Moutai. Lin Ran, quick as lightning, spun around 360 degrees, supporting Luo Yao's waist with one hand while catching the falling Moutai with the other. "You little fool, be careful." Chapter 11. The ambiguous gesture stirred a flutter in Luo Yao's heart, a sensation only Lin Ran could evoke. "Dogman, hold steady." Dogman. Fair enough, in the past life, she indeed behaved rather dog-like. After a few drinks, Lin Ran began to feel hazy, a multitude of words yearning to escape his lips. Luo Yao squinted her eyes, knowing full well that Lin Ran's tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. One cup after another, until an entire bottle had vanished, Lin Ran was already spinning in circles. "Wife, do you have something on your mind? Why are you flying in the sky?" Luo Yao stood up and directly swept Lin Ran into a princess carry, and he nestled into her embrace. "Hee. Wife, you're so strong. Are you going to the Olympics? Why do I see two rabbits hopping in front of me?" She gently placed Lin Ran on the bed in the bedroom. He shivered all over. "Wife, I admit I can't take it anymore. You've completely drained me. We do it at least a dozen times a day. Which good man can endure that?" Upon hearing Lin Ran's wild proclamations, Luo Yao paused for a moment. However, being called wife repeatedly was quite pleasant for her. It seemed she could frequently indulge him with alcohol from now on. "Aran, do you still like Liu Ruxue?" Lin Ran jolted upright. "Liu Ruxue, is she a human or a ghost?" Are you Liu Ruxue?" Lin Ran's gaze towards Luo Yao became increasingly dazed. Luo Yao's expression grew colder, and after a moment's thought, she spoke in a constricted voice, "It's me, dear Lin Ran. Don't you like me anymore?" As she spoke, she reached out to steady Lin Ran, fearful he might topple over. To her surprise, Lin Ran recoiled as if he had encountered filth. "Don't touch me." "I am afraid of getting dirty. If I get dirty, then Yao won't like me anymore." Yao, this term delighted Luo Yao, or rather, she cherished every name Lin Ran used to address her. "Who is Yao?" Lin Ran, "My master, my heavens, the one I love most. And the one who loves me most in this world." Luo Yao was stunned. She could hardly believe these words were uttered by Lin Ran. If he truly loved her so deeply, why had he never shown it before, and had always harbored disdain and fear towards her? Glancing at Lin Ran's condition, Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. Could it be that he wasn't drunk, or perhaps it was a case of a man being 7 parts inebriated, performing a script that brings tears to your eyes? "Aran, I am Ruxue, do you truly not love me anymore?" Lin Ran replied, I love you less than I love a dog." After uttering this, Lin Ran collapsed onto the bed. Watching the peacefully slumbering Lin Ran, Luo Yao tenderly removed his clothing and tucked him under the blanket. Whether he was merely fatigued or genuinely intoxicated, Lin Ran seemed to catch glimpses of his past life, of that woman who had once gone mad for him. "Aran, I've caught you, I want to marry you, marry me. Why won't you obey? Why won't you marry me? If Aran doesn't he wish to be with me, then let us descend into hell together. Aran, be good, just a little more obedient, and you won't he suffer. If you run away again, I'll kill you and carve out your heart to place within my body." So beautiful, so enchanting amidst the myriad of lights, there truly was one waiting for me. This is our grave, yet it is also our home. It felt as if her body was slightly uncomfortable, as though it might explode at any moment. As Lin Ran opened his eyes, a throbbing pain resonated in his head, and his bladder felt as if it were about to burst. In the dim moonlight, he spotted the alluring figure of Luo Yao repeatedly applying something. "Why there again?" With Lin Ran's muffled sound, Luo Yao's movements halted. Regardless of whether Lin Ran's words were genuine or feigned, they certainly helped to stabilize Luo Yao's emotions considerably. Otherwise, she might have found herself repeatedly entering that confined space, one where only by inflicting harm upon herself could she quell her feelings, all her wounds meticulously treated, none could be neglected. Otherwise, if scars were left behind, Aran might not like her anymore. She didn't want Lin Ran to know these things, nor did she wish to unveil her scars for him. She desired to present herself as someone he adored, yet she understood she could not achieve this. "Are you thirsty?" Lin Ran asked. "Luo Yao, what are you doing?" A chilling aura enveloped them, causing Lin Ran to shiver. Could it be? "Wife, what are you up to?" The aura vanished in an instant, and Lin Ran silently praised its efficacy, even better than air conditioning. Luo Yao replied, "Nothing, just can't sleep." Lin Ran rose to head to the bathroom, while Luo Yao poured him a glass of water. Upon his return, Lin Ran still suffered from a splitting headache, collapsing onto the bed, parched. "Have some water," Luo Yao urged. "I want my wife to feed me." Lin Ran's bold declaration left Luo Yao momentarily speechless. Yet, without hesitation, she took a large gulp, held it in her mouth, and then leaned in to kiss him. As the refreshing liquid flowed into him, Lin Ran's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, slowly opening his eyes. "Is that enough?" "Not enough. Do you want more?" "Yes." Luo Yao fed him an entire glass of water, and only then did Lin Ran seem satisfied. Were the lights turned on at that moment, Lin Ran would have been astonished to find Luo Yao's cheeks slightly flushed, yet it was often in these dim, nebulous moments that one could truly appreciate the beauty of the person before them. "Wife? You're truly beautiful." A moment of silence followed. After uttering this, Lin Ran once again succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Lying beside him, Luo Yao too began to drift into sleep. A woman who struggled profoundly with insomnia could find solace only in Lin Ran's presence, grasping the fleeting sensation of comfort. If she could, Luo Yao wished to employ every means to keep Lin Ran by her side, even if it meant resorting to some cruelty. "Aran, when will you return to me?" The following day, Lin Ran groggily awakened, rejuvenated and full of vigor. This could be counted among the rare moments of restoration since his rebirth. Today, Luo Yao still did not go to. She felt content at the thought of living with Lin Ran here until old age. However, she knew she could not, so she now sought to seize every moment spent with him. If she did not advance, countless others would tread upon her corpse to ascend. By then, Lin Ran would surely meet a grim fate as well. Thus, she must be ruthless, unleashing her innermost ferocity upon her enemies, until none could stand in her way. Then, she would bestow all her gentleness upon Lin Ran. Chapter 12 Today, lawyer Shu Kai finally delivered Lin Ran's newly issued household registration book. "Mr. Lin Qianbar, I have already arranged to file a lawsuit. However, I would like to confirm with you beforehand, as you are, after all, biologically father and son." Lin Ran scoffed. "He has contributed nothing more than a sperm cell. He bears no further responsibility. Go ahead, let Lao Deng face reality, preferably, let him be sent away." With Lin Ran's affirmation, Shu Kai took his leave. Upon receiving the household registration book, he was taken aback by his own inclination. Although in his previous life, Luo Yao had donned a wedding dress for him. He sometimes found it difficult to ascertain whether Luo Yao truly desired him or was merely fixated on something else. He was uncertain whether Luo Yao had any intentions of publicly acknowledging their relationship. Entering the study, he found Luo Yao expressionless before her computer. Lin Ran treaded carefully, making not a sound, until he quietly approached her side and planted a kiss upon her cheek. "Good morning kiss." Startled by Lin Ran's sudden appearance, Luo Yao froze for a moment, then felt her heart race, a delightful smile curving her lips. She turned to him and reciprocated with a fervent French kiss. "Now that is a good morning kiss." Lin Ran scratched his head, thinking to himself that his wife was indeed formidable. "How do you feel?" Luo Yao inquired. "I feel splendid. If only the kiss could last a little longer." Lin Ran replied. "I meant, how is your health?" Luo Yao clarified. "My head is still a bit foggy, but my body is absolutely ready. We could battle for another 300 rounds. Lin Ran declared. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "Did you not say you would practice moderation?" Lin Ran patted his chest. "That was after a night of rest, right? Plus, I wanted to discuss something with you, namely," as he spoke, he turned to glance at Luo Yao's computer screen, only to be met with a series of shocked faces, jaws practically on the floor. Lin Ran was momentarily dumbfounded, swallowing back the words, "Let us go get a marriage certificate." He had merely wanted to see what Luo Yao was working on, but it turned out she was in the midst of a video conference. "Not the sister, you, a CEO, are having a meeting at home." Luo Yao displayed no sign of embarrassment, simply closing her laptop with a gentle gesture. As the video link with the conference room boss faded to black, the executives could no longer contain themselves. "Did I just see that right? Who was that handsome young man? Our boss actually likes men. I thought she despised them. By the way, that guy is really handsome. They seem to be a perfect match." "I doubt it, maybe he's just Luo's younger brother." "Does your brother play like this with you?" "I can only say 2 words, impressive." He could also be a little pet that Luo raised, but this is the first time I've seen her smile. She actually smiles. "Why not raise me? I could be a pet too." "You're too ugly." Regardless, knowing that Luo has a preference for men is enough. Sometimes I'm genuinely afraid she might come after me. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, although Luo does fit my aesthetic, cough cough, but I like men. I don't fancy my own kind. Even if Luo liked women, she wouldn't fancy you. You lack the qualities of a little pet. I'm curious, when Luo is with that handsome young man, who takes the lead? Why even ask? This works too. I hope that man can soften Luo's heart a little, otherwise, every time I see her, it feels like I'm walking into an execution ground. It's terrifying." Liu Meng remarked, discussing the boss during a meeting. "If you want to risk your jobs, don't drag me down with you. I'm logging off." Everyone else exclaimed, "The meeting is over. Since Assistant Liu has logged off, we should too. After all, if the sky falls, Assistant Liu will hold it up for us." Meanwhile, Lin Ran was somewhat bewildered, not so much embarrassed as he was flustered, worried that he had caused trouble for Luo Yao. "What did you want to discuss with me?" she asked. Lin Ran, now lacking the heart to bring up the marriage certificate, stammered, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." Luo Yao found Lin Ran's fluster amusing and shook her head. "Not at all." I agreed. Agreed to what? Could it be that she knew he had obtained the household registration and wanted to get married? That would be quite extraordinary. "I agreed that you may come and go freely in the manor, but on the condition that you do not run away. Furthermore, you must report to me at all times, return home every night to accompany me, and absolutely avoid seeking out Liu Ruxue. Should you fail to adhere to these stipulations, I will imprison and torment Liu Ruxue along with your family." Lin Ran. Is there such a good deal? Actually, I wasn't intending to discuss that. What I meant to say is, I have received the household registration book, and I wish to obtain a marriage certificate with you. Luo Yao regarded Lin Ran seriously, remaining silent for a long while. In truth, whether or not they obtained a marriage certificate was of little consequence to her. What truly mattered was whether Lin Ran was by her side, that as long as he could remain with her, she would be content even if they never married. However, as someone who understood the significance of marriage to ordinary people, she pondered, was our Ran seeking to publicly acknowledge their relationship, or perhaps he intended to reassure her while secretly planning an escape? If they were married, would he admit to others that she was his wife? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Luo Yao's mind. Observing her prolonged silence, Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment. She seemed reluctant, or perhaps she simply did not wish to be publicly acknowledged. If you're unwilling, that's fine, I have no other intentions. Before he could finish, Luo Yao seized his collar and pulled him outside, leaving Lin Ran utterly bewildered. Not how could this seemingly delicate woman possess such strength. In his previous life, Lin Ran had trained extensively to stand up to Luo Yao, yet he ultimately could not escape her grasp. He had merely attributed it to the strength of those around her. Now, it appeared that Luo Yao herself was exceptionally powerful. She dragged him out to the car and unceremoniously tossed him inside, then climbed in herself. Without uttering a word, she drove straight to their destination. I am not taking you to get a marriage certificate. When they next appeared, both held a document in their hands. I merely fulfilled a small request of yours, Luo Yao stated. Was that it? It felt rather dreamlike. Luo Yao, I owe you a wedding ceremony, and a ring. I have no desire for your ring, I merely wish to have you at my mercy. As for the ring, choose one that pleases you. Lin Ran replied, once I earn enough money, I will certainly buy you the most exquisite ring. Luo Yao shook her head. What is mine is yours. The black card I gave you has a limit of 10 billion. If that is insufficient, just let me know. All my wealth is at your disposal. You may buy any ring you desire. Lin Ran. How much is the limit? Chapter 13. The black card. Lin Ran was aware of the card's existence, tucked away in the storage cabinet of the Villar's cloakroom, though he had never utilized it. Inside lay a plethora of documents, luxury cars, real estate, gold bars, and bank cards, with a wife who possessed both wealth and beauty, and who was willing to spend on him. Such a remarkable partner was indeed hard to come by. Had he truly been oblivious to her virtues in his past life? How foolish of him. No, I shall earn my own money to buy it. Sensing the gradual chill on Luo Yao's face, Lin Ran gently cradled her cheeks. Luo Yao, look at me. I am your man. This household cannot bear the burden of your contributions alone. I too must earn. If it were my own money, I would spend it freely. I would never hesitate to use my wife's funds. However, for what is meant for you, I wish to earn it myself. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao's expression softened. Understood, but you must never call my name again. What shall I call you then? Wife, Yao Yao, my darling little treasure. Call me whatever you wish, then I shall alternate my addresses, as long as you remain unchanged. In truth, Luo Yao yearned to convey to Lin Ran that he need not toil so hard. The wealth she possessed would suffice for him to indulge for several lifetimes, even should he venture into entrepreneurship. Yet, she refrained from dampening his spirit, suppressing her thoughts. If Lin Ran desired to earn, then let him, for perhaps this was merely a reflection of the small dignity that resided within a man. Lin Ran's willingness to consider spending his own money signified a gradual acceptance of himself. This was indeed a step forward. As she touched the modest bracelet encircling her wrist, Luo Yao felt that true happiness lay in such simple moments. Luo Yao, may I post something on my social media? Luo Yao furrowed her brows, prompting Lin Ran to internally chastise himself for his foolishness. Yao Yao, wife, darling, may I post something on my social media? Luo Yao nodded. Of course, our Ran can do anything. Lin Ran snapped a couple of photos with their marriage certificate and promptly crafted a post. Sad smiley claimed by another, loving my wife. The instant the post was shared, it sent ripples through the digital realm. First came the classmates, followed by instructors, and then numerous kindred spirits from their previous endeavors, including his close friend Wu Jishang. The comments flooded in, all echoing save for Wu Jishang, who inquired, is it with Liu Ruxue? As for Liu Ruxue and the Lin family, they remained oblivious to Lin Ran's social media due to being blocked. Before long, Wu Jishang's call came through, and upon answering, he bombarded Lin Ran with questions. Buddy, what is going on? Did you marry Liu Ruxue? Lin Ran replied, it is not Liu Ruxue. I have severed all ties with her. Then who is it? Brother Lin, We cannot simply marry someone because we failed to win over Liu Ruxue. It is not just anyone, it is true love, the kind that is both beautiful and melodious. She is even a little affluent. Wu Zhishang was left speechless. After a lengthy pause, he exclaimed, "What the hell, UXX? Enough, stop being bitter, we shall discuss this in person tomorrow. X. Tomorrow in the dormitory, I'll introduce you to something big. X. Your gaming account is yours, all right, brother." That night, Lin Ran's mark became even more pronounced. Observing the clear bite marks on his shoulder, Luo Yao frowned prettily. "What is this mark? I do not wish to use scar removal cream. It is a token from Yao Yao, and I wanted to remain here forever. To tell the world that I belong to you." Luo Yao raised her gaze to meet Lin Ran's, her eyes sparkling like stars. Is this truly how you feel? Lin Ran nodded. "Only in this way can I always feel your presence." He chuckled inwardly, wondering if speaking in her tone would render her speechless. The following day, the mark felt even more pronounced. What manner of creature is this girl, dog or wolf? During breakfast, Lin Ran suddenly glanced at the wall clock, smiling, a gesture that startled the butler, Fu Bo. Without uttering another word, he resumed eating while saying, "Fu Bo, there is no need for you to accompany me outside. I find it a bit uncomfortable." Fu Bo was about to respond when Lin Ran continued, "You may seek Luo Yao's permission. Rest assured, I shall not run away again." Fu Bo shook his head and called Luo Yao shortly thereafter. He returned. "Miss said it is permissible." Lin Ran did not mind being monitored by Luo Yao. He merely thought that with school approaching, having a cadre of bodyguards following him everywhere would be rather conspicuous. After breakfast, Lin Ran drove the Koenigsegg out of the estate, and through the rearview mirror, he indeed spotted a business vehicle trailing him at a discreet distance. This confirmed his suspicions. Dismissing Fu Bo was merely a superficial ruse. He had now attained considerable freedom, able to leave the estate at will. Of course, he understood that no matter where he went, he would always be under watchful eyes. This was unavoidable. After all, Luo Yao's love was imbued with an intense possessiveness, yet he found himself rather fond of this sensation. Previously, he had resented her assertiveness, but now he felt at ease embracing and loving Luo Yao. Thus he was willing to accept certain aspects of her, including that almost pathological possessiveness. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as long as it was subtle. He had no qualms with the covert surveillance. It might even provide Luo Yao with some reassurance, and Lin Ran neither opposed nor intended to dismantle it. Meanwhile, Luo Yao had already arrived at her office, lost in thought while gazing at her phone screen. She had just witnessed Lin Ran's smile directed at the camera, sending a chill down her spine. Yet, it seemed as though Lin Ran remained oblivious, which eased her worry somewhat. At Kyoto University, although classes had yet to commence, many students, including Lin Ran's close friend Wu Zhishang, were still residing on campus. Lin Ran parked his car in the outdoor lot and returned to his former dormitory, seeking out his steadfast companion, Wu Zhishang. In his previous life, upon learning of Lin Ran's death, Wu Zhishang had mourned with a depth of sorrow akin to a grandson. Often, only death can reveal who truly cares for you. For this reason alone, Lin Ran was determined to secure his own prosperity and save his friend, ensuring that he would not tread the same tragic path again. Lin Ran vividly recalled that soon, Wu Zhishang would face a series of calamities, the first being his father, the chairman of the company, absconding with funds, leaving his father, part of the management, to shoulder the blame, ultimately leading to his imprisonment. Wu Zhishang's mother, tirelessly tending to their shattered family, would age a year in mere months. As calamity struck, Wu Zhishang would also fall prey to a treacherous woman, leaving him dejected and despondent. All the while, Lin Ran was preoccupied with his own escapades with Luo Yao, neglecting his loyal friend. Chapter 14. Until the day after his death, Wu Zhishang, such a fate would be deemed catastrophic in any narrative. Furthermore, at this juncture, Wu Zhishang found solace in squatting over the toilet, only for his mobile phone to slip from his grasp at a most inopportune moment. After a moment's contemplation, he audaciously resorted to using a pair of chopsticks to retrieve it, enduring the nausea that accompanied such a task. It was not that the phone held excessive importance. Rather, it contained critical information. "Old Wu, are you harboring some secret? Why are you engaging in such a distasteful act?" Wu Zhishang, momentarily taken aback, turned to see his comrade Lin Ran arriving as promised. In a fit of surprise, he fumbled, causing the phone he had just retrieved to plummet once more. Lin Ran, naturally, caught sight of Wu Zhishang's embarrassing predicament, and his laughter reverberated throughout the dormitory. "Brother Lin, it's not what you think, my phone fell." Right, you're absolutely correct, you've truly misunderstood. I was merely picking up my phone, indeed, picking up the phone, as a side. Damn it, Wu Zhishang felt an urge to curse. When the phone finally returned to his possession, he washed and wiped it thoroughly, while Lin Ran nearly retched at the sight, maintaining a considerable distance throughout the ordeal. "Old Wu, you're truly something else. Even in your misfortune, you shouldn't resort to such actions." I'm left in awe. With the phone lost and found, Wu Zhishang's sorrow dissipated, and he inquired, "Speak up. What is truly going on with you?" Lin Ran's response was entirely off topic. "Have you received your internship certificate?" Wu Zhishang shook his head. "I've been working odd jobs throughout the summer." "I didn't even have the chance to intern," Lin Ran replied. "Well, I'm planning to establish a media company. How about you become a blogger?" Wu Zhishang stared in disbelief. "A blogger? Or are you suggesting I invest?" Lin Ran nodded earnestly. "A blogger?" Wu Zhishang widened his eyes. "No, brother, what nonsense are you spouting? You're affiliated with the Lin family, and yet I'm just an ordinary student. How can you possibly afford to start a company? My wife is wealthy, even if your wife is affluent." By the way, who exactly is your wife? It seemed Wu Zhishang suddenly recalled the purpose of his meeting with Lin Ran. His curiosity piqued. "It's a secret." "Then it seems you're lying." "I thought so. While you may possess a modicum of charm, how could you possibly win over someone like Liu Rushue?" Lin Ran pulled out his phone and thrust a picture of their marriage certificate into Wu Zhishang's face. "My wife is a wealthy woman, possessing both beauty and riches, 3 years my senior. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings in gold bricks. I'm not just talking about bricks, but rather a mountain of gold." After several minutes of Lin Ran's explanation, Wu Zhishang was left in shock, pounding his chest in frustration. "You wretched man, this is more painful than death." After a moment of lament, he finally asked, "All right then, even if you're starting a company, why on earth would you want me to become a blogger?" Lin Ran shot him a sidelong glance. "Because you're foolish enough to attract attention, and could you kindly refrain from flaunting that decrepit phone in front of me?" Wu Zhishang exclaimed, "Is there no law? Is there no justice?" Nevertheless, he was genuinely happy for Lin Ran. First and foremost, Lin Ran had freed himself from Liu Rushue's grasp. Secondly, Lin Ran had discovered what he deemed his true love, and as a brother, Wu Zhishang was elated. "Brother Lin, now that you're married, cherish your life with your wife. Liu Rushue is utterly unworthy of you. Had I not feared your anger, I would have advised you long ago. And I have no desire to be a blogger, I aspire to be in management. In truth, Wu Zhishang had previously attempted to cancel Lin Ran but ceased after one failure. Had Lin Ran been hurt by Liu Rushue, Wu Zhishang would have. This exemplified the bond of brothers who had grown up together, fighting, skipping classes, facing punishment, and attending university side by side. Is that even a question? Naturally, I intend to lead a good life with my wife. As for your management aspirations, I'll consider it, but could you please take that phone away first? If you promise me, I'll take it away. I'm at your mercy. Managing is undoubtedly yours." "I could never." Ultimately, Lin Ran capitulated under the relentless assault of Wu Zhishang's phone. After reaching an agreement, the two descended, intending to rent an office space directly. On their way to the parking lot, Lin Ran recounted his severed ties with the Lin family, prompting another round of astonishment from Wu Zhishang, who praised Lin Ran's decisiveness. At that moment in the parking lot, a crowd had gathered around a singular vehicle. "I've discovered it. This is a Koenigsegg 1:1, of which only 6 units have been produced worldwide, and its price has skyrocketed to 100. Whose car is this? Are there such affluent individuals in our school? If this were my car, I would willingly live in a mansion and marry multiple wives. I must take a photograph. Everyone, step aside. Rushue, come over here, let us take a picture together." As the new semester approached, Liu Rushue, being the campus belle, had been selected to perform at the welcoming gala, and today she relished opportunities that brought her into the limelight, accompanied by Huaheni. Upon noticing Huaheni beckoning to her, Liu Rushue shyly adjusted her seemingly graceful stride. "Isn't he this a bit inappropriate?" Huaheni seized Liu Rushue's arm. "What does it matter? we're merely taking a photo to post on social media." As they observed Liu Ruxue and Huaheni posing beside the car to capture photos, other students offered well-intentioned warnings. "This is a luxury vehicle worth 100 million. You should exercise caution." Exactly. Should anything happen, not even the campus bell could cover the damages. "I'll wait here until I discover which illustrious figure has brought a Koenigsegg to our school." Look at the campus bell and Huaheni, they resemble two chickens. Not every student was enamored with Liu Ruxue, particularly among certain girls who harbored disdain for her seemingly innocent facade. The opportunistic Huaheni, who thrived off Liu Ruxue's reputation, was met with equal scorn. Huaheni retorted, "What is there to fear? Even if the owner arrives, they too would be captivated by our beauty. Furthermore, what harm can a simple photograph cause?" With that, she pulled Liu Ruxue closer, and the two posed gracefully on the silver-grey engine hood for a series of stylish selfies. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the arriving Lin Ran, who permitted you to take photographs. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Liu Ruxue's hand trembled, and her phone clattered onto the engine hood with a resounding thud. Damn! Lin Ran, infuriated, felt the urge to curse. This was one of the gifts bestowed upon him by Luo Yao, and now it had been struck by this wretched girl's phone. Hastily, Lin Ran inspected the engine hood and found a minuscule dent the size of a grain of rice. Liu Ruxue also noticed the small blemish but dismissed it as inconsequential. Huaheni, however, was not inclined to indulge Lin Ran. She recalled how he had humiliated them previously. "Lin Ran, what brings you here? And don't touch this car. Do you know what it is? Can you afford to compensate if you cause any damage?" Chapter 15. In Chapter 15, when Liu Ruxue said goodbye to Lin Ran, he felt that he had become even more handsome. What could this mean? He experienced a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Lin Ran lowered his gaze at the scar on his car, filled with heartache, and pointed at the phone on the hood, inquiring, "Whose phone is this?" Liu Ruxue replied, "It's mine." Lin Ran retorted, "Then it's settled. You owe me for the damages." Huaheni and Liu Ruxue were taken aback. "Lin Ran, elder brother. How come you're here before school starts? Did you come to find me?" Lin Ran nodded, "Yes, I came to find you. You damaged my car, so you need to pay up." Huaheni laughed. "Lin Ran, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Why don't you just claim to be a wealthy tycoon?" Lin Ran thought to himself, "I'm not, but my wife is." Without further ado, he produced the car key and pressed a button, prompting the Koenigsegg to respond. This spectacle left everyone around utterly dumbfounded. This car, worth over 100 million, actually belonged to Lin Ran. Lin Ran was quite famous. At school, he was a household name, known for 3 reasons. First, his striking good looks earned him the title of the most handsome guy at Kyoto University, with countless admirers, all of whom he had turned down. Second, his unabashed devotion to Liu Ruxue was well known. Despite her beauty as the campus belle, many believed Lin Ran could have made a better choice, like the yearning girls he had coldly rejected. Third, he was exceptionally talented. In his pursuit of Liu Ruxue's affection, he had honed himself to an extraordinary level of excellence. He received scholarships with ease, excelled academically, and was proficient in singing, dancing, and rapping, all while maintaining his status as the school heartthrob. Unfortunately, all his efforts were for Liu Ruxue, and it was rumored that he spent all his scholarships on her. Because of his notoriety, everyone was well aware of his circumstances. Lin Ran was not wealthy, and that was common knowledge throughout the school. After all, how could someone affluent work part-time every day? Now, this universally acknowledged devoted admirer of Liu Ruxue claimed to be the owner of a Koenigsegg worth over 100 million. Who could believe that? What the hell? This car is owned by Senior Lin. This is utterly absurd. Liu Ruxue damaged the car, but Lin Ran surely wouldn't he make her pay? Not necessarily. Did you not hear what Lin Ran said? He demanded compensation, and he appears genuinely furious. Wouldn't you be angry if your car was damaged? If only Senior Lin could be my boyfriend. I can't believe Senior Lin is so wealthy and handsome. I would gladly sit in the passenger seat, even if it meant being flirted with or marrying him. Why are you so greedy? Knowing Senior Lin, this will surely end without resolution. Wu Zhishang, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Lin Ran only mentioned that he had driven here, without specifying what car he had, and who would have guessed it was such an impressive sports car? From what he overheard, it seemed to be worth 100 million. Goodness, 100 million. Lin Ran's wealthy wife was not just any ordinary affluent person, or just and me. It was too much to bear. He feared for Lin Ran's hardship and was envious of his luxurious ride. Now he couldn't even muster jealousy, there was simply too great a disparity. Regaining his composure, he approached Lin Ran, observing the stunned Liu Ruxue and Hua Haney. Lin, don't be too harsh. They merely caused a small scratch. For the sake of our camaraderie, let them compensate you 100 or 200,000, and let us call it even. Hua Haney nearly spat blood in disbelief, but after contemplating, she felt something was off. This car can't possibly be rented, right? Lin Ran replied, if it's truly worth over 100 million, go ahead and find one to rent for me to see. Hua Haney was momentarily taken aback, realizing Lin Ran's point wasn't he entirely wrong. But then she puzzled over the situation. She knew Lin Ran well. How could he have such a luxury car? Even Liu Ruxue wore a bewildered expression, lightly tapping her head as if to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Lin Ran, is this really your car? Where did you get the money to buy it, or did you borrow it from someone? Lin Ran, uninterested in lengthy discussions, said, enough with the chatter, just pay up, let us settle on 1 million as we suggested. If you can't pay, I'll have to turn you in. Hua Haney was instantly enraged. Lin Ran, don't push your luck. 1 million, have you lost your mind? Now immediately hand over the key so Ruxue can drive this car, and I'll consider persuading her to give you a chance to get closer to her. Liu Ruxue began to fidget, feeling shy, and awaited Lin Ran's response. Lin Ran exclaimed, are you out of your mind? If you refuse to pay, I'll just call the police. With that, he took out his phone and dialed, hello, I'd like to report a situation. Yes, they are threatening me to hand over the rights to use the car, and I believe I'm being coerced. Yes, it's at Kyoto University. As Lin Ran made the clear call, both Liu Ruxue and the onlookers realized he was serious. After ending the call, Lin Ran asked, so, can we settle the compensation now? The police will be here shortly. He then contacted the insurance company. Naturally, Liu Ruxue didn't have that much money. Her family relied on the Lin family for support, which afforded them a modest lifestyle. She herself possessed little wealth. They lived off Lin Jian's charity and Lin Ran's hard work, which allowed them to maintain an appearance of comfort. Hua Haney protested, we don't have that much money. How do we know your broken car wasn't already damaged? No money, that's fine, you can always sell something. Hua Haney shot back, you uncouth. Lin Ran turned to Liu Ruxue again, or perhaps you could ask your brother Lin Jian for help. Aren't you two very close? The words very close were enunciated with particular emphasis, causing Liu Ruxue to panic, as if an undisclosed secret had been unveiled. Lin Jian is just a student. How could he possibly have that kind of money? Cousin, oh, right, since you're unwilling, then it's time to dig into your pockets. Lin Ran had no intention of exposing Liu Ruxue just yet. He planned to gather crucial evidence to bring her and Lin Jian to justice right then and there. To obliterate someone, one must first allow them to swell with pride. The sensation of crashing down from the pinnacle is what truly captivates the heart. Liu Ruxue, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, all right, I admit my mistake. How about this? I'll grant you an opportunity to have dinner together, and we'll consider this matter resolved. Lin Ran was thoroughly disgusted. Liu Ruxue, could you refrain from repulsing me? Right now, you seem like a pile of dung, both soft and foul, and knowing you feels like a sin. Liu Ruxue whimpered, Lin Ran, why must you treat me this way, woo-woo? Lin Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Liu Ruxue's current level of repulsiveness far surpassed that of Wu Jishang's phone. Chapter 16. Before long, both the police and the insurance company had dispatched personnel. For the police, this was a significant case of property damage, while for the insurance company, it represented a substantial compensation claim. Soon, the insurance staff heaved a sigh of relief, realizing that the fault did not lie with the vehicle owner. They swiftly prepared a preliminary compensation estimate of 1.2 million. Upon hearing this figure, Everyone gasped in astonishment, and even Liu Ruxue ceased her tears, her complexion paling alongside that of Huaheni. It's merely a small scratch, how can it possibly cost so much? Huaheni naturally voiced her skepticism. The staff explained, although the blemish is minor, it cannot be repaired haphazardly. At the very least, a custom hood from the original manufacturer is required. Moreover, this vehicle is a globally limited edition, making repairs even more challenging. Even if the hood is replaced, it will depreciate significantly. 2 million is truly not excessive. Mr. Lin has only requested compensation of 1 million, which is quite magnanimous of him. The staff spoke on behalf of Lin Ran, though they did not believe such a trivial scratch warranted such a fuss. Nonetheless, should Lin Ran insist on repairing the vehicle, the financial burden would indeed have to be borne by someone. Huaheni, not yet ready to concede, inquired, "Are you certain this is Lin Ran's car?" The staff replied, "Certainly, this car arrived in Kyoto 3 months ago, and the previous owner reluctantly auctioned it for 1.11 billion, which was indeed a sensational news item at the time, as it was transferred to Mr. Lin's name. Additionally, I personally arranged the insurance for Mr. Lin, although I did not have the opportunity to meet him in person. The documentation clearly indicates that he is the owner. At this revelation, Huaheni's heart sank. She could hardly fathom Lin Ran's wealth. Previously, she had regarded him as an unappreciated member of the Lin family, somewhat handsome but possessing no value beyond that. Now, he appeared not only strikingly handsome but also extraordinarily affluent, leaving her puzzled as to the source of his wealth. Coupled with Lin Ran's historically generous nature towards women, he suddenly emerged as an attractive prospect for companionship in her eyes. With this thought, Huaheni's gaze shifted from disdain to fervor. If Lin Ran truly no longer harbored feelings for Liu Ruxue, perhaps she could seize the opportunity for herself. Liu Ruxue, however, was left in shock. Her deeper understanding of Lin Ran rendered her even more astounded than Huaheni. The upright officer had completed his inquiries, and given the abundance of witnesses, Liu Ruxue and her companion could hardly deny the events that transpired. After conducting a brief investigation, the officer proffered his advice. Considering the substantial compensation amount involved, I recommend that both parties privately mediate the matter. Of course, you may also opt to file a lawsuit in court. It was evident that the officer was reluctant to manage such disputes. If no contention existed, he would prefer not to take anyone back for formal statements. A young master with an expensive car was not someone he wished to provoke. Both Liu Ruxue and her companion felt intimidated, particularly Huaheni, who looked to Lin Ran with an ingratiating expression. Lin Ran, even if this is Ruxue's fault, setting aside the facts, don't you bear any responsibility? Why would you park in such a conspicuous location? Lin Ran genuinely did not wish to engage in an argument with her, as her statements were utterly ridiculous. Could you please refrain from speaking? I suffer from a severe fear of large objects. Let us settle this financially. Huaheni Liu Ruxue, Wu Jishang added fuel to the fire. Brother Lin fears the big fool. The two women were nearly apoplectic with rage, prompting Huaheni to abandon all pretense. Ruxue did not act with malice. Lin Ran countered, whether intentional or not, compensation is required. Since you two share a close sisterly bond, let us settle on 50,000 each. Huaheni retorted, it wasn't me who caused the damage, it was Liu Ruxue's phone that struck the car. If you have grievances, direct them at her. With that, she turned on her heel and left, leaving Liu Ruxue in a state of bewilderment and disbelief. Ultimately, in order to avoid further complications, Liu Ruxue reluctantly penned an IOU for 1 million, which was the only way Lin Ran would allow her to depart. Lin Ran, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. You are so wealthy and yet have concealed it from me. I despise you. Woo-woo. With that, she fled, feeling utterly humiliated. This incident quickly became fodder for gossip among students, appearing on campus forums and becoming a popular topic of conversation. Bro, my dear bro, Lin Ran tossed the keys to a Koenigsegg to Wu Jishang, who gazed at it with starry eyes. I may not be able to fulfill your desires, but a father can indulge his son. Wu Jishang replied, all right, my adoptive father. As he took the wheel of the luxury car for the first time, Wu Jishang started it cautiously, drawing admiration from the onlookers. Brother Lin, I truly envy you. How did you manage to land such a lavish life? Even a Koenigsegg bears your name. Lin Ran shrugged, it's not that grand, just a few dozen properties, a handful of luxury cars, and a few 100 billion in pocket money. Wu Zhishan exclaimed, "You must be joking, you can't possibly be serious, disbelieve me if you wish. By the end of the day, the two managed to secure a rental for their company's address, conveniently across from the Luo group. This time, Lin Ren utilized the black card gifted to him by Luo Yao. After dropping Wu Zhishan back at Kyoto University, Lin Ren imparted a piece of advice. He instructed him to refrain from disclosing their business venture to his girlfriend for the time being. Once the company starts to flourish, wouldn't it be better to surprise her? Although Wu Zhishan did not fully comprehend, he agreed. After all, the success of the company was largely attributable to Lin Ran's efforts, while he merely basked in the glow of his brother's achievements. Meanwhile, within the Luo Group's office, Luo Yao was on the verge of losing her composure due to Lin Ran's unexpected encounter with Liu Ruxue. When she learned that he had utilized the funds from the black card, her ire subsided. Lin Ran's willingness to spend her money felt more gratifying than if she had spent it herself. The Lin family had raised Lin Ran in a modest manner, yet as his wife, she was determined to provide him with the most abundant conditions possible. However, the thought of Lin Ran meeting Liu Ruxue reignited her frostiness. Liu Meng, who was processing work nearby, mirrored Luo Yao's fluctuating emotions. "Young Master Lin, please refrain from causing further turmoil. While it may appear you are merely toying with President Luo, the real consequences affect us, the employees. Why create unnecessary hardship for the working class?" After a long day, Lin Ran returned to the estate, immediately seeking the familiar figure he had missed dearly, despite only being apart for a few hours. Luo Yao was not as gentle as he had anticipated. Instead, she regarded him with a fierce glare. Lin Ran had met Liu Ruxue today, why couldn't he simply be more obedient? Despite having received a detailed report of the day's events, Luo Yao's mind was consumed with the thought of Lin Ran's meeting with Liu Ruxue. No matter what was said or what transpired, the fact that they had seen each other could not be concealed. Lin Ran could not fathom that despite having treated Liu Ruxue with such disdain, it would still provoke jealousy in Luo Yao. Thus, he stood there, bewildered and hurt, feeling a hollow ache within. "Ran, do you dare meet with Liu Ruxue again? Damn, so that was the reason. Liu Ruxue, why don't you just disappear and spare me my wife's incessant misunderstandings? Damn." This time, Luo Yao showed no mercy, biting into Lin Ran's shoulder until blood flowed freely before finally releasing him. A small lesson, if it happens again, I won't be so lenient. Lin Ran felt as though he might weep. "Wife, it's truly not my fault. It was merely coincidental. I can't avoid her forever. Perhaps you should just eliminate her." Chapter 17. Luo Yao seemed to have seen through Lin Ran's little ruse. "Are you willing?" "Absolutely willing. I would relish the thought of you eliminating her, banishing her from my sight." Upon hearing these words, Luo Yao finally felt a flicker of solace, her mind contemplating the veracity of Lin Ran's statements. Lin Ran gently caressed every inch of Luo Yao's skin, hoping to soothe her in this manner, when suddenly his brow furrowed. "Is your leg injured?" Luo Yao's heart raced, hastily concealing her delicate limb. I accidentally bumped it." Lin Ran suddenly recalled how Luo Yao had seemed to apply something while he was asleep. Could it have been scar cream? How could he have been oblivious to his wife's injury? For reasons unknown, Lin Ran felt a pang of pain in his heart. Upon closer inspection, he found that the wound was nearly healed, barely visible to the naked eye, only discernible to the touch of his fingers. Rather than feeling relieved, he chastised himself for his negligence. "I'm so sorry, it was my oversight. I deserve to be punished." Luo Yao's eyes brightened immediately. "Then I shall punish you by making you accompany me to stargaze." "Very well." Walking under the starry sky, Lin Ran took Luo Yao's hand and led her to the sky garden. He wished to share his heart with her, yet before he could utter a word, Luo Yao silenced him, as if she wished to prevent him from continuing. She was afraid that her vulnerability would be exposed to her beloved, and she did not want to burden him with her worries. The night sky was always enchanting, offering countless fantasies and aspirations. In the villa's sky garden, Luo Yao grew increasingly fervent until the two of them were utterly exhausted, finally nestled together, gazing quietly at the stars. Lin Ran remarked, "I knew stargazing was not as innocent as it seems." Luo Yao replied, "Do you enjoy stargazing?" Lin Ran responded, "I adore the stars, but I cherish you even more." Luo Yao gazed at the stars, gradually lost in thought. Do you know? When I was young, an older brother once told me that stars are not beautiful because when dreams shatter, one is left in despair. Lin Ran countered, then that older brother surely cannot be me, for I am younger than you. To be honest, a twinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Luo Yao, however, paid no heed to Lin Ran's feelings and continued, I once believed he was right, but now I may need to rethink that. Turning to Lin Ran earnestly, she declared, because you are my star. Even if one day you were to perish, you would still remain beautiful. I only hope that if that day of shattered dreams ever comes, you must deceive me for a while longer, all right. Lin Ran vowed, then I shall be the brightest star in your life, never to extinguish. Luo Yao nodded, choosing to believe in that moment. Extending her hand adorned with a bracelet, she intertwined her fingers with Lin Ran's, proclaiming her current happiness to the vast expanse of stars above. The temperature in the sky garden was perfectly pleasant. Even as they embraced and drifted into slumber, they felt utterly at ease. Wife, if you have any worries, you must tell me. All right. Otherwise, I shall worry. I understand. Dog meow, a sudden cat's meow startled Lin Ran awake. He looked around to find a sleek black cat with striking blue eyes quietly observing him. Lin Ran turned to glance at the sleeping Luo Yao. Sure, keep your voice down, so as not to disturb her rest. The black cat obediently scampered away, leaving Lin Ran in bewilderment. Were there cats in this estate? The following morning, Lin Ran received news that was neither good nor bad. Luo Yao's menstrual period had begun. For the next few days, I shall let you off. Take care of yourself. Lin Ran was at a loss for words, bemused by her statement. Are you planning to fatten me up before the slaughter? After breakfast, Luo Yao departed without a hint of reluctance, leaving Lin Ran questioning his own worth. Had he been rendered utterly dispensable, used and discarded? Woman, you have successfully ignited my ire. Lin Ran and Wu Jishang continued their work on the company, spending the entire morning registering it. The chosen name was Inwarniao Media. The business scope included not just short video production, but also live streaming, original music, and film and television creation. Lin Ran was determined not to be a mere pawn for others. He sought a higher starting point, from anchors to actors. Even the operational and public relations teams were to be composed of his own people. After all, having lived a second life, he possessed an abundance of information, such as the burgeoning popularity of certain films and short videos, and the rise of unexpected streaming stars. The two of them discussed their upcoming work, though discussion was merely a euphemism for exploitation. Wu Jishang was in charge of renovations and recruitment, while Lin Ran was tasked with slacking off. Brother, I'm still in my honeymoon phase. When would I have time to manage the company? Wu Jishang retorted, how long is this honeymoon phase of yours? Lin Ran answered, a lifetime. Wu Jishang exclaimed, damn, just kill me, why do you get to If you don't want a salary, you are welcome to slack off. Wu Jishang sighed, forget I said anything. Lin Ran's terms for Wu Jishang were straightforward, a base salary at industry standards, with bonuses tied to performance. Clear accounts between close brothers were something Wu Jishang had no objections to. Additionally, Lin Ran offered Wu Jishang 5% of the shares. Although Wu Jishang was reluctant to accept, Lin Ran insisted he take it. After all, it was because Wu Jishang had once shed tears at his grave. During lunch, Lin Ran received a call from lawyer Shu Kai. Mr. Lin Qianbar wishes to meet with you to discuss the dividend matters personally. Lin Ran could easily envision Lin Qianbar's current state of anger and helplessness, seeking reconciliation. He could even predict what Lin Qianbar would say during their meeting. After entirely severing the ties of kinship, Lin Ran felt an unusual clarity in his mind. There is no need for a meeting. Relay my message, prepare the funds, and let us avoid any further discussions. There was no necessity for a face-to-face encounter, it would only serve to be distasteful. After hanging up, Wu Jishang looked at Lin Ran in admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Lin. You finally stood your ground. You make it sound as if I was once kneeling. Well, you did lose your dignity while kneeling before. Oh, perhaps that is true. A man should never kneel beneath the weight of dignity. True dignity resides only at the edge of the sword. Wu Jishang remarked, let us not dwell on the past. Lin Ran nodded, you're right, let us focus on the present. For instance, my wife is as beautiful as a flower and brings home the bacon, Wu Jishang interjected, damn. Lin Ran chuckled, I assure you, I'm not referring to a plant. Wu Jishang was taken aback. Just you wait. When school starts, I'll have my girlfriend tied to my waist every day to show off. Lin Ran frowned, you haven't mentioned the company matters to your girlfriend, have you? Wu Jishang patted his chest, assuring, rest easy. I've not forgotten my promise to you. I intend to surprise her with my achievements, and whatever she desires, I shall buy for her. Lin Ran thought to himself, at least someone else is also spreading the love. He wondered how many more times this love would be spread. After lunch, the two bid farewell to one another. Wu Jishang could no longer bear to stay with Lin Ran, who seemed to constantly flaunt his romantic bliss. Lin Ran, in turn, was unwilling to linger with Wu Jishang. After all, what could two grown men do together? Chapter 18 There is nothing quite as comforting as being close to one's beloved. As the new semester approaches, he intends to dedicate all his time to Luo Yao. Love is not solely about physical intimacy, it requires a multitude of spices, such as companionship. Of course, physical intimacy must not be neglected. Before returning to the estate, Lin Ran deliberately selected a gift. However, he could not shake the unsettling feeling that someone was watching him. This Luo Yao truly does not seem to trust him at all. Shaking his head, he returned to the estate alone. Every time Lin Ran comes back, the old butler breathes a sigh of relief. Ever since Lin Ran forbade him from following, he has been even more cautious. One must understand that if anything were to happen to this young master, the young lady could stir up the entire capital. Naturally, the young lady is no fool. Her vigilance over Lin Ran has never waned, and one could say it is a form of surveillance. When Luo Yao returned to the estate, Lin Ran naturally embraced her and showered her with kisses before presenting the carefully prepared gift. Luo Yao opened the exquisite gift box with curiosity to find a beautifully crafted thermos. What is this? Lin Ran has known Luo Yao well enough to be aware that she experiences pain during her menstrual cycle. In his previous life, he had known but had never paid heed. In this life, he does not wish to overlook any opportunity to care for Luo Yao. Since you mentioned that time of the month, I was concerned about your discomfort, so I thought to give you a cup. I also prepared a warm stomach pack and some brown sugar with red dates. You must take them with you when you leave tomorrow. This way, when you drink water from the cup I gifted you while working, you can think of me, can't you? And the cup itself carries a lovely meaning. It symbolizes a lifetime, representing the life we share together. A subtle sense of gratitude filled Luo Yao's eyes. In the past, she had always been the one to give, and Lin Ran had never offered her anything. In recent days, he had gifted her a bracelet and now this cup. To say she was not pleased would be a lie, though she did not express it overtly. Luo Yao had been restraining herself, not wanting to be deceived by Lin Ran's current demeanor, for all these outward displays could be mere facades. Thank you. How did you know I experience pain during my menstrual cycle? The old butler stood nearby, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Lin has been increasingly kind to the young lady, even taking the initiative to inquire about her health. That is what it truly means to be a family. Wife, isn't saying thank you a bit too formal? We are a lawful and legitimate couple, it is only natural and reasonable for me to do something for my wife. As for how I know about your menstrual pain, it is due to my keen observation. Did you really think your husband knows nothing? And one more thing, as he spoke, Lin Ran leaned closer to Luo Yao's ear. If your relatives leave quickly, we can continue our intimate activities, can't we? A glimmer of excitement danced in Luo Yao's eyes. Could it be that Aaron is truly drawn to her for her physical form? If that is the case, actually, it wouldn't be impossible right now. This. Lin Ran exclaimed, Wife, do you want me to fight against all odds? No, absolutely not. This would be detrimental to your health. I will never acquiesce to such a request. Even if it means death, even if I were to jump from here, that cannot happen. The butler, overhearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he quietly stepped out of their sight. However, when he heard Lin Ran say, even if it means death, Even if I were to jump from here, he couldn't help but pause. Why does that sound a bit familiar? In the afternoon, with nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Ran remained in the villa, preparing ingredients in advance to cook dinner for Luo Yao. This time, he decided to make Western cuisine, a skill he had honed, and the flavors rivaled those of any restaurant. The skills he had developed in the Lin household were unexpectedly utilized for his wife. There are chefs at home. You needn't exhaust yourself so. Luo Yao genuinely did not wish for Lin Ran to strain himself, although she found the food quite delightful. How could cooking for my wife be a burden? It is clearly a joy. Lin Ran was not lying. In truth, he did not enjoy cooking. He had never liked it in the Lin household, merely pretending to enjoy it to please his relatives. However, the thought of Luo Yao coming home to eat his cooking filled him with an inexplicable sense of happiness. As long as I can see you eating the meals I prepared myself, I feel immensely joyful. Luo Yao smiled wryly in her heart. Was she truly going to be deceived by Aaron to the point of losing herself? HMPH. She certainly did not relish the thought of eating this man's cooking. Feed me. Lin Ran cut a small piece of steak and held it to Luo Yao's lips. Feed me with your mouth. Lin Ran responded, Iho. Once he realized what she meant, a deep blush crept across his face. Luo Yao felt a sense of satisfaction watching Lin Ran's shy demeanor. Her heart was overwhelmed with happiness. Despite his embarrassment, Lin Ran gradually fed the steak to Luo Yao. The taste of the imported steak met with her approval, prompting her to prepare a reward for him. Each bite she took consumed her worries, leaving only bliss in its wake. After dinner, Luo Yao rose to enter her study to complete some important work she had not finished during the day. Lin Ran did not follow her, returning to their bedroom alone. He still vividly remembered the awkward moment from the last time Luo Yao held a video conference, when he had inadvertently appeared on screen. Thus, he vowed never to disturb her work in the study unless absolutely necessary. Alone, he bathed, climbed into bed, and played on his phone, scrolling through the small streamers who had yet to gain popularity but had been all the rage in his previous life. Eventually, his eyelids grew heavy, yet he waited in vain for Luo Yao to return, ultimately resigning to turn off his phone and drift into a deep sleep. After an unknown period, Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. Goodness! He nearly gasped in surprise. After a long while, Lin Ran's pupils widened in shock. You actually, does Aaron not like it? Lin Ran quickly shook his head, then nodded again. Do you like it or not? Lin Ran took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Wife, I feel it is quite good, but never mind. I do not wish to elaborate. Embarrassment made it difficult for him to articulate his feelings. Even though he was facing his own wife, he could not help but blush. Is Aaron feeling shy? You still haven't answered me. Lin Ran felt overwhelmed. Did she truly insist on this answer? I like it immensely. As expected, Luo Yao's eccentricity and fervor never failed to astonish. Upon receiving the answer she sought, a smile crept upon her lips. This shall be your reward, now sleep. However, Lin Ran, in that moment, felt no inclination for sleep. Instead, he was filled with astonishment and delight. Lin Ran realized that Luo Yao seemed to hold a certain treasure-like quality within her. One could never predict when she would surprise him. So this is what my wife is truly like. Hi. I am absolutely not writing anything inappropriate, so please refrain from mischaracterizing it. Chapter 19. Kyoto, as the epicenter of Chinese civilization, flourishes beyond compare, yet, behind this prosperity lies the struggle of countless insignificant individuals clinging to life. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong, weary and worn, collapses in a low-cost basement. By day, he delivers meals, by night, he performs live music, and in the early hours, he toils alone, writing and posting on websites for a meager sum of money. His only respite comes in the form of a brief 4 to 5 hours in the morning. However, he dares not cease his efforts. His father, a gambler, his mother, addicted to drugs, and his ailing sister all rely on this fragmented version of himself for support. He harbors resentment towards his parents and loathes his own impotence, yet his sister remains his sole concern. barely of age, she is on the cusp of entering university. If Zhang Xiaolong does not persist in earning money for the family, he fears the horrific actions his parents might inflict upon her. They could, for the sake of money, even sell her away. He must earn more, so that one day he can bring his sister to his side and feel at ease. As he gazes at the balance on his phone, he calculates how much more he needs for her tuition. Knock, knock, knock. A sound at the door interrupts his thoughts. Dragging his exhausted body, Zhang Xiaolong opens the door to behold a strikingly handsome face that could captivate the heavens. Who are you? Are you Zhang Xiaolong? I am Lin Ran, let's have a chat. Zhang Xiaolong regards the young man warily. He cannot deny that the aura of affluence radiating from Lin Ran leaves him feeling inferior. It is evident that he is a scion of a wealthy family. Do you require something from me? The fact that Lin Ran knows his name implies prior investigation. Zhang Xiaolong fears he is yet another creditor of his father, a scenario he has faced before. Lin Ran perceives the tension in the young man. There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to befriend you. If you desire to escape your current predicament, follow me. This is Lin Ran's final invitation, the last opportunity he extends to Zhang Xiaolong. Should he decline, Lin Ran would depart without hesitation. After all, Zhang Xiaolong is merely a future money-making streaming sensation, but certainly not the only one. Lin Ran's reasons for seeking him are threefold. First, Zhang Xiaolong is destined for great success, poised to become a phenomenon with millions of followers. Second, he resides nearby, being a native of Kyoto. Third, he is currently destitute, and Lin Ran is deeply impressed by the revelations of his troubled family in a previous life. He remembers pondering what kind of tragic fate could lead to such a family, only to find it amusing in retrospect. He is worse off, for at least Zhang Xiaolong has a sister who cares for him, while his own brother harbors thoughts of murder against him. Perhaps a hint of empathy lingers within him. Zhang Xiaolong's journey to fame is no mere coincidence, it is the result of his relentless dedication. In a past interview, he stated that the driving force behind all his efforts stems from his sister. After achieving a modicum of success, he brought her to live with him, and the two siblings subsequently became a phenomenon in the online streaming realm, achieving success together. In this lifetime, while this individual remains in a state of decline, Lin Ran prepares to make his move. After all, wherever Zhang Xiaolong may find himself employed in the future, why not work for himself? Moreover, his compensation would undoubtedly surpass that of anyone else. As Lin Ran's thoughts drift, Zhang Xiaolong finally speaks. All right. I will follow you. In a roadside cafe, Lin Ran extends a sincere invitation. Zhang Xiaolong is taken aback upon receiving Lin Ran's offer. He is merely a solitary streamer. It is astonishing that someone wishes to sign him. With a skeptical eye, he scrutinizes the contract, and his astonishment only grows. The terms Lin Ran presents are arguably the best in the industry, typically reserved for major streamers. How could he, a minor streamer with merely 10,000 followers, be deserving of such conditions? Zhang Xiaolong is somewhat cautious. Even if the contract appears sound, he understands that many such agreements can equate to indentured servitude. Of course, servitude is not the primary concern. As long as he can earn money, he could accept it. However, he has unresolved issues with his family, and he does not wish to deceive anyone. Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but my family situation is rather complicated. I am aware, Lin Ran replies. Lin Ran nods. Your father is a compulsive gambler, owing over $1 million in high-interest loans, and your mother is a drug addict, yet none of this has broken you. You likely understand that relying solely on your own abilities, you might never escape the clutches of your parents. No matter how much you earn, it will never suffice for their extravagance. Yet, you continue to work hard to support your sister's education, nurturing hope for a better life. This quality resonates with me. It is the reason I sought you. Though you currently possess only 10,000 followers, I believe that with your attitude, dedication, and the company's support, your future holds boundless potential. Lin Ran emphasized company support with particular weight. Zhang Xiaolong bit his lip, wavering on whether to accept Lin Ran's invitation. Your sister is about to enter university, is she not? After all, you wouldn't want her to drop out due to a lack of funds, would you? Very well. I agree. Upon signing the contract, Lin Ran escorted him to the company, after ascending in the elevator, Zhang Xiaolong frowned at the seemingly ransacked office floor. He wondered if this company could be trusted. Apologies, we are still renovating. It should be nearly complete in a couple of days. As they proceeded to the office area, which was almost finished, they found Wu Jishang directing workers in the installation of a projector. Across the street stood the headquarters of the Luo Group, a prime location indeed. Upon seeing Lin Ran bring someone, Wu Jishang rushed to greet them. "Mr. Lin, is this the streamer you brought?" Zhang Xiaolong had already heard Lin Ran's introduction of Wu Jishang, so he greeted him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Zhang Xiaolong." After the introductions, they conversed for a while, and Zhang Xiaolong soon realized the company was indeed quite small, consisting of just the three of them. Was he truly the only employee? Were the two leaders serious? Lin Ran was not inclined to elaborate further. He merely briefed Wu Jishang before departing. Wu Jishang explained the company's future plans to Zhang Xiaolong, leaving him utterly astounded. They were merely three people, yet aspired to become the largest media and even film company. They aimed to elevate him to the status of a 10 million follower streamer, perhaps even the top streamer in the industry. Were the two leaders out of their minds? Chapter 20. Wu Jishang was not surprised by Zhang Xiaolong's dazed expression. When Lin Ran had initially shared these thoughts with him, he too had thought Lin Ran was deranged. With patience, he elaborated on his plans and ideas regarding how Zhang Xiaolong could become a millionaire streamer, which gradually instilled a semblance of belief in the company's prospects within Zhang Xiaolong. Nonetheless, deep down, he remained skeptical, yet he would comply. After all, he was merely a streamer under the company's banner. Obedience was all that was required of him, whether he could truly become a millionaire streamer. The future was shrouded in uncertainty. To him, these were mere illusions. Wu Jishang was no different from those leaders who spun grandiose tales. As long as money flowed in, that was all that mattered. Once the funds were secured, one could feast upon the grandest of dreams. At that moment, he was unaware that many significant matters began with such lofty aspirations. After leaving the company, Lin Ran intended to seek out Luo Yao, but he refrained from directly entering the Luo Group's building. He was uncertain if Luo Yao desired his presence in a public setting. After pondering, he sent a message. "Where are you? I miss you." Luo Yao's reply came swiftly. "I just finished a meeting." "I miss you too." Lin Ran smiled, warmed by her simple declaration of longing. "Shall I invite my princess to lunch?" There was a brief silence before Luo Yao responded. "All right, you find a place, and I will come over." Lin Ran quickly located a well-rated Western restaurant and sent her the location. 10 minutes earlier, Luo Yao's office comprised two areas, one for work and another for rest. However, few were aware of the hidden chamber behind the bookshelf. This chamber was adorned with photographs and information about a certain individual, encompassing his habits and preferences. Today, this clandestine space welcomed a sinister-looking man, dragged in by bodyguards. Upon seeing Luo Yao, he trembled violently, as if he were witnessing his own demise. The bodyguards remained silent, observing intently. Luo Yao, wielding a steel knife, delicately severed the tendons in the man's hands and feet. His screams echoed, evoking sorrow in the hearts of listeners. "Who sent you?" Despite having his tendons severed, the man gritted his teeth and remained silent. Seemingly in no rush to conclude the game, Luo Yao continued her meticulous dismemberment, slicing off the man's fingers, then his toes. "Since you choose not to speak, you shall forfeit your chance." After the man lost consciousness, the bodyguards revived him with salt water, and Luo Yao resumed her slow torment, no longer posing questions. This all transpired with an unsettling normalcy, as if one were merely dining or drinking. Eventually, the man could no longer contain himself, writhing as he pleaded, I'll talk. Luo Yao shook her head. "There's no need. Your opportunity has passed. And I can surmise that it was your old man who ordered you to track down Aran, am I correct? How untrustworthy of him. It seems breaking his legs was too lenient. At some point, I must return and administer a fitting punishment. Since he enjoys spying so much, perhaps I shall extract his eyeballs to keep as a reminder, eliminating the middleman." The man's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated Luo Yao's accurate deduction. Reflecting on her previous acts of madness, he became terrified. fervently begging for mercy. "Kill me, I beg you, end my life." Luo Yao grinned, her smile devilishly enchanting, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Hehe, those who dare covet Aran shall meet a marvelously exquisite fate." Methodically, she sliced off the man's nose, then extracted one of his eyeballs. Contemplating the eyeball impaled on the tip of her knife, Luo Yao mused, "Aran has been overindulging of late, perhaps this eyeball could be used to brew a tonic for him." After a moment's reflection, she shook her head. "But it's too filthy. Aran wouldn't he appreciate it?" With that, she tossed the eyeball to the ground and crushed it beneath her heel. Kill me, please, end my suffering." The man, on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain, yearned only for a swift release. Just as Luo Yao prepared to extract the other eyeball, Lin Ran's message arrived. "Husband Sat Smiley, where are you? I miss you." Upon reading the message, Luo Yao's lips curled into a smile, but upon seeing the subsequent message, her brow furrowed. Checking the location app on her phone, panic washed over her as she realized Lin Ran was near her office building, covered in blood. She could not allow Lin Ran to see her in such a state. He would surely be frightened, perhaps even flee. She could not permit him to witness her like this. It was unacceptable. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "All right, you find a place, and I will come over." Having sent her reply, she disregarded the bodyguards and the incapacitated man on the floor, intent on cleaning herself up swiftly. "Miss? What shall we do with this individual?" Luo Yao glanced at the contorted, suffering man on the floor and, devoid of emotion, declared, "Pack him up and send him to the manor, locking him in the basement. Also, catch some rats to keep him company." As she spoke, she took several photos with her phone before departing. The bodyguards complied, ensuring their hidden chamber was left spotless, devoid of any trace of blood. Once Luo Yao had tidied herself in the lounge, she disposed of her stained clothing and happily exited the office. Her Aran had come to find her, expressing his longing and desire to share a meal. Stepping into the elevator, she sent a message. Picture, old man, wash your neck clean, I shall return to deal with you." Yet, the recipient of her message did not respond. In the Luo family estate, the elder master sat in a wheelchair, his countenance dark. "Does that mad girl dare to threaten me? If she truly wished to deal with me, she would have done so years ago, instead of merely breaking my legs." A delicate man beside the elder master spoke up, cautioning, "Old master, the monkey likely won't survive. What shall we do next?" The elder master fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "This worthless fool. I never expected that the dead girl would have such formidable allies, capable of uncovering even the monkey. Nevertheless, it matters not. She wouldn't dare truly harm me, after all, I am her grandfather." The delicate man furrowed his brow, hesitating. "But she has shown no mercy even to her own parents. The second master has been imprisoned. Both the third and fourth masters are dead or incapacitated, and among the younger generation, none dare to resist." The elder master rubbed his forehead, aware that the man spoke the truth. Luo Yao's methods were no less potent than his own as a grandfather, and compounded by his current weakened state, taking on the mad girl posed too great a risk. Fortunately, he was her grandfather and the previous master. She would undoubtedly exercise some caution in her actions. Had she been truly unhinged, he would have perished long ago. It appeared that the mad girl would at least refrain from taking his life. To succeed, he must now learn to endure. Once he regained his position, he would mete out the harshest punishment upon this girl. The elder master declared, "Do not provoke the mad girl. Having identified her weakness, we shall surely find our opportunity." The delicate man replied, "Understood." The elder master chuckled darkly. "Who would have thought you, too, have someone you care for?" Chapter 21. Returning to Lin Ran, he had waited for quite a while but still had not seen Luo Yao, causing a sense of urgency to swell within him. It seemed that merely catching a glimpse of Luo Yao for even a second would bring him immense joy. Such feelings had been utterly absent in his previous life, yet they had grown increasingly pronounced since his rebirth. He was profoundly certain that this was not a matter of guilt towards Luo Yao, nor was it merely an attempt to compensate for past emotions. It was, in the truest sense, love for this woman. He yearned to be by her side at all times. What reason could one possibly have to not love a woman who could lay bare her heart and soul? The absence of such feelings in the past was merely a matter of circumstance. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, those sensations surged forth like a gushing spring. If it were possible, Lin Ran would want to lay his heart and lungs bare for Luo Yao to see, to check if their names were inscribed upon them. "Brother, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice broke through his thoughts, and Lin Ran inwardly cursed his bad luck. It was Lin Jian, whom he had not seen for several days. Lin Jian, donning a large baseball cap and a mask, widened his eyes in surprise. At the sight of Lin Ran knew that Lin Jian was still recovering from his injuries, and this disguise was merely a futile attempt to conceal his battered face. So it is the young master of the Lin family. What happened to your face?" Lin Jian immediately took a nervous step back, glancing around but finding no sign of his previous bodyguards. "Brother, you are the young master of the Lin family," Lin Ran retorted. "I understand you do not like me, but it's all right. As long as you can forgive me, I would be willing to leave the Lin family," Lin Jian pleaded. "All I ask is that you return and bow to father to apologize. He will surely forgive you." Lin Ran chuckled. "Lin Jian, aside from unfamiliar strangers, it is just you and me here. Can you drop the pretense? Aren't you tired of it? What are you talking about, brother?" Lin Jian replied, feigning innocence. "I mean you are a trash can, truly capable of holding a lot," Lin Ran shot back. Lin Jian bit his lip, suppressing his true anger. "Father has been mentioning you incessantly these past few days. Could you please go see him? His health has not been good. He was hospitalized after you left last time. As long as you are willing to bow and apologize, he will certainly not hold any grudges. Returning to the Lin family will only be a matter of time." Lin Ran scoffed. "Are you out of your mind? Why would I kneel and apologize? Your mother has been a mistress for so many years. How has that attitude infected you now? How can you speak of mom and dad like that? After all, father is the one you caused to be hospitalized," Lin Jian retorted. "Well, he asked for it. Even if he were to die, he would still owe me money, otherwise, I would kick him out of the board," Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. "Brother, why are you so heartless? He is your father," Lin Jian exclaimed. Lin Ran made a gesture as if to vomit. "Don't come here to disgust me. He is not my father. I have no son like him, nor a grandson like you. You are not allowed to call me brother. If you want to address me, you might as well bark like a dog. Perhaps I will even reward you with a bone to gnaw on," Lin Ran sneered. Lin Jian was nearly rendered speechless, holding back his words to avoid offending Lin Ran, especially since Lin Ran still held a significant number of shares. "Brother, no matter what, we are still siblings, aren't we?" Lin Jian insisted. "I have no brother." "Your mother is a mistress," Lin Ran replied coldly. "You are merely a few months younger than me, which proves that Lin Qianbar cheated while my mother was pregnant with me. Such a scoundrel does not deserve to be my father. He is fit only to be a dog, and you are the product of a dog and a mistress. Let us call you 3 dogs." Lin Jian took a deep breath. "What will it take for you to forgive father?" Lin Ran was somewhat surprised. There were no others around, and yet Lin Jian was managing to maintain his composure. "You should kill your parents and send Liu Ruxue to the Myanmar North Park, and then I will give you my shares." Lin Jian's eyes lit up. "Really? Do you truly hate them that much?" Lin Ran chuckled. How had he never noticed how amusing Lin Jian was before? With such foolish intellect, he had managed to conspire against his own demise in his previous life. Did that mean Lin Ran was even more foolish than him? "Whether or not I hate them is irrelevant. As long as you can accomplish it, my shares are yours. I am serious." Lin Jian fell silent, realizing that Lin Ran was toying with him. Just as he was about to appeal to emotions, he suddenly felt a chill, as if something terrifying had set its gaze upon him. Slowly, he turned his head, exquisite beyond compare. His heart raced. Upon seeing her figure, he was utterly mesmerized. "Beautiful lady, get lost." Luo Yao's unrelenting single word shattered the young man's fluttering heart. "Fine, I'll go, boo-hoo." Lin Jian lowered his head and ran off, but as he left, he felt something was amiss. How could a single woman intimidate him to this extent? He turned back to sneak a glance and saw the woman sitting beside Lin Ran, their bodies seemingly quite intimate. Lin Ran, how did he deserve her? Such an exquisite ice queen, how could Lin Ran dare to tarnish her? No, whatever Lin Ran cherished, he must seize for himself. After all, he was the legitimate son of the Lin family. His father was the chairman of Suran Group, and his mother was Madame Lin. Everything Lin Ran possessed rightfully belonged to the Lin family, and thus to him. He would take Lin Ran's toys, usurp his father, steal his achievements, and claim whatever he liked, including Liu Ruxue and Luo Yao. All of it was his, every single piece. Of course, he was not foolish enough to confront them directly, rather, he chose to observe and wait for the opportune moment. He was a master of patience. He needed to uncover the true identity of this woman and then expose Lin Ran's secrets before her. Once he successfully sowed discord, he would step in to offer comfort. This woman would then undoubtedly belong to him. Har har har, as he entertained these thoughts, a smile began to form on his lips. In his eagerness to avoid revealing himself, he discreetly left the restaurant, completely forgetting that he had scheduled a meeting with a lawyer that day. Luo Yao remarked, "Your brother seems like a foolish dog." Lin Ran replied, "He is not my brother, and please do not insult dogs." Lin Ran's response, his demeanor, and his tone all seemed genuine. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. "You have changed significantly recently." "Have I? It's merely that I have awakened from a dream," Lin Ran replied. "Was it a dream before, or is it a dream now?" Luo Yao questioned. Lin Ran was taken aback, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the events of his previous life. Every promise made to Luo Yao must be taken to heart. He reached out to cradle Luo Yao's face in his hands. "Look at me. You are my truest love. I am utterly convinced that you are all I desire, and I belong only to you. All others are but mere shadows compared to a single strand of your hair. You are not a dream, yet you are more beautiful than any dream. Do you understand?" Bang bang. Even though Lin Ran had spoken many romantic words recently, every time Luo Yao felt her heart flutter, the distinction between truth and deception was irrelevant. She relished this feeling. The two simply gazed at each other in silence, each silently declaring in their hearts, "Luo Yao said smiley, even if you are deceiving me, I willingly fly into the flames. Lin Ran, I will spend my life proving that my love for you is not a deception." Chapter 22. The atmosphere in the restaurant gradually intensified as Lin Ran elegantly fed the little demon, completely indifferent to the gazes of others. Lin Ran inquired, "How does it taste?" Luo Yao savored her steak, relishing each bite. "Initially, it was rather ordinary, yet it carries the flavor of my beloved. However, it pales in comparison to what our Ran prepares. Then I shall cook for you again next time. I guarantee you shall savor every bite in silence." Very well. As their romantic lunch concluded, the two exchanged farewells. Luo Yao refrained from inviting Lin Ran to her office, fearing that some untidy matters might reveal her vulnerabilities. Yet, she yearned for Lin Ran's presence beside her. At all times and in all places, Lin Ran, naturally, did not impose. He intended to gently simmer Luo Yao, like a frog in warm water. At present, Lin Ran's existence could be distilled into two words, Luo Yao. 2 days swiftly passed. Following his rebirth, the bond between Lin Ran and Luo Yao gradually deepened, traversing the fleeting yet seemingly idyllic moments they had shared. On the eve of the new semester, in the office of the Luo Corporation, Luo Yao radiated an uncontainable aura of wrath. The entire company fell into a hushed silence, with no one daring to fathom the cause of their boss's fury. Throughout the morning, not a single executive was spared from her ire. Even the stray dogs passing by seemed to cower under the intensity of her gaze, yelping in terror as they scurried away. The most profoundly affected was Liu Meng, Luo Yao's dedicated assistant, who trembled as she handed a stack of documents to her boss, her voice quaking. "President Luo, these documents require your review and signature." Luo Yao remained unmoved, staring blankly at the ceiling. She counted how many squares could fill the ceiling, contemplating how many heads could fit within each square. If those squares were filled with Liu Rushue's heads, how sublime that would be. Feeling a twinge of thirst, she finally picked up the water cup on her desk to alleviate her discomfort. Slowly, she caressed the bracelet on her wrist, as if it were a switch to regulate her emotions. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yao coldly commanded, "Leave." Liu Meng fled the office, and upon returning to the assistant team, she was met by an executive delivering documents, only to be greeted by wide eyes. "Wang Jie, please use legal means to punish me, rather than burden me with documents." Wang Fang appeared somewhat sheepish. "I sincerely apologize, Assistant Liu. This document is of utmost importance and requires President Luo's heir. You can choose to face your own demise. Do not drag me down with you." Wang Fang, is President Luo truly furious? What could be the reason? Liu Meng replied, "How would I know? However, I sense that President Luo's mood is particularly foul this time. You have no idea, the temperature in her office dropped at least 10 degrees just now." Wang Fang pushed the document forward. "Then what do you propose we do? This is a critically important project." Liu Meng adjusted her black-framed glasses, deep in thought. "Perhaps there is someone who could be of assistance." "Who?" Meanwhile, Lin Ran was busily overseeing the company's progress when he received a perplexing phone call. Liu Meng rarely sought him out, making this the first instance since his rebirth. Though he had not saved Liu Meng's number, he recognized it nonetheless. The distinctive 8888 ending was not commonly used. He worried that something might have happened to Luo Yao. "Assistant Liu, is there something you need from me?" Liu Meng was taken aback. "How did you know it was me?" Lin Ran was equally surprised. "You always call Luo Yao." "I recognized your number." Liu Meng, that makes sense. Hurry here, President Luo is in trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran made his way over, inquiring about the situation. As he walked, Liu Meng hesitated, failing to provide clarity, only reiterating the severity of the matter. Lin Ran, now anxious, disregarded the reasons. He simply needed to see Luo Yao immediately, for as long as Luo Yao was in distress, he felt it was his duty to protect her from any harm. Even if he believed no one would dare to bully his wife. "I should be there shortly. Should I head straight up?" Liu Meng was startled. "So soon?" Lin Ran replied, "I've been in the building across from yours." Liu Meng suddenly realized, as her role as assistant included reporting Lin Ran's whereabouts, she was well aware of his presence in the vicinity. "Then come on up. Your fingerprint has long been registered by President Luo. She mentioned you could come and go freely." Lin Ran was taken aback. How had he not known? This marked his first entry into the building since his rebirth. He recalled that Luo Yao's office was on the 88th floor, and in his previous life, he had been forcibly brought there by Luo Yao's bodyguards on more than one occasion. As he approached, many people were bustling in and out of the first floor, and the security did not impede his passage. His appearance caught the attention of many, particularly among the female office workers, who seemed to be captivated by his presence. Ignoring the front desk, he headed directly to the exclusive elevator, only to be approached by security. "Sir, this is a private elevator, accessible only to President Luo and her assistant team." Lin Ran nodded. "I understand. I'm authorized to use it." The security guard chuckled. "Sir, our President Luo has misandry. She would never employ male assistants. You might want to consider a more plausible excuse." It seemed the guard had misunderstood Lin Ran's intention. Lin Ran, uninterested in engaging further, was anxious to see Luo Yao, unaware of the unfolding situation. With his fingerprint scanned, the elevator began its ascent, leaving the security guard, who had been calling for backup, utterly dumbfounded. On the intercom, the guard said, "Lao Liu, why are you silent?" Lao Liu replied, "It's nothing, I think I might be too young for this." Once inside the elevator, Lin Ran politely nodded to the security guard, acknowledging their diligence. The exclusive elevator was remarkably swift, and in no time, it reached the 88th floor. As the doors opened, Liu Meng was already waiting. "Mr. Lin, you finally made it, come with me quickly." As she spoke, she handed Lin Ran a stack of documents, explaining the situation. "So, you urgently called me here just to deliver these documents to Luo Yao?" Liu Meng nodded. "It's not just about the documents. The key issue is that President Luo is extremely upset, although no one knows why. You are the only one who can alleviate her mood at this moment. Delivering documents is merely a side task. As she attempted to push Lin Ran into the office, she suddenly hesitated. If President Luo discovered that her hands had touched Lin Ran's, would she not have them severed? Despite being the head of the Luo Corporation, those in the know understood that she was a woman of formidable ruthlessness. Liu Meng was acutely aware of Luo Yao's obsessive possessiveness. Having been the first to compile and convey reports on Lin Ran's activities, it was precisely this understanding that filled her with trepidation. Lin Ran, oblivious to Liu Meng's inner turmoil, confidently strode towards Luo Yao's office. Luo Yao was angry. When his wife was in a foul mood, it was his responsibility and duty to bring her joy. Chapter 23. Gently knocking on the door, Lin Ran was met with silence. He grasped the doorknob and pushed it open softly. It was unlocked. He stepped inside, only to find the office area deserted, the break room empty. A look of confusion spread across his face. Where is everyone? Am I just here to entertain the air? Suddenly, a faint sound broke the stillness, reminiscent of something being struck, very soft, almost imperceptible. Fortunately, Lin Ran's keen hearing picked up on it. He paused, trying to discern where the sound was emanating from. Following the sound, he retraced his steps from the break room back to the office area and discovered it was coming from behind the bookshelf. What lay behind the bookshelf? A wall, perhaps. Setting his documents on the desk, Lin Ran listened intently for a moment, confirming that there was indeed a faint noise behind the bookshelf. He knocked on the wall. It was not solid, indicating there might be another room beyond. He called out loudly, "Luo Yao, are you in there?" After calling twice without receiving a response, Lin Ran turned to leave and inquire with Liu Meng when the bookshelf slowly began to shift, revealing a space just large enough for a person to pass through. Luo Yao emerged from within, and as she did, the bookshelf automatically returned to its original position. Upon seeing Lin Ran, a flicker of panic crossed her gaze. I never imagined there was a secret room in the office. Ha ha. Wife, were you planning to hide a concubine in there? Lin Ran teased. Luo Yao, brushing aside her momentary unease, replied, "Do you wish to be hidden away?" To his surprise, Lin Ran nodded. "If it were you, my dear, I would gladly be concealed. As he drew closer, joking, he enveloped her in an embrace, lifting the sleeve of her arm. Luo Yao clearly panicked, attempting to retract her arm, but her movements were too slow. As Lin Ran caught sight of the prominent scars adorning her arm, his heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by an unseen force. "I noticed your arm didn't move quite right earlier," he remarked. Luo Yao, flustered, stammered, "Ran, it's not what you think." She could not allow Lin Ran to harbor fear towards her. The past few days had been a dream come true for her. Lin Ran gently held her arm, noting how her fair, beautiful skin was marred by a series of wounds. Each scar served as a painful reminder that his love for Luo Yao was still insufficient. He guided her to sit down. Is there a first aid kit? Luo Yao, still in a daze, pointed to a corner of the bookshelf. Lin Ran turned to retrieve the kit, then knelt before her, carefully lifting her arm. Don't move. His tender touch rendered Luo Yao momentarily dazed. As Lin Ran meticulously applied antiseptic, she remained still, not reacting to the sting. Instead, she lowered her gaze, fixated on Lin Ran, who was earnestly tending to her injuries. "It's not your fault. It's mine. I haven't been a good husband, and that has caused you pain. Did you inflict these wounds upon yourself?" Lin Ran suddenly grasped the reason behind the previous scars on her leg, cursing himself internally. Luo Yao's thoughts were inherently different from others. Her actions sometimes left people perplexed. Viewed through a conventional lens, one might deem her disturbed. Lin Ran didn't wish to change Luo Yao, but he could not bear to see her hurt. The self-harm she inflicted upon herself filled him with sorrow and guilt. Luo Yao remained silent, contemplating whether she could even harm herself. Would Ran be afraid of her? A soothing voice broke the stillness. "Does it hurt?" Lin Ran looked up, their noses almost touching, allowing them to feel each other's warm breath. The fearful gaze he had imagined was absent. Instead, his eyes brimmed with compassion. Seeing the mistiness in Lin Ran's eyes, Luo Yao quickly reassured him. "I'm not in pain. Ran, please don't cry." After finishing the bandaging, Lin Ran didn't rise but instead held Luo Yao tightly, resting his head against her abdomen. "If you feel any grievance, It is I who should bear the harm. If you wish to hurt yourself again, will you not take me along to endure it with you? My heart truly aches. Luo Yao placed her hand on Lin Ran's head, shutting her eyes as a single, glistening tear trickled down her cheek. She wished to deny his request, yet her lips spoke otherwise. All right. Ran was not afraid of her. He did not feel terror but rather concern for her. They remained embraced for a lengthy moment before Lin Ran gradually released Luo Yao, gazing into her slightly reddened eyes. So she could cry. She was a woman, not a heartless machine, but rather Lin Ran's beloved wife. Can you tell me why? If you prefer not to, that is also acceptable. Lin Ran endeavored to attend to Luo Yao's emotions. After a brief silence, she spoke. Tomorrow you begin school. I desperately wish to keep you by my side, yet I also do not want to confine you. I am torn, feeling as if I might go mad, and thus Lin Ran interjected. So you resorted to self-harm to find calm? But why? We can see each other every evening. Why would you do this? Luo Yao looked directly at Lin Ran, speaking earnestly. Because of Liu Ruxue, I fear that once you meet her, you might leave me. The mere thought of you seeking her suffocates me. I even fantasized about eliminating both you and Liu Ruxue. I wish to extract my heart and show it to you with clarity dawning upon him. Lin Ran comprehended everything. In the eyes of others, Luo Yao was a formidable, ruthless businesswoman, a machine devoid of emotion. Yet she harbored her own vulnerabilities, even flaws. Herself, her sensitivity was so acute that it resonated with her demons at the slightest provocation. Luo Yao, look at me. I am your husband. Liu Ruxue is merely an insignificant blemish in my life. In my eyes, you are my sole beloved. I shall never love another. Thus, rest assured, no one will ever take me from your side. I will never leave you. I will not allow you to abandon me. Though Luo Yao's mind was in turmoil, Lin Ran's words provided her immense reassurance. Perhaps she needed to strive for change, to genuinely trust Lin Ran. All right, I believe you. Sensing the shift within Luo Yao, Lin Ran resolved to shower her with the utmost tenderness, to offer her a healing spirit. As for Liu Ruxue, it must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, she would remain a thorn in Luo Yao's heart. After comforting her for a while, Lin Ran finally caught a glimpse of the fierce glint in Luo Yao's eyes. He understood that this was the true expression of Luo Yao's regard for him. The earlier portrayal of vulnerability was but a fleeting moment of her fragility. Wife, what about that secret room? Luo Yao replied, Ran, next time, I promise to take you inside. All right, Lin Ran teased. There's not really someone hidden in there, is there? Luo Yao chuckled. No. It's just some of my little secrets. I am not yet ready for you to see them. Lin Ran flashed a charming smile. Very well, but I'm upset now. I must punish you. Chapter 24. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yao declared, then go ahead and punish me. Once we return home, you may do as you please. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Is that truly what you call punishment? How could you indulge and take liberties at the same time? He casually seated himself in Luo Yao's office chair, adding, then I shall have you act as my secretary. Allow me to experience the life of General Manager Luo. Without hesitation, Luo Yao perched herself on Lin Ran's lap. What does this mean? Luo Yao's fingers slowly ascended, tracing the contours of Lin Ran's chest. The boss is quite dashing, and I consider myself not lacking either, so when there's work, the secretary shall attend to it. And when there isn't, Lin Ran nonchalantly picked up the document Liu Meng had just handed him. Then it appears there is work at hand. I would appreciate it if Secretary Luo could review this document. Luo Yao, puzzled, took the document and glanced at it, before promptly signing it with a flourish, all while remaining seated on Lin Ran's lap. Boss, it has been reviewed. Please take a look. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted them. Both were momentarily taken aback, and a hint of menace glimmered in Luo Yao's eyes. Come in. Liu Meng cautiously pushed the door open. General Manager Luo, regarding that document. Luo Yao tossed the file over, and Liu Meng caught it with precision. Thank you, General Manager Luo. After closing the office door, Liu Meng let out a long sigh. It seemed that General Manager Luo's temper had significantly cooled. Goodness, just moments ago, Lin Ran had been seated in General Manager Luo's position, while she appeared to be perched on his lap. Wow, what a shocking revelation. In her excitement, she also felt a twinge of disappointment, such a monumental piece of gossip, yet she dared not share it. Sigh, Wang Fang inquired, Assistant Liu, is everything settled? Liu Meng listlessly handed the document to Wang Fang. Please take this down to the operations department. Wang Fang opened it, her excitement evident as she exclaimed, It must be you, Assistant Liu. None of us dare to appear before General Manager Luo anymore. Liu Meng shook her head. It has nothing to do with me. It's all Lin Ran's doing. He managed to make General Manager Luo happy, and now she is sitting on his lap, flirting with him. Wang Fang fell silent. So who exactly is Lin Ran? Suddenly recalling something, she added, Could he be that charming young man from the video conference? Are you suggesting they are? My goodness. Is it that thrilling? Liu Meng quickly covered Wang Fang's mouth. Do you wish to get us both in trouble with such loud remarks? Had I known, I wouldn't have confided in you. Wang Fang, still shaken, replied, Right, I'll get back to work now, thank you for the heads up, Assistant Liu. Liu Meng cautioned, You'd best keep this under wraps. If anyone discovers it was you who leaked it, I guarantee I won't be responsible for picking up the pieces. Wang Fang nodded in understanding. After delivering the document, she returned to her workstation, anxiously scratching her head. The sensation of possessing such grand gossip yet being unable to share it was unbearable. Turning to her colleague nearby, she said, Xiao Zhang, could you fetch me a cup of coffee? I'll share a secret with you. Xiao Zhang immediately perked up, hastily heading off to make the coffee. Back in the office, after Liu Meng had left, Luo Yao turned around only to freeze in place. Her desk was quite minimalist, adorned only with a computer, a water cup, and a few knickknacks. She noticed Lin Ran fixating on a small bottle on her desk, which contained a note she had concealed. Curiosity piqued, Lin Ran picked up the bottle, prompting Luo Yao to snatch it away without a word. Darling, I've discovered you have quite a few secrets lately. Lin Ran teased. Luo Yao responded, Ran, do you truly wish to see? If Lin Ran expressed a desire to look, Luo Yao would not hinder him, though she felt a minor internal conflict. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Ran opted not to press her. If you want to show me, I shall look. If you do not, I shall refrain. Luo Yao quickly concealed the small bottle, her enchanting eyes twinkling as she replied, One day, I shall let you know what lies within. Lin Ran feigned a sigh of resignation, yet internally he remained resolute. It was merely a small bottle, he possessed 100 ways to uncover its contents. As long as he frequented the office, he would eventually unveil all her little secrets. He was keen to discover just how many hidden facets lay beneath Luo Yao's typically frosty exterior. Ran, I wish to continue being your secretary. Lin Ran remarked, I didn't expect Secretary Luo to be so astute. From the office to the lounge, their interaction remained innocent, as Luo Yao was not in a position to take things further. Ran, do you aspire to be the genuine owner of Luo Corporation? How about I gift it to you? Lin Ran was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. I have no desire. If I become the boss, what would you do? Luo Yao flashed a seductive smile. I would continue to be your secretary. Lin Ran chuckled in exasperation. Stop joking. I merely wish to be a carefree slacker, not a diligent workhorse. Luo Yao quipped, then why are you running a company? Lin Ran clarified, that's different. I'm using your funds to run a company, aiming to earn a little extra to buy gifts for my wife. And I shall wait for you to earn and support me. Why should I exert myself? Luo Yao felt a sudden surge of happiness. Then I shall support you for a lifetime. Lin Ran responded, of course. Do you wish to backtrack? It's a promise. It's a promise. This bowl of soft rice, Lin Ran intended to cement in his grasp. Before long, the two departed Luo Corporation hand in hand. Lin Ran's presence left the entire corporation in a state of astonishment, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts openly. The executives who recognized Lin Ran's somewhat familiar handsome visage exchanged knowing smiles, while the ordinary employees wore expressions of gossip and shock. The whole executive board is abuzz. General Manager Luo's little pet has arrived at the company. The entire company is already in the loop, mind you. If General Manager Luo becomes gentler due to love, we shall all be fortunate in the future. Rumor has it this news is meant only for the executive board, but a cleaning lady overheard. General Manager Luo is no longer the same. She has been captured by love. How come even a mere security guard like you knows this? Of course, when that handsome young man arrived, I was the one who opened the elevator for him. The company was bustling with many employees, some of whom had previously attempted to seduce Luo Yao to elevate their status. After all, who wouldn't he be drawn to a wealthy and attractive female CEO? However, anyone who displayed such intentions toward Luo Yao mysteriously vanished without a trace, and gradually, no one dared to try again. This icy female CEO might very well be a cold-blooded executioner in disguise, deterring the entire male workforce. She had even managed to dissuade several suitors from her hometown. Lin Ran furrowed his brow as he led Luo Yao out of the building. Why do I feel like your colleagues are looking at me strangely? Is that so? How dare they even look at us? Their audacity seems to grow by the day. When I return, I shall deduct their bonuses. Lin Ran felt a pang of sympathy for those individuals, silently mourning their fate. Luo Yao guided Lin Ran to Huitian Plaza, the very plaza that had been transferred to his ownership, with the shopping mall being just a part of it. This time, Luo Yao intended to orchestrate a comprehensive transformation for Lin Ran. Her man must be the most dazzling one of all. Chapter 25. Previously, Lin Ran had resisted whatever she did, but now Lin Ran had undergone a transformation. She was determined to treat Lin Ran with even greater care. During their first shopping excursion together, they were unaccompanied by bodyguards, though it was possible they were being observed from the shadows, with no butler to intrude, and without Liu Rushua to cause any disruption. Luo Yao and Lin Ran stood side by side like a couple, their masked faces still managing to draw the attention of passers-by. They were a perfect match. However, Luo Yao's shopping style shattered Lin Ran's preconceived notions. No matter which store they entered, Luo Yao would bundle up everything that suited Lin Ran's physique, arranging for it to be delivered to their specified address. From the inside out, they acquired everything from watches to undergarments, even purchasing over 100 belts. Confronted with Luo Yao continuously swiping her card, Lin Ran felt as if her jaw could accommodate an egg. Was this truly the shopping method of a top-tier tycoon? It was incredibly impressive. Lin Ran emphasized once more, husband is a feeling. Luo Yao's actions quickly became the talk among all the staff at the mall. Many recognized that the handsome young man was the recently appointed owner of the plaza, while the woman was none other than the formidable business magnate, Luo Yao, who instilled fear throughout the entire Kyoto commercial sphere. Although the mall was under Lin Ran's name, the individual stores were leased, a common practice in large shopping centers. Consequently, each establishment eagerly anticipated the arrival of the duo, as their presence promised substantial commissions. However, Lin Ran felt it was far too excessive, and after much persuasion, she finally managed to halt the shopping spree. Luo Yao then led Lin Ran into a beauty salon. This is a place for women. What would a big man like me do here? Lin Ran protested. Didn't you say you would listen to me? Luo Yao retorted. All right then. After indulging in a spa and various treatments, Lin Ran finally exited the mall. Ran, remember, only I have the ability to spend this much money on you, Luo Yao declared. Can anyone else spend this much on you? Can anyone else buy you so many things? Can anyone else make you look this good? Lin Ran quickly shook his head. Indeed, no one else could accomplish such feats. Did Luo Yao intend to overwhelm him with her wealth? Wife, I've discovered how manly you are, especially when you're paying, Lin Ran remarked. Luo Yao replied, I'm the only man here, there's no need for you to feel inferior. 8,000 points of critical damage. Upon spotting an ice cream shop, Luo Yao casually asked, Ran, would you like some ice cream? Lin Ran promptly shook his head. You can't, you're still on your period. Luo Yao laughed, a joyous sound that melted Lin Ran's heart. For the first time, he witnessed such a smile on Luo Yao's face, as if the world itself were dissolving. Then let us go have dessert. I've never tried dessert from outside before. All right. Upon reaching the dessert shop, a group of men in black suddenly cleared the area. It was a swift operation. Each person simply handed over a stack of cash without uttering a word, responding to a mere glance. Luo Yao said, Can anyone else provide you with such exclusive service? Lin Ran found himself speechless. They truly cannot. After all, not everyone is so extravagantly wealthy. The staff at the dessert shop trembled as they served the two of them. What would you like to eat? Lin Ran inquired. I've never had dessert from outside. What do you want? Ran, Luo Yao replied. Lin Ran thought to himself, indeed, a tycoon's daughter has never even tasted the most ordinary of desserts. Then choose based on your instincts. Lin Ran seldom indulged in desserts, the only occasion being when he accompanied Liu Ruxue. Luo Yao pointed at a dessert. I want this tiramisu. Ran, you should get one too. Lin Ran glanced again and asked, what is your second choice? Luo Yao replied, too much dessert will make me gain weight. Do you like me chubby? Ran, I do, Lin Ran affirmed. How about this strawberry cheesecake? Lin Ran turned to the server. We'll take these two. They settled into a cozy spot on the second floor, where Lin Ran first fed the little devil. This tastes quite nice, Luo Yao remarked, then turned to inspect the strawberry cheesecake before Lin Ran. He beamed with affection, tearing off a piece of the cheesecake to feed her. Luo Yao swallowed it eagerly, savoring the taste. While she had no particular expectations regarding food, her recent experiences with Lin Ran's feeding had led her to appreciate each bite more intensely. She felt changes within her body, at least not as frail as before. Relishing the taste of happiness, she scooped a spoonful and offered it to Lin Ran. They took turns feeding each other, exchanging bites. There's a wall for sticky notes here. Let us write something, Lin Ran suggested, tearing off 2 sticky notes, one for Luo Yao and one for himself. This is a bit boring, but since Ran likes me, I'll write something anyway, Luo Yao said. Luo Yao wrote sad smiley. Ran is always with me. Lin Ran wrote sad smiley always by Luo Yao's side. When they both affixed their sticky notes to the wall, they exchanged smiles. Luo Yao quipped, I know a place that has 18 kinds of torture devices, specifically for punishing those who break promises to me. Lin Ran replied, then I shall never have the opportunity to see it in my lifetime. After leaving the dessert shop, Lin Ran went to buy a cup of milk tea. I specifically requested it without ice. I heard girls prefer it this way, so you should try it. Luo Yao asked, does Liu Ruxue like it? Lin Ran chuckled in exasperation. She only likes eating excrement. Can we please stop mentioning her? Luo Yao took a sip and remarked, it tastes pretty good. You should try some too. It was a first experience with milk tea and external desserts, and she was genuinely surprised by their flavors. As Lin Ran handed her the milk tea, he showed no hesitation in taking a sip himself. Luo Yao relished the connection of sharing a cup of milk tea, both using the same straw. This indirect kiss, laden with a hint of intimacy, seemed to evoke a shyness that contrasted sharply with the love expressed in bed. It was a completely different sensation, yet Lin Ran had intentionally bought only one cup, a small gesture of thoughtfulness. As their date drew to a close, Lin Ran felt that this was the happiest outing he had ever experienced in both this life and the last. Though they had engaged in simple activities, being with Luo Yao made everything feel profoundly meaningful. This affection was a feeling, not just an action. It became evident that one's happiness depended on the company they kept. In his previous life, Lin Ran had accompanied Liu Ruxue and family, yet only felt a sense of inferiority. In this life, however, being with Luo Yao brought him joy and fulfillment. For Luo Yao, this afternoon was equally unforgettable. Later that night, she said, I'll see you off on the first day of school tomorrow. You're not allowed to look for Liu Ruxue. I definitely want to seek her out, but we're in the same class, not anymore starting tomorrow. Lin Ran was taken aback, then smiled and readily agreed to Luo Yao's request. All right, I want to look for her. If she comes to find me, I'll berate her fiercely and humiliate her. Luo Yao pointed to her own eyes. Remember your words, I'll be watching you closely. Lin Ran replied, of course, just like a camera on a clock. Chapter 26. Luo Yao was taken aback and coldly remarked, as so you were aware. Lin Ran smiled, playfully tapping Luo Yao's nose. I should say, I enjoy being under your watchful gaze. If it makes you uneasy, you could always attach a locator to me. After all, isn't that what domineering CEOs do in novels? Luo Yao replied, it's already been done, 3 years ago. Lin Ran was momentarily bewildered. No wonder she could always find him, no matter where he was, even in death, buried deep. she would still locate him. So that was the reason, Luo Yao inquired. Will you blame me? Lin Ran answered earnestly, not at all. Even if I were to die, you would still find me. Luo Yao declared, if our Ran were to die, I would undoubtedly accompany you, whether in heaven or hell. You belong solely to me. It's a promise. I shall never waver. On the first day of the new semester, Kyoto University, as one of the nation's premier institutions, was abuzz with excitement. Lin Ran officially ascended to his senior year. Countless students braved numerous challenges, stepping into the hallowed gates of this illustrious university. Yet, there were some who arrived through less honorable means, such as Lin Jian and Liu Ruxue. 3 years prior, Lin Qianbar had constructed a faculty dormitory under the auspices of the Suran Group, securing 2 coveted spots, one for his younger son, Lin Jian, and the other for Liu Ruxue. In contrast, Lin Ran earned his place through his own merit. Today, Lin Qianbar personally drove his son and niece to school. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted an opulent Rolls-Royce approaching, prompting Lin Qianbar to hastily yield the right-of-way to the esteemed vehicle. For the past few days, Lin Jian had refrained from venturing out, as he was still recovering from the humiliating beating he received at the hands of Lin Ran and his companions. He wished to keep that incident under wraps. His last visit to a restaurant had been intended for a private consultation with a lawyer, but fate had led him to encounter Lin Ran instead. Fortunately, he was nearly healed now and no longer needed to wear a mask. Since the luxury car incident, Liu Ruxue had also avoided returning to campus, overwhelmed by embarrassment, especially with the campus forum buzzing with posts about her and Lin Ran. Thankfully, most of their peers were rational, merely labeling her as a realistic girl. Moreover, Lin Ran had ceased his pursuit of Liu Ruxue, using his lavish vehicle to humiliate her, leaving her feeling somewhat diminished. She had not disclosed any of this to Lin Jian, nor to Lin Jianba. As Lin Qianbar stepped aside, Lin Jian and Liu Ruxue also noticed the luxurious Rolls-Royce. They pondered which young master or princess had come to study at Kyoto University. Upon glancing at the license plate, they saw a 00001. Lin Qianbar mused, is that a car belonging to the Luo family? While others may have been unaware, a man of Lin Qianbar's stature certainly recognized it. The Luo family was a top-tier aristocracy in the nation, arguably the foremost among them. It was said that the formidable heiress, Miss Luo Yao, was a mere 26 years old, yet had already risen to unparalleled power. Her ascent was nothing short of legendary. Lost at 5, found at 18, and upon returning to her family, she was initially perceived as a fragile girl, easily bullied. Little did they know, Luo Yao single-handedly dismantled the entire Luo family structure. Her first act was patricide and matricide, leaving several brothers dead or gravely injured. Once she seized power, she even ousted her own uncles from the Luo family, their current whereabouts unknown. The previous patriarch, Old Master Luo, attempted to restore order, but shortly thereafter suffered a double leg amputation, retreating from the role of head of the family to live in seclusion. Many speculated that Luo Yao was behind this, yet this cold-blooded and ruthless girl managed to gain complete control of the Luo family in just a few short years, facing no opposition. By the time she was 23, the Luo family had already transformed into a colossal entity. At that time, Lin Qianbar had hoped to cultivate a relationship with her. During a banquet, he overheard Luo Yao's assistant, Liu Meng, mentioning that Luo Yao was searching for someone. Lin Qianbar had contemplated offering assistance, only to learn days later that the individual had been found. He lamented missing the chance to curry favor with Luo Yao, though he was not overly disheartened, considering her merely a woman. Yet, this woman had, in just 3 years, propelled the Luo group to the pinnacle of the world by her 26th birthday. Who would dare to believe such a feat? Now, Lin Qianbar realized he no longer held any significance in Luo Yao's eyes, nor would he have in the past. The disparity was simply too vast. One was a top-tier aristocracy ranked number 1 globally, while the other was merely a businessman with some accomplishments, worlds apart. However, the fact that someone from the Luo family was attending the same school as his son sparked an idea in Lin Qianbai's mind. Sir Jian Ruxue, did you see that Rolls-Royce? That belongs to the Luo group. Regardless of who is inside attending school, you must establish a good rapport with them. If you can win their favor, our entire family will soar. Do you understand? The two nodded in unison, yet as all three turned to gaze at the slowly opening door of the Rolls-Royce, their expressions turned to one of shock. Lin. Lin Ran? As Lin Ran stepped out, it was not just Lin Qianbar and his companions who were stunned. Everyone at the school gate was left in awe. The upperclassmen were astonished that Lin Ran had arrived at school in a Rolls-Royce, while the freshmen marveled at this extraordinarily wealthy and striking young man. Who is that? So handsome, so wealthy, I want to get close. Junior, are you a freshman? That's Senior Lin Ran, our school's heartthrob, but I haven't heard anything about his family being wealthy. Wow, such a handsome young man, I want to swoon. Senior Lin Ran, look over here. Is it true that you no longer pursue Liu Ruxue? What about me? Lin Ran stopped chasing Liu Ruxue. Where did you hear that? Go check the campus forum yourself. Liu Ruxue's expression darkened. Hearing the surrounding girls' chatter caused her heart to ache. It felt as though something precious was slipping away. When did Lin Ran become so popular? Just as Lin Ran was about to leave, the window of the car rolled down, and Luo Yao's fierce voice rang out. Darling. Give me a kiss. Lin Ran immediately turned back and kissed her, saying, If a well kiss, I'll return early tonight. Luo Yao, satisfied with the kiss, cast a cold glare at the gathering students. She was both demonstrating and declaring, This man is mine, do not touch. This scene startled Lin Qianbar, who was preparing to exit his 7 wolves, prompting him to quickly retreat back into the car. Had he misjudged? Was that face peering out from the Rolls-Royce truly Luo Yao? Unsure, Lin Qianbar pulled out his phone to investigate. Heavens! It's real! Lin Jian also caught sight of Luo Yao, and upon seeing her for the first time, his heart skipped a beat. She was breathtakingly beautiful. How could such a stunning woman publicly kiss Lin Ran? Was there no justice left in the world? Lin Ran was merely the least favored scion of the Lin family, while he was the family's cherished treasure. Chapter 27. Liu Ruxue's complexion turned ashen. The impression this woman, whom she had encountered twice, left on her was profoundly etched in her memory. Each time they met, Liu Ruxue felt as though she were on the brink of being mercilessly dispatched by this woman. Dad! My brother actually kissed that beautiful woman in public. Isn't that somewhat detrimental to the Lin family's reputation? Lin Qianbar cast a glance at Lin Jian but remained silent. Sensing Lin Qianbai's mood, Lin Jian hastily adjusted his tone. It's all my fault. I haven't shown enough concern for my brother and failed to notice how he has tarnished our family's morals. This is entirely on me. Dad, please don't make things difficult for my brother. Just let him bow and apologize to you, and then forgive him. And please refrain from hitting him. The pain inflicted upon him pierces my heart. Lin Qianbar sighed deeply. Xiao Jian, your kindness is what allows him to take advantage of you. He is now pressuring me for dividends. I could never forgive such an ungrateful son, even if he knelt and begged for forgiveness. He has permanently lost me as his father. Lin Jian interjected, Dad, don't blame my brother. We don't even know who that woman in the car is. Suddenly, a flash of insight sparked in Lin Qianbar's mind. Xiao Jian, I have something to discuss with you. He leaned closer to Lin Jian's ear and whispered, causing Lin Jian's eyes to widen in shock, gradually transforming into excitement. Lin Qianbar intended for Lin Jian to get closer to Lin Ran, thereby facilitating a connection to Luo Yao. Ideally, he hoped to gain Luo Yao's attention, or even to remain by her side. Lin Ran, this wretch, was merely somewhat handsome. If Luo Yao truly had something with him, it would only be due to his looks. In terms of excellence, his own son Lin Jian was his pride. Even if his plan ultimately failed, he could always seek Lin Ran out for some benefit, could he not? After all, he was his biological father. What could Lin Ran possibly do to him? It was entirely reasonable for him to receive some advantages from the Luo family as a father. I brought you into this world, thus, you should be grateful to me, a notion Lin Qianbar understood all too well. After accepting his task, Lin Jian recalled something and engaged Liu Ruxue in conversation as they walked into the campus. Gradually, Liu Ruxue's eyes widened in shock, then slowly began to glimmer with excitement. Lin Jian discreetly pinched Liu Ruxue's rear, teasing, "Oh, not bad at all. If you have time, Cousin can help you check your health. Liu Rushua blushed. Lin Jian, you're so naughty. Are you not jealous if I seek out Lin Ran? Lin Jian replied, go ahead, I trust you can take care of yourself. As long as Lin Ran is with you, I believe that young lady won't let him off easily. Liu Rushua pondered, so, you're not jealous. She was well aware that the relationship between her and Lin Jian could never be made public. Lin Ran was indeed a suitable candidate to divert attention, and he had become more handsome and affluent. The idea of them potentially being together was not entirely off the table. The thought of winning over both brothers was thrilling. It would be more accurate to say that Lin Jian urged her to entice Lin Ran, rather than it being her original intention to approach him. On the first day of school, many upperclassmen volunteered for orientation and busied themselves with club recruitment, but Lin Ran had no desire to waste his time on such matters. He went straight to find his close friend. Upon opening the long-neglected dormitory door, he discovered that Wu Jishang was still asleep. Furthermore, the other two roommates had yet to return to campus. Old Wu. Old Wu. No response. Son. Still no response. On the first day of school, when the campus was abuzz with activity, this fellow remained utterly unfazed. What remarkable sleep quality. Lin Ran seized his friend's hair and yanked him up, causing Wu Jishang to awaken instantly in pain. Bewildered, Wu Jishang gazed at the handful of hair in Lin Ran's grip, deep in thought, before he instinctively touched his own head. It was bald. I'm sorry, old Wu. Who told you to sleep so soundly? Wu Jishang took a deep breath, shaking off the non-existent bangs as he suppressed his anger, thinking, brothers. Blood brothers, we grew up wearing the same pants, I must endure. You charming man, I warn you, you better have a good reason for this, or I shall pretend you never said anything. Lin Ran felt a bit awkward, not having anticipated that he would worsen Wu Jishang's already sparse hair situation. Old Wu. How's the company doing now? Wu Jishang replied proudly, it's already renovated, now we just need people, and we are perfectly positioned. We'll recruit at our school. I believe both students and the institution will lend their full support, as everyone desires an internship certificate. Lin Ran nodded, then let us find an opportunity to communicate with the principal. Of course, we're not looking for just anyone, like Liu Rushua and her kind. Wu Jishang gave an EOK gesture. EOJBK. I heard Liu Rushua interned for an entire summer, only to end up without an internship certificate. It's utterly hilarious. Rumor has it she tried to seduce her superior and was promptly dismissed. Lin Ran was taken aback, realizing this was indeed quite the scandal. Wu Jishang added, the thought of having to see that scoundrel regularly infuriates me. Lin Ran remarked, after today, she will no longer be in our class. Wu Jishang responded. At this moment, in the instructor's office, Liu Rushua wore a look of disbelief. Why? There is no why. Starting today, you are no longer a student of the finance department. The principal has arranged for you to study Burmese in the foreign language department. Liu Rushua, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, what kind of joke is this? What right do you have to change my major? This is tyranny. I will report you to the Education Bureau. The instructor regarded her with disdain, his utmost disdain reserved for students who relied on connections. Suit yourself. But before that, I will ensure the Education Bureau investigates how such a poor student like you gained admission to Kyoto University. How could you do this? The instructor interjected, don't even think of resisting. The people from the Luo group have already reported your affair with a married man to the school. Not expelling you is already showing leniency. If you wish to avoid a change in your major, I will have no choice but to apply for your expulsion. Liu Rushua protested, I am innocent. You are being too fine, I will go study Burmese. Seeing the instructor's cold demeanor, Liu Rushua relinquished her resistance and stumbled out of the office, only for her phone to vibrate. Upon checking, she found a message from the instructor, which filled her with a flicker of hope. Could it be that the school had reconsidered? Instructor sad smiley, I forgot to mention, your performance for the welcome party has been cancelled. The student council said your dance resembled a maggot and is not suitable for a performance. Liu Rushua stood frozen in place, unable to move for an extended period. Why had she been so unfortunate lately? First, Lin Ran left her, then she inexplicably accrued a debt of 1 million, and now, her best friend had abandoned her. Chapter 28. Even though she was aware that Lin Ran would not genuinely demand money from her, it was merely a means for him to humiliate her in moments of anger. However, this incident had turned her into a hot topic on the campus forum, where many details about her were scrutinized. She was unable to obtain her internship certificate, was falsely accused of seducing a married man, expelled from her major, and had her program cancelled. What, then, was the purpose of all her hard work and practice over the past few days? This tumult began the moment Lin Ran distanced himself from her. Lin Ran, I detest you. No, she had to seek out Lin Ran. She still had a mission. She needed to find an opportunity to confess her feelings to him, leaving herself no retreat. To attain something, one must be willing to sacrifice. Having lost, she must strive to gain. Soon, she would no longer be in this class, and her chances to interact with Lin Ran would diminish. Today presented itself as an excellent opportunity. As Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang walked towards the classroom, they were interrupted by Wu Zhishang's sudden exclamation. Why, Lin, you've hit the front page of the forum. You publicly kissed your girlfriend on the first day of school? Lin Ran quickly pulled out his phone to log onto the forum, where he indeed found multiple posts about himself. Fortunately, none of the posts featured a clear image of Luo Yao. The best one only captured a partial view of her face, obscured mostly by Lin Ran. Even so, it was evident that Luo Yao was a stunning beauty. Wu Zhishang remarked, "What is this? There's hardly a clear photo of your girlfriend, but it's clear enough to see she is truly beautiful. Did you save a fairy in your past life, Lin?" Lin Ran chuckled silently. In his previous life, he had not saved a fairy, rather, he had caused her pain. At the entrance of the large classroom, Lin Ran found himself cornered. Lin Ran, I want to talk to you. Liu Rushua's actions rendered the entire classroom silent. So, have you prepared the money? Lin Ran, when did you become so shallow? Can we not discuss anything beyond money? What else is there to discuss? Should I talk to you about dreams? Pray tell, what is your dream? Why are you here, flaunting yourself? Liu Rushua was enraged, taking a deep breath as if steeling herself for something significant. I know you've been distant and mocking because I rejected your confession, but I don't care. I've thought it through these past few days and realized that I actually like you. And ever since you've been away, my feelings for you have become increasingly difficult to conceal. Lin Ran, I agreed to be your girlfriend, let us be together. Lin Ran replied, you should be careful. Liu Rushua was puzzled. What do you mean? I've already agreed to be your girlfriend, what more do you want? Lin Ran stated, I do not consent, and you need to return the money you owe me. Liu Rushua could no longer tolerate it. Money, money, money. Is that all you think about? Has our relationship sunk to this level? Lin Ran retorted, our only relationship is that I am your creditor. Liu Rushua felt a wave of disappointment, yet she pressed on. I admit I had high expectations of you in the past, Lin Ran. Stop this. Let us return to how things were. I agreed to be your girlfriend. Please don't ignore me. Have you not thought of me these past few days? Lin Ran interrupted. Stop right there. Whether I think of you is irrelevant. If you miss me, then call me. The account number hasn't changed. It's still Agricultural Bank. Liu Rushua felt insulted. How could Lin Ran not understand her blatant confession? Lin Ran, are you really this foolish or just pretending? I am genuinely angry. Lin Ran replied, if you're sick, call 120. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. If you have money, pay me. If not, go sell something. Tears streamed down Liu Rushua's face, falling like pearls scattered from a broken string. Yet the classroom remained silent, all eyes on her, with no one coming to her aid. In the past, there would have been a few admirers rushing to condemn Lin Ran, but the situation was now different. Wow! Liu Rushua has no shame. Lin Ran has even posted about his marriage, and she is still clinging to him. This is the behavior of a typical mistress. It's not really a marriage, just a certificate. Perhaps the certificate is a fabricated image, specifically to provoke Liu Ruxue. I saw Lin Ran arriving in a luxury car today, and there was a beautiful woman inside. It's very likely he has been taken care of. That seems unlikely. Lin Ran doesn't he strike me as someone who would compromise for money? Regardless of the truth, Liu Ruxue's bold confession is quite surprising. Upon hearing these whispers, Liu Ruxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Lin Ran. Lin Ran, you got married? Lin Ran shrugged. What of it? Liu Ruxue, let me make this clear. If you want to be a mistress, go find someone else. If you want to repay your debt, come back to me. Crying, Liu Ruxue fled. It was only then that she realized Lin Ran had indeed posted on social media, but she was no longer part of that circle. She was confined to his shadows. As Liu Ruxue ran away, the classroom erupted into chatter once more. Some students occasionally glanced at Lin Ran, with a few overly curious souls unable to resist approaching him. Lin Ran, uncertain of Luo Yao's feelings, had not intended to reveal the identity of his wife, simply affirming to his classmates that he was indeed married. However, no one knew who his wife was. The younger girls in the class were heartbroken, yet some suspected Lin Ran was merely putting on an act, playing hard to get to provoke Liu Ruxue. After all, Lin Ran's past image as a devoted admirer was deeply ingrained. Back in her dormitory, Liu Ruxue buried herself under the covers. Weeping, she felt as though Lin Ran truly no longer cared about her, a notion she could not accept. Hua Haney entered the dorm room and immediately noticed Liu Ruxue's swollen eyes from crying. Remembering her previous betrayal, she felt a twinge of guilt. Ruxue, the last time was merely a strategic retreat. If it were you, Lin Ran would never truly demand compensation. But if it were just the two of us, Lin Ran would definitely make me pay. You understand, right? After all, we are the best of friends. Liu Ruxue stared at Hua Haney, unsure whether to believe her words. But you haven't given me an explanation this entire time. Hua Haney replied, my father summoned me home for a matchmaking event, which is why I couldn't come. Liu Ruxue accepted Hua Haney's explanation, and the two friends reconciled as before. How did your matchmaking go? Not well. Those men were either misfits or simply undesirable, far inferior to your Lin Ran. Chapter 29. When Lin Ran was mentioned, Liu Ruxue's eyes became red again. Ruxue, what is wrong? Did Lin Ran bully you again? Liu Ruxue cried even louder. It seems that Lin Ran has gotten married. He no longer wants me. Hua Haney's eyes widened in disbelief. What? After Liu Ruxue explained for a while, Hua Haney chuckled. Ruxue, do not worry, I dare say Lin Ran is surely deceiving you. Liu Ruxue. Hua Haney continued, think about it, Lin Ran has always loved you passionately, how could he simply let go? He has merely become cleverer, wanting to play hard to get. He drives luxury cars, pretends to be wealthy. Although I have no idea where his money comes from, all of this is undoubtedly to provoke you, to make you recognize his worth. Moreover, you have always spent his money without agreeing to be with him, which must have made him feel resentful, hence his rejection today. Liu Ruxue suddenly understood. Raising her head, she recalled the woman who had taken Lin Ran away. Could it be that because of that woman, Lin Ran dared not get too close to her? It must be so. Brother Lin Ran could not possibly not like her. He must be under duress. It was inconceivable that he would marry someone other than herself. Ooh, Lin Ran has started lying just to provoke me? I spent his money merely to encourage him to strive for improvement. How could he be so foolish, understanding nothing at all? Hua Haney looked at Liu Ruxue as if she were a fool. If it weren't for her desire to get closer to Lin Ran, she wouldn't want to continue being friends with such a dim-witted woman. Over the past few days, she had also used her cousin at the insurance company to investigate, and indeed, Lin Ran was the owner of that Koenigsegg. Furthermore, he owned dozens of luxury cars, each worth millions at the very least. Upon discovering this, Hua Haney was taken aback. The indifference Lin Ran showed towards Liu Ruxue was undeniable. He truly no longer had feelings for her. Then, could she not attempt to ascend in status? Lin Ran was so handsome, so wealthy, so exceptional. He possessed all the qualities of a tall, rich, and handsome man. If Liu Ruxue did not cherish him, she certainly would, having known each other for so many years without even holding hands, and merely knowing how to spend his money. How could she have the audacity? Bar, what a scoundrel. It's all right, Ruxue, you are the most innocent girl I have ever seen, and you will certainly make Lin Ran fall in love with you again. Thank you, Ninny, you are right. Lin Ran loves me so much, he must be lying to me. What is there to thank? After all, we are the best of friends. In the afternoon, in the principal's office, Principal Tang was contacting his former students, hoping to leverage connections to arrange some internship positions across various companies. The current job market was increasingly grim. Large corporations monopolized, making it difficult for smaller firms to thrive. Positions in big companies were highly coveted, while small enterprises were reluctant to waste resources, leaving university students struggling to find employment. Even the prestigious Kyoto University had seen many graduates unable to secure jobs. This was not the outcome he, as the principal, wished to witness. Moreover, recent issues with the aging library and delayed funding approvals compounded his troubles, necessitating his personal involvement in various vexing matters. At the age of 50, he was already graying. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Upon seeing two students enter, the principal looked puzzled. What can I do for you, students? 10 minutes later, Principal Tang remarked, you say you have established a media company and want to recruit some students from our school. Lin Ran nodded. Principal Tang's face immediately lit up with a smile. Of course, this not only provides talent for you but also addresses employment opportunities for our school. In the past, students had attempted similar initiatives, but the outcomes had been less than satisfactory. I wonder how many positions you are offering. Wu Zhishang produced a document and handed it to Principal Tang, whose eyes widened as he perused it. You need 100 students. Such a large-scale recruitment, if the results are less than ideal, can you handle it? Lin Ran replied, thank you for your consideration, Principal, but it's all right. Our funding is quite sufficient. This 100 is merely the first batch, and as we grow and develop, we will certainly return for more talent. I hope the principal can facilitate this for us. Tears welled in Principal Tang's eyes. That is certainly the case. 100 people is no small number. Once the new students finish their military training, you can announce it personally at the welcome dinner and conduct on-site recruitment. Lin Ran said, thank you, Principal. I will be recruiting not only from the arts and finance departments but possibly from other faculties as well. Principal Tang agreed. That sounds good. Every company has its unique talent needs, and this diversity will contribute to its prosperity. Upon leaving the principal's office, Lin Ran exchanged a knowing smile with Wu Zhishang. They had secured the deal. A day passed swiftly. An evening soon arrived. In the morning, Luo Yao had personally brought Lin Ran to school. By evening, he was driving the Koenigsegg away. This scene left many students in astonishment, filled with great curiosity about Lin Ran. The younger female students gazed at him with shining eyes, eager to pounce. From that day forth, Lin Ran became the undeniable young master of Kyoto University, and with his previous fame, he caught the attention of countless students. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Ran was astonished when he opened the door. Welcome home, sir. The servants lined up in 2 rows, the living room adorned with a red carpet, and the old butler awaited him with a bottle of champagne. Lin Ran was somewhat bewildered. Young Master Lin, the young lady instructed us to prepare a welcome banquet for you today, as it is your first day of school. A welcome banquet for the start of school. Truly, wealth allows one to indulge at will. Has Luo Yao returned? Just then, Luo Yao entered from outside. Lin Ran turned, embraced Luo Yao, and kissed her directly. Luo Yao remarked, you are quite punctual. Lin Ran replied, of course, I promised to return home early for you. Luo Yao lifted her gaze, suddenly piercing him with her eyes. Did you see Liu Ruxue today? At this, silence fell over the room. Yao Yao, I do not wish to deceive you. I did see her, but I assure you I have no feelings for her whatsoever. I merely asked her for money since she damaged the car you gifted me. Luo Yao was well aware of these matters. She knew precisely where Lin Ran had been and what he had said, even the number of words exchanged. Thankfully, Lin Ran had not acted inappropriately, yet this did not please Luo Yao. She intended to punish Lin Ran, to make him feel pain so he would behave more cautiously. Liu Ruxue had dared to confess her feelings for Lin Ran publicly. What a reckless move. The dining table transformed into a lavish feast. Lin Ran still chose to sit beside Luo Yao, striving to provide her with a sense of security. Otherwise, he might find himself trapped in the estate indefinitely. Luo Yao's gaze fixated on Lin Ran. The show was about to commence. Chapter 30. To celebrate Lin Ran's return to school, Luo Yao uncorked a bottle of red wine. The two enjoyed a warm dinner, during which Luo Yao displayed no behavior that deviated from her usual demeanor. Knowing he had a low alcohol tolerance and fearing he might speak carelessly while intoxicated, Lin Ran maintained control. Luo Yao lifted her glass, approached Lin Ran from behind, wrapped her arms around his neck, and spoke softly. "Ran, happy first day of school. For this last sip, I shall feed it to you." Lin Ran felt his face flush and nodded. "You all right?" This little lady was quite adept at seduction. Luo Yao leaned in for a kiss, simultaneously feeding Lin Ran a mouthful of the wine. This sip was intoxicating, quite literally. Lin Ran felt his head grow heavy, and when he next regained consciousness, he found himself lying naked in bed. As he attempted to rise, he realized he could not move. This familiar sensation, memories flooded back, causing Lin Ran to shiver. He slowly turned his head to see a figure beside the bed. "Wife, what are you planning to do?" Luo Yao remained silent, leaning close to Lin Ran, her gaze locking onto his. Her eyes seemed to convey, "You have not been obedient." "Luo Yao, you cannot be serious, can you?" "Right." Luo Yao feigned a pitiful expression. "Darling, do you like Yao Yao?" Lin Ran nodded fervently. I like you the most." "Then no matter what I do, you won't blame me, right?" Lin Ran nodded vigorously. "Of course, how could I ever blame you?" 49 minutes later. This little lady was quite ruthless. Lin Ran understood that the more he resisted, the angrier Luo Yao would become. This was a lesson learned from his previous life. Luo Yao was still that little devil. Although she had recently shown a gentler side, it did not alter her fundamental nature. Lin Ran recalled a time in his past life when he had suffered even worse. On that occasion, he had been left battered and bruised after attempting to meet Liu Ruxue under the pretext of preparing a gift for Luo Yao's birthday. Following that incident, Luo Yao had personally applied medicine to his wounds, and at that time, he had violently resisted, even slapping her. Lin Ran remembered that after that encounter, he faced a series of imprisonments on odd days and intermittent confinement on even days for 3 whole months before Luo Yao finally released him. Now, in this second life, he found himself ensnared once more by the same methods. "Ran, why won't you behave? Why do you still meet with Liu Ruxue? Do you not like Yao Yao anymore?" Lin Ran inhaled deeply, feeling the sting of blood on his skin from the earlier encounters. "I certainly like you. I detest Liu Ruxue, but she always appears out of nowhere, and I have no choice. You could deal with her more directly, it would be more practical." Luo Yao seized Lin Ran's face, forcing him to look closely at her. "I have long been dealing with Liu Ruxue. Ran, we are alike, we both enjoy the slow torment. However, I cannot discern whether you are genuine or merely acting in front of me, and I do not wish to know. I only want to warn you that if you dare to do anything to betray me, you will suffer a terrible fate, and Liu Ruxue will suffer even more. Do not think I jest. When I get serious, even I become fearful." Lin Ran was not intimidated by Luo Yao's threats. In his understanding, the current Luo Yao was simply unhinged. His knowledge of Luo Yao extended beyond this life. He had insights from his previous existence. In that life, Luo Yao had often shown restraint, clinging to him, controlling him, possessing him, but she could also truly go mad at times. Of course, her madness always stemmed from his actions that angered her. After such outbursts, Luo Yao would either comfort him or disappear for a few days before returning. Once, after a particularly crazy episode, she had confessed to Lin Ran that she could not control herself, especially when he attempted to escape. It drove her to commit horrifying acts. Initially, Lin Ran had not understood, viewing Luo Yao merely as a demon. After being reborn, He chose to accept Luo Yao, love her, and understand her. Gradually, he realized that Luo Yao might possess a dual personality. At her best, she expressed love. At her worst, she unleashed her hatred upon him. Thus, when he saw Luo Yao injuring herself in the office, he immediately deduced the reason behind her actions. He had harmed her in the past, and this was something he owed her. Moreover, Luo Yao had treated him quite well this time, at least better than before. He was keenly aware of the consequences had she exhibited her former behavior. As Lin Ran felt Luo Yao's grip around his neck, he absorbed her scent, her gaze, her heartbeat. She craved love. He would give her love, an endless supply of it. I sincerely declare to you that the only person I love is you. You can hit me, scold me. I will not be angry. In fact, when you wish to vent, I hope the one who gets hurt is me, not you, just like now. But if you suspect that I would betray you, I must assure you that it is absolutely impossible. Come on. If this brings you comfort, then go ahead. Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran, puzzled. Are you serious? Lin Ran's heart stirred. Of course are. Not a sister. Why aren't you following the script? Have you become addicted? Chapter 31. After a considerable passage of time, Lin Ran finally regained his freedom, while Luo Yao remained quietly by his side, resembling a child who had erred. Ran, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't wish for this. Luo Yao felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and heartache. When facing adversaries, she could be exceedingly ruthless, yet towards Lin Ran, all she yearned to offer was tenderness. However, she was perplexed by her own actions. Despite loving Lin Ran deeply, there were moments when she could not help but inflict harm upon him. Each time her heart surged with agitation because of Lin Ran, she felt an uncontrollable urge to seize him and cause him pain. If she did not punish Lin Ran, she would inevitably retreat to the secret chamber. She was reluctant to go there, for Lin Ran despised witnessing her inflict harm upon herself, yet she also loathed the thought of hurting him. The more intense her inner turmoil grew, the more obsessive her behavior became. At times, she questioned her own sanity. Lin Ran spoke gently. Do you recall the question you asked me when I first awakened? Therefore, do not utter apologies, regardless of what you have done. I hold no grievances against you, for we are husband and wife. Luo Yao shook her head, but I feel unwell. The discomfort within her stemmed from her own transgressions. Yet, the inexplicable anger that had initially consumed her had indeed dissipated. Now, her predominant concern was Lin Ran's fear of her, his desire to escape. She wished to treat him well, yet feared he would flee. Her conflicting emotions, a tumultuous blend of insecurity, were something no one could comprehend. Her head throbbed painfully. Lin Ran reassured her. In truth, I understand your thoughts. Rest assured, I will not be afraid, nor will I run away. All I desire is to remain by your side forever, to construct a sanctuary for your heart throughout my lifetime. Luo Yao gazed at him in disbelief. Every word Lin Ran spoke resonated within her soul. So he truly comprehends me. With a generous gesture, Luo Yao extended her hand, presenting him with what she held. Here. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with surprise as he sat up eagerly. Regardless of whether compelled or voluntary, he had indeed endured much suffering in both his past and present lives. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity for retribution? Grasping the small token, Lin Ran raised his hand, and Luo Yao met his gaze, unflinching and resolute. As long as Ran was pleased, as long as he did not blame her, she would permit him to strike or scold her at will. Yet, Lin Ran hesitated, unable to lower his hand. He gazed into Luo Yao's eyes, ultimately unable to bring himself to act. In this regard, he felt inferior to her. Luo Yao loved him more than he loved her, or so he believed. However, she was still capable of inflicting harm, which was a testament to her strength over him. I love you. Striking you does not conflict with that. Very well, a gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. The stars in Luo Yao's eyes twinkled brightly. Is Ran reluctant? Lin Ran nodded, candidly admitting, I love you too much to bring myself to do it. Too much love. Luo Yao murmured these words internally, feeling as though her heart had been struck by something profound. You may be gentle. Even gently, it is still unbearable. Luo Yao's gaze grew increasingly dreamy as she declared, in that case, let us temporarily change the method of punishment. What punishment, Luo Yao once again danced freely upon Lin Ran's form. Despite several attempts to turn the tables, he found himself utterly unsuccessful. How could this petite woman possess such strength? Here he was, a man towering at 185 centimeters, yet utterly subdued by a woman not even 170 centimeters tall. It was utterly absurd. Who was truly the man here? Eventually, Luo Yao's exclamation signaled the splendid conclusion of their performance. Lin Ran inquired, when will your relatives depart completely? They should have left last night. After regaining his composure, Lin Ran embraced Luo Yao tightly. Is this what you call punishment? Is this truly punishment, Luo Yao lifted her gaze, innocently asking, what else could it be? Lin Ran retorted, this is hardly fair, this is merely a reward. I demand a different form of punishment. Luo Yao pondered and realized that it indeed did not constitute a punishment. Very well, then you may propose. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, questioning, do you speak the truth? Indeed, she affirmed. Lin Ran donned a somewhat cryptic smile as he inquired, is there anything dark for me to savor? Luo Yao shook her head, and just as Lin Ran's expression shifted to one of disappointment, she promptly retrieved her phone. Upon receiving a call, Liu Meng's pupils dilated in shock. Lin Ran stared at Luo Yao in bewilderment. Isn't it brave of you, sister? Liu Meng, startled and exhilarated by the late-night call, was wide awake, her previous fatigue vanishing. So, the esteemed Luo had a penchant for such flamboyance. Without hesitation, she prompted preparations. Shortly thereafter, Liu Meng personally drove to the estate, delivering the requested items directly to Luo Yao. This pertained to the privacy of the illustrious Luo, and she would not allow anyone to be privy to it. She despised gossip more than anything. Miss Luo, is this what you desired? Is it truly necessary to rush at such a late hour? Luo Yao cast a cold glance at Liu Meng, replying, yes, Ran is eager to see. With that, she returned to the villa, leaving Liu Meng in a state of shock at the entrance. It appeared that she was indeed quite anxious. How could Miss Luo be so considerate towards young Master Lin? If young Master Lin wished to see something, she would send her employee out in the middle of the night to procure it. The sheer volume of items requested, in a variety of colors, left no room for doubt regarding their purpose. Young Master Lin was indeed fortunate. The agony of secrecy, the torment of silence. It was all too much to bear. In the villa's bedroom, Luo Yao sat upon the bed. Do you like it? It's beautiful. I adore it. Lin Ran marveled internally, realizing why so many were captivated. It was not merely beauty, it was the thrill of the heart. Luo Yao, a domineering female CEO, only heightened Lin Ran's sense of conquest. Soon, the room was in disarray. Yao, allow me. Luo Yao obediently nodded. I shall defer to my husband's lead. Chapter 32. A few words stirred Lin Ran's heartstrings, and he felt that even death would be worth it tonight. After their encounter, Luo Yao still found herself unable to sleep, entwined with Lin Ran, exhaling softly like an orchid. Do you like it, Ran? She playfully pressed a finger to her lips. Sure. I warn you, do not tempt me. It has been a long time since I graduated high school, and I have completely forgotten the art of seduction. Now, I find myself terribly bold. Luo Yao replied, so what? Lin Ran was left speechless. The allure of desire is a double-edged sword, and beneath the pomegranate skirt lies a fate difficult to escape. As morning dawned, he opened the window, feeling elated. At the dining table, Lin Ran sat beside Luo Yao and whispered, Wife, I still believe we should exercise some restraint. After all, I am but a man. Luo Yao replied, then I shall have Liu Meng dispose of what we prepared. Outside the villa, Liu Meng, who had been waiting, was resting her eyes. She had tossed and turned all night, now sporting dark circles under her eyes. Upon checking the time, she realized it was past the hour, prompting her to knock on the door. Following Butler Fu into the dining room, she overheard Luo Yao's words, her face a canvas of confusion. Did President Luo ask me to prepare something? Or could it be? The gleam of gossip flickered once more. Having served Luo Yao for 3 years, Liu Meng had evolved from a mere assistant to an indispensable ally, and she was well acquainted with Luo Yao. Yet, it was precisely this familiarity that left her astonished by Luo Yao's transformation. So this is the true nature of President Luo. How fortunate Lin Xiao is. Does he truly deserve the finest of all, President Luo? Alas, he seems merely handsome. I have yet to discover anything particularly exceptional about him. Lin Ran, there's more. Wait, it is shameful to waste, and we certainly cannot litter. Luo Yao smiled, leaning forward. Ran, I believe I have discovered some methods to control you. Lin Ran replied, I should say it is by my own volition. Is that so? Indeed. You must be obedient today. Lin Ran nodded dutifully, his thoughts turning to how he must deal with Liu Ruxue. Otherwise, it would remain a thorn in Luo Yao's heart. After arranging her attire, Luo Yao followed Liu Meng out. As soon as they entered the car, she instructed, do not forget to prepare what I mentioned. Liu Meng hesitated. President Luo, are you serious? Although I am your assistant, I cannot undertake such tasks for you. Very well, President Luo. Lin Ran wondered what celestial favor he had earned in a past life. Luo Yao added, prepare more. Liu Meng. Luo Yao continued, if Ran is not satisfied, you need not come to work anymore. Liu Meng's pupils dilated. What, President Luo, do you hear yourself? Lin Ran, in the villa, decided against attending school and called Wu Jishang for assistance. After a brief nap, his legs finally regained their strength. Refreshed, Lin Ran contemplated the need to confront his past enemies. The first step was to let them experience true torment. Lin family, Liu Ruxue, prepared to face the devil's judgment. Having devised a plan, he contacted Wu Jishang. Are you familiar with Brother Dao? Wu Jishang was taken aback. As a local, how could he not know Brother Dao? On the other end of the line, Wu Jishang could feel cold sweat trickling down his back. Of course, Brother Lin, what do you mean? Have you crossed paths with him? Lin Ran replied, no. Wu Jishang sighed in relief. That's good. If you had crossed him, it would be troublesome. Lin Ran, brimming with confidence, replied, no worries, even if I did, he would have to yield to me, for my wife is formidable. Wu Jishang retorted, Brother Lin, I've noticed you've become increasingly boastful lately. Lin Ran, uninterested in idle chatter, stated, listen to me, help me get in touch with Brother Dao. Just say I have a business proposition to discuss. There was silence on the other end for a moment before Wu Jishang finally spoke. Brother, are you serious? What exactly do you intend to do? Negotiating with Brother Dao? Isn't he that akin to dancing on the edge of a knife? Lin Ran insisted, just tell me whether you'll help or not. If Wu Jishang declined, he planned to turn to Luo Yao for assistance. He refrained from approaching her directly, as he did not wish to burden her with his troubles. Wu Jishang replied, all right, I will help you reach out. I have a cousin who works under Brother Dao. Lin Ran responded, thank you, brother, I appreciate it. After hanging up, Lin Ran felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He was fully aware that Wu Jishang's cousin worked for Brother Dao, otherwise, he wouldn't have contacted him directly. After Lin Ran's demise in his past life, Wu Jishang was the first to learn of the news, even before Luo Yao. When Lin Ran was pushed off the rooftop, Wu Jishang had been waiting downstairs, and it was that very day he risked everything to help Lin Ran escape from the estate. Wu Jishang was in disbelief over the events that unfolded. He reported the incident, but Lin Jian, Liu Ruxue, and Liu Yumai claimed that Lin Ran had merely fallen by accident. Coupled with Lin Qinbao's clandestine machinations, they evaded any investigation. Wu Jishang was devastated, filled with regret for bringing Lin Ran into this world. He realized that letting Lin Ran be a captive of that young lady might have been a better choice, at least it would have ensured his safety. After the grief subsided, he plotted revenge and contacted his cousin. Upon hearing the news, his cousin immediately borrowed men from Brother Dao, who generously obliged. Unfortunately, one of his cousin's subordinates happened to know Lin Jian and sold information to him for 100,000 yuan. Lin Jian had that subordinate intoxicate Wu Jishang, encouraging him to take revenge immediately. In his sorrow, Wu Jishang was caught off guard. After drinking, he got into a car intending to confront the Lin family, unaware that his vehicle had been tampered with. Wu Jishang, driving under the influence, crashed the car, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. At that moment, Lin Ran desperately wanted to intervene, but as a soul, he was powerless. In fact, less than an hour before Wu Jishang's accident, Luo Yao had already sent people to apprehend the Lin family. It felt as though fate had orchestrated these events, ensuring that those who ought not to suffer bore the brunt of the consequences. Wu Jishang, a lifelong brother. In the afternoon, having received the news, Lin Ran finally ventured out. Kyoto was bustling with prosperity, yet behind this facade lay a web of unspeakable grey industries. Amidst a cluster of unfinished buildings, things were perhaps not as simple as they appeared. Are you Lin Ran? Wei Xiang, upon seeing Lin Ran's car, was taken aback, surprised that his cousin had such affluent acquaintances. Chapter 33. Lin Ran nodded and said, "Hello, my name is Lin Ran." He did not harbor any disdain for Wei Xiang, nor had he ever in this lifetime. Everyone leads their own life, and he bore no grudge against Wei Xiang for past events. After all, he was unaware that a traitor lurked among his ranks. Furthermore, he was no saint himself. The innocence of his former life was certainly absent in this one. Wei Xiang, not daring to be negligent, promptly extended his hand. Greetings, I am Wei Xiang, the cousin of Wu Jishang. Allow me to escort you to Brother Dao. Following Wei Xiang, they entered a dilapidated building and, in a rather concealed location, stepped into an elevator. Lin Ran marveled at the wonders of this world. Who would have imagined that beneath such a decrepit facade lay a resplendent arena of opportunity? They descended directly to the third underground level. Upon exiting the elevator, they encountered a fighting ring enclosed by iron bars. Having never participated in such affairs, Lin Ran recognized it as an underground boxing venue. The ceiling was notably high, and the design was quite ingenious. Wei Xiang led Lin Ran to a private box on the second floor, which afforded an excellent view of the ring. Inside the box, Lin Ran beheld the most prominent figure in the underground circles of Kyoto, known colloquially as Brother Dao. He appeared to be in his 40s, and true to his name, a prominent scar traversed his face from forehead to chin, marking him as a man of survival. To endure such a grievous injury and still be alive spoke volumes of his tenacity. Wei Xiang had shared time in prison with Brother Dao, which earned him a measure of respect. He confidently approached the sofa in the box. Brother Dao, I've brought him. This is Lin Ran, a classmate of my cousin. Lin Ran nodded towards Brother Dao, who appraised him with a discerning eye. A young man, presumably seeking assistance against someone. A closer look revealed his attire suggested he was from a wealthy family. Then, in a moment of realization, Brother Dao's eyes widened in shock. Isn't this the man of Lao Luo? What brings him here? It is young Master Lin, please, take a seat. Lin Ran was taken aback by Brother Dao's demeanor. It seemed the notorious figure possessed a surprisingly amiable disposition. Seated opposite Brother Dao, Lin Ran watched as he personally slid a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea towards him, a gesture that left the surrounding underlings in astonishment. Brother Dao's cordiality towards this young man was indeed noteworthy. Lin Ran took a delicate sip and remarked, "Delicious, thank you for your hospitality, Brother Dao." Brother Dao, maintaining his courteous demeanor, inquired, "Might I ask what business young Master Lin wishes to discuss?" Lin Ran presented an IOU, which Brother Dao accepted with a puzzled expression. After glancing at it, he raised his eyes and asked, "Are you seeking my assistance in collecting a debt? You've come to the right person. We excel in this line of work." He was not one to scoff at the million-yuan debt. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. According to the rules of the underworld, a 20 service fee was customary for debt collection. Lin Ran shook his head while raising a finger. "There is a lucrative venture at hand, Brother Dao, one in which you could reap substantial profits without breaching the law. As for this IOU, consider it a means to foster our friendship. If you can retrieve the funds, then the money shall serve to treat the brothers to a drink." Brother Dao regarded Lin Ran with surprise. As far as he knew, the young man was still a student, yet he exhibited neither subservience nor discomfort in their exchange, which was quite unexpected. Most notably, his willingness to part with the IOU signified that this piece of paper, in the hands of others, might not yield results, but with him, it was assuredly convertible to cash. Thus, this young man appeared both bold and generous. Moreover, being associated with Lao Luo, he was someone worth befriending, even without the IOU. After a moment of silence, Brother Dao declared, Brother Lin, I accept your camaraderie and will take on this task. As for the legality of it, that is our concern. Should anything go awry, it will not implicate you. With that, he clasped Lin Ran's hand in agreement, leaving Lin Ran pleasantly surprised at the ease of their accord. Brother Dao mused that such smooth dealings were only natural. The true power lay in Lin Ran's backing. To cross him could spell disaster, perhaps even a fatal encounter with the ocean's predators. Lin Ran, however, remained cautious, aware that those who dwelled in grey areas were rarely virtuous. The term brother was merely a pleasantry. His only true brother was Wu Jishang. Yet, at this juncture, Brother Dao seemed inclined to cooperate, for nothing held greater allure for them than the promise of profit. Lin Ran observed the few subordinates surrounding Brother Dao, who astutely cleared the space, leaving just the two of them. It was then that Lin Ran began to relay the recent happenings in the Lin family. Brother Dao listened intently, his intrigue piqued. Indeed, it was a venture that skirted the edges of legality while offering substantial rewards. However, he found himself questioning why Lin Ran, a member of the Lin family, would exhibit such ruthlessness towards them. But such matters were not his concern, nor would he dare to ponder them deeply. Perhaps this was all orchestrated by Lao Luo. Lin Ran's appearance might even be a test. With this thought, he felt compelled to comply with Lin Ran's request. Even if Lin Ran had not sought him out, he would have acted upon this information had it reached him. Yet, Lin Ran's maneuvering had granted him this opportunity, instilling a sense of goodwill towards him. He even invited Lin Ran to ascend and witness more of the establishment. Lin Ran accepted, curiosity piqued. The underground entertainment complex was largely deserted during the day. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Ran was awestruck by the spectacle before him. It was a veritable den of iniquity, reminiscent of the grand casinos depicted in films. However, it was still daytime, with only a handful of patrons gathered around a single card table. Brother Dao suggested, Brother Lin, care for a game? Any losses are on me. Lin Ran shook his head, replying, I have no desire to engage in gambling or drugs. Brother Dao, sensing Lin Ran's disinterest, chuckled and refrained from pressing the matter. Just then, a ruckus erupted at the card table as a man was abruptly kicked to the ground. Damn it, I told you I don't indulge in that nonsense. Why do you keep asking? Are you seeking death? With that proclamation, the entire casino fell into an eerie silence, and Brother Dao's expression darkened ominously. It was well known that his establishment tolerated gambling and vice, but drugs were strictly forbidden. No one understood why a gang leader would enforce such a rule, but it was simply the way things were. Brother Dao cast a cold glance at Wei Xiong, stating, if I recall correctly, that is one of your underlings. Wei Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging, yes, Brother Dao, his name is Zhang Darhai. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution. He then approached, seizing Zhang Darhai and confiscating the contraband from his grasp. Have you lost your mind? How dare you sell that here? Chapter 34. Lin Ran squinted his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the individual before him was indeed the traitor from his previous life, the very one who had sold information to Lin Jian. Zhang Darhai was acutely aware of Wei Xiong's formidable nature. Despite Wei Xiong's seemingly affable demeanor, he could be ruthlessly fierce when provoked. Recognizing Wei Xiong's penchant for loyalty, Zhang Darhai hastily began to plead, Brother Xiong, I was wrong, my wife lies in the hospital, and my son is nowhere to be found, indifferent to our plight. I am left with no choice but to take desperate measures to earn quick money for her medical expenses. My daughter has just entered university, and I have yet to gather her tuition fees. Please, spare me this once. I understand that we cannot sell the substance in our establishment, but I truly had no other options. Wei Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Surprisingly, he felt a twinge of sympathy. The seasoned knife brother saw through Zhang Darhai at a glance. Shangzi, rules are rules. I do not wish to repeat myself. Having such a person under your command will inevitably lead to your downfall. Wei Xiong pressed his lips together, uncertain if he should intercede. Lin Ran observed that Wei Xiong might not be cut out for this line of work. Knife Brother's assertion was not without merit. Ultimately, it was proven that Zhang Darhai did indeed become a traitor. Lin Ran was suddenly filled with an inexplicable fury as he recalled Wu Jishang's fate from his past life, but he managed to suppress it. Lin Ran glanced around and discreetly handed Knife Brother a stick. Knife Brother was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and accepted it, proceeding to approach Wei. Xiangzi, do what must be done. Wei Xiang closed his eyes and then opened them wide, a golden light flashing forth as he seized the stick and swung it mercilessly at Zhang Darhai's legs while shouting, "How many times must I tell you? You are forbidden to sell this rubbish. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Zhang Darhai's screams echoed throughout the casino, yet no one exhibited a shred of sympathy. This Zhang Darhai indulged in vices of every kind and dared to peddle drugs in Knife Brother's territory. He deserved whatever fate befell him. With his legs shattered by Wei Xiang's blows, Zhang Darhai fainted from the agony. Wei Xiang waved his hand, instructing others to carry him out. Knife Brother patted Lin Ran's shoulder, saying, "Forgive my brothers for their raucousness." Lin Ran mused on the notion of karmic retribution. In this life, Zhang Darhai had indeed met with the fate of losing his legs. However, why had Zhang Darhai crossed paths with Knife Brother at this moment? Could it be a chain reaction triggered by his own presence? In his previous life, he had not been in this place at this time, and Zhang Darhai's legs had remained intact. For the first time, Lin Ran began to contemplate the peculiarities of fate. Shaking his head, he remarked, "He breached Knife Brother's rules. He brought this upon himself." Knife Brother regarded Lin Ran with surprise, reaffirming his belief that Lin Ran was no ordinary individual, which was likely why he had court boss Luo's attention. Knife Brother nodded in acknowledgement, addressing the patrons of the casino, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. Each of you will receive 10 chips to calm your nerves. However, let me reiterate, drugs are strictly prohibited in my establishment, and anyone caught will face severe consequences." The patrons, uninterested in Zhang Darhai's fate, cheerfully echoed Knife Brother's sentiments, relishing the unexpected bounty of free chips. Once Knife Brother had concluded his business and returned to Lin Ran's side, Lin Ran posed a question that nearly left him speechless. "What lies on the first floor? Shall we go take a look?" Knife Brother felt a chill run down his spine and shook his head. "The first floor is not yet operational. I will take my brothers there another time." He dared not escort Lin Ran to the first floor. Should Lin Ran err, it would spell disaster for him as well. Lin Ran's curiosity was innocent enough, and since Knife Brother was unwilling to lead him up, he did not press further and decided to take his leave. Despite Knife Brother's warm invitation to share a meal that evening, Lin Ran found an excuse to depart. Exiting the underground entertainment venue, he drove back to the estate, eager to return before Luo Yao arrived home, so she would see him first upon her return. On the way, he called Shu Kai to inform him that the operation was commencing. Upon arriving at the villa, he slowly opened the door and found Luo Yao sitting coldly on the sofa. "You returned quite early today." Luo Yao did not answer Lin Ran's question but instead coldly retorted, "What were you up to today?" Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, pondering how best to respond. He wished to spare Luo Yao any worry and did not want to deceive her. "I had some matters to attend to." Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. She already knew what Lin Ran had done that afternoon and could vaguely predict his next moves. Knife Brother had just reported today's events to Luo Yao, who coldly instructed him, "Do not take Lin Ran to such places again." Knife Brother felt a pang of anguish. After all, Lin Ran had sought him out. But what could he do? He dared not protest and could only acquiesce. Luo Yao pressed, "Speak honestly." Lin Ran replied, "All right, the truth is, I am planning to deal with Liu Ruxue and the Lin family. I went out today specifically for this purpose." Luo Yao queried, "Are you truly willing to go through with this?" Lin Ran affirmed, "Wife, I am indeed resolute. I yearn for them to suffer endlessly, with no place to be buried." Luo Yao gazed deeply into Lin Ran's eyes for a long moment before speaking. "If you require assistance, you must let me know." Lin Ran nodded. At this juncture, he preferred to handle his revenge personally. "If I encounter an insurmountable issue, I will certainly seek your help. After all, you have chosen to support me. With that comes the responsibility of aiding me. Ahem." Old butler Fu coughed lightly, as if to remind young Master Lin of his words. Luo Yao softened her demeanor and approached Lin Ran. It is best that you feel this way. With my capabilities, I could nurture you into the world's foremost dandy. Old butler Fu thought to himself, Miss, must you be so infatuated? As they enjoyed a warm dinner, Luo Yao frequently glanced at Lin Ran, who was feeding her. The moment Lin Ran caught sight of Luo Yao's enigmatic smile, he recalled the wine she had fed him, still feeling a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, the feeding proceeded smoothly, and Lin Ran was quite satisfied with his own meal. Luo Yao once again approached Lin Ran from behind, extending her arms around him as if she were a beguiling enchantress. At this familiar gesture, Lin Ran stiffened. Luo Yao leaned in close, whispering in his ear, Ran, come with me. Lin Ran exhaled in relief, only to be met with a perplexed expression as he followed Luo Yao to the bedroom, where he was rendered speechless. What on earth lay scattered across the bed? No, had she truly prepared 7 different colors of these items? And what was that? A dog collar? A shiver coursed through Lin Ran's body as he struggled to comprehend the embarrassment of such things being intended for him. He turned rigidly to face her. Wife, I haven't done anything wrong today, have I? Luo Yao gazed at him with innocent eyes. No, not at all. Everything here is prepared for you, Ran. If Ran enjoys these things, then I shall acquire them all. Do you not like them? Lin Ran stammered. I like them. Chapter 35. Goodness, has it truly come to this level of absurdity? Luo Yao grasped Lin Ran's hand and led him into the bathroom, yet Lin Ran remained preoccupied with his thoughts. Upon returning to the room, Lin Ran's gaze began to waver. However, the situation surpassed Lin Ran's wildest imagination. So this is how it is. Staring at the exquisite Luo Yao, he found himself momentarily dazed, suddenly feeling a warmth in his nose. Blood began to drip onto the floor, and Lin Ran hastily covered his nose, rushing to the bathroom in a flurry. Damn it, where did this girl learn such things? Is this not merely an invitation to crime? After washing up, Lin Ran turned around to find Luo Yao standing behind him, looking pitifully vulnerable. Ran, do you not like Yao Yao anymore? Lin Ran's nose erupted with blood once more. That night, after the absurdity, Lin Ran turned to gaze at this energetic little demon. Yao Yao, do you never take a break? Luo Yao woke up early each morning and often stayed awake until the late hours of the night. Meanwhile, Lin Ran had plenty of opportunities to catch up on sleep during the day, as it seemed Luo Yao was perpetually occupied with work. He felt as though Luo Yao were a ceaseless perpetual motion machine, and he could not fathom how she managed it. Luo Yao appeared slightly taken aback but quickly replied, Of course I rest. I'm resting right now. With that, she clung to Lin Ran like a sloth. The following day, Lin Ran predictably did not attend school, leaving Wu Zhishang seething with frustration. What Lin Ran did not realize was that someone was frantically searching for him that day. Lin Qianbar, using the pretext of being ill, was continually delaying court proceedings, intent on finding Lin Ran to resolve matters privately before the hearing. Although he claimed he wanted to settle privately, his true desire was for Lin Ran to kneel and apologize, after which he would magnanimously allow Lin Ran to resume his position as his son. On the first day of school, he had intended to simply take Lin Ran away from school, but to his surprise, Lin Ran had arrived with Luo Yao, causing him to retreat and plan to return the next day. However, upon arriving at the school the next day, he learned that Lin Ran had not shown up. Early that morning, several court officials visited the company and, citing Lin Qianbao's malicious refusal to appear in court, froze all of his assets. Moreover, since Lin Ran was a shareholder in the Shuren Group, this matter implicated the entire corporation, resulting in the freezing of the group's corporate accounts as well. The justification was that the Shuren Group had defaulted on shareholder dividends, prompting a shareholder to apply for the freezing of corporate funds. Upon receiving the news, Lin Qianbar was left dumbstruck. He had never anticipated that this young man would be so ruthless. At this juncture, he hurried to the school, only to discover that Lin Ran had once again failed to attend class. He reached out to Lin Jian and even contacted Liu Ruxue, but none of them could get in touch with Lin Ran. He was frantic, as he needed to make a significant payment to an essential business partner that day. Failure to do so could lead to the risk of work stoppage at the construction site, potentially resulting in his own breach of contract. After a morning of negotiations, neither the bank nor the court would relent. Who would dare to relent? The plaintiff's attorney was the head of the legal department at the Luo Group, a heavyweight in the industry, often referred to as the foremost legal authority in the country. A single misstep could land one in serious trouble. Moreover, Attorney Shu Kai's procedures were compliant and lawful, leaving no room for dissent. The entire Lin family was on the brink of despair, with Lin Qianbai suffering a health crisis due to stress. Liu Rushua sought out Wu Zhishang, merely stating she needed to find Lin Ran without divulging the reason. Naturally, Wu Zhishang could not assist her in contacting Lin Ran, leaving Liu Rushua with no choice but to seek help from other classmates. At noon, she finally managed to reach Lin Ran through a classmate's phone. When Lin Ran answered, he heard Liu Rushua's voice on the other end. "Is this Lin Ran? Uncle is quite anxious to speak with you. Could you beep?" Beep, beep. Lin Ran, frustrated, muttered, damn it." The phone rang again, and he promptly hung up. He was well aware of Lin Qianbai's intentions. It was evident that attorney Shu Kai had taken action. "You wish to delay payments? Let us see who ends up anxious in the end." Just as Lin Ran felt a sense of satisfaction, Wu Zhishang called him. "Lin Ji, your stepmother Liu Yubei has caused quite a scene in the principal's office, threatening to inform the entire school about how you drove your father to the hospital. The principal said Liu Yubei is being quite unruly. She accuses you of being ungrateful, claiming that the Lin family has supported you for so many years and that you are driving them to ruin. The principal asked me to check in with you, as he is currently trying to suppress Liu Yubei. I was disgusted just hearing about it. How can this family be so vile? Lin Ji, you must have suffered greatly over the years." Lin Ran fell silent for a moment, realizing that they must have been pushed to a breaking point. Otherwise, a woman as concerned with her reputation as Liu Yubei would not have resorted to such actions at school. "It's fine, I shall go see what she truly means." When facing the Lin family again, Lin Ran would make a grand entrance. This time, he chose an outfit from the cloakroom that perfectly embodied the essence of an elevated individual, opulent yet understated, exuding a profound depth. Unaccustomed to wearing watches, he unexpectedly selected a Patek Philippe 5208T for his wrist, once again driving out in his Koenigsegg. With a modest goal for the car, half a goal for the watch, and the attire costing at least several $100,000, Lin Ran appeared as if he were a walking bundle of cash, exuding an undeniable presence as he departed the estate for the school. Having already acquired a pass for the car, the gate opened automatically upon his arrival at the school. As he entered, he was met with a plethora of envious gazes. In the laboratory building, the teaching block, and the dormitory, numerous heads peeked out, captivated by the allure of the Koenigsegg. The last time Lin Ran had driven this car to school was during the summer vacation. This time, it was the academic term. The younger students, taking a break from military training on the playground, raised their heads in admiration as he passed. When the car came to a stop in the parking area, Lin Ran stepped out, instantly capturing the attention of countless infatuated onlookers. With deliberate steps, he approached the principal's office, only to find Liu Yubei sprawled on the floor, throwing a tantrum, while several security personnel looked on in exasperation. Chapter 36. Principal, I have arrived. Upon hearing Lin Ran's voice, Liu Yumei froze momentarily and hastily rose to her feet. "Xia Ran, you have finally come. Please, save your father." As soon as the words left her mouth, Liu Yumei was taken aback. Lin Ran's attire exuded an air of luxury, his clothing appeared to be custom-made, and the watch on his wrist was evidently of considerable worth. After leaving the Lin family, where did he acquire the funds for such an ensemble? Principal Tang approached, patting Lin Ran on the shoulder, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. "Lin Ran, do you require the school's assistance? Our legal department is quite formidable." "No need to trouble the school. I can resolve this matter myself." Principal Tang nodded. "Then you may converse. Remember to seek me out if necessary. The school stands as your strongest ally." With that, he shook his head and exited. It was only today that he learned Lin Ran was a child of the Lin family. If that were the case, why did the Lin family show such indifference towards him? To his knowledge, Lin Ran had not fared well in recent years. Although he had begun a company now, Principal Tang believed that Lin Ran had merely risen through his own relentless efforts over the years. With his outstanding academic performance and strong work ethic, Lin Ran was destined for success. His renown extended beyond the students, encompassing teachers and the principal alike. However, as principal, he was only aware of Lin Ran's previous hardships and remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Ran's relentless toil was solely to gain favor. Lin Ran nodded, holding a deep respect for the old principal. Once the principal departed, only Lin Ran and Liu Yumai remained in the room. "Xie Ran, you must save your father. His company's funds have been frozen." Lin Ran extended his hand to halt Liu Yumai's advance. "Firstly, he is not my father. Do you want me to produce proof of our severed ties? Secondly, the company does not belong to him. If we are to discuss shares, I hold the most significant voice. Thirdly, I am a heartless wolf. I recognize only money, not kin." Liu Yumai was left speechless by Lin Ran's remarks. "Regardless, you must have someone unfreeze the company's accounts." Lin Ran retorted, "Do you take me for a bank? Is it so simple as saying unfreeze? But you can resolve this matter by withdrawing the lawsuit," Liu Yumai insisted. "That is true, I could indeed resolve it by withdrawing the lawsuit, but I have no desire to do so. You truly are a heartless wolf. I shall tell the entire school that you have driven your biological father to the hospital, ruining your reputation. Yumai Suran Group was established by my mother, and upon her death, the shares were bequeathed to me. For all these years, you not only denied me dividends but subjected me to relentless abuse. You were merely a mistress. From where do you derive the audacity to threaten me? The freezing of your assets is entirely lawful. If you return my share dividends, I shall withdraw the lawsuit. Is that too much to ask? After years of draining my resources, I have already shown you great mercy by not condemning you to hell. What more do you desire? You speak nonsense. When have we ever mistreated you? I have never laid a hand on you. Look at you now, dressed to the nines. Can you truly claim that you are not living this life due to the Lin family? Indeed. You may not have harmed me directly, but you allowed Lin Qianbei to beat me, and you punished me by withholding meals. Despite the presence of a maid, you forced me to handle household chores and cook for your family. Starting from the age of 13, I was given a mere 300 yuan a month, a sum even a maid would not accept, and I had to earn my own school fees. What right do you have to dictate my attire? The money I spent now has no connection to the Lin family. Or do you simply refuse to acknowledge the truth of my words? This was merely our way of toughening you up. As a boy, it is beneficial to be trained. Why not train your own son? Is he not a boy? When did you go to Thailand, and why was I not informed? Are you attempting to ensure your own lineage comes to an end? You speak rubbish. My son is a true man. How dare you compare yourself to him? He is a young master of the Lin family. A child born of a mistress dares to claim the title of young master of the Lin family. I am the legitimate Mrs. Lin. Your father never cared for your mother, nor for you. Every holiday, he spent with me and Xiao Jian. Thus, you admit to being a mistress, or do you assert that you seduced Lin Qianbei to become Mrs. Lin, or were you truly in love? Liu Yumai glared, her brows furrowing in anger. She could not comprehend Lin Ran's transformation. He had always been so meek over the years. Admit it. There are only the two of us here. There is no need for pretense. If we are to discuss matters, let us be forthright. I did not seduce your father. He seduced me. He promised that if I became his lover, he would eventually marry me. Lin Ran's expression darkened. Could it be that his mother's death was tied to Lin Qianbei? He stepped closer to Liu Yumai. So, you conspired to bring about my mother's demise. Liu Yumai's eyes widened in horror. No, it was not me. Do not speak such nonsense. Then it must have been Lin Qianbei. Liu Yumai shook her head vigorously in disbelief. No, do not say such things. No one caused that wretched woman's death. Lin Ran slapped her sharply, leaving her stunned. How dare a mistress speak ill of my mother? If you wish for me to withdraw the lawsuit, do not dream of it. You and Lin Qianbei share true love, do you not? Then it seems that money is not so important after all. Go ahead and cling to your true love. I will ensure the Lin family goes bankrupt. Liu Yumai cried amidst her tears. You cannot do this, I am Mrs. Lin, I cannot be without money. If you dare proceed, I will expose your disgrace before the entire school. Lin Ran shrugged. I care not, I have already severed ties with Lin Qianba, with his signature and a lawyer as witness. No matter what you say, I shall not withdraw the lawsuit. Aren't you afraid I will say? Lin Ran produced his phone, playing the earlier recording. It was your father who seduced me, you cannot do this. I am Mrs. Lin, I cannot be without money, Liu Yumai stammered. Lin Ran turned and exited the office. Speak if you wish, I have no qualms about making this recording public. Liu Yumai sank to the floor, astonished by Lin Ran's newfound cunning. Should he release the recording, not only would it reveal her status as a mistress, but it would also expose Lin Jian as the child of a mistress. Moreover, it would likely lead to misunderstandings with Lin Qianba. If Lin Qianba were to become enraged and pursue the matter further, a chill ran down Liu Yumai's spine. Chapter 37. As Lin Ran stepped out of the office, he made his way directly off the campus, keen to evade any chance encounter with Liu Rushua. Shortly thereafter, Shu Kai called. Mr. Lin Qianbar has agreed to hand over the dividends. His only condition is that we withdraw the lawsuit, and he will provide the funds. Lin Ran replied, no withdrawal. We will only consider it once the money is in our possession. He was well aware that Lin Qianbar could not produce the funds unless his assets were unfrozen, and he intended to keep him anxious. A strategy exists to pursue, yet a dead end can lead to despair. In any case, your escape route has already been arranged. At the Suran Group, Lin Qianbar returned with his ailing body, facing a barrage of criticism from shareholders who condemned his accountability. By this point, the shareholders had come to understand the reasons behind the company's frozen assets. They were astonished that the Lin father and son had allowed matters to escalate to such an extent. As shareholders, they were uninterested in familial disputes or determining who was right or wrong. Their sole concern lay in profit and power. Now, due to Lin Qianbar's misjudgments, significant losses had ensued, and the shareholders were understandably restless. A joint meeting was convened to discuss the ousting of Lin Qianbar from the chairmanship, but ultimately, they were unsuccessful. The reality was that Lin Qianbar held too large a stake, and with supporters beneath him, the meeting ended in discord. In the end, an ultimatum was issued, demanding that Lin Qianbar resolve the situation within a day, otherwise, they would sever ties with him, even at the cost of their shares, leading to mutual destruction. Alone in the conference room, Lin Qianbar sat in a sullen silence, smoking one cigarette after another. He had no choice but to devise a plan to gather funds for Lin Ran. Otherwise, the company would not endure for long, potentially igniting a crisis. With a ding, Lin Qianbar wearily picked up his phone. Most of the messages were reproaches from shareholders, yet when he saw the sender's name, his pupils widened in surprise. He hastily attempted to call back, but it immediately displayed, the other party is not yet your friend. Frustrated, he nearly threw his phone but decided to open the message. He then heard a recording. It was your father who seduced me. You cannot do this, I am Mrs. Lin, I cannot be without money, Lin Qianbar muttered. His face was thunderous enough to drip water, and after a prolonged silence, he regained his composure. After some contemplation, he contacted Liu Yumai and Lin Jian to hold a family meeting. This ungrateful child is determined to humiliate me, we have no choice but to gather funds. Liu Yumai immediately warned, our family simply cannot produce 300 million. Lin Qianbar pressed his forehead. Then we must liquidate assets, sell properties, cars, and you have plenty of jewelry, don't you? Sell it all at once. We can repurchase what we have lost once this turmoil has passed. Despite Liu Yumai's myriad objections, it was futile. She understood the gravity of the situation. Noticing her reluctance, Lin Qianbar gently inquired, did you visit that ungrateful son of mine today? Liu Yumai froze momentarily, then seemed to recall something, her body trembling slightly. Darling, I only wanted to help you and the company. Lin Qianbar chuckled, your assistance has been commendable. Please refrain from helping next time. Before Liu Yumai could retort, Lin Qianbar continued, she sent me your recording. A chill coursed through Liu Yumai's body, but she quickly regained her composure. Darling, it is not as you think. I spoke out of anger. I love you. Lin Qianbar nodded. I understand. I am not angry because I love you too. We are a loving family. Liu Yumai displayed a touch of emotion, grasping Lin Qianbar's hand with one and Lin Jian's with the other. Indeed, we are family, united in love. Lin Jian glanced between his parents and obediently nodded. Yes, we are loving family. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qianbar acknowledged that he had been quite angry upon hearing the recording, but upon reflection, it was not so grave. If Liu Yumai did not love him, how could she have borne his children and remained his lover for 13 years? Surely it was not merely for his wealth. The thought saddened him deeply, filling him with guilt. Thus, he chose to forgive Liu Yumai, embracing his wife with compassion. Once we overcome this crisis, I will take you both on a trip to Africa. Both nodded in agreement. To swiftly liquidate assets, Lin Qianbar sold all his properties at a loss, retaining only the villa in which he currently resided. He sold all vehicles under Lin Jian's name, his own car, and even some stocks and funds, but still fell short of the necessary amount. The shareholders who had caught wind of the situation were merciless in their lowball offers for Lin Qianbar's assets. Due to the freezing of funds, only purchase contracts were signed, but Lin Qianbar knew better than to default later. By evening, he still lacked 300 million, falling short by a full 100 million. Liu Yumai pursed her lips but remained silent. She had a backup plan. Over the years, she had saved a considerable sum of private funds, amounting to 50 million, which was with Lin Jian. This was the only cash the Lin family could access before liquidating assets. Just as they wore expressions of despair, an unexpected visitor arrived, Brother Dao, the foremost figure in the underground forces of Kyoto, whose profits were all etched in criminal lore. Lin Qianbar looked perplexed but dared not offend him. Having heard of Brother Dao's notoriety, Liu Yumai and Lin Jian were unfamiliar with Brother Dao but noted Lin Qianbar's respectful demeanor. Brother Dao stated, Boss Lin, I won't beat around the bush. I hear you're in dire need of funds, and I'm here to provide assistance. Lin Qianbar was taken aback, then his expression brightened with surprise. He knew that Brother Dao's primary venture was lending money, and given his recent asset liquidation, it was clear he had encountered difficulties. This was no secret. Thus, Brother Dao intended to lend him money, requiring only some interest in return. As long as the company's funds were unfrozen and operations resumed, even a slightly higher interest rate would be acceptable. With this thought, Lin Qianbar's face lit up, and even Liu Yumai and Lin Jian appeared excited. Lin Qianbar exclaimed, I see, Brother Dao is indeed a timely benefactor. I am indeed facing some trouble and require a substantial sum, but I wonder if Brother Dao can accommodate my request. How much? Brother Dao inquired. Lin Qianbar held up a finger, and Brother Dao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lin Rant's estimate had been remarkably accurate. 100 million, simple, we can sign the agreement right here. Lin Qianbar was startled. He had not anticipated that someone from the underworld could wield such power. Thank you, Brother Dao, I will be sure to repay your loan promptly. Chapter 38. Lin Qianbar was not foolish. He understood that one should not engage too deeply with such individuals. Brother Dao chuckled, but suddenly his expression turned frosty. Boss Lin, you have 1 month, you shall pay 30 interest, and this villa will serve as temporary collateral. If you have any objections, you may refuse now. Lin Qianbar's body stiffened. He admitted to feeling somewhat intimidated, as the interest rate was exorbitantly high. Liu Yumai and Lin Jian wore similarly rigid expressions, both astonished by the staggering interest. Lin Qianbar gritted his teeth and replied, very well, consider this a gesture of friendship towards Brother Dao. After signing, Brother Dao tucked away the informal IOU and smiled at Lin Qianbar. Boss Lin, I won't elaborate on the consequences of failing to repay. I have been mingling in Kyoto for many years, and I have yet to encounter a debt I could not collect. You wouldn't want your wife to teach foreign languages in a nightclub, would you? At this remark, both Liu Yumai and Lin Jian were taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into their minds. Liu Yumai tugged at Lin Qianbai's sleeve, while he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded. Rest assured, I will ensure that the principal and interest are repaid within a month. He was acutely aware of the repercussions of defaulting. Given Brother Dao's capabilities, it was indeed plausible that Liu Yumai could be forced to teach foreign languages in a nightclub, and he himself might end up trapped in a similar predicament. Brother Dao departed from the Lin family villa, satisfied, leaving Lin Qianbar and the others to exhale a collective sigh of relief as they returned to the sofa. It's all Lin Ran's fault, that little wretch. He has caused me a loss of 30 million for nothing. One day, I will reclaim it. Liu Yu, my friend, actually, the loss amounts to 330 million, and with the discounted items we sold, it might even approach 400 million. 400 million. She had never seen such a sum during her years in the Lin family, and now it was to be given to that little wretch. Lin Jian wept. Father, even if brother forces you to give him all the money, I won't blame him. After all, he is my only brother. Liu Yumai hoped, I wish that Xiao Ran would have a sudden change of heart upon receiving the money. After all, nothing is more important than the bond between father and son. If he could kneel and apologize, renouncing the money, would you not forgive him, dear husband? Lin Qianba's anger surged. You two are simply too kind-hearted, you regard him as family, yet he does not see you as such. Even if he kneels and apologizes, renouncing his share, I will still give him a good thrashing to ensure he remembers to act like my son. Liu Yumai, filled with concern, said, Darling, we must repay the borrowed money within a month. Otherwise, I truly fear that Brother Dao might do something to our family. Lin Qianbai reassured her, Do not worry, I have it under control. This ungrateful son of mine. As he spoke, his ire intensified, as if he would suffocate if he did not release it. After a moment's thought, he turned to the maid and ordered, Wang Mar, dispose of all of Lin Ran's belongings. I do not wish to see anything related to him in this house. Wang Mar sighed, Sir, when the young master returned last time, he took all his belongings with him. There was nothing left, not even the bicycle at the entrance, which he smashed. Lin Qianbar was taken aback. He only took a suitcase, how much could he have possibly packed? Noticing Wang Mar's silence, Lin Qianbar, in a fit of anger, rose, Forget it, I will throw it out myself. He strode toward Lin Ran's room, while Liu Yumai and Lin Jian exchanged glances, realizing it was too late to intervene. Lin Qianbar pushed open the door to Lin Ran's room, only to be stunned. Why is this a storage room? Wang Mar looked at him, puzzled. Sir, this has always been a storage room. The young master has lived here for 10 years. Wang Mar could not comprehend why, despite the many rooms in the villa, they had allowed the eldest son to reside in a storage space. She was even more baffled as to why the affluent Lin family had treated their eldest son so harshly. Though she was merely a maid, she often found herself assigning tasks to the eldest son. Was Lin Ran truly the biological child of Lin Qianbar? Liu Yumai caught up from behind, Darling, did you not say you feared that Xiao Ran would develop a habit of extravagance at home, so you instructed me to prepare this room for him? Look, this room. Liu Yumai gazed inside, equally taken aback. In the cramped room, measuring less than 5 square meters, there was nothing but a bed and a simple wardrobe. It lacked even a window and offered scant space to stand. Darling, it was my oversight. I did not notice that this room has no windows. Lin Qianbai rubbed his forehead. Never mind. It is inconsequential for a boy. As he entered, intending to search for Lin Ran's belongings to dispose of, he discovered there was nothing at all. The wardrobe was empty, and the space beneath the bed held no items. Wang Mar, when did Lin Ran return to collect his things? Wang Mar responded, Sir, I have already mentioned, the young master took everything with him during his last visit. He left nothing behind except a pair of shoes that had been mended multiple times, 2 high school uniforms, and a set of casual clothes I once gifted him. Lin Qianbar was at a loss for words, suddenly aware that Lin Ran seemingly had little money for clothing. A pang of regret struck him. Over the years, it appeared he had indeed neglected this son. If Lin Ran were to renounce his share and kneel to apologize, perhaps forgiveness was not out of reach. The child was likely just being rebellious. Lin Jian glared at Wang Mar, silently cursing her for her loose tongue. Liu Yumai spoke up, Darling, I wanted to take Xiao Ran shopping for clothes before, but he always insisted he didn't want any. Please do not blame Wang Mar. Wang Mar, what nonsense is this? With such an excuse, Lin Qianbai stepped down from his high horse. Since he himself did not want them, we cannot be held accountable. I shall have a word with him tomorrow. Liu Yumai and Lin Jian exchanged glances, remaining silent. Lin Tianbar contacted Shu Kai, requesting a meeting with Lin Ran to discuss the distribution of profits. When Lin Ran received the message, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Everything was proceeding so smoothly. Lin Tianbar, did you think this was the end? Once you hand over the money, that is when your nightmare truly begins. What is Ran laughing about? Luo Yao, reclining beside Lin Ran, inquired. Lin Ran, with one arm wrapped around the beauty in his embrace, used the other to feed her a grape. Luo Yao opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. You look so cute when you eat. Luo Yao chewed contentedly. Nothing compares to imported ones. A small request, easily granted. Luo Yao grew increasingly attached to Lin Ran. Seeing him without clinging to him made her feel unwell all over. Lin Ran enjoyed her closeness, determined to care for his delicate wife. Ran, I have a business trip tomorrow. You must behave at home. Chapter 39. Lin Ran wore a sorrowful expression as he asked, You are going on a business trip, when will you return? I'll be back the day after tomorrow, came the reply. Lin Ran nodded helplessly. Luo Yao interjected, There's an auction tomorrow evening, why don't you represent the Luo group and take a look? She sought to provide Lin Ran with some engagement, fearing that he might seek out Liu Rushuer in her absence. She could not afford to let Lin Ran have the opportunity to disappear. Lin Ran paused, the Luo group, can I really represent them? Luo Yao replied, You are my husband, of course, you can represent them. Tomorrow, I will have Liu Meng accompany you. No, I will have Uncle Fu accompany you. Bid on whatever you fancy, do not hesitate to spend. Lin Ran exclaimed, All right, hee, I will have money tomorrow. Luo Yao was aware that Lin Qianbar intended to discuss the Lin family dividends with Lin Ran the following day, and after a moment of silence, she admonished him, Make sure to contact me if anything arises. Lin Ran affirmed, Understood. Time swiftly passed to the next day. At 8 o'clock, Lin Ran arrived punctually at the designated restaurant with Shu Kai. At that moment, Lin Qianbar had yet to arrive. As the father, he felt it imperative to maintain control over his son. He could not possibly allow himself to arrive before him. Although they had agreed on 8 o'clock, he deliberately planned to show up at 9. Lin Ran waited for only 5 minutes. Upon noticing Lin Qianbar's absence, he decided not to linger any longer and briefly instructed Shu Kai before departing. 9 o'clock, Lin Qianbar finally entered the restaurant with family in tow, hoping to sway Lin Ran through emotional appeal and make one last desperate attempt. Upon entering the room, he saw Shu Kai with 2 assistants but did not spot Lin Ran. Where is that ungrateful son of mine? Lin Qianbar asked with irritation. Shu Kai, maintaining his politeness, responded, Mr. Lin has already left. He mentioned that since you are not willing to settle matters promptly, he is in no hurry. Lin Qianbar was taken aback, inhaling sharply as he replied, You said I am unwilling to pay. Have him come here, I will give him the money right now. Shu Kai replied, Apologies, Mr. Lin, but Mr. Lin has stated he wishes to return to sleep. Any matters can be discussed later. Lin Qianbar was so furious he nearly lost his breath. If he did not resolve this issue today, the shareholders would certainly make him regret it. What is he sleeping for in broad daylight? What a terrible habit. Have him come. I will pay him now. Shu Kai responded, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but Mr. Lin has mentioned that you were late for the appointment and it is not his fault, so if you wish for him to return, you must first show some humility. Lin Qianbar, bewildered, asked, What do you mean? Shu Kai explained politely, If you wish for Mr. Lin to come back, you will need to kneel and beg him. Lin Qianbar exclaimed, What did you say? Kneel and beg him, how dare he? Shu Kai smiled, So, will you kneel or not? If not, I shall take my leave and will not trouble you further. Lin Qianbar suppressed his fury, You tell him, don't dream. I will never kneel. This time, Shu Kai truly said nothing and stood up, preparing to leave, with the 2 assistants following suit. Lin Qianbar was stunned, while Liu Yumai and Lin Jian were left in shock. Wait. Just as Shu Kai was about to step out the door, Lin Qianbar called out to him. Shukai turned back with a smile. Has Mr. Lin made up his mind? Lin Qianbar gritted his teeth and said with indignation, I will kneel, you let him come. Shukai replied, apologies, Mr. Lin, but there is no need for Mr. Lin to come. Saying this, he took out his phone and dialed Lin Ran for a video call. After several rings, Lin Ran finally answered. Seeing Lin Ran indeed lying in bed, Shukai said, a Mr. Shu, is there something I can assist you with? Shukai replied, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but Mr. Lin wishes for you to come over. Lin Ran responded, there's no need to come over. Just represent me, tell him to kneel, bow his head in repentance, and he can hand over the money and then leave. Lin Qianbar trembled with rage upon hearing Lin Ran's words, nearly bursting into a tirade, but he restrained himself. Now was not the time to lose his temper, he still needed Lin Ran to withdraw his lawsuit. Shukai turned the camera towards Lin Qianbar. Mr. Lin, you may begin. Lin Qianbar hesitated, gritting his teeth as he asked, Lin Ran, must we take it to this extent? Lin Ran retorted, well, will you kneel or not? If not, I will hang up. With his eyes shut, Lin Qianbar slowly knelt down. The thought of kneeling to his son, this ungrateful child, made him feel as if he were signing his own death warrant. Would he ever feel the urge to bow his head and repent the next time they met? The microphone crackled with sound. Cat got your tongue, are you mute? Lin Qianbar clenched his teeth. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I should not have been late. Lin Ran shifted comfortably to a new position. Very good, Mr. Lin is adaptable, a fine dog. Transfer the money to my account, and for the remaining matters, coordinate with Mr. Shu. With that, he hung up the call, saving the recorded screen content, and blissfully drifted back to sleep. This was a video that would bring him joy. He could revisit it whenever he wished. Always thinking he could make the young master kneel, today he would see who truly kneels. After Lin Ran ended the call, Lin Qianbar stood there in a daze, feeling as though all the humiliation he had endured over the decades converged into that singular moment. He had indeed, truly knelt to Lin Ran, suppressing the anguish in his heart. He rose. Can we withdraw the lawsuit now? Shukai nodded, handing over the documents. The money should be transferred to the designated account, and upon signing, the lawsuit will naturally be withdrawn. Lin Qianbar had initially hoped to appeal to familial ties to sway Lin Ran, thus avoiding the payment. However, he had not anticipated that he would not have the chance, and he began to regret his tardiness. He dared not play tricks in front of Shukai, a lawyer, and could only grit his teeth and transfer the funds to the specified account. Beside him, Liu Yumai and Lin Jian were filled with profound sorrow. This was their money. Upon receiving the notification of the funds, Lin Ran sent a message to Shukai, and Shukai proceeded to arrange for the withdrawal of the lawsuit. With the dust settling, Lin Qianbar regained his former bravado. You tell that ungrateful child he can forget about ever returning to the Lin family. Even if he kneels and admits his wrongs, I will never acknowledge him as my son again. Shukai extended his hand with a smile, causing Lin Qianbar to pause in confusion. What do you mean? Shukai replied, Greetings, Mr. Lin. My name is Shukai. Based on Mr. Lin's authorization for me to sell the equity of Shuren Group, I am formally notifying you to convene a shareholder meeting as soon as possible. I will represent Mr. Lin as his attorney in full capacity. Lin Qianbar exclaimed, What? Shukai produced another document and handed it to Lin Qianbar. This is the authorization proof and the equity sale proposal. Please review it, Chairman Lin. Lin Qianbar took the document, reading it over and over, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Ran intended to sell the equity of Shuren Group. This development would have a profound impact on Lin Qianbar, potentially altering the very landscape of the group, and his position as chairman might well be at stake. Even if he managed to retain it, he would lose his voice in the shareholder meeting. After all, Lin Ran held a 30% stake, while he held 21. Just the two of them could represent the entire group. Chapter 40. However, now that Lin Ran is preparing to sell, it signifies his intention to withdraw. Yet, Lin Ran is his own son. The 30% stake rightfully belongs to him as a father. The reason he has been able to manage the entire company in the past is precisely due to this. Shouldn't this ungrateful son, Lin Ran, unconditionally transfer this equity to his father? Why has this little wretch not discussed such a monumental matter with me? Shu Kai interjected, Chairman Lin, I have already explicitly informed you of my client's intention to sell their shares. If you continue to verbally abuse my client, I reserve the right to file a complaint and hold you accountable for your actions. Lin Qianbar stood there, utterly stunned, as he realized that Lin Ran was resolute in his decision to sell. Should those old-timers discover Lin Ran's intention, they would undoubtedly rush to seize the opportunity, and he would no longer be the de facto ruler of Suran Group. On what grounds does this ungrateful son dare to sell shares that rightfully belong to him? What else worse, Lin Ran holds a substantial 30% stake. He is certainly not a minor shareholder. If a sale occurs, given Suran Group's reputation, it is highly probable that they could sell at a premium. Even without a premium, a conservative estimate would yield around 800 million. He lacks the resources to acquire them, and even if he were to deplete the Lin family's entire fortune, it would still be impossible to reclaim them. The current circumstances clearly render it impossible for Lin Ran to give them to him. What does this ungrateful son intend to do? Does he derive pleasure from driving his father to the brink of despair? With a sudden burst, Lin Qianbai spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Yumai and Lin Jian were startled. Rushing to support the fallen Lin Qianbai, Liu Yumai exclaimed, You heartless lawyer, can you compensate for the distress you've caused my husband? Shu Kai fixed his gaze upon Liu Yumai and replied earnestly, Madam, one must speak with evidence. Otherwise, I could bring a defamation suit against you. I am not jesting. Liu Yumai was momentarily taken aback. Although she wasn't well versed in law, she recognized Shu Kai's formidable reputation. After all, it was Shu Kai who facilitated the 3 billion transaction for Lin Ran. Without him, that useless Lin Ran would have never achieved such a feat. Trembling, she dialed 120, and shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived to take Lin Qianbar away. Shu Kai reported the situation to Lin Ran, who naturally found yet another reason for joy. He instructed Shu Kai on the next course of action before preparing for the evening's auction. With 3 billion in hand, the power to spend it as he pleased was entirely in his grasp. This sense of autonomy was undeniably exhilarating. Night fell. The old residence of the Luo family, nestled at the edge of Kyoto amidst a mountain gorge, was modest in size yet strategically positioned, facing south and built against the mountainside, with several small streams meandering through the estate, a true embodiment of auspicious feng shui. After enduring centuries of wind and rain, the old house had been continuously repaired, retaining its antique charm to this day. A graceful figure appeared at the entrance, and the guards did not impede her entry. Stepping into the courtyard, which was eerily quiet, the figure continued onward without pause, slightly lifting her head. It was Luo Yao, on a business trip. After leaving the company that evening, she had made her way to this familiar place, enduring over 2 hours of travel to return to her former residence. Uncertain of how long it would take to resolve matters here, and whether the aftermath would plunge her into madness due to the violence, she had concocted a lie for Lin Ran, claiming she was on an official trip. Navigating through the old buildings, she soon arrived at the main door of the rear house. Now that you've returned, why not come inside? Luo Yao gently pushed open the door and stepped into the room, her gaze playfully sweeping over the elderly man inside. He sat in a wheelchair, looking up at Luo Yao with an expression that was both inscrutable and unsettling. Despite the sudden appearance of his granddaughter, the old man did not display any sign of panic. What? Aren't you even going to greet me as grandfather? Luo Yao advanced step by step, the sound of her high heels striking the floor resonating ominously. It was at this moment that the old man began to feel a sense of dread. He could not comprehend why this mad girl's aura had suddenly turned so terrifying, exuding an air reminiscent of death. Luo Yao smiled, a radiant yet eerie smile, before a light-hearted voice broke the silence. Old man, your legs are broken, yet you remain unrepentant. How does it feel to be confined to a wheelchair? The elderly man furrowed his brows, seemingly conveying the thought, do you not know how your legs were broken? You cleared everyone out during. I knew you would return. Now, tell me, what brings you back this time? Luo Yao nodded. Indeed, not too senile after all. It's nothing major, really. Your granddaughter has come to borrow a couple of items from you. However, once borrowed, I can't promise they will be returned. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's spine. What do you wish to borrow? Luo Yao extended a hand, forming a V with her fingers, pointing them at the old man. I want to borrow your pair of eyes. Since you enjoy surveilling others so much, I thought I'd lend you my eyes so you can see me at all times. Her tone, playful yet chilling, sent shivers down his spine. The old man regarded Luo Yao in disbelief. You unfilial granddaughter. Luo Yao retorted, am I not the granddaughter you always desired for the Luo family? Wasn't I the result of your own machinations? Didn't you say that I am the most suitable person to be your granddaughter? Why, then, am I deemed unfilial? Look at how well the Luo family is doing under my influence. Rest assured, it won't hurt. I will gently and slowly extract your eyeballs to give them to my Aran as glass marbles. With that, a glimmer of cold light appeared in Luo Yao's hand. The old man seethed with rage. Is that man truly so important enough for you to lay hands on your own grandfather? Luo Yao mocked the old man. You seem like a barking dog, impotent and furious. While she spoke, her steps did not falter. Anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions towards Aran must not be spared. Just as she was but a few steps away from the old man, the side wall suddenly opened, and several figures leaped out, led by a man with a delicate countenance. This man, named Wolf Fang, was the old man's confidant. The last time Luo Yao had broken the old man's legs, he had been on a mission and thus was unable to intervene. His feelings towards Luo Yao were complex, intertwined with hatred were admiration, fear, and a sense of defiance. However, more than anything, he harbored a deep desire for Luo Yao. He wished for her to be his woman, believing that possessing someone like Luo Yao would grant him a sense of accomplishment. His gaze towards her was rife with aggression, devoid of love, purely driven by possessiveness. Especially in recent years, this desire had consumed his thoughts, pushing him toward the brink of madness. He yearned to confine Luo Yao and indulge in her completely, even to the point of devouring her. Chapter 41. However, he had refrained from acting, enduring silently, for he was acutely aware of Luo Yao's formidable prowess. Luo Yao remained unperturbed, having anticipated that the old man would not simply resign himself to fate, yet she was taken aback that he had managed to excavate a secret chamber right under her watchful gaze. This indeed was an unexpected twist. Sensing the gaze of Wolf Fang upon her, Luo Yao narrowed her eyes, instantly discerning the man's underlying issues. His stare was not merely imbued with hostility. It harbored something deeper, something he did not attempt to conceal. Luo Yao recognized it all too well. It mirrored her own affliction, yet, while her possessiveness towards Lin Ran was tender and laced with affection, the effeminate man's desire was solely driven by lust. Should he seize an opportunity, her fate would be dire, and even death would not spare her from indignity. Old Master Luo sneered, do you truly believe I am a mere soft persimmon for you to mold at will? Did you think I would leave myself defenseless? To be frank, had Wolf Fang been by my side last time, you would have never succeeded. Wolf Fang, go forth, subdue this mad girl. She is yours for the taking. A glimmer of greed flickered in Wolf Fang's eyes, yet he dared not underestimate the situation, for such caution was instinctual for a top assassin. Miss, do not harm the old master. Surrender. Before he could finish, a flash of cold steel darted forth, its speed astonishing. Wolf Fang, who prided himself on his unparalleled reflexes, felt a sharp sweetness in his throat before he could make a move. Gulp. It was severed. Luo Yao swiftly grasped the dagger embedded in Wolf Fang's throat, twisting it deftly, causing his head to roll, thud, onto the ground, while his body remained upright. A heartbeat later, blood gushed forth from his severed artery, a testament to Luo Yao's extraordinary skill with the blade. Do you think you are worthy? Luo Yao harbored a deep disdain for the way men gazed at her, and compounded with her misandry, she could not afford to grant this man any leeway. The room fell into a profound silence, save for the gurgling sound of Wolf Fang's blood. The few bodyguards of old Master Luo stood dumbfounded, their pupils dilating in shock. Wolf Fang was no ordinary bodyguard. He had once been the premier assassin of the Yangtze River Delta. Had he truly been dispatched so easily? All eyes were fixated on Luo Yao, including old Master Luo's. In disbelief, Old Master Luo pointed at Luo Yao. You have been concealing. Luo Yao offered no reply, her icy gaze shifting toward the remaining 4 bodyguards. The 4 bodyguards felt an icy chill envelop them, as if they had already met their demise. If even Wolf Fang could be so effortlessly vanquished, how could they possibly stand a chance? Flee, they needed to escape quickly, leaving the old man in his wheelchair to his own devices. They were merely bodyguards, not death warriors. There was no need to sacrifice their lives for a dying elder. The 4 bodyguards bolted for the exit, casting a furtive glance at Luo Yao, who remained steadfast within the room. It seemed this woman was not one to pursue complete annihilation, yet, at that moment, bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots rang out, and the bodyguards collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Luo Yao nonchalantly exhaled towards the gun's muzzle, gradually retracting her pistol. She had efficiently dispatched the remaining 4 bodyguards and once more directed her gaze toward Old Master Luo. What other trump cards do you possess? Reveal them all. Old Master Luo trembled, uncertain whether it was from rage or fear. Upon witnessing his silence, Luo Yao lost interest in further discourse and approached him. It is your turn now, grandfather. Old Master Luo shook his head in terror. No, Luo Yao, you cannot do this. I am your grandfather. Luo Yao's eyes betrayed no emotion. Grandfather was wrong, he shall never dare again. With a flash of cold steel, Luo Yao's blade pierced the air, and a moment later, an eye was skewered atop the blade. I nearly forgot, I must take my time with this. Only then did Old Master Luo truly feel the pain, letting out a shriek as he collapsed beneath his wheelchair, wailing in agony. Luo Yao, you have gone mad, you parricidal lunatic. Luo Yao crouched down, looking down upon him. Indeed. For I have always been a mad girl. With a firm grip on Old Master Luo's chin, she brandished the knife once more. This time, I shall meticulously and exquisitely extract your eyeball. As Luo Yao's seemingly gentle actions unfolded, Old Master Luo's screams of despair echoed throughout the old residence. Spare your grandfather. Luo Yao appeared to revel in inflicting torment, even upon her own grandfather. Dare to track Lin Ran, and you should have anticipated this outcome. After what felt like an eternity, Old Master Luo's perfect eyeball finally rested in Luo Yao's hands. She pinched it between her fingers, holding it up to the light, seemingly pleased with her handiwork. Truly exquisite, rest assured, I shall preserve your eyeball as a specimen for the manor, so you may gaze upon us eternally. Old Master Luo writhed on the floor in agony, his hands clawing desperately as if searching for his lost eye. Luo Yao regarded him with disdain, coldly mocking him. How pitiable, without legs and now without eyes, you must behave yourself, otherwise, who knows what you might lose next. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the natural essence of the air, listening to the mournful cries behind her. It seems this world retains its beauty. Perhaps tonight, I shall not descend into madness once more. Should I rush back? I long to see Lin Ran, might he also yearn for me? At that moment, her phone rang, opening her eyes. Luo Yao glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowing slightly. Returning to her room, she delivered a swift kick to the still wailing Old Master Luo, before answering the call. As she listened to the voice on the other end, her expression darkened further. Upon hanging up, her fury was palpable. Lin Ran, you have lost your freedom. Luo Yao, now, immediately, click the gift button below to support the author with a free burst of love, or I shall turn you all into specimens. A brief note. Updates will occur daily at midnight, with a minimum of 3 chapters, alongside occasional surprise editions. Thus, please encourage me to hasten the updates. Chapter 42. The scene shifts to the evening at Kyoto's only 7-star hotel. Liu Rijin remarked, Rushue, today's auction gala is of exceptionally high standards. Your uncle is unwell, and we are representing his company today, so we must be mindful of our conduct. It seemed that Brother Lin Jian was not particularly pleased. Liu Rijin never anticipated that he would one day attend such a prestigious auction gala. With Lin Qianbar hospitalized and unable to attend in person, he understood the importance of being present at significant events to assert the normalcy of the Shorin group. Thus, he entrusted the invitation to Liu Yumai, asking her to accompany Lin Jian to represent the Shorin group. thereby also representing the Liu family. Liu Yumai not only brought Lin Jian but also invited her own brother to join. Liu Ruxue was brought along by Liu Riqian. The four of them, with their respective entourage, arrived at the entrance of the Pangu Hotel. Liu Yumai, adorned in radiant jewelry, exuded the aura of Mrs. Lin, while Lin Jian looked dapper in a sharp suit. Liu Riqian sported a slicked-back hairstyle that gleamed as if polished, and Liu Ruxue presented herself with a fresh, neighborly charm. As Liu Ruxue and Lin Jian engaged in a discussion about various affluent heirs, a striking red Ferrari LaFerrari made a grand entrance into the hotel. Wow, a Ferrari LaFerrari, Ruxue, do you know? This model has long been discontinued and is valued at $25 million. I wonder who can afford to drive such a car, exclaimed Liu Ruxue. If it were mine, I would definitely take you for a joyride in the mountains. The mention of a mountain joyride seemed to evoke a blush from Liu Ruxue. Brother Lin Jian, you're so annoying. Though she spoke to Lin Jian, her eyes were fixed on the Ferrari, her envy palpable. Liu Riqian commented, Ruxue, you must seek out a boyfriend of such caliber in the future. Liu Ruxue protested, Father, what are you saying? Love cannot be measured by the car one drives. Meanwhile, Liu Yumai furrowed her brow in silence, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the occupant of the car. However, when they saw who emerged from the vehicle, their eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Ran, accompanied by Uncle Fu and his friend Wu Zhishang, arrived at the entrance of the Pangu Hotel. Today, Lin Ran was flaunting a red Ferrari LaFerrari, radiating an air of flamboyance. Wu Zhishang, seated in the passenger seat, timidly inquired, should I have worn black stockings? Lin Ran shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, don't be disgusting. My stomach can't handle it. A poor stomach not only leads to nausea but also necessitates a soft diet, Wu Zhishang quipped. The eye-catching red sports car came to a halt outside the hotel, with the doorman promptly opening the door. Lin Ran tossed the keys to him and casually extracted a few bills, saying, take good care of the car, or I won't tip you next time. The doorman eagerly nodded, assuring, rest assured, young master. Beside them, Wu Zhishang, astonished, marveled at Lin Ran's audacity. This was the confidence of the wealthy. Uncle Fu exited the vehicle, flanking Lin Ran on either side as they entered the hotel, completely ignoring the stupefied Liu Ruxue and her companions. Wu Zhishang asked, Brother Lin, what should we do about Liu Ruxue and the others? Lin Ran nonchalantly replied, what do I care? If she dares to provoke me, I'll just lie on the ground and demand $1 million for damages. Wu Zhishang gave a thumbs up in admiration. Just as Liu Yumai and Liu Riqian intended to greet them, they were obstructed by several bodyguards surrounding Lin Ran, who proceeded into the hotel unperturbed. Liu Yumai, suppressing her fury, exclaimed, I am his mother, why are you stopping me? The leading bodyguard exchanged glances with his companions before responding, apologies, but Mr. Lin has stated that his mother has passed away. If you continue to disrupt and impersonate Mr. Lin's mother, we are prepared to escort you for a discussion. Liu Yumai was nearly rendered breathless. After regaining her composure, she glanced around, only to find the bodyguards had already moved on. Liu Riqian questioned, is that truly Lin Ran, that little rascal? How could he possibly drive a Ferrari, and with so many bodyguards? Liu Yumei's face was a mask of anger. She was acutely aware of Lin Ran's newfound wealth. 3 billion, spending a few million on a car was hardly implausible. Moreover, her last visit to the school to see Lin Ran had revealed his unusually extravagant attire, suggesting he had pilfered quite a sum over the years from the Lin family. The thought of it incensed her further. Let us proceed inside, Liu Yumai declared, striding forward in her ostentatious attire, followed closely by the impeccably groomed Liu Riqian, with a slightly visible Lin Jian and Liu Ruxue trailing behind. Upon arriving at the elevator to the venue, even Liu Yumai, accustomed to opulence, was taken aback by the resplendent decor. Presenting their invitation cards, they were met with a staff member's announcement. Good evening. Each invitation permits entry for only 2 individuals. You cannot all enter. Liu Yumei's frustration reached a boiling point. She had already endured enough indignities that day, and now this staff member was adding to her grievances, pushing her to the brink of explosion. But the group ahead has 3 people entered. Why can't we? She retorted, referring to Lin Ran. The staff member courteously replied, they are from the Luo group, and naturally, their circumstances differ from yours. The staff member had assumed that the mere mention of their Luo group would suffice to clarify the situation, but Liu Yumei was undeterred. Unfamiliar with the Luo group, she angrily declared, "What is this so-called Luo group? I have never heard of it. Just because they are invited doesn't mean the Shorin group isn't he? You treating us differently, I will file a complaint against you." The staff member raised an eyebrow but quickly regained composure, maintaining a polite demeanor. "I apologize, but this is the policy." Just as Liu Yumei was about to explode, Liu Riqian intervened, whispering in her ear, "Sister, the Luo group is the world's leading consortium. Our Shorin group cannot even begin to compare. It's akin to dust versus a skyscraper. Moreover, it is said that today's auction gala has significant backing. Even though we are from the Shorin group, it is best not to cause trouble." Liu Yumei was taken aback. The world's leading consortium, could it be true? Lin Ran had just entered with such an identity, she gasped in disbelief, tempering her anger. Is it truly limited to 2 individuals? Can't there be any leniency? The staff member thought to herself, what do you think this is, a casual gathering? Look at your group, you all resemble a motley crew. It's a wonder I haven't called security already. Yes, only 2 may enter. Liu Yumei sighed, conceding, then I will go in with my son. Liu Riqian snorted disdainfully, while I may choose to abstain from entering, Rushua must indeed step inside to broaden her horizons. Perceiving the tension in the atmosphere, Lin Jian slowly spoke. I shall refrain from entering. Let Rushua go in on her own accord. Liu Rushua gazed at Lin Jian with gratitude, and he responded with a meaningful glance. Liu Yumei, aware that the predicament stemmed from her failure to ascertain the rules beforehand, felt unable to voice her thoughts and could only acquiesce. The memory of Lin Ran's brazen entrance earlier stirred her. It was all Lin Ran's fault, otherwise, she would not have been subjected to such humiliation. Her resentment towards Lin Ran intensified. Thus, Liu Yumei led her niece into the venue, immediately spotting Lin Ran seated at the front. Contemplating her approach, she adorned her face with a benevolent expression as she and Liu Rushua made their way towards the front row. However, at that moment, they were intercepted by a staff member. Ladies, you may only occupy the rear seats, the front row is reserved for esteemed guests. Liu Rushua retorted, do you have any idea who we are? We represent the Shorin group. The staff member chuckled, I am aware of the Shorin group, a rather inconsequential company in Kyoto that even the Luo group looks down upon. You have certainly opened my eyes. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave at once. The staff member had observed Liu Yumei's earlier attempts to intimidate other staff members and had taken an instant dislike to them. Liu Yumei felt a surge of indignation. How dare this staff member belittle the Shorin group? You dare to look down upon my Shorin group? The staff member replied coolly, if that is your interpretation, there is little I can do. Do you believe I could? Just as she was about to threaten, she recalled her brother's warning about the extensive background of the organizers of this auction gala. Instead, she pointed towards Lin Ran's seat, saying, my son is seated up front, the one representing the Luo group, surely I can join him. The staff member, taken aback, quickly sought confirmation through his earpiece. Moments later, another staff member arrived with the answer. Mr. Lin says he does not recognize these 2 individuals. Liu Yumei's fury ignited instantly. Nonsense, Lin Ran is my son, how could this ungrateful wretch? Does he truly believe that, having aligned himself with the Luo group, he can sever all ties? The staff member smirked inwardly, thinking that indeed, aligning with the Luo group could afford one the luxury of disowning their kin. Ladies, if you do not take your seats, we must ask you to leave. We have the authority to clear the premises if you disturb the order. Liu Yumei was taken aback by the staff member's audacity, yet upon seeing several security personnel approaching, she felt her resolve waver. Reluctantly, she took Liu Rushua's hand and seated themselves in the back, casting a resentful glare at Lin Ran in the front. It was all Lin Ran's fault. Had it not been for him, she would not have faced such embarrassment. Liu Rushua inquired, Aunt, what exactly is the matter with brother Lin Ran? Liu Yumai refrained from responding. She could hardly disclose the scandal involving Lin Ran swindling 300 million from the Lin family. Unbeknownst to her, however, Lin Jian had already informed Liu Ruxue of the incident, though Liu Ruxue feigned ignorance. 300 million, imagine how many handbags that could buy. Her gaze towards Lin Ran brimmed with affection. If Lin Ran were willing to present 300 million as a dowry, marrying him would not be out of the question, though she had a certain affection for Lin Jian. He was, after all, her cousin, and such feelings were not socially accepted. In contrast, Lin Ran met all her criteria for a suitable husband: wealthy, handsome, and notably generous towards her. If he could sever ties with that woman from the Luo family and propose with 300 million, she would likely acquiesce. Seated in the front row, Lin Ran remained oblivious to the commotion behind him, while beside him, Uncle Fu frequently glanced back, his face etched with anxiety. Wu Jishang leaned in, whispering excitedly, "Lin Ji. This place is unbelievably lavish. Look at that stage, those ladies, those legs, just look," Lin Ran retorted. "Mind your own business, you fool. Were you attempting to get me killed?" Wu Jishang, taken aback, stammered. At that moment, the lights dimmed, and a host took the stage, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Wu Jishang widened his eyes, exclaiming, "No way, that host is Chen Qingqian, the star of Donghai television. I presumed the auction would feature some old coot, yet here we have a household name." Lin Ran nodded, surprised that the host was indeed a celebrity. He recalled Chen Qingqian's career trajectory, which had largely been smooth, save for a forthcoming scandal involving a late-night meeting with a director in a hotel. Nevertheless, Chen Qingqian was no ordinary figure. The moment the rumors surfaced, she promptly leveraged her affluent background to quell the controversy, leading both the director and the media to retract their statements and apologize. With such a formidable background, no one dared to tarnish her reputation. However, none of this concerned Lin Ran. He was merely witnessing the celebrity in person and reminiscing. A star, to ordinary individuals, you may seem unattainable, but to those in power, you could merely be a plaything. What truly inspires fear is the force behind the facade. Much like Chen Qingqian, without a solid backing, she would have been mercilessly criticized and would never have held her head high. Soon, Chen Qingqian grasped the microphone. "Esteemed leaders, gentlemen, and ladies, good evening. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at tonight's charity gala. I am Chen Qingqian." After delivering a speech for several minutes, she finally transitioned to the charity auction. "Ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction is officially underway. We solemnly promise that all proceeds from this auction will be allocated to charitable endeavors, and we welcome your oversight. Now, please welcome our auctioneer for the evening, Mr. Yang Wei." Lin Ran stifled a chuckle. Their name seemed tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. As Chen Qingqian concluded, a man in his 50s, clad in traditional attire, slowly ascended the stage. The staff promptly showcased the first item for auction. As the item was revealed, gasps filled the room, and a PPT presentation began on the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the first item for today's auction, Eternal Love. This exquisite necklace is the final masterpiece of the renowned jeweler, Master Jack. Crafted using the world's finest techniques, it features an exceptionally rare sapphire at its center, surrounded by white diamonds. There is only one in existence, ranking as the most prestigious necklace in the world. It is said to be a tribute to Master Jack's everlasting love for his late wife, symbolizing not only love but also serving as a monumental piece of art with unparalleled collectible value. The sapphire alone once fetched a price of 100 million Huaxia coins in the United States. The starting bid for this piece is set at 130 million, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000. Chapter 44. As the words fell, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. No one had anticipated such a grand spectacle right at the commencement of the auction. It was assumed that the event would begin with items of lesser value, yet here we were. There was no doubt regarding the worth of this necklace, for it housed the largest sapphire in the world, a singular feature that ignited the desire for possession in countless hearts. The authenticity of the various socialites present became questionable as they squirmed in their seats. "My heavens, it's the Eternal Love. If someone is willing to purchase this necklace from me, I would gladly bear their children." "What nonsense! Are you saying you won't marry without a necklace? Is that truly the best you can conjure? You impoverished fool, spare me your ramblings, where is the romance to be found without wealth? Lin Ran furrowed his brow upon hearing such words, reflecting on his own financial constraints. Yet, had not Luo Yao loved him deeply, with her heart laid bare 140 million. Soon, bids began to rise, 170 million, 171 million, 180 million. Before long, the price soared to 200 million. Such an exquisite luxury item would not depreciate in value, even if resold. The affluent attendees eagerly placed their bids, with one female tycoon leading the charge. Lin Ran felt an overwhelming urge for the necklace. Visions of Luo Yao adorning it danced in his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he raised his paddle. 300 million. The moment the words left his mouth, silence enveloped the room. Wu Zhishang's eyes widened in disbelief. Come on, man, others are bidding in the tens of thousands, and you leap straight to 100 million. Besides, your entire fortune is barely 300 million. Are you trying to throw your life away? But he has a wife to support him. What a predicament. Fu Bo, too, wore a look of astonishment. He never expected Lin Ran to make such a bold move. He was indeed spending the young lady's fortune. This was a positive development. The auctioneer was taken aback, his hammer trembling slightly in his grip. At this price, it was clear there would be no further competition, as it was simply too steep, at least for now. 300 million once, 300 million twice, 300 million thrice. With a decisive strike of his hammer, the auctioneer declared, sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in position 1 for securing the eternal love at the price of 300 million. May your endeavors in both career and romance flourish eternally. Securing the necklace at such a price was a significant achievement for the auctioneer. From this day forth, eternal love would firmly establish its position as the premier necklace. The audience was left in shock, all eyes turning to Lin Ran. This singular gaze ensnared the hearts of numerous socialites. Not only was he affluent, but he was also exceptionally handsome. What a celestial figure from a wealthy lineage. Many women's eyes nearly bulged with greed, akin to demons beholding Tang Seng. Having acquired the necklace he desired, Lin Ran was approached by Fu Bo, eager to finalize the transaction, but he was halted. I shall handle it myself. For a gift intended for his wife, he deemed it essential to make the purchase himself. Although 300 million was a substantial sum, the value of Luo Yao in his heart was beyond measure. His audacious bid was not merely a display of wealth, but a testament to the depth of his love for her, as well as a means to intimidate those who continued to raise their bids, a veritable sledgehammer to silence them. Fu Bo was momentarily taken aback, sighing inwardly without contesting. It appeared that persuading young Master Lin to spend the young lady's money was somewhat unrealistic. While Lin Ran may have spent hundreds of thousands on his company, that was hardly a sum worthy of mention compared to the routine maintenance of a manor. Before long, Lin Ran transformed back into a penniless wretch, returning to his seat with the opulent packaging in hand, eliciting envy from all the women present. He instinctively glanced around, only to recall that Luo Yao was not by his side. A sense of unease washed over him, causing him to scratch his head. Why did it feel so unnatural without her? He longed to place the necklace upon Luo Yao at this very moment, but alas, she was away on business today. At that moment, the most astonished were Liu Yubmei and Liu Rushue. They were aware of Lin Ran's wealth, yet could hardly fathom that he would expend such an enormous sum. Suddenly, Liu Yubmei furrowed her brow. Lin Ran had arrived in a sports car, having just purchased it. How could he possibly still possess 300 million? Could it be the car must have been rented, a mere facade of affluence? With this realization, Liu Yubmei's mood lightened considerably, a smirk beginning to form on her lips. However, her expression quickly soured as she recalled that Lin Ran had squandered the Liu family's 300 million. This was unacceptable. The necklace must be reclaimed, for it belonged to the Liu family. Conversely, Liu Rushue pondered Lin Ran's motives for acquiring the necklace. Surely it could not be intended for that woman from the Luo family. It seemed improbable. Lin Ran's acquaintance with her was relatively brief, and she could not possibly rival the bond shared with her childhood companion. Suddenly, as she observed Lin Ran scanning the room upon his return to his seat, Liu Rushue froze. Could it be that Lin Ran had purchased the necklace for her? Was he searching for her? Oh my! Liu Rushua covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. She conceded that she was indeed moved. The auction continued, with items ranging from a few thousand to several million, yet Lin Ran refrained from further bidding. He had depleted his funds. Of course, were there something particularly appealing, he might consider using Luo Yao's money. After all, spending his wife's fortune was hardly a matter of shame. As the auction progressed, unexpected lots began to pique Lin Ran's interest: companies, land, properties galore, particularly a parcel of land that had developers battling fiercely over it. Unlike typical items, land auctions allowed developers to pay a portion as a deposit, securing pre-auction contracts to facilitate loans. Once the loans were secured, they could use the land to obtain additional financing for project development, pre-selling units after erecting a few structures to quickly recoup funds, all while leveraging minimal investment for substantial market returns. Although real estate had become increasingly transparent, with proper maneuvering, the potential profits remained considerable. The Suran Group primarily engaged in real estate development. While not particularly large, it was a legitimate company, thus Lin Ran possessed a modicum of understanding in this arena. What truly captivated Lin Ran, however, were not the parcels of land, but rather several properties that appeared to be linked to the Lin family. Chapter 45. Lin Ran swiftly deduced that these properties were likely low-priced sales orchestrated by Lin Qianbao to amass funds for himself, now being auctioned off by the buyers. A smile of genuine delight spread across Lin Ran's face. Soon, the Lin family would find themselves homeless, wandering the streets. The auction concluded at 8 p.m., giving way to a cocktail gala. Having never attended an event of such grandeur before, Lin Ran thought that since Luo Yao was not home and he would return to an empty house, he might as well accompany Wu Zhishang to the banquet and broaden his horizons. Lin Ran's arrival immediately captured the attention of many. There was simply no escaping it. His opulence was undeniable. Countless socialites buzzed with eagerness, and many prestigious families sought to forge connections. When a person can present 300 million in cash, even dogs would wag their tails in admiration. It is imperative to understand that such a sum signifies power that transcends mere wealth. The implications are vast. Even a company valued at billions would require extensive preparation to produce 300 million, let alone Lin Ran's extravagant expenditure on merely a necklace. No sane individual would liquidate all their assets solely for the sake of acquiring a necklace, yet unbeknownst to them, Lin Ran was precisely that anomaly. The socialites approached him, their intentions veiled in subtle gestures, all of which Lin Ran discerned with keen insight, promptly extricating himself from their advances. Even their toasts and invitations to dance met with his unwavering refusal. Lin Ran was resolute. Should he dance with another woman today, he would face dire consequences with his own partner tomorrow, outcomes ranging from tragic to disastrous. Moreover, how could these superficial beings compare to his beloved wife? Was Luo Yao not endearing? Was she not beautiful? Did she not possess a captivating charm? Although she could be a handful at times, Lin Ran cherished every aspect of Luo Yao, including her quirks. Observing Lin Ran's air of abstinence, the socialites seethed with frustration, yet some shifted their gaze toward Wu Zhishang, who stood by his side. Anyone who could associate with such a magnate must possess their own merits, despite Wu Zhishang's unremarkable attire. However, could one truly equate simplicity in dress with a lack of substance? Take Jack Ma, for instance. He often donned a pair of humble Beijing cloth shoes, yet no one could deny his wealth. The world recognized his affluence, and those present at this gathering were largely individuals of standing. Consequently, some began to flirt with Wu Zhishang. To everyone's astonishment, he too turned them down without hesitation. It was simple, he could not betray his girlfriend. Goodness, I see now, they are just friends. So, it's a case of same-sex attraction, is it? I knew it. With my charm, how could anyone refuse me? But if there's an issue of orientation, that makes sense. Who would have thought? Such handsome young men, and yet they are involved with each other. Lin Ran caught wind of some gossip and rubbed his forehead in contemplation. Perhaps he ought to clarify the situation. His rejection of female attention stemmed from his commitment to his wife, yet Wu Zhishang's refusal seemed unfounded. His girlfriend was hardly a paragon of virtue, and Lin Ran needed to devise a way to make Wu Zhishang recognize the reality of his circumstances. Given the current timeline, Wu Zhishang's family was on the verge of turmoil, and this matter required prompt resolution. While Lin Ran pondered, Chen Qingqian approached the two, politely raising her glass in greeting. Might I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Wu Zhishang's eyes lit up at the sight of Chen Qingqian, a detail Lin Ran quickly noted. My friend is quite taken with you and would like to invite you to dance, he said, nudging Wu Zhishang forward. Although Wu Zhishang was internally conflicted, he looked at Lin Ran with confusion, their eyes exchanging unspoken words. Wu Zhishang, did I ever express such a desire? Lin Ran, for the sake of our reputations, make this sacrifice. Look at how lovely Chen Qingqian is, Wu Zhishang, but I can't dance, Lin Ran, you'll learn as you go along. Chen Qingqian observed their silent communication and smiled politely. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Mr. Wu. In truth, Chen Qingqian wished to get to know Lin Ran better. She was not coveting him, rather, she felt an innate draw towards this intriguing young man. However, with Lin Ran pushing Wu Zhishang forward, she was more than willing to comply. After all, Wu Zhishang's bashful demeanor was endearing, evoking a playful instinct within her. Seeing that Chen Qingqian had been rebuffed by Lin Ran, the socialite's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a flicker of satisfaction. They believed themselves to be inferior to Chen Qingqian in both beauty and elegance, not to mention her star power. However, by rejecting both her and the other women, Lin Ran had inadvertently equated himself with Chen Qingqian. With this thought, the socialites felt a wave of relief wash over them. Of course, Lin Ran's dismissal of Chen Qingqian also served to deter other women from approaching him. Wu Zhishang followed Chen Qingqian to the dance floor, clumsily attempting to navigate the steps of a social dance. Observing Wu Zhishang's awkwardness, his stiff movements, and his reluctance to even touch her hand, Chen Qingqian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mr. Wu, it's perfectly fine, just follow my lead and take your time. Not knowing how to dance is nothing to be ashamed of. Place your hand here, and follow my rhythm, like this. Wu Zhishang felt a flurry of emotions, chiding himself for even entertaining. Yet his body responded honestly to Chen Qingqian's guidance, and gradually, it seemed less daunting. Meanwhile, Lin Ran observed the scene with an amused smile, realizing that Wu Zhishang was not the paragon of virtue he had once believed him to be. However, Chen Qingqian would do well to remember that she was dealing with a scion of wealth who could easily sweep her off her feet. Reflecting on his own relationship with Luo Yao, Lin Ran recognized that to the outside world, they were similarly an explosive pairing. Perhaps, after all, nothing was ever certain. Wu Zhishang, you've always desired to live off the fruits of another's labor. Whether you can become a second version of me will depend on your own efforts. As Lin Ran idly watched the unfolding drama, Liu Yubei arrived with Liu Ruxue in tow. The moment they appeared, Lin Ran's expression hardened. Block their way. Without hesitation, Uncle Fu and his men intercepted the two. Liu Yubei erupted in outrage. What are you doing? I need to see Lin Ran to discuss important matters. The bodyguard replied, I'm sorry, but our young master does not wish to speak with you. Liu Yubei retorted, your young master. Do you take me for a fool? I know exactly what Lin Ran is like. Liu Ruxue trailed behind Liu Yubei, gazing at Lin Ran with a tender expression, but her view was soon obstructed. As she shifted left, the guard moved left. When she shifted right, the guard did the same. Looking up, she found an elderly gentleman gazing at her with a mixture of warmth and ire, prompting Liu Ruxue to furrow her brow and suppress her rising frustration. Chapter 46. She did not wish to lose her carefully constructed persona in front of Lin Ran, so she maintained a gentle smile on her face. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the air, causing Liu Ruxue to jump in fright. Liu Yumei exclaimed, Lin Ran, you ungrateful wretch, have you even disowned your own mother? The venue fell into an immediate hush. Who could be so uncouth? All eyes turned towards the source of the outburst, faces painted with shock. Those on the dance floor halted their movements, leaving only the music to flow gently in the background. Liu Yumei's voice carried too loudly to be ignored. Everyone stared at Lin Ran in disbelief. Such a handsome and wealthy young man, yet he was labeled as an unfilial son. Lin Ran was not about to let this insult slide and retorted swiftly, you, a mere mistress, have no right to speak of my mother. With that single statement, he delivered a crushing blow. If you think you can shout, let us see who truly embarrasses themselves. Come on, let us engage in mutual destruction. Liu Yumei stood frozen, Unable to believe her ears, after a moment of stuttering silence, she found herself at a loss for words, as the truth of her position as a nominal mistress could be unravelled if scrutinized closely. Uncle Fu furrowed his brow and commanded, "Throw them out." Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward to drag the two away, causing Liu Rushue to panic. "Brother Lin Ran, it's me, Rushue, please make them let go." Liu Yumai, recovering from her shock, shouted, "I am the wife of the chairman of Suran Group. Is your hotel going to allow a little brat like this to run amok? Do you wish for me to refrain from patronizing your establishment in the future?" The staff exchanged bewildered glances. Did she even come here to consume? At that moment, a stunning woman in her 30s approached. She was the hotel manager. Upon seeing her, all the staff greeted her respectfully. Liu Yumai gleaned the woman's significance from their demeanor. "Is this how your hotel treats its customers? I am Mrs. Lin of Suran Group, and I assure you, I can have your hotel dismantled." At her words, a collective gasp swept through the crowd. Many were aware of Suran Group's reputation. What audacity to threaten the destruction of Pangu Hotel, a property valued at over 5 billion, while our own company was worth merely 20 to 30 billion. The owner of Pangu Hotel was shrouded in mystery and had extensive connections. Who did she think she was, to threaten such a powerful entity? Furthermore, Liu Yumai and Liu Rushue's attire increasingly resembled that of nouveau riche, utterly out of place for the occasion. Just glance at the socialites, each one exuded sensuality tempered with grace, and the esteemed ladies radiated sophistication and elegance. Here were two women, one clad in ostentation and the other with a face full of grievance, performing a farcical display. It was evident, one was flaunting wealth while the other pretended innocence. At this point, the majority had come to believe Liu Yumai was indeed a mistress. Humans often rely on instinctual judgments. The manager raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Liu Yumai's garish appearance, internally questioning where this vulgar, nouveau riche woman had come from. Suran Group, quite impressive. Hearing the manager's comment, Liu Yumai felt a flicker of hope and bellowed at the bodyguards restraining her. "Did you hear that? Release me at once, your manager has spoken." The bodyguards exchanged puzzled looks. Whose manager? Just then, the hotel manager continued, "Your group's name is commendable, but I have not heard of it before. Moreover, these bodyguards are not affiliated with our hotel, so I cannot intervene." Initially intending to defuse the situation, she had now changed her mind entirely. Liu Yumai trembled with rage. Since marrying Lin Qianbar, she had never endured such indignity. "Let me go at once, and you can expect consequences from your hotel." The hotel manager narrowed her eyes and coldly remarked, "You lot, can't you see how hard the bodyguard is working? Why don't you lend a hand?" The staff had long harbored disdain for Liu Yumai and her companion since their entrance, and now, after this scene in the banquet hall, they rushed forward in groups of 4 to physically remove Liu Rushue and Liu Yumai from the venue. No one felt sympathy for Liu Yumai. Many women displayed expressions that conveyed approval of this outcome, some even wishing to stomp on her. After all, she was merely a mistress, and one who lacked any semblance of decorum. It was no wonder she lacked the refinement expected of a high society matron. Among the attendees were numerous affluent ladies, the very ones who detested mistresses the most. Once Liu Yumai was ejected, the staff briefed the hotel manager on the events of the day, and she looked at Lin Ran with incredulity. Lin Ran represented the Luo group, and no one dared to offend him. Even the event organizers turned a blind eye. This young handsome man could represent the Luo group. Could he possibly be related to the Luo family? Moreover, he seemed increasingly familiar. The manager, being perceptive, approached Lin Ran without delay. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Our hotel would like to offer you a diamond membership as compensation." The diamond membership is the highest tier offered by Pangu Hotel, granting access to the finest services. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. It was known that today's incident was not the hotel's fault, yet they still wished to apologize and extend such a generous offer, further piquing curiosity about Lin Ran's identity. Just the status of a diamond member was unattainable for the majority present. Lin Ran smiled and politely declined. He was uncertain of the manager's intentions and did not wish to exploit the situation using the Luo Group's name. Such favors would need to be repaid to Luo Yao. The manager seemed to sense Lin Ran's thoughts and quietly advised, Mr. Lin, the president of Luo Group, has shares in our hotel. As her representative, we must accord you the utmost respect. Furthermore, this membership is not for the Luo Group but a personal gesture of apology from me. You need not feel any pressure. Upon realizing the hotel had a connection to his wife, Lin Ran understood that accepting the membership would be acceptable, as it would honor Luo Yao. After all, she loved gifting him things, and he figured she would be pleased to hear about this. Then I shall accept it, thank you. The manager responded, very well, sir, may I kindly ask for your full name for registration? Lin Ran readily replied, my name is Lin Ran. The manager stood frozen in place. Why you are Lin Ran? The manager hastily pulled out her phone to verify, and then... Oh my heavens, observing the manager's flustered demeanor, Lin Ran felt a wave of confusion. Moments later, the manager bowed deeply, exclaiming in astonishment, greetings, boss. This declaration left everyone present with their jaws dropped in disbelief. Lin Ran was, in fact, the owner of Pangu Hotel. The shock was palpable. If they were astonished, Lin Ran was equally bewildered. What did you just call me? Chapter 47. The manager exclaimed, boss. You are indeed my superior. Although you have never graced us with your presence, we possess your information in our system. And oh wonder, I felt an uncanny familiarity upon seeing you just now. It turns out you are our benefactor. How unfortunate that I failed to recognize you at first glance. I truly deserve a reprimand. Lin Ran cast a puzzled glance at Uncle Fu, who nodded in affirmation. The implication became glaringly clear. Lin Ran was indeed the proprietor of this establishment. Good heavens, the only 7-star hotel in the entirety of Kyoto is under my ownership. Luo Yao, how many hidden treasures have you prepared for me? Lin Ran's expression was awkward yet internally jubilant. Wu Jishang and Chen Qingqian, who had been jovially draping their arms around each other, now stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Ran. The women who had previously abandoned their attempts to approach Lin Ran felt a resurgence of hope. Such a dashing, affluent, and esteemed young gentleman could hardly be paired with mere ordinary women. How could I possibly retreat after a single rejection? No, I must rise to the challenge. Even if he favors men, I shall turn him around. Lin Ran sensed the peculiar gazes surrounding him and offered an awkward smile. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain either. This hotel was a gift from my wife. Please, continue with your duties. What? This hotel was gifted to the young man by his wife? Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Surely, he is merely employing a stalling tactic to reject us, but that would be a grave miscalculation. The manager, noticing the sudden stillness in the room, promptly instructed the staff to resume their work, and gradually, the atmosphere began to warm once more. Lin Ran directed Uncle Fu to escort the necklace back to the manor while he awaited Wu Jishang. Uncle Fu, considering that there were still hidden bodyguards outside and potential adversaries had been dismissed, consented. Chen Qingqian shot Wu Jishang a meaningful glance. Your friend is truly no ordinary person. The Pangu Hotel, as the sole 7-star hotel in Kyoto, holds an estimated value of 5 billion. The previous owner was notoriously enigmatic, and who would have guessed that the identity would be revealed today? Wu Jishang remained silent, unsure of what to say. He had only just learned of it himself. Moreover, judging by Lin Ran's demeanor, it seemed even he was unaware that he was the proprietor of this hotel. What kind of extraordinary being is Lin Ran's wife? Though the atmosphere had returned to normal, with conversations and dancing resuming, there were still those who frequently glanced toward Lin Ran. Wu Jishang realized it was time to depart, for with Uncle Fu absent, those sirens were gravitating ever closer to Lin Ran. Although Lin Ran was making valiant efforts to evade their advances, it was evident he was struggling. As a brother, he could not allow his friend to be put in such a predicament. He had to clear away the vixens for his sister-in-law. Should he become entangled with one, it would not only be Lin Ran who felt remorseful, but he himself would feel he had wronged her. However, casting a glance at Chen Qingqian before him, he felt a twinge of reluctance. While he could not betray his girlfriend, a mere acquaintance surely wouldn't be a transgression, would it? Chen Qingqian, observing Wu Jishang's demeanor, found it amusing. Such a bashful young man was a rarity. She smiled warmly. Shall we add each other as friends? Wu Zhishang froze, having merely sought an autograph, and was taken aback when Chen Qingtian proactively suggested adding him as a friend. He nodded enthusiastically, retrieving his phone to display the QR code. You scan me. Upon seeing Wu Zhishang's payment code, Chen Qingtian fell silent, yet still scanned it with her phone. How much is it? Wu Zhishang replied in bewilderment. What do you mean how much? Chen Qingtian retorted, how much does it cost to add you as a friend? Wu Zhishang, momentarily flustered by the screen of his phone, hurriedly refreshed the QR code. Chen Qingtian quipped, refreshing the payment code for a discount. Wu Zhishang felt as though he could dig a hole in the ground to hide in, hastily pulling up the friend QR code again. The two exchanged their friend requests with a sense of mutual delight, and Chen Qingtian beamed with a smile as radiant as spring. Goodbye. Goodbye. The moment Wu Zhishang returned, Lin Ran called out to him. You're finally back. We should leave, as we have classes tomorrow. Wu Zhishang was incredulous. You actually know about attending classes? In the few days since the semester began, Lin Ran had only made a brief appearance on the first day before vanishing without a trace. The one time he had returned was to visit the principal's office. How could a student like him possibly claim to attend classes? Seeing the siren stirring once more, Wu Zhishang decisively stated, Yes, we should go. We have classes tomorrow. Like a gust of wind, they made their escape. Lin Ran despised the feeling of being regarded as a spectacle. Had Wu Zhishang not still been inside, he would have left long ago. No sooner had they departed than a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who would have thought the owner of Pangu Hotel is that young man? He seems to be a student as well. What kind of background is this? Didn't you hear, it was a gift from his wife? He might very well be a kept man, perhaps even a third party. You are the third party. Your entire family is comprised of third parties. How dare you? Are you out of your mind? Even if I were, I wouldn't take your family's medicine, because your medicine is all sour. Half an hour earlier, Liu Riqian and Lin Jian, feeling famished, had gone to indulge in a bowl of beef noodles. Liu Riqian was utterly shocked. He could hardly fathom that his beloved nephew had only treated him to a single bowl of beef noodles. Lin Jian, equally exasperated, recognized that the Lin family was in a precarious situation and felt compelled to share in their struggles. If he were to treat his uncle to a lavish meal at this juncture, how would Lin Qianbar perceive him? As they returned to the hotel entrance, they chanced upon the discarded Liu Yumai and her companions, both Liu Riqian and Lin Jian wearing expressions of disbelief. Upon inquiry, they learned the details of the incident. Liu Yumai could not conceal the truth, for Liu Rushua was also privy to the information. Liu Riqian exclaimed, Lin Ran actually threw you out. Where does he derive such audacity? And how did he acquire 3 billion to purchase a necklace? Could it be that Lin Qianbar provided him with the funds? Sister, what have I told you about how to conduct yourself? How could you allow Lin Qianbar to give Lin Ran money? Liu Yumai sighed, realizing there was no alternative but to divulge the truth. Liu Riqian's pupils dilated in shock. What, he extorted 3 billion from you? Lin Jian added, it's not just that, Lin Ran also intends to sell his shares. Those shares should rightfully belong to the Lin family, and now the family is truly in dire straits. Liu Riqian could hardly believe his ears. He never anticipated that Lin Ran possessed such a wealth of shares. He glanced at Liu Yumai, then at Lin Jian, before finally locking eyes with his daughter, Liu Rushua. A sudden realization struck Liu Riqian. If Lin Ran were indeed selling his shares, perhaps he could consider marrying Rushua to him. The stipulation, of course, would be that all the money must be presented as a dowry. Otherwise, he would not relent. However, he still had to maintain appearances. Liu Riqian berated Lin Ran for an extended period, until a few security personnel arrived and unceremoniously ushered them out. In a moment of opportunity, Lin Jian discreetly slipped a key into Liu Rushua's hand, whispering something inaudible. Liu Rushua's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Jian. Chapter 48. Lin Jian nodded at him, and Liu Ruxue took a deep breath. All right, I will go. With that, Liu Yubai and the others got into the car and drove away, leaving Liu Ruxue standing alone. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Ruxue slipped back outside the hotel. What is Ruxue doing? Liu Riqian inquired with curiosity. Lin Jian replied, I just saw our best friend and had a brief conversation with her. She mentioned wanting to return to school with her friend. Liu Riqian scoffed, HMPH, with a home to return to, yet she chooses to stay at school every day. Such a child has truly grown up. However, he did not dwell on it further. Driving together, the three headed to the hospital. Lin Qianbar was merely ill, not deceased. At this juncture, their concern would surely touch Lin Qianbar's heart, so they resolved to accompany him. Lin Ran and Wu Jishang exited the hotel, with Wu Jishang appearing rather dazed. Brother Lin, you are indeed the owner of this hotel. Lin Ran nodded. It appears so. It should be a gift from my wife, though I only learned of it recently. Wu Jishang felt as though his entire worldview was being shaken. Wow, brother, do I have any potential to be a kept man? Lin Ran glanced at Wu Jishang. What about your girlfriend? Wu Jishang wore an awkward expression. Brother, I was just joking. It's not serious. But your wife treats you exceptionally well. I overheard some people say this hotel is valued at least 5 billion. What does your wife do? Professionally supports me. Goodness, just end my misery. This is too much to bear. Lin Ran, growing serious, asked, on a more serious note, do you have any intentions of being a kept man? Wu Jishang replied, I cannot betray my girlfriend. Lin Ran sighed inwardly. Wu Jishang was just as blind as he was. Upon reaching the parking lot, both men were taken aback. They saw the valet who had previously helped Lin Ran crouched on the ground, weeping loudly, while several staff members seemed to be assisting him in searching for something. What happened? Upon hearing the voice, the valet quickly looked up, fear evident in his eyes upon seeing Lin Ran. Sir, I'm so sorry. I lost your car keys. War. The valet's cries were loud, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy. Lin Ran, feeling exasperated, quickly replied, if you lost them, then so be it. There's no need to weep before me as though I have wronged you. The valet's sobs grew louder, and Lin Ran sighed, choosing not to blame him, as it was clearly unintentional. Keys could be misplaced. It wasn't as if the car had been vandalized. After all, from a certain perspective, the valet was still his employee, and seeing him so distraught warranted a degree of leniency from the boss. If they're lost, they're lost. I'm not angry with you, just be more careful next time. He glanced at his Ferrari. A second look revealed something inside. Upon closer inspection, it appeared there was a dark figure within the car. Brother, do you see something in the car? Is there a ghost? Wu Jishang, equally puzzled, peered over. It seems to be a person. In disbelief, Lin Ran approached the vehicle, opening the door to find a nearly naked woman gazing at him with longing eyes. Oh, Liu Ruxue, without hesitation, Lin Ran slammed the door shut with a resounding bang and shouted, what is going on at your hotel? Why is there a naked woman in my car? Is this some sort of test? What man could withstand such a trial? His words echoed throughout the hotel entrance, catching the attention of everyone searching for keys. The valet was equally startled and hurried over to open the passenger door. Upon seeing Liu Ruxue, he was too enraged to appreciate her form. How did you get in? Did you steal my car keys? Liu Ruxue was taken aback. She never expected to find herself in such a predicament, and Lin Ran would overlook her presence. Prior to this, she had adequately prepared herself, envisioning a romantic encounter with Lin Ran in the car, but now, she not only failed to entice him but also lost face. Immediately, she covered her face, the car keys still dangling from her hand. The valet snatched the keys from her, indignantly declaring, you little thief, you nearly cost me my job. He handed the keys back to Lin Ran and then attempted to drag Liu Ruxue away. Get out of here, you thief. Do you know what you've done to me? Lin Ran pondered the situation, musing whether this hand could still be salvaged. Liu Ruxue wouldn't have done anything too outrageous with the keys, would she? If it were Liu Ruxue, she might indeed be capable of such antics. The valet tried to pull Liu Ruxue out, but she urgently grasped the car door. Don't say such things. I found them, Lin Ran, it's me, I'm Rushua. Upon hearing Liu Rushua's voice, Wu Zhishang was greatly astonished and advised Lin Ran, brother, you must maintain your composure. Lin Ran shot Wu Zhishang a sidelong glance, noting how increasingly mischievous he had become. The valet forcefully yanked Liu Rushua out, and with a resounding slap, he yelled, you wicked woman, why did you steal my car keys? Liu Rushua shielded her face, gazing incredulously at the valet. You actually hit a woman. I hit the thief. Another slap connected, twisting Liu Rushua's head at a sharp angle, aligning her gaze with Lin Ran's. Seeing Lin Ran, Liu Rushua's eyes welled with tears. Brother Lin, I missed you so much today. When you purchased eternal love, wasn't it meant for me? I was so moved, so I waited for you in the car. The valet paused, glancing at Liu Rushua, who was clad only in her undergarments, then at Lin Ran, before inhaling sharply, did I just make another mistake? Lin Ran, facepalming in utter disbelief, thought to himself that the world had truly gone mad. Liu Rushua slowly approached Lin Ran, her expression one of utmost grievance, clad in sheer, revealing lingerie. The contents were tantalizingly visible. Lin Ran sidestepped her advance, entirely disregarding her current state of undress, and turned to the valet. Those 2 slaps you delivered were well deserved. Go find your manager and tell her I said to give you a bonus. He pointed to himself, adding, inform her that it was Lin Ran who instructed this. The valet, dazed, nodded before excitement washed over him. Given Lin Ran's apparent significance, knowing the manager was hardly surprising. Unexpectedly, losing the keys not only spared him punishment but could also earn him a reward, all for the sake of delivering a couple of slaps to this woman. This woman clearly epitomized the type willing to resort to any means to entice men. Chapter 49. Observing the wealth of the young master, one could not help but steal the keys and lie naked in his car. Very well, young master, would you like me to assist you in giving her a beating? If she reports me, I can serve time and continue the beating upon my release. Lin Ran gazed at the valet in surprise, thinking to himself how resourceful he was. Not today, you may return for now. Understood. The valet cheerfully departed with a few colleagues. The young master had mentioned today was unnecessary, however, he had not clarified about tomorrow or the days following. Liu Rushua covered her face and said, Lin Ran, if hitting me brings you relief, then do it. Do you not harbor feelings for me? Today, I shall oblige. You purchased eternal love for me, I am truly touched. A chill coursed through Lin Ran's body, as an unsettling premonition washed over him. Leaning closer to Liu Rushua, whose eyes were filled with malice, he softly uttered, leave. With that, he shoved Liu Rushua away, his heart aching as he looked at his beloved car. Upon noticing a few discarded articles of clothing on the passenger seat, a wave of revulsion swept over him. Could this vehicle still be driven? After a moment's contemplation, he tossed the car keys directly to Wu Zhishang. It's dirty now. Consider it a gift. Wu Zhishang accepted the keys with a look of bewilderment, completely oblivious to the current situation. Thank you. Adoptive father. At that moment, Lin Ran was unaware that a bodyguard lurking in the shadows was frowning at the scene before him. Having learned of Lin Ran's descent, the bodyguard had exited the hotel and upon arriving at the parking lot, overheard Liu Rushua's words, do you not like me? Today, I shall give myself to you, and you purchased eternal love for me. I am truly touched. Witnessing Liu Rushua clad only in lingerie sent a shiver down his spine. This young master was surely in for trouble. After some deliberation, the bodyguard reported the matter to Luo Yao. He could not afford to be careless regarding Lin Ran's affairs, nor could he dare to lie, for fear of dire consequences. This was part of his duty, not only to protect Lin Ran but also to report on his whereabouts. Upon receiving the bodyguard's call, Luo Yao naturally went into a frenzy and hurried back from the ancestral home. Liu Rushua, feeling exposed under Lin Ran's cold, murderous gaze, shivered and realized that her current state made it impossible to maintain her dignity. She had come to understand that Lin Ran's necklace was not a gift for her. He had no desire to possess her in her nakedness. War, Lin Ran, I despise you, she exclaimed, seizing the clothing from the passenger seat and fleeing. She could not bear to remain there any longer. Despite her efforts, all she received was Lin Ran's dismissive leave, rendering everything so absurd, so painfully real. She had fallen for Lin Ran, Yet Wu Zhishang, observing Liu Rushua's retreat, was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. Lin, I only just realized how shameless Liu Rushua truly is. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. You will discover even more shameless individuals in the future. Wu Zhishang nodded in agreement, for the longer one lived, the more peculiarities one encountered. I had expected there would be a feast at tonight's banquet. Having come here without dinner, I was surprised to find merely some wine and pastries, without even a table. Do these wealthy individuals not tire of such simplicity? Lin Ran glanced at Wu Zhishang in astonishment. Hey, don't dismiss it. We are indeed on the same wavelength. You have no idea how many pieces of cake I consumed earlier to satisfy my hunger. Now I feel rather queasy. The two exchanged amused glances. The lives of the affluent are indeed unadorned. Agreed. As Lin Ran turned to re-enter the hotel, Wu Zhishang queried with curiosity, What are you going to do? Are you truly not leaving? Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. I cannot, having been in Liu Rushua's presence, I feel utterly uncomfortable, but do not be put off, brother. Wu Zhishang, clutching the keys in his hand, felt immensely touched. He could never harbor disdain. He was beginning to develop an affinity for Liu Rushua. Why not sneak into Lin Ran's garage? After parting ways, Lin Ran chose not to ride in the Ferrari any longer. He returned to the hotel and arranged for a vehicle to take him home. The hotel manager offered to accompany him personally, but Lin Ran declined. Although she appeared to be in her 30s, she was still a woman. He feared Luo Yao might misinterpret the situation, although it was possible she already had. Please prepare the parking lot surveillance footage and send it to me. As for my ride, let that valet handle it. The manager promptly arranged for this, and soon the previously sobbing valet arrived in a commercial Mercedes, which Lin Ran accepted without complaint. In the car, the valet remarked, Bro, the next time I see that woman, I'll help you teach her a lesson. Lin Ran replied, Make sure to even out her cheeks. If you get caught, just seek me out, and I'll pay for your bail. Got it, bro. Upon entering the estate, the valet was utterly astonished, wondering what kind of opulent mansion this was. He had driven several wealthy individuals home, some to grand houses, others to villas, yet he had never encountered a mansion. It was simply extravagant beyond belief. Bro, this place is enormous. If I hadn't driven, I might have gotten lost. Lin Ran replied, Then you had best not get lost. Why not? Because there are crocodiles here. Valet. And tigers. Valet. And snow leopards. Valet, bro, I will do my utmost not to get lost. Lin Ran chuckled, Rest assured, I am merely jesting. Those creatures are all securely confined and monitored. They won't escape. Valet, bro, I was just hypothetically speaking. What if one were to escape? Lin Ran, I would arrange a grand affair for you. Following Lin Ran's guidance, they drove around the estate for a while before arriving at the central villa, the valet brimming with excitement. After disembarking, the valet turned to leave, while Lin Ran approached the villa entrance, ready to step inside. Meow. 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 The cat's cries were eerily unsettling, seemingly warning Lin Ran against entering. Turning his head, he recognized the black cat from his previous stargazing outing with Luo Yao, which had appeared in the middle of the night. He had sensed something was amiss then, and now he was even more certain. The cat's eyes were remarkably expressive, as if they could speak. Just as Lin Ran reached out to stroke it, the little black cat took a step back. As he advanced, it retreated again. Meow. Are you hungry? The little black cat shot him a look that seemed to say he was foolish. Meow. With that, it turned and vanished into the night sky. Lin Ran stood frozen in place, bewildered. That cat had seemingly scolded him, yet he had no proof. Shaking his head, he found humor in his own thoughts and slowly walked into the villa. Upon entering, Butler Fu approached him. Young Master Lin, please head to your bedroom to rest. Chapter 50. Lin Ran remarked, Let us have a little something before heading in. All I had at the banquet was a few pieces of cake. Uncle Fu arranged for some late-night snacks, and although Lin Ran sensed something peculiar in Uncle Fu's expression, he thought little of it. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he stepped inside, Uncle Fu quietly locked the villa door behind him. After enjoying a late-night meal, Lin Ran felt a bit more at ease, his stomach no longer churning with acidity. Content, he returned to his bedroom, adorned with that piece of eternal love. He took a shower, reminiscing about his beloved. As he lay in bed, he sent a message. Thinking of you. After waiting for a considerable time without a reply, he sent another. Good night. Still, there was no response. Lin Ran found his mind wandering, uncertain whether Luo Yao had fallen asleep or was still working. He tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Rising, he retrieved the necklace, gazing at it and picturing how beautiful Luo Yao would look wearing it. He wondered if he had become a little lovesick. Meow. Just as Lin Ran was lost in thoughts of Luo Yao wearing the necklace, a faint cat meow interrupted him. He approached the window and spotted a black cat perched on the sill, its gaze fixed upon him. Startled by its striking blue eyes, he quickly regained his composure and squatted down to meet the cat's gaze through the glass. Little one, are you hungry? Meow. Good grief, Lin Ran concluded that this cat was definitely odd. Its eyes seemed to scold him. Meow. Damn it. Meow. If you don't leave, you won't be a cat anymore. Meow. With that final exclamation, the black cat departed. Lin Ran was puzzled about the presence of this cat and its frequent appearances today. Perhaps he would ask Luo Yao about it. It must belong to the estate. Returning to bed, he scrolled through his phone, but Luo Yao still had not replied. Thus, he began to drift into slumber, eventually succumbing to sleep. Outside the bedroom door, the butler sighed as he locked the door from the outside. Tonight, the young lady had instructed him to ensure Lin Ran was secured until her return. From her tone, she seemed quite furious, almost as if she were ready to kill. What had Lin Xiao done wrong this time? Had he committed some blunder while escorting the necklace back? Such a minor mistake, one could only hope the young lady would forgive him. Lin Xiao, why can't you just behave and heed the young lady's words? Hasn't she treated you well? Isn't it delightful to be a golden canary for her? When you were, it is often us old ones who suffer the consequences. Why make it difficult for the elderly? In the dead of night, as Lin Ran slept, he was repeatedly disturbed by the sound of a cat's meow, which grew increasingly irksome. After what felt like an eternity, he could no longer endure it. Rising, he intended to teach the creature a lesson. Just as he reached the window, he heard a heart-wrenching cry from the cat, which then scampered away. At that moment, the bedroom door was abruptly kicked open with a loud bang. Lin Ran jumped, turning to see Luo Yao's silhouette illuminated ominously by the dim light outside. Luo Yao. Why are you back so late? Luo Yao advanced step by step toward Lin Ran, and as his vision sharpened, he noticed despair etched in her gaze. A chill ran down his spine. That look, this was bad. Yao Yao, let me explain. Before Lin Ran could continue, Luo Yao leaped forward, brandishing a glinting dagger aimed directly at his heart, her figure looming larger in his vision. Thud. As the dagger neared Lin Ran's heart, Luo Yao instinctively shifted her grip, causing the blade to veer off and plunge into his shoulder instead. Oh! Lin Ran cried out in pain. That was close. He had narrowly escaped death. He feared not for his own life, but longed to exact revenge before meeting his end. He was unafraid of Luo Yao, yet terrified of leaving her alone in the world without love after his demise. What he dreaded most was the thought of her unraveling upon discovering it was all a misunderstanding, leading her to follow him into oblivion. To sum it up, Lin Ran was afraid of death. Yao Yao. You, Luo Yao shouted. Why did you deceive me? Why couldn't he just be obedient and stay by my side? Tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, her entire being radiating hysteria. She realized that Lin Ran's recent compliance had all been a facade. He had truly been deceiving her. She had earnestly tried to trust him, so why the betrayal? The feeling of being misled and then betrayed left her breathless. Had it not been for a flicker of resolve, she might have truly killed Lin Ran just now, but in the end, her heart softened. She despised herself for this moment of weakness, and she loathed Lin Ran's deceit. Why did you have to lie to me? Why? If she could not muster the resolve to kill him, then she would ensure Lin Ran remained forever trapped within the gilded cage of her making. Ran, you are no longer free. Lin Ran, enduring excruciating pain and struggling to breathe, forced a smile, not wishing to burden Luo Yao further. Yao. I have always been good. Luo Yao retorted, you dare to lie to me? Suddenly, her words faltered as she noticed Lin Ran holding up a necklace. This is for you. You must be tired. Rest for a moment. Luo Yao stood frozen, taking a step back. She beheld the stunning blue gemstone at the center of the necklace, slowly accepting it. The chain was stained with Lin Ran's blood, yet the warmth of the gemstone reminded her that it had likely been held close to his heart. She instantly recognized it as eternal love, having seen it in a fashion magazine. At that time, she had hoped that one day Lin Ran would gift her a similar piece, but had he not given it to Liu Ruxue? Could it be? Luo Yao pondered a possibility. If that were the case, then what about her? Lin Ran raised his phone before Luo Yao. This is the truth you seek. With that, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He understood that Luo Yao had surely misunderstood. He had specifically requested the hotel for the surveillance footage at the entrance. How fortunate. He would have to be more cautious in the future to avoid such life-threatening misunderstandings. Luo Yao held the phone, which contained edited clips from Lin Ran. She witnessed Lin Jian stealing the keys from Tong, saw Liu Ruxue get into the car herself, and also observed Lin Ran's reaction. Simultaneously, she grasped why the bodyguard had reported the error. So, it was all just a series of coincidences. Luo Yao felt a sharp pain in her heart, suddenly clutching it as if her very breath were a mistake. She shuddered once more. Her fingers rose, gently brushing against Lin Ran's wand. Does it hurt? Lin Ran nodded. Very much, but seeing you like this pains my heart even more. Now it is November 10th. Follow the author and click on the author's profile to join the fan group. Chapter 51. Luo Yao collapsed onto the ground, shaking her head uncontrollably. I'm so sorry, I've made another mistake. Will you still like me? Yao. Lin Ran, having regained some strength, gently reached out to wipe away Luo Yao's tears. Do not cry, I dislike seeing a tear-streaked Yao. Do you remember the question you asked me after you got me drunk last time? No matter what you have done to me, I shall never hold it against you. This promise remains eternally valid. Luo Yao fought back her incessant tears. She was not one to cry, yet all her tears were for Lin Ran. I was wrong. Ran, please do not leave me. I beg you. Lin Ran felt the pain of his wounds, but even more so, the ache in his heart. What kind of love lacks security to such an extent that it leads to such humility and extremity? Yet, upon reflection, what fault had Luo Yao truly committed? You are not at fault, you are merely the guardian of our love. Your love is fervent and perilous, but I hope you never cease. For this is also what my heart desires. Luo Yao sensed an inexplicable flutter in her chest, as though someone were pounding fists against it. I shall summon a doctor for you. Lin Ran clutched the eternal love in his hand and said, for now, I wish to place it around your neck with my own hands. Luo Yao despised herself for losing control without understanding the situation, causing harm not only to herself but also to Lin Ran. Yet, Lin Ran bore her no grudge and treated her with such kindness. Once more, her tears fell uncontrollably. Lin Ran gently and slowly placed the eternal love around Luo Yao's neck, managing a faint smile. You look beautiful, Miss Luo Yao. Will you take care of me for a lifetime? Luo Yao finally broke into a smile, the tears cascading down her lashes. I will. Lin Ran smiled, but in the midst of his laughter, he fainted. Luo Yao carefully helped Lin Ran onto their bed and called for the estate's private doctor. Before long, the old butler gazed at Lin Ran's unconscious form, sighing repeatedly, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Luo Yao lamented, I misunderstood Iran, I am so sorry. The butler, already aware of the unfolding events, felt sorrow for his professional oversight. Miss, it is my fault, I should have clarified matters with you at the earliest opportunity. Of course, he was to blame. Had he not left prematurely, had he inquired about the reason for Luo Yao's return immediately, perhaps these misunderstandings would not have arisen. Thus, he felt immense guilt. However, the bodyguard kneeling on the ground felt even greater remorse, even fear. He was the pivotal link in this misunderstanding, having conveyed erroneous information to Luo Yao, and now he awaited her retribution. Observing Lin Ran's pained expression even in unconsciousness, Luo Yao felt these individuals had indeed erred, yet the gravest fault lay within herself. Her gaze began to blur, then sharpen, becoming increasingly crimson. Go. Luo Yao silently exited the bedroom, making her way to the secret chamber. The bodyguard rose to follow, trembling as he approached the locked door of the chamber. With a swift kick, he forced the door open. Within the chamber's center, a transparent glass cage contained a man on the brink of death. His nose was absent, one eye vacant while the other was infected, yet he still clung to life, surrounded by scurrying rats. The man sensed someone's presence, his mouth parting slightly, yet no sound emerged. Luo Yao approached a nearby rack and retrieved an instrument of torture, one designed to pry open a mouth. With a glance, she signaled the bodyguard, who hesitated momentarily before donning a mask and gloves and opening the cage door. At that moment, the bodyguard felt a surge of relief. At least there was a means for Luo Yao to vent her fury. Once inside, he secured the device onto the man before seizing a rat and stuffing it into his mouth. Then came the second, the third. The man struggled and writhed, but to no avail, tears escaping the corners of his eyes. Luo Yao watched in silence, her lips sealed. It seemed that only by tormenting the man before her could she find a modicum of relief from her psychological burden. After some time, she slowly approached a side table, retrieving a glass vial and filling it with contents. Inside were 2 eyeballs. Luo Yao added some liquid to prevent the eyeballs from decaying, positioning the vial directly in front of the man undergoing torture, awaiting his satiation. The old man's eyeballs. This is the consequence of his surveillance on Iran. The man in the cage twitched slightly, having lost count of how many rats he had ingested, utterly drained of strength to speak. Yet upon hearing Luo Yao's words, the remaining pupil widened in disbelief. With another glance from Luo Yao, the bodyguard wasted no time in taping the man's mouth shut. What remained was a painful demise. Luo Yao instructed the bodyguard to leave, sitting quietly beside the cage, lost in thought, before suddenly plunging a dagger toward her shoulder. Just as the blade was about to pierce her flesh, she halted abruptly. Iran once said that I must not harm myself. It would break his heart. Her fingers brushed the necklace at her neck, stained with Lin Ran's dried blood. After some time, she emerged from the secret chamber once more. Upon returning to the room, she found Lin Ran's shoulder wound bandaged, yet he remained unconscious. Luo Yao cast a cold, piercing gaze at the doctor who had yet to depart, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he hurriedly explained. Mr. Lin is merely temporarily unconscious due to blood loss and pain. His condition is not grave, and he will awaken shortly. Luo Yao's eyes glazed over. Iran, is he in pain? Get out, she commanded, and everyone hurriedly exited the bedroom. Luo Yao gently grasped Lin Ran's hand. Iran, are you in pain? Lin Ran remained silent. Iran, please look at me. Do you still like Yao Yao? Lin Ran continued to be unresponsive. Iran, may I set you free? Oh no, yes. Luo Yao was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. Looking down, she noticed Lin Ran slowly opening his eyes. If you do not want me, then no one will want me. For the first time, Luo Yao understood the sensation of exhilaration as she beheld Lin Ran's familiar smile return. She nodded emphatically. Of course, I was just teasing you, I would never let you go, you belong solely to me. Lin Ran extended his palm, and though Luo Yao regarded it with confusion, she obediently rested her chin upon it. Lin Ran remarked, at this moment, you resemble a little kitten. Luo Yao replied, then I shall be your little kitten, as long as you do not leave me, I am willing to be anything. A kitten. Lin Ran recalled the cat that would scold him. The next time they met, he would be sure to capture it for some affectionate petting. It is nearly dawn, you should sleep now, or you will lack energy during the day. Luo Yao shook her head. I will not go to work. I shall stay by your side. Chapter 52. Although Lin Ran was injured, it did not hinder him from sharing a bed with Luo Yao. Luo Yao turned over and lay upon the sheet stained red with Lin Ran's blood, the two of them bound together as if in a grave of mutual devotion. Until dawn broke, Lin Ran experienced the sensation of being served hand and foot. Luo Yao personally assisted him with his ablutions. Upon returning to the bedroom, Lin Ran noticed the bodyguard kneeling there, alongside the silent, head-bowed, Fu Bo. Lin Ran immediately grasped the situation and hastily spoke up. Fu Bo, I'm hungry, please prepare something to eat. And to this esteemed brother, I thank you for your diligent protection of me lately. Lin Ran knew that Luo Yao would ensure. Fu Bo promptly agreed. Understood, I will have someone prepare it right away. Lin Ran's seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a subtle way of giving Fu Bo an opportunity to save face, something Fu Bo, being shrewd, would surely comprehend. The bodyguard inhaled deeply and bowed his head to Lin Ran. Lin Ran attempted to assist him but hesitated. Rise, we are in a new era, we do not adhere to feudal hierarchies. What is your name? The bodyguard stood and replied, my name is Wen Bao. I apologize, young Master Lin, my reporting error yesterday led to your injury. Lin Ran smiled and said, very well, Brother Wang, from now on, you shall remain by my side openly, which will prevent such mistakes from occurring again. Wen Bao looked up, astonished, can I really stay by your side? It was well known that the most lucrative role in the security system was to monitor Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded, of course, isn't he that right, Yao Yao? Wen Bao turned his gaze to Luo Yao, who felt a surge of joy. Lin Ran's implication was unmistakable, she could now conduct real-time surveillance openly. Since Ran does not wish to punish you, I shall naturally acquiesce. However, remember this, protect Ran well, should he lose even a single hair, I will hold you accountable. Wen Bao nodded gravely, rest assured, miss if young Master Lin were to lose even a hair, I would take my own life as recompense. He then bowed deeply to Lin Ran, young Master Lin, I, Wen Bao, am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. I shall demonstrate my loyalty through my actions henceforth. After the bodyguard departed, Lin Ran inquired of Luo Yao, you aren't upset with how I handled that, are you? Luo Yao replied, how could I be? You are Ran, matters at home are certainly in your purview, and whatever decisions you make are correct. Lin Ran remarked, then it shall be so, however, I have yet to punish you. Luo Yao suddenly felt a pang of distress, I'm sorry. Lin Ran quickly interrupted, no, I'm not blaming you. I merely wish to impose a punishment, is that too much to ask? Luo Yao raised her watery, big eyes, all right then, Ran, do punish me. Lin Ran teased, very well, once my injury has healed, I shall not let you off easily, you little enchantress. Having been injured, he was exempt from attending school or work, and his reasoning was undeniably justified. Luo Yao also refrained from going to the office, instead summoning the assistant team to work at the estate. She remained in the bedroom to keep Lin Ran company, feeding him bite by bite at mealtime, supporting him to the restroom when needed, and dismissing the assistants when it was time for work. Liu Meng frequently shook her head and sighed. This Lin Ran was undeniably a calamity for the nation, a true disaster. She endeavored to complete most of the tasks that should have belonged to Luo Yao, but there was one crucial document that only Luo Yao could handle. When she returned to the bedroom once more, she was taken aback to see their usually frosty boss feeding Lin Ran. Liu Meng felt as if she had transformed into a statue. Assistant Liu, you have work to attend to. Please manage it and do not become distracted, Lin Ran said. Luo Yao chimed in, you are both my ambition and my distraction. Yet, with Lin Ran having spoken, Luo Yao reluctantly attended to some paperwork, leaving Liu Meng's worldview in tatters. So, this is how you choose to play. Would it not be more convenient to directly communicate with Lin Ran about important matters in the future? Liu Meng was startled by her own thoughts, yet upon further reflection, deemed it unrealistic. If she drew closer to Lin Ran, she would likely find herself in grave danger. Nevertheless, Crucial moments could still warrant seeking Lin Ran's assistance. 3 days passed in such a manner, with the assistant team residing at the estate for the entirety of that time. The entire team now referred to the situation as the king no longer attends court. Today, Luo Yao returned to the company with the assistant team, only to be met with an avalanche of work. After all, their absence for several days had resulted in a backlog of meetings and negotiations requiring attention. Lin Ran had also nearly recovered and prepared to visit the office to see Luo Yao. Due to his injury not being fully healed, he was driven by a chauffeur, with Wang Bao following closely behind. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Ran discovered that Wu Jishang was present as well, and the company had hired several new staff members, including a cleaner. Why are we in our senior year now? We should prioritize our careers. I've already earned enough credits and have no intention of pursuing further studies, so why attend class? Lin Ran exclaimed, impressive. Where's Zhang Xiaolong? Wu Jishang replied, I haven't been able to reach him. What? Wu Jishang then recounted the situation. They hadn't managed to contact Zhang Xiaolong since yesterday, resulting in the live broadcast, which had been gaining momentum, being suspended for a day. If Zhang Xiaolong did not appear today, Wu Jishang intended to take over the broadcast personally. Lin Ran unearthed Zhang Xiaolong's employment records and called his sister, but there was no response. After considering, he tried calling Zhang Xiaolong's father instead. When the call connected, the tone on the other end was rather harsh. Who is this? Lin Ran replied, I'm looking for Zhang Xiaolong. The voice on the other end barked, I don't know Zhang Xiaolong. You must have the wrong number. Before the call could end, Lin Ran heard a cry for help. Please, sister. Lin Ran sensed something was amiss. Upon dialing again, he was met with a rejection. He was taken aback. Zhang Xiaolong was now considered his employee. He had no idea whether his rebirth had altered Zhang Xiaolong's previous trajectory. Without a second thought, he took out his phone and contacted Luo Yao. What is it? Have you missed me, Ran? Lin Ran, sounding somewhat anxious, responded, I do miss you, but I need your help with something. Please help me find someone, my employee. Luo Yao's voice turned cautious, is it a man or a woman? A man, named Zhang Xiaolong. There was a brief silence on the line before she asked, You've been, Ran, you aren't developing feelings for men, are you? Lin Ran was taken aback and quickly countered, You know very well what type of person I like. Luo Yao agreed to assist Lin Ran in locating Zhang Xiaolong, and after a short while, she sent him a message, 38 Jiedong Road, Alley 2. If you wish to see your employee again, you must hurry. Chapter 53 Lin Ran, without uttering a word, ushered Wu Jishang into the Rolls-Royce. Wu Jishang sighed, it's all thanks to you, brother Lin. You swap luxury cars as if they were mere playthings. Lin Ran responded, if you can win over Chen Qingtian, you too could enjoy such privileges. She earns enough from a single performance to purchase several. Wu Jishang's face flushed, and he retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I could never betray my girlfriend. Besides, what makes you think someone like Chen Qingtian would take notice of me? Lin Ran countered, you might be surprised, I never anticipated I would find myself in this position either. Wu Jishang fell silent. The vehicle soon arrived at Jiedong Road, which lacked the city's vibrancy, instead revealing a chaotic and decrepit alley inhabited by migrant workers from various regions. Number 38 was nestled within an exceedingly narrow lane. Lin Ran and Wu Jishang walked ahead, followed closely by Wang Bao. Upon reaching the entrance of 38, they found themselves before a structure resembling a small warehouse, devoid of a yard, its windows grimy to the point of obscuring the interior. Just as Lin Ran was about to knock, he heard commotion from within. Daddy, please, don't give my sister away. Whatever you need, I will work hard to gather it. Inside, Zhang Darhai struck Zhang Xiaolong, sending him sprawling to the ground. Damn it, how did I end up with two worthless children? I am incapacitated, and neither of you even bothers to check on me, yet I must summon you back. Boss Wang will be here shortly. This girl must be sent away today, no matter what. The sounds of a girl's sobs mixed with an eerie, inexplicable laughter filled the air. Without hesitation, Lin Ran delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding bang, the door remained unmoved. Embarrassed, Lin Ran scratched his head and glanced at Wang Bao, who struggled to suppress a chuckle. Let me handle this, young Master Lin. Lin Ran nodded, and Wenbao forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, a man in a wheelchair glared angrily at the narrow-jar door and shouted, "Who the hell dared to kick down my door?" Shortly after, 2 young men and a burly figure entered the room. Upon stepping inside, Lin Ran, Wu Zhishang, and Wenbao were taken aback. Lin Ran recognized that he had underestimated human depravity and the madness of a scoundrel. Initially perplexed as to how Zhang Xiaolong, a young man, could be under his father's thumb, he now understood. 4 individuals occupied the room: the wheelchair-bound Zhang Darhai, whom Lin Ran recognized as the subordinate whose leg had been broken during a previous encounter at Brother Dao's casino; Zhang Xiaolong, who looked equally astonished upon seeing Lin Ran; and a middle-aged woman with hollow eyes, gaunt and shackled to a metal pipe, squatting on the ground and giggling vacantly. Lastly, a frail young girl, seemingly a few years younger than Lin Ran, with a delicate visage, was also bound to the metal pipe, her eyes devoid of hope, a stark contrast to her youthful beauty. The 2 women resembled slaves. Zhang Darhai evidently recognized Lin Ran as well. He had previously been in Brother Dao's company, likely a client. He stammered, pointing at Lin Ran. "Why you?" Zhang Xiaolong immediately turned to Lin Ran, bowing his head. "Boss, please save my sister. I'll repay you in any way you desire." Zhang Darhai chuckled. "So you're the boss? That makes things simpler. Just offer more than Boss Wang, and the girl is yours." Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply. In his mind, Zhang Darhai equated to Lin Qianbao, a contemptible father wishing to sell his daughter. "Where's the key?" Zhang Darhai grinned. "Produce the money, and the key will be yours." Without hesitation, Lin Ran kicked Zhang Darhai to the ground. If he couldn't open the door, could he not topple a disabled man? Zhang Darhai, along with his wheelchair, collapsed to the floor. "Kid, I don't care who you are. You've crossed Zhang Darhai, and you're in for it now." Just then, a rotund middle-aged man, flanked by 2 thugs, appeared at the doorway. "What is going on here, Zhang Darhai? I thought you were ready for the goods." Zhang Darhai immediately replied, "Boss Wang, don't misunderstand. I don't know where these people came from. Just give me the money, and the girl is yours." Boss Wang eyed the girl inside with a lecherous grin. He had long coveted Zhang Xianwan and had been guiding Zhang Darhai for this very moment. He stepped closer, tossing a black plastic bag filled with cash at Zhang Darhai's feet, then approached Zhang Xianwan without a care for Lin Ran and his companions. Zhang Darhai, too lazy to stand, tore open the plastic bag and began counting the money. Boss Wang cooed, "Oh dear, Xianwan, what has happened to you? Come along with Uncle Wang, he'll take good care of you. Uncle Wang's bed is big and warm." Zhang Xianwan's eyes brimmed with despair. She had resolved to find an opportunity to end her life rather than endure humiliation. "Do you all think you can ignore me in my presence?" Lin Ran's voice resonated calmly. Both Boss Wang and Zhang Darhai turned to face Lin Ran, the latter unable to contain his laughter. "Har kid, do you know who Boss Wang is? The kingpin of Jiadong Road." Boss Wang regarded Lin Ran and his companions with disdain. "Get rid of them." At his command, the 2 thugs lunged forward. They were seasoned ruffians, having committed numerous misdeeds under Boss Wang's employ, and the locals dared not speak out against them. Lin Ran thought to himself, "You old fool, you have a rather inflated opinion of yourself." Stepping outside, Lin Ran retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply. "Brother Wang, allow me a moment to smoke." Wenbao understood. Young Master Lin was giving him just enough time to resolve the situation inside. He intercepted the 2 thugs, and soon the sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed within the room. Leaning against the wall, Lin Ran took another deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Zhishang inquired, "Brother Lin, are you really smoking, or just pretending?" Lin Ran chuckled, "You know I'm not faking, why undermine me?" Wu Zhishang continued, "Do you think that big guy you brought along can handle this?" Lin Ran gestured for silence, saying, "Listen, do you hear any commotion inside now?" Wu Zhishang was taken aback. "So soon?" Chapter 54. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wenbao's voice echoed, "Young Master Lin, it's done." Lin Ran stepped into the room, astonished by the sight before him. Good heavens, aside from the 2 women and Zhang Xiaolong, Everyone else was sprawled on the ground. Lin Ran chuckled, "Well done, Brother Wang." Wang Bao scratched his head modestly. "You're too kind, young Master Lin." Wu Zhishang, his eyes filled with admiration for Wang Bao, moved to help Zhang Xiaolong, who was currently nursing quite a beating from his father. Lin Ran discarded the remaining portion of his cigarette and approached Zhang Xiaoyuan.as for the woman who was grinning foolishly. She was ignored. Zhang Xiaoyuan gazed at Lin Ran in disbelief. She had imagined numerous scenarios but never anticipated that someone would come to their rescue. Zhang Xiaolong grasped Lin Ran's hand and expressed, "Thank you, boss. I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness. I have no means to repay you." Lin Ran mused to himself that this line sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Xiaolong continued, "What about them? With us having beaten them to this extent, will we face consequences? Brother Wang holds considerable influence in our vicinity." Lin Ran smiled reassuringly. "No worries, when it comes to influence, I have nothing to fear." As he spoke, he sent a message to Luo Yao, and soon, she dispatched a team of professionals. First to arrive was Xu Kai, accompanied by 2 assistants. Upon learning of the situation, they were wide-eyed with indignation, vowing to seek justice for the Zhang siblings. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Mao arrived, taking Zhang Darhai and Wen Bao away, yet the woman remained locked up, and Zhang Darhai was still unconscious, unaware of where the key was. Zhang Xiaolong fell silent for a moment before stating, "Even if he knew, he wouldn't hand it over. I understand him well, knowing he escort, he would rather perish than surrender. Otherwise, I would have long since beaten him and threatened him for the key." Lin Ran patted Zhang Xiaolong's shoulder, "Leave it to me." After giving Wu Zhishang some instructions, it wasn't long before Wu Zhishang returned with a locksmith. Upon seeing the locks, the locksmith was taken aback, but he refrained from commenting. Given the presence of the police, he examined the 2 locks and realized they posed a bit of a challenge, not being ordinary locks. After contemplating, he carefully took out his tools to physically dismantle them. The first lock to be removed was that of Zhang Xianwan's. She had been in her school dormitory when someone claimed her family was looking for her. She had assumed it was her brother. To her shock, it turned out to be her wheelchair-bound father accompanied by 2 thugs. Zhang Xianwan resisted leaving with her father, prompting him to have the 2 thugs drug her, clearly having prepared for this encounter. Upon regaining consciousness, finding herself imprisoned shattered her world. She realized her life was effectively over. However, unexpectedly, just as she was about to be sold off, a man appeared like a savior, descending from the heavens and swiftly rescuing her. At that moment, Zhang Xianwan collapsed into Zhang Xiaolong's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, while he gently patted her back in comfort. After a time, Zhang Xianwan furtively glanced at Lin Ran. After some contemplation, she approached him. "Thank you, Senior Lin Ran." Both Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang were taken aback, with Lin Ran inquiring, "You attend Peking University?" He was aware that Zhang Xianwan was starting university this year but was unaware it was Peking University. This meant he could directly recruit her to the company to develop alongside her brother, but he thought better of it. Academics should take precedence. "Yes, thank you for saving me," Zhang Xianwan replied. Wu Zhishang interjected, "You only thank him, we all contributed to the rescue." Zhang Xianwan quickly shook her head in a flurry. "No, I thank you as well, and this big brother too. I truly appreciate all of you. Had it not been for your intervention, my life would have been ruined." The lock on Zhang Xiaolong's mother was also opened, and the police took her away, along with the 2 thugs on the ground. Given the gravity of the situation, both Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xianwan were naturally taken for questioning. In the end, Xu Kai reassured Lin Ran, promising that he would not rest until these individuals were imprisoned for life. Having resolved the matter, Lin Ran felt a surge of happiness. Assisting Zhang Xiaolong was merely one motivation. More importantly, he had dealt with Zhang Darhai, avenging Wu Zhishang from his previous life. Upon returning to the company, Wu Zhishang invited Lin Ran to his home over the weekend. Lin Ran hesitated but, upon hearing the reason, eventually agreed. In the flurry of events, he lost track of time and missed picking up Luo Yao, forcing him to return directly to the manor. Inside the manor, Luo Yao's expression was somewhat sour, as Lin Ran had promised to fetch her but ultimately failed to keep his word. Although he explained over the phone, she remained displeased until she saw Lin Ran enter the villa, at which point a smile graced her lips. Luo Yao's affection for Lin Ran transcended mere possessiveness. She longed to entwine herself with him, wishing to be forever by his side. She wanted Lin Ran's eyes to be solely for her, with no room for anyone else, men included. Thus, throughout their interactions, Luo Yao had exercised remarkable restraint. After the doctor changed Lin Ran's bandages and advised him to rest, stating that his wounds had healed, he noted how swiftly things were progressing, realizing his physical resilience was commendable. Once the doctor departed, Lin Ran and Luo Yao found themselves in their cherished moments of solitude. Within the villa, even the entire estate seemed inconsequential in Luo Yao's eyes. Only Lin Ran radiated vibrancy in her world. Whenever she wished, she could possess him anywhere. Such was Luo Yao. After dinner, the pair retreated to the rooftop garden for a heart-to-heart. Having exercised, Lin Ran felt parched, slowly sipping from a glass of water. "Ran, was Zhongxian beautiful today?" Luo Yao inquired. Lin Ran choked on his water, exclaiming, "Not at all, she pales in comparison to you, Yao Yao, she is nothing." Luo Yao smirked, "So you did look at her?" Lin Ran froze, "I did not." "Then how can you claim she isn't as good-looking as me?" "Because it is simply impossible for anyone in this world to surpass my Yao Yao in beauty." This response seemed to satisfy Luo Yao. "Ran, remember, do not think of other women. Otherwise, I will make you regret it." Lin Ran drew Luo Yao closer, declaring, "I can only think of you. I am right here with you, what is there to worry about?" Luo Yao nestled comfortably against Lin Ran, one hand clasping his while her other caressed his leg. Lin Ran gazed at the starry sky, savoring the beauty of the moment, marveling at the wonders of the world. Time flowed gently, striking at the heart. After a long while, Chapter 55. Lin Ran, what is going on with you again? Luo Yao nodded. Lin Ran was taken aback by Luo Yao's behavior, yet internally, a sense of satisfaction screamed wildly. "Because only in this way can I truly feel that you belong to me." "All right, as long as you're happy." "Ran, do you like children?" Lin Ran replied, "Not particularly, but if they were yours, then I would." Luo Yao inquired, "If we were to have a child, would it take away your love?" Lin Ran fell silent for a moment before seriously responding, "I cannot answer that, but my love for you will only grow in the future." Luo Yao also took a moment of silence before regaining her composure. She had made up her mind not to have children, at least not for now, because a child might divert Ran's affection. The two sat quietly gazing at the stars when Lin Ran suddenly seemed to recall something. "Do you know where the black cat in our estate is?" Luo Yao replied, "I'm not sure. It could just be a stray." Lin Ran had assumed Luo Yao would know, but to his surprise, she was also unaware, leaving him uncertain if he would ever see the black cat again. He always felt that cat was somewhat peculiar. Not only did it scold people, but it also mocked them and provided warnings, exuding an air of mystery. The next day, Lin Ran finally arrived at school, intending to make his presence felt. The luxurious Rolls-Royce glided into the campus, delivering Lin Ran to his destination. When he entered the classroom, all eyes were upon him. Lin Ran casually found a seat, and soon after, Wu Zhishang arrived. Wu Zhishang was quite pleased to see Lin Ran, especially since Lin Ran had gifted him a Ferrari LaFerrari. However, he was not one to flaunt his possessions. Instead of bringing the car to campus, he had parked it at home. Following Lin Ran's advice to keep wealth discreet, he hadn't mentioned it to his girlfriend either. Today, Lin Ran was there to assist Wu Zhishang with a minor issue while also taking the opportunity to visit the school. The last time Wu Zhishang had brought the car home, his parents were taken aback, and despite his lengthy explanations, they remained skeptical. Thus, Wu Zhishang planned to have Lin Ran accompany him to clarify things, as his parents were beginning to suspect he was up to no good. Originally intended for the weekend, Lin Ran's request was denied by Luo Yao. It was rather generous of her not to have taken more drastic measures against Wu Zhishang. The instructor was aware of Lin Ran's return but did not trouble him, perhaps due to directives from the principal. The school should support student entrepreneurship. During the lecture, the absence of Liu Ruxue made the atmosphere quite harmonious, and after class, many students inquired about Lin Ran's recent activities, to which he merely responded that they would find out in a few days. In the afternoon, Lin Ran accompanied Wu Zhishang to his home. Wu Zhishang, being a local, lived a bit far from the school, requiring over an hour's drive to reach his residence. The Wu family lived in a modest neighborhood, and Lin Ran felt no disdain whatsoever. Upon arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Wu warmly welcomed Lin Ran, who had known them since childhood, so they were not strangers. Once Lin Ran explained the situation, the couple began to believe him. Mrs. Wu wore a worried expression. "Mom, didn't he Lin Ji say it already? Why the long face?" Mrs. Wu replied, "I certainly trust Xiao Lin, but I still can't believe you're married. From what you've said, this woman is quite wealthy. What if she's just toying with Xiao Lin's feelings?" Lin Ran felt a surge of emotion. In this harsh reality, genuine concern was a rarity. Even his own family had not provided him with such a feeling, which he experienced today at the Wu household. "Uncle, auntie, rest assured, my wife and I have known each other for quite some time. Our love is genuine and not as complicated as you might think." Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Wu relaxed, even gifting Lin Ran a red envelope, which he graciously accepted. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Zhishang and discussed their plans to start a business together, which had begun to show promise, and they were about to collaborate with the school. The couple listened with beaming smiles. In conclusion, Lin Ran suggested that Mr. Wu consider resigning, though Mr. Wu hesitated. Some matters were too delicate to express outright, so Lin Ran advised Mr. Wu to remain vigilant. Mr. Wu was not a fool. He immediately sensed the underlying message in Lin Ran's words. "Xiao Ran, do you know something?" Lin Ran was hesitant to elaborate. He wasn't entirely sure of this. After some contemplation, he offered Mr. Wu a few suggestions. Seeing Lin Ran's earnest demeanor prompted Mr. Wu to take him seriously, eventually agreeing to Lin Ran's advice. As Lin Ran prepared to leave, Mr. and Mrs. Wu insisted he stay for dinner, but he excused himself, citing company obligations. "This child, why is he in such a hurry?" "Old man, what do you know? He's eager to get home to his wife." On the way back to school, Wu Zhishang appeared perplexed. "Lin Ji, why did you say those things to my dad? Do you know something?" Lin Ran replied, "Do you trust me?" Wu Zhishang immediately patted his chest, saying, "Of course I trust you, bro. Then make sure to remind your father about what I mentioned. It would be best if he could resign directly, and I can help him find a better job later." "All right." The Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of the dormitory building, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. As Wu Zhishang ascended the stairs, Lin Ran encountered the last people he wished to see. Liu Ruxue and Huaini obstructed Lin Ran's car door. Liu Ruxue's eyes were red-rimmed, while Huaini feigned indignation, though her true "Why was she here again?" Wang Bao and the driver disembarked, their instincts immediately on high alert upon seeing Liu Ruxue. The last incident had been a result of a reporting error that led to Lin Ran's injury. Had it not been for Lin Ran's intercession, Wang Bao feared he might have faced dire consequences. This time, they were determined to protect Lin Ran at all costs. Lin Ran signaled Wang Bao to stay put. "Liu Ruxue, I've already transferred the debt," he stated. Liu Ruxue, in disbelief, asked, Why would you do this to me? Don't you know how terrifying that person is? It feels like if I don't pay him, he might kill me." Lin Ran found her reaction amusing, yet continued to be relentless. "Liu Ruxue, the money is yours to repay, and don't come looking for me again. Your life or death is of no concern to me. I must tell you that I would prefer to see you suffer." Liu Ruxue took a step back, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string, sobbing like a delicate flower in the rain, evoking outrage among countless onlookers. What if one had money? Did that give one the right to harm such a lovely and beautiful senior? They could not hear the exchange between Liu Ruxue and Lin Ran, yet the visual tableau painted Lin Ran as a classic bully. Chapter 56. Huaini remarked, "Indeed, are you Shui? Since you were the one who damaged the car, it is only fair that you compensate for the damages." Brother Lin Ran is resolute in his decision to have you pay, and even if it comes to a lawsuit, you would not prevail. It would be wise for you to find a way to provide the funds. After speaking, she cast a discreet glance at Lin Ran, her eyes brimming with insinuation. Liu Ruxue was taken aback, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Even Lin Ran was startled by Hu Haney's words. What a surprise that Hu Haney, who had consistently looked down upon Lin Ran, often mocking him with sarcasm or outright insults, would now speak up for him. It was utterly unbelievable, however. Lin Ran had no interest in her thoughts. His sole desire was to find an opportunity to utterly ruin Liu Ruxue. Brother Dao had already begun to demand payment, and with Liu Ruxue unable to produce the money, she was about to enter a period of considerable distress. You refuse to pay. Very well, then, the interest will only continue to accumulate, and when the day arrives that you can no longer bear it, we shall see how haughty you remain. Liu Ruxue wept profusely. Brother Lin Ran, I understand you are still angry. I was wrong, please forgive me. Do not let a mere 100,000 disrupt our relationship, I still love you. Lin Ran was taken aback by her words, feeling as though he were being struck by lightning. Liu Ruxue, what makes you think you are worth 100,000? In my eyes, you are worth not even 100. Do not come seeking me again, and spare me the word love, it makes me nauseous. With that, he turned away, entering his vehicle without a backward glance. Liu Ruxue was intercepted by Wen Bao, who held her back as she shouted from behind, I know you are still angry. It's fine if you cannot forgive me. After pursuing you for so many years, I can surely endure a little longer. Moreover, even if you choose to ignore me for now, you should at least return home and check on uncle. He misses you dearly. Lin Ran was taken aback, as he certainly did not wish for Liu Ruxue to persistently appear before him. Are you ever going to stop? The Lin family has nothing to do with me. If you continue to seek me out, I will ensure you are beaten senseless until you are seeing stars day and night. Damn, what bad luck. Lin Ran truly felt unfortunate. How had he found himself entangled with Liu Ruxue? Would this not only incite Luo Yao's ire? As the vehicle began to move, Liu Ruxue attempted to grasp Lin Ran's arm, but the driver unhesitatingly rolled up the window, causing Liu Ruxue to be thrown to the ground by the inertia of the car. Hu Haney helped her to her feet. Are you sure? Let us return. Why did you say that just now? Liu Ruxue inquired. Hu Haney replied, Are you sure? I can see it clearly now. Lin Ran truly no longer cares for you. But last time you said he was only playing hard to get. Liu Ruxue protested. Hu Haney shook her head. I was mistaken last time. Now I can confirm, he has given up on you. So, are you sure? Do not cling to your illusions. The Lin Ran of now is no longer your devoted admirer. Liu Ruxue wept bitterly, her cries echoing with anguish. But I have come to realize that I love him. What should I do? I genuinely want to be with him, and it is not for his wealth. I merely wish to salvage our relationship. Hu Haney looked upon her with disdain. When he had no money, you scorned him for his poverty. Now that he is affluent, you claim to love him, insisting it is not about the money. What then is it about? Is it truly love? Unbeknownst to Lin Ran, at this moment in the girls' dormitory, a figure was silently observing him, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Ran chose not to return to the estate, but went directly to the company instead. Since he was out, he might as well take a look and pick up Luo Yao after work. Upon arriving at the company, Zhang Xiaolong was engaged in his fourth live broadcast of the day. After the incident at the police station, Zhang Xiaolong expressed immense gratitude towards Lin Ran, now eager to repay him through hard work. Thus, he exerted himself, doubling his live broadcasts from 3 to 6 per day. His fanbase was steadily growing, and Lin Ran advised him not to overexert himself, as effort is part of the journey to success, not the destination. What Zhang Xiaolong needed now was an opportunity, one that he held in his own hands, so Lin Ran simply had to wait. As for Zhang Xiaolong's parents, one was under investigation and awaited imprisonment, while the other had been sent to a rehabilitation center, facing torment. Wen Boss was also awaiting judgment due to human trafficking. Lin Ran had complete confidence in Shu Kai's abilities. There was little activity at the company, and Lin Ran intended to leave after a casual glance around. As the elevator doors opened, he encountered Zhang Xianwan, who had come to visit her brother. Zhang Xianwan appeared frail due to prolonged malnutrition, compounded by family issues that rendered her somewhat introverted. Upon seeing Lin Ran, she instinctively averted her gaze but timidly greeted him, "Hello, senior." Stepping into the elevator, Lin Ran turned back with a smile, "Hello, are you here to see your brother?" "Go ahead, you have a wonderful brother." Zhang Xianwan nodded, "Yes, my brother is indeed my only hope from the past, I love him dearly." Once she lifted her head again, she realized the elevator doors had closed. She paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Thank you, Senior Lin Ran, you are also my hope." In the lobby of the Luo Corporation, Lin Ran entered to be greeted by a security officer. "Sir, are you here to see President Luo?" Lin Ran instantly recognized the officer as the one who had been quite diligent previously and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. After entering his fingerprint, the security officer promptly assisted Lin Ran in accessing the elevator. Upon reaching the 88th floor, the assistant team members were frequently peering out into the hallway. They had worked consecutively at the estate for several days, and though they had never spoken, they all recognized Lin Ran as President Luo's partner. However, they were uncertain whether he was a boyfriend or merely a kept pet. At that moment, Luo Yao was in her office on a phone call. Upon hearing someone knock, she called out, "Come in," and was met with the sight of Lin Ran entering. Her eyes lit up with surprise. She did not even hang up the phone before throwing herself into Lin Ran's embrace. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to pick up my wife after work," he replied. Luo Yao nodded with a smile, "All right, please wait a moment." She then resumed her call, relaying a few instructions before hanging up. Returning to Lin Ran's arms, she was enveloped in a sense of bliss. "Ran, it's still early, shall we play a little game of boss and secretary?" Lin Ran gazed at Luo Yao, his expression indulgent. "Have you lost your mind? The moment you see me, you want to engage in such activities, do you not realize I am still a patient?" Luo Yao pouted, "But yesterday in the garden, it was hard to tell you were a patient." "Ran. Honey. Please. Is that all?" When had this little imp become so adept at coaxing? Fine, I concede." Luo Yao presented Lin Ran with a pair of bangles. "Lin Ran, what kind of reversal is this?" Chapter 57. As Lin Ran engaged in role-play with Luo Yao, lawyer Xu Kai convened a shareholders' meeting for Su Ran Group. In the name of Lin Ran's trustee, Chairman Lin Qianbar attended the meeting despite his illness. There was no way out for Lin Qianbar, even if he wished to evade the situation. It was futile. Xu Kai, representing the largest shareholder, announced the sale of a 30% stake in Su Ran Company, prompting Lin Qianbar to cast an immediate opposing vote. During the meeting, Lin Qianbar vehemently berated Lin Ran, declaring that this was a family matter and should not be discussed in front of shareholders. Xu Kai then produced the documents severing Lin Ran's ties with Lin Qianbar, leaving all the shareholders in utter shock, and the meeting swiftly tilted in one direction. In the realm of business, profit reigned supreme. These shareholders were seasoned players in the commercial arena. Even with Lin Qianbar's dissenting vote, it garnered little attention, as others rallied in favor of the sale. Ultimately, all shareholders, save Lin Qianbar, supported the decision, and Lin Ran's shares were officially set for sale at a market price of 800 million, inviting competitors without granting Lin Qianbar a moment's respite. Many shareholders were eager to approach Xu Kai, knowing that acquiring Lin Ran's shares would enable them to unseat Lin Qianbar from the chairman's position without hesitation. Previously, the Lin family held 51% of the shares, and no coalition of other shareholders could challenge their. Now, with the rift between father and son, regardless of whether Lin Ran's shares could ultimately be purchased, the prospect of uniting with additional shareholders to oust Lin Qianbar became increasingly feasible. Should they secure Lin Ran's shares, the situation would stabilize further. The shareholders had grown weary of Lin Qianbar's tyranny over the years, and this opportunity was too precious to overlook. No one understood the reasons behind Lin Qianbar's estrangement from Lin Ran. Such a son could be deemed a veritable windfall. Were Lin Ran their son, they would have lavished him with every conceivable support. Yet, Lin Qianbar had squandered a promising hand, and without his son, what was he? To put it bluntly, the company belonged to his son. He merely leveraged their relationship to occupy the chairman's seat. When Lin Ran's mother was alive, Lin Qianbar had little to do with the company. his current actions were not just foolish, they were downright absurd. After the shareholders' meeting concluded, Shu Kai departed from Suran Group, patiently awaiting the arrival of the anticipated individual. As fate would have it, that evening, Lin Qianbar summoned Shu Kai.in Shu Kai's law firm. Lin Qianbar presented his proposition. Mr. Xu, I will accept Lin Ran's shares, but 800 million is rather excessive. As father and son, a discount is warranted. I believe 100 million would be quite reasonable. Shu Kai nearly spat out his tea. Although he was already familiar with Lin Qianbar's character, he had still underestimated the depths of his audacity. Chairman Lin truly possesses a sense of humor. In truth, Mr. Lin has instructed me that the shares can be transferred to you, considering you were once his father. Lin Qianbar's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Shu Kai nodded. Indeed, however, the price must exceed that of others by 20, which amounts to 1 billion. Lin Qianbar nearly toppled from his chair. How much? 1 billion. Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Shu Kai replied, Mr. Lin stated that others would pay 800 million, your offer must include a 20 premium. Lin Qianbar inhaled deeply before asking, 20, shouldn't that be 960 million? Shu Kai retorted, I hadn't realized Chairman Lin was so adept at mathematics. However, Mr. Lin has clarified that for your offer, 20 translates to 200 million. If you disagree, you may forego the acquisition. Fuming, Lin Qianbar felt insulted. If Shu Kai wanted 1 billion, he should simply state that instead of belittling him with the 20 premium. I don't have that much money. Even if I emptied my savings, it wouldn't amount to such a sum. Shu Kai countered, Mr. Lin has already devised a solution for you. You can secure a loan, using the shares of Suran Group as collateral. The shareholders would never consent. Shu Kai explained, with Lin Ran's shares included, you would possess 51 of the total. You could secure a loan against the pre-sale contract. I have a friend at the bank who I believe would be eager to engage in this transaction. Lin Qianbar fell into a long silence, hesitating to speak. He had already lost nearly everything and owed Brother Dao 100 million. If he were to approach the bank for a loan, even if it were approved, could he truly manage the repayments? If any issues arose during the company's operations, would it not crush him under the weight of his obligations? Chairman Lin, many situations require a gamble. Surely you do not wish to relinquish your authority over Suran Group. Gradually, Lin Qianbar's expression hardened as he contemplated the company's impending actions. Gritting his teeth, he declared, very well, I agree. Afterward, he signed the pre-sale contract with Shu Kai, his hands trembling as he did so. These shares rightfully belonged to him, yet he was now forced to retrieve them with cold, hard cash, at a premium, no less. Acquiring them through a loan meant that repaying the amount would entail far more than just 1 billion. Given the accruing interest, why could Lin Ran not unconditionally transfer the shares? Exiting the law firm, Lin Qianbar felt as though he had aged a decade. The following morning, representatives from the bank approached Lin Qianbar, presenting him with a pre-sale contract to secure a loan against his 51 stake. The bank ultimately assessed the loan limit at 800 million. Armed with the bank's approval, Lin Qianbar sought out Shu Kai once more, only to be informed that discussions would not commence unless the amount was set at 1 billion. Left with no alternative, Lin Qianbar returned to the Lin family to convene a family meeting. Upon hearing this news, Liu Yumai was utterly astounded, and even Lin Jian gasped in disbelief. Lin Qianbar stated, there is truly no other option, but fret not, our new project is nearing launch. Word has it that the government plans to establish a school near our new development, which should increase our units' prices by at least 20. This time, the company's cash flow is expected to reach at least 1 billion. If I hold 51 of the shares, our dividends would amount to 500 million. Therefore, as long as we endure, even if we incur some interest, we would ultimately profit, especially once the new project officially begins sales. However, if we do not proceed with the acquisition, regardless of whether, given the current rift between him and the family, he is unlikely to forego this money. Thus, the shares must be acquired. After explaining, Liu Yumai finally understood Lin Qianbar's insistence on acquiring Lin Ran's shares. The thought of that wretched boy receiving such dividends caused both her and Lin Jian to frown. Lin Qianbar spoke the truth. the impending cash flow would indeed reach that figure, representing the largest and most crucial project for Suran Group thus far. Husband, is what you say true? Are there truly no alternatives? Perhaps we could find Siaran and persuade him to transfer the shares unconditionally. Chapter 58. Lin Qianbar shook his head and said, he will not meet with us at all. There's no way around it. We need to raise the funds. Lin Jian replied, but the bank can only provide an 800 million credit limit. Where are we supposed to find the remaining 200 million? Lin Qianbar took a deep breath and said, we should liquidate our real estate assets. You Mai, return to your family and inquire if they can assist us. Liu Yumai furrowed her brow in hesitation, and Lin Qianbar continued, as long as they are willing to help, regardless of the amount they contribute, I will offer them a 20% interest rate. This is far more lucrative than traditional lending. Liu Yumai responded, I shall give it a try, but even if my family lends a hand, they may not be able to provide much. What shall we do about the remainder? Lin Qianbar replied, we can sell our properties. I still have a car that hasn't been sold, and we can sell this villa as well. We can temporarily relocate, and once the new development is pre-sold, we will swiftly return. Lin Jian interjected, Father, over the years, I have saved a bit of money. While it's not a fortune, I will contribute it all. Lin Qianbar was moved to tears, saying, you are truly a good son. Once we weather this storm, I shall repay you tenfold, and you will inherit the Suran Group. Both Lin Jian and Liu Yumai's eyes brightened at the thought of finally succeeding after all these years. Lin Jian added, what about my brother? He is also your son. Lin Qianbar scoffed, do not mention that ungrateful child. If he had remained as he once was, I might have considered granting him one of the shares to ensure his comfort, but now, he shall receive nothing. Lin Jian said, thank you, father. We are a loving family. Lin Qianbar embraced his wife with one arm and his son with the other. It is through adversity that true bonds are forged. Once this turbulence has passed, our family's ties will be stronger than ever. Reassured by Lin Qianbar's promise, both mother and son felt elated. Liu Yumai then called Lin Jian aside. Xiao Jian, let us take out that card. We must assist your father this time. Lin Jian hesitated, but Liu Yumai insisted, there are no buts, we have reached a critical juncture. By contributing now, your father will trust us more. Perhaps once this crisis is over, you may inherit the company, and you will be the chairman. Lin Jian nodded, all right. Liu Yumai returned home, and after explaining the situation, the Liu family was left astonished. Liu Yumai's mother was furious and berated her. You can't even handle that little wretch Lin Ran, and now such a significant matter has arisen. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Liu Yumai replied, I did use what you taught me. Lin Ran was always obedient, and over the years, he showed no signs of rebellion. I do not understand why he has suddenly changed. Mother, discussing this now is futile. Lin Ran has firmly severed ties with the Lin family. We cannot afford to forego this money. Liu Yumai's mother seethed, there is no money. Liu Yumai's father wore a look of disappointment, while only Liu Riqian remained silent, frowning. Liu Yumai, undeterred, proudly declared, regardless, Lin Qianbar has assured me that if you help him, he will offer you at least 15% interest. Furthermore, the new development is about to pre-sell, with expected returns of 1 billion. The opportunity is before you. If you lack the funds, so be it, I shall not pressure you. I have also saved some money over the years, and I intend to give it all to Lin Qianbar to help him through this crisis. When I am prosperous, do not come to me lamenting your financial woes. I have secretly aided the family for years. Every aspect of your living, housing, food, and necessities has been supported by me. Even the educational opportunity for our Yushua was secured through Lin Qianbar's donation of a dormitory building. In the future, should you need assistance, do not seek me out. Once my son inherits the Suran Group, I will not lend you a helping hand. With that, Liu Yumai turned to leave, leaving her parents in shock. What did you say? Xiao Jian is to inherit the Suran group. Liu Yumai replied, what does it matter to you since you are unwilling to assist us, we must rely on ourselves. Liu Riqian immediately interrupted, sister, what nonsense are you spouting? When did we say we wouldn't help you and Xiao Jian? Both parents quickly agreed, exactly, how can you be so temperamental as you grow older, we were merely anxious, the 15 interest, you say. We will provide the funds. Liu Shui had remained silent, lost in her thoughts. The Liu family managed to gather over 3 million through various means and handed it all over to Liu Yumai. Though she felt disdainful, she expressed her gratitude and left with the family's entire savings. Once Liu Yumai departed, Liu Riqian turned to Liu Shui. Shui, after Lin Ran sells his shares, you must secure him and ensure he regards this money as a bride price. Liu Shui wished to protest but held her tongue, nodding instead, understood. 10 billion, to attain such wealth, Liu Shui had no choice but to pursue Lin Ran relentlessly. Liu Riqian reflected, had we known it would come to this, we should have treated Lin Ran better. Perhaps the shares of the Suran group would now belong to us. Liu Riqian's father lamented, it's all Lin Qianbar's fault, all these years, he never mentioned that Lin Ran held 30 of the shares. Liu Riqian's mother added, Shui, my dear granddaughter, the fate of our family becoming billionaires rests upon you. Liu Shui sighed, alas. I fear that brother Lin Ran no longer holds affection for me. Liu grandmother erupted in anger, what nonsense are you spouting, he is no longer the Lin Ran of the past, soon he will possess 10 billion. You must win him over. As a young woman, you possess numerous methods at your disposal, that little wretch Lin Ran will be utterly devoted to you with just a flick of your hand. Liu Shui dared not counter her, and for the sake of love, she resolved to pursue Lin Ran, ensuring that no one else would claim him. With newfound determination, Liu Shui felt invigorated. Upon returning to the Lin household, Liu Yumai presented a staggering sum of 55 million to Lin Qianbar, who was taken aback. He had never realized that the Liu family possessed such wealth, especially in liquid cash. Liu Yumai explained that the Liu family had been making investments and had reaped considerable profits. Although Lin Qianbar harbored doubts, he did not press the matter further. What mattered was that the money had arrived, the means of acquiring it were inconsequential. Seeing Lin Qianbar accept the funds, both Liu Yumai and Lin Jian felt a surge of joy as they anticipated their future. The mother and son duo had finally emerged from their struggles. Chapter 59. Lin Qianbar acted swiftly. The villa was dealt with on the same day, and the following day he sold off some of his cars and borrowed a little from a few business associates. In the end, he managed to gather a total of 2 billion. He then approached Shu Kai once more to transfer the 2 billion, while the remaining 8 billion was directly sent to Lin Ran by the bank. This was a loan for equity acquisition, and the funds had to be allocated to Lin Ran, akin to how a mortgage is paid directly to a property developer. Lin Qianbar had no other choice. Finally, he acquired 30 of Lin Ran's shares, thereby severing all ties with the Lin family. Lin Qianbar, along with his family, moved into a storage room within the company temporarily, dismissing all the servants and caretakers. The luxury cars and opulent mansion were no more, and with debts piling up alongside the previous 1 billion from Brother Dao, the total approached 10 billion. What he gained in return was 51% ownership of the company. Though times were tough, the Lin family enjoyed a sense of warmth, as they now represented the entirety of the Shuren group. This joy far outweighed their temporary downfall they faced. The name of the Shuren group was derived from Lin Ran's mother's surname combined with Lin Ran's name. Were it not for Lin Qianbar's concern that a name change might impact the performance of newly launched properties, he would have eagerly changed it immediately. A day later, the Lin family members, having regained their former stature, busied themselves with their respective affairs. Lin Ran also received a substantial infusion of 10 billion in funds. Without hesitation, he established a real estate company, albeit currently just a shell. Next, he intended to ensure the Lin family faced utter ruin. Today, Lin Ran returned to school, feeling bored without Luo Yao by his side. He had nowhere else to go, and the company didn't require his presence for the time being. After class, as Lin Ran prepared to return to the manor, he encountered Lin Jian. Lin Jian, brimming with confidence, appeared to be riding high on success. Wu Jishang, having long been aware of the severed ties with the Lin family, felt deeply for his brother and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Lin family's actions. Thus, he regarded Lin Jian with disdain, loathing the Lin family even more. Previously, he had thought Lin Ran was merely unappreciated within the Lin family. Only recently did he realize the extent of the abuse he endured, an amalgamation of maltreatment, emotional neglect, and manipulation. Lin Ran remarked, "A good dog should not obstruct the path." Wu Jishang retorted, "A good pig should not add to the trouble." Lin Jian, bewildered, asked, "Brother, what is wrong? Why are you speaking to me like this? I am your brother." Lin Ran scoffed, "Then go tell everyone at school that you are my brother, and while you're at it, share the details of my experiences within the Lin family." Lin Jian, of course, dared not do so. Everyone knew him as the young master of the Lin family. How could he let others discover that he had an older brother like Lin Ran, which would only serve to humiliate him? Most importantly, he lived a life of luxury while his brother toiled in poverty. Where would that leave the Lin family's reputation? "Brother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have called you brother at school, nor should I have appeared before you. Father misses you and wishes for you to return to the Lin family. As long as you are willing to kneel and apologize to Father, and return the money you made from selling your shares, he will surely forgive you." "Here we go again," Lin Ran warned, "If you utter another word like that, I will ensure you see stars day and night." Lin Jian stepped back in fear, but his eyes gleamed with a spark of defiance. "Brother, I made a mistake. It was just that on the day school started, I witnessed you engaging in disgraceful behavior at the school gate, which angered Father. He wanted me to inquire about your relationship with that woman. If possible, I would like to visit that woman on behalf of Father to seek justice for you." Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, Lin Jian had been eager to seek out Luo Yao after a chance encounter. He certainly wouldn't allow Lin Jian to take such risks now, as he had once sought to protect his younger brother. However, it seemed something was amiss. Did this brat have feelings for Luo Yao? That would certainly add an intriguing twist to the situation. Should he arrange for them to meet, perhaps let Luo Yao impart a lifelong lesson to Lin Jian? Forget it, he couldn't bear to offend his future wife. How ironic that in his past life, when Luo Yao sought to harm his family, he had pleaded for her mercy, even agreeing to conditions he could hardly bring himself to voice. What a fool he was, Lin Ran declared. "Lin Jian, put away that insincere facade. My affairs are none of your concern." Lin Jian insisted, "But we are family, we share the same father, I am your biological brother." Lin Ran replied, "Oh really? Then I shall not hold back." Lin Jian, misinterpreting Lin Ran's words as agreement, beamed with joy, only to be met with Lin Ran's fist the next moment. "Did I not say?" They had not heard the prior exchanges, their expressions filled with confusion. Wu Jishang shouted, "Lin Jian from the arts department has come to stir up trouble, claiming our finance department is worthless. Brothers, let us go." In an instant, the entire classroom devolved into a fracas, with Lin Jian rendered unconscious. Afterward, classmates expressed their willingness to share responsibility, but Lin Ran firmly intervened. He had no desire to air family grievances, especially since the time was not yet ripe. He intended to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Jian when he was at the height of his glory, and that moment was not far off. Upon receiving a call from the school, Lin Qinbar hurriedly rushed there with Liu Yumai. How audacious it was for someone to dare lay a hand on his son. Just 10 minutes prior, Luo Yao had received a call. "Wife? I got into a fight. Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Luo Yao instantly grew anxious. She had harmed Lin Ran before, but she could not tolerate anyone else inflicting harm upon him. Lin Ran replied, "My hand is a bit sore, please help me take care of it. The school wants to notify the parents, and you are the only one I have." The phrase "you are the only one" struck a chord with Luo Yao, prompting her to respond, "All right." Before long, Luo Yao arrived at the principal's office. This incident was no small matter, given that so many had ganged up on one individual. The moment she stepped inside, the principal jumped in fright. "Ms. Luo, what brings you here personally?" Principal Tang, how much scholarship funding does my Luo Corporation provide each year? How many buildings in this school were constructed at my behest, and how many research teams have I facilitated to set up here? Principal Tang, bewildered, observed Luo Yao's furious countenance and felt cold sweat trickling down his back. She was not someone he could afford to offend. Even the Education Bureau chief would have to bow to her. Ms. Luo, please feel free to instruct me on any matters. If I, Tang, have erred in any way, I am willing to apologize on behalf of all my staff. Luo Yao, seething with anger, retorted, after all I have done, am I to stand by and watch as others bully my husband? Chapter 60. Principal Tang was so startled that he jumped 3 feet into the air, a remarkable feat for a man of over 60. What did you say? Luo Yao, seething with rage, retorted, my husband has been attacked at school. If he is injured, your institution will be shut down. Principal Tang, finally convinced he had not misheard, anxiously inquired, when did your husband arrive at our school? Luo Yao slammed her hand on the table, he is a student of this very institution. Principal Tang was left dumbfounded. After living for over 60 years, the world had finally turned into something utterly incomprehensible to him. Then where is your husband now? Luo Yao replied, in the guidance office. If you dare to make things difficult for him, I have no qualms about replacing you as principal. Principal Tang immediately apologized, no. We shall address this matter at once. In the guidance office, the director looked on, somewhat exasperated, at Lin Ran and Lin Jian. Lin Ran was an exemplary student, well known within the school, and quite popular among his peers. Lin Jian, on the other hand, was the scion of the Suran group, and the director dared not offend him. Indeed, he found himself in a rather precarious position. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Where is that ungrateful wretch? How dare he strike Xiao Jian? I shall make him pay dearly. Calm down, dear. Xiao Ran surely did not mean to harm him. If he is willing to kneel and apologize, do not be too harsh. Before the individuals even arrived, Lin Ran made a face of disdain. The office door was kicked open, revealing Lin Qin by a stern visage, accompanied by Yu Yuemei's look of disappointment. Upon entering, they spotted Lin Ran, who wore a smug expression, prompting Liu Yumei to frown. Xiao Ran, where is your brother? Regardless of the circumstances, you must not lay a hand on him. It is my fault as a mother for not caring for you both properly. Lin Ran shot back, silence. If murder were not a crime, you would have perished in Chapter 7. Liu Yuemei's expression was one of utter disappointment, and she turned to see Lin Jian's face, swollen and bruised, while Lin Ran looked on with a hint of schadenfreude. Liu Yumei gasped and rushed over to touch Lin Jian's face. My son, what has happened to you? One cannot deny the instincts of a mother. Even in such a state, she recognized her son at first glance. However, Lin Ran couldn't help but admire Lin Jian for coming to lodge a complaint after such a beating. He himself would have sought medical attention by now. Lin Jian, swaying slightly, began to weep, woo. Mother, it is my fault, do not blame my brother, woo. Liu Yumei was genuinely incensed. No one had dared to inflict such harm on her son throughout his life. Looking up at Lin Ran, she blurted out, you little wretch, how dare you strike Xiao Jian? Lin Ran replied, now you are speaking sense. A mistress pretending to be cultured, feel free to scold me. You. Xiao Ran, if you kneel and apologize to your brother, I may persuade your father to allow you back into the Lin household. After all, you are also my son. The guidance director stood dumbfounded, realizing this was indeed a family matter. How had he never known Lin Jian and Lin Ran were related? If they were part of the Lin family, why did Lin Ran seem perpetually employed elsewhere? Lin Qianbar looked at Lin Jian, heart aching yet suppressing his fury. Lin Ran, if you are willing to return the shares to your father, I will grant you the opportunity to kneel and apologize to me as your father. The tension was palpable, it was truly explosive. At this moment, Lin Ran felt his worldview shattering. What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are? Do you want me to present the termination agreement? It is legally binding. Lin Qianbar replied, very well. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall enforce the family law today. As he spoke, he drew out a 7-wolves knife. At that moment, the guidance director admonished, Sir, please be mindful of your actions. Assaulting someone is against the law. Liu Yumai chimed in, Teacher, Lin Ran is our son, and it is reasonable for his father to enforce family law. This hardly constitutes assault. The guidance director was nearly fuming with rage. Lin Ran is your son. Lin Qianbar and Liu Yumai replied in unison, yes. Lin Ran interjected, Teacher, I have no connection to them. You must protect me. The director nodded, rest assured, with a teacher present, no one would dare harm you. He then turned his eye towards Lin Qianbar. The investigation is not yet complete. Regardless of the findings, you cannot lay a hand on Lin Ran, unless you plan to step over my dead body. Lin Qianbar retorted, be silent. Who do you think you are? Do you know that the teacher's dormitory was funded by me? The director was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. Lin Qianbar, feeling triumphant, prepared to strike. Lin Ran warned, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I will end you. Lin Qianbar exclaimed, oh, little brat, today I shall show you the might of your father. I will kill you. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, bracing himself for a counterattack. He had no intention of granting Lin Qianbar any opportunity for retaliation. He sought a decisive blow. Whatever severe consequences arose, Luo Yao would take responsibility. Even without her, he was unafraid. He had an arsenal of methods prepared for dealing with Lin Qianbar. Just as Lin Ran was ready to strike back, a thunderous voice rang out, a try to lay a finger on him. An imposing presence entered, followed by a stunningly beautiful woman, accompanied by Principal Tang. The guidance director sighed in relief, Principal, you have finally arrived. Principal Tang nodded. Upon seeing Luo Yao, Lin Qianbar was taken aback, quickly approaching her with a sycophantic demeanor. Ms. Luo, I am Lin Qianbar, from the Suran group, get lost. Lin Qianbar froze momentarily, then obediently stepped back. Luo Yao approached Lin Ran, her gaze scrutinizing him with concern. She feared that the wounds he had sustained days prior might have reopened. Lin Ran smiled, reassuringly patting her head, it's nothing, do not worry. His gesture left Principal Tang in shock. He had not anticipated that Luo Yao's words referred to Lin Ran. The teachers in the guidance office exchanged astonished glances. Although they did not recognize Luo Yao, the principal's deference indicated her significant status. Lin Qianbar was rendered speechless, his mouth agape. Lin Jian stared daggers at the newcomer, while Liu Yumai glanced between Lin Jian, Lin Qianbar, and Luo Yao, deep in thought. Once assured that Lin Ran was unharmed, Luo Yao turned her icy gaze toward Lin Jian. Upon seeing Luo Yao, Lin Jian's heart raced, standing tall in an elegant posture. Despite his battered appearance, he concealed his malevolence, adopting a bashful demeanor. Why you, hello, I am Lin Jian. Luo Yao replied, Lin Jian, I recall that this. However, she now perceived that Lin Ran seemed genuinely indifferent towards them, exhibiting no signs of pretense whatsoever. Consequently, she resolved to adopt a more ruthless stance towards the Lin family. Lin Jian took a step back, unable to believe his eyes. He had long since learned of the woman's identity through Lin Qianbar's description. Miss Luo, why? Luo Yao extended her stiletto heel and delivered a forceful kick, sending the already unsteady Lin Jian sprawling to the ground. How dare you speak to me? Lin Ran sighed, genuinely wishing to shield Luo Yao from the Lin family. He could endure their revulsion, but he could not allow them to disgust his wife. Today, he felt there was no other choice, particularly as Lin Jian had been exceedingly provoking. Liu Yumai instantly erupted in fury. Who are you to strike my son? I will have you pay dearly for this. You vile woman, you have crossed the Lin family, your end is nigh, and I shall ensure your ruin. Lin Ran nearly lost his composure at her outrageous audacity. What wild claims were these? To think she could bring about Luo Yao's downfall. Was she mad, or was it he who had lost his senses? Lin Qianbar was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated his wife would behave so aggressively. He quickly attempted to explain, Miss Luo, she is simply being unreasonable, please. Luo Yao shot him a cold glare. Do you dare speak to me? The Lin family, was it you who tormented my Ran in the past? Lin Qianbar felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, chills coursing through him. Her Ran. I wonder what relation Miss Luo has with my son Lin Ran. Luo Yao interjected, your son, how dare you show your face? Turning to Lin Ran, she gazed at him with tender affection. Darling, how do you wish to punish this old beast? Darling. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Lin Ran, who was taken aback by Luo Yao's public declaration. It seemed Luo Yao did not mind their relationship being known. He had misjudged her intentions all along. Observing Luo Yao's furious demeanor, Lin Ran worried she might explode at any moment. He stepped closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and murmured, "It's all right, I will handle this." Lin Jian watched this exchange, his jealousy morphing into pure hatred. Lin Ran continued, "Chairman Lin, I cannot be bothered to dwell on the past. Your son brought this upon himself today, and it is not my fault. If you wish to retaliate, you are welcome to do so at any time." He then turned to Luo Yao, Yao, let us forego the idea of expulsion. While he is indeed despicable, we ought to give every student a chance, wouldn't you agree? Luo Yao frowned, "Are you certain?" In truth, she wished to have these individuals apprehended and locked away for eternity. Lin Ran nodded, gazing at her with deep affection. Lin Ran reiterated, "Let me clarify once more, darling is a feeling." As Luo Yao looked into Lin Ran's eyes, she was suddenly overcome with love. Rising onto her toes, she kissed him, disregarding the presence of others entirely. This scene left everyone in awe, and as the kiss concluded, she declared, "I shall heed our Ran's wishes." Turning to Principal Tang, she warned, "You better remember, should anyone bully our Ran at school again, I will have your institution dismantled." Principal Tang nodded fervently, having realized just how formidable Lin Ran's background truly was. Luo Yao took Lin Ran and left, while Lin Qianbar and the others remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Once they departed, Liu Yumai finally reacted, exclaiming, "Darling, why did you let them go?" Lin Jian took that beating for nothing. Lin Qianbar shot her a deep, penetrating look. "You foolish woman, the Lin family will inevitably be destroyed under your hand. Do you not grasp who that woman was? She is. Never mind, we shall discuss this later. Now, come home with me." Liu Yumai begrudgingly followed Lin Qianbar, along with Lin Jian. At that moment, the vice principal finally inquired, "Principal, who was that woman who took Lin Ran away?" Principal Tang shook himself from his stupor. "Luo Yao." The vice principal's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who? Which Luo Yao?" Principal Tang glanced at him. "The one you know well, the one ranked first on Forbes without a public appearance, the one who donated for our school scholarship." "My goodness." The Principal Tang cautioned, "Do not speak of this carelessly, or no one will be able to protect you." The vice principal nodded vigorously, "Rest assured, I wouldn't dare." Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lin Ran and Luo Yao entered the car, where Luo Yao playfully ruffled Lin Ran's hair. In truth, she could have easily arranged for someone else to handle such trivial matters, but she chose to address Lin Ran's issues personally. "Ran, I am truly delighted that you have distanced yourself from the Lin family. From now on, you will be mine, Luo Yao." Lin Ran replied, "I have always been yours." "Did you not know?" Luo Yao smiled, "Well, now I wish to claim you as mine." Lin Ran stepped out of the car, a bit disheveled as the luxury vehicle glided away. Surrounding students gazed in bewilderment. Had Lin Ran truly been claimed, who was this person who had transformed the campus heartthrob into a possession? Lin Ran ignored the curious onlookers as he realized he had become rather brazen. Upon reaching the company, Wu Zhishang was already present, with only 3 days left until the end of military training for the new students. The day of the welcome party would soon arrive. The seemingly empty office would soon be bustling with fresh faces. The real estate company's paperwork was still in progress and would take a few more days. Once completed, Lin Ran intended to initiate a project using the 10 billion he had recently acquired. To Lin Ran's surprise, Wu Zhishang's girlfriend, Zhao Miao, was also at the company, causing him to pause. In his previous life, Zhao Miao had cruelly discarded Wu Zhishang when he needed her most. Lin Ran had never been fond of her. Her close male friend would only bring Wu Zhishang much distress in the future. In his past life, Lin Ran would have remained uninvolved, believing that friends should reconcile rather than separate. However, now that he was aware of the consequences, he felt compelled to enlighten Wu Zhishang about this woman, yet he did not intend to confront him directly, as it seemed inappropriate. Instead, he planned to find an opportunity to expose Zhao Miao. Zhao Miao noticed Lin Ran and regarded him with a favorable impression, primarily due to his handsome appearance. Lin Ran, hello. Lin Ran replied, har har. Long time no see. Wu Zhishang chimed in, Brother Lin, tomorrow is the weekend, my girlfriend is here to keep me company today, would you like to join us for a meal? Lin Ran declined, I wouldn't want to be a third wheel. You two should enjoy your time together. At that moment, Zhao Miao interjected, we are all friends, let's go together, I'll invite my male friend as well, we are all young people, so we should get to know one another. Chapter 62. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran immediately became intrigued. Wonderful. Half an hour later, under Zhao Miao's guidance, the group arrived at an upscale Western restaurant, where the four of them settled into a private booth for casual conversation. Wu Zhishang discreetly informed Lin Ran that he had not mentioned their company venture, he merely stated that he was interning at the establishment. After Zhao Miao joined the company, she had expressed disdain, claiming it lacked staff and was evidently not a legitimate enterprise, to which Wu Zhishang refrained from rebuttal. Lin Ran felt reasonably satisfied with Wu Zhishang's demeanor. After all, this brother of his possessed a modicum of discernment. The waiter presented the menu, and the group was taken aback by the prices, with only Zhao Miao remaining composed. Wu Zhishang handed the menu to Zhao Miao, who pointed to an image of a premium steak, declaring, we shall have 4 portions of this steak. Wu Zhishang glanced at the price, 150 renminbi each, considering it acceptable. The waiter nodded in acknowledgement, saying, very well, we shall prepare that for you. Before long, the waiter wheeled in a cart bearing a piece of beef adorned with snowy marbling. This is premium beef from New Zealand. How much would you like? Zhao Miao gestured elegantly, and the waiter sliced approximately 2 fingers with accordingly. The male friend mimicked her gesture, while Wu Zhishang continued to frown, sensing something amiss. Ultimately, Lin Ran smilingly gestured for a portion the size of a palm, stating, let us have 2 of these. After the steak had been sliced, it was placed on an electronic scale. The 4 steaks weigh a total of 1,000 grams, totaling 150,000 RMB. How would you like your steaks cooked? Wu Zhishang was momentarily taken aback, while Lin Ran maintained a cheerful silence. Zhao Miao was also startled, having only glanced at the image without considering the price. Wu Zhishang had seen it but had merely skimmed over the detail stating 150 renminbi per gram. With a look of feigned innocence, Zhao Miao turned to Wu Zhishang and asked, Zhishang, you're not troubled by the cost, are you? Wu Zhishang offered an awkward smile but said nothing. This was not merely a matter of concern for money, it was about having the means to pay. Ladies and gentlemen, how would you like your steaks cooked? Lin Ran replied, medium rare. Not wanting to be left out, Zhao Miao added, I would prefer mine medium. The male friend chimed in, I'll have mine medium as well. Wu Zhishang sighed and declared, I want mine well done. It seemed he would have to borrow from Lin Ran later. Upon hearing Wu Zhishang's preference for well-done steak, Zhao Miao and the male friend exchanged looks of mild derision. The male friend remarked, Miao, your boyfriend is quite amusing, he would be better suited for braised beef, utterly wasting such exquisite steak. Wu Zhishang, being Zhao Miao's childhood friend, bore the jibe in silence, while Zhao Miao softly defended him, saying, don't be so harsh. My boyfriend simply hasn't had much exposure to Western cuisine, so it's understandable. The male friend sighed, oh, such a waste of good ingredients. Lin Ran could no longer contain himself, you seem to derive a sense of superiority from a mere steak, don't you? Why not just go to a cattle ranch and gnaw on a cow's rear instead of demanding it cooked to perfection? The male friend, visibly angered, retorted, who are you to speak? What is your place here? Lin Ran shot back, and who are you, spouting nonsense as if you're someone of importance, you bear an uncanny resemblance to a green arrow. Zhao Miao hurriedly intervened, all right, let us not escalate this. It's just a steak, after all. It doesn't matter how we eat it, we're all friends here, so let us avoid quarrels. Lin Ran responded, a quarrel? He's not even worthy of that. The male friend, incensed, rose to his feet, exclaiming, who do you think you are to say who is worthy? Lin Ran pointed at him, saying, just speak your mind. No need for all this posturing, stop pointing your dainty finger as if you're a eunuch, and your saliva is spraying everywhere. Wu Zhishang and Zhao Miao took turns trying to calm the situation until the male friend finally sat down begrudgingly. Miao, I'm leaving. You all enjoy your meal. Zhao Miao rushed to grasp his hand, persuading him to sit back down with a flurry of words. Lin Ran watched them with a frown, while Wu Zhishang's expression darkened. Zhao Miao explained, This is my male friend, my closest companion. I wanted everyone to get acquainted today, so let us all take a step back. When the steaks finally arrived, the group began to eat. After all, such an expensive meal should not go to waste. During the meal, Lin Ran learned that the male friend was named Ljian. As they finished and it came time to settle the bill, Wu Zhishang exchanged glances with Lin Ran, who returned the look. Wu Zhishang signaled, I'm done. Lend me 150,000. Lin Ran replied, I've eaten too, I'll pay for my meal, and you can cover yours, but I want to take responsibility for that green arrow. With no other choice, Wu Zhishang conceded, let us split the bill. I'll cover mine and Miao's, and Lin Ji and Ljian can pay for themselves. Ljian exploded in outrage, turning to Zhao Miao. Miao, is this your boyfriend? He is so stingy that he is reluctant to even treat your best friend to a meal. How could such a miser bring you happiness in the future? Zhao Miao chimed in, Zhishang, why are you being so unreasonable? You can't even cover the cost of a meal. Wu Zhishang responded, you are my girlfriend, so it's only right that I treat you, but Ljian is someone I've only just met. I am not obligated, besides, I've suggested that Lin Ji pay for himself, haven't I? Ljian shot back, I see that this pauper has no money at all. Miao, this type of person can never make you happy. Lin Ran slammed his phone on the table, declaring, we're the paupers. If you have money, then by all means, treat us. Ljian was taken aback, quickly retaliating, why should I treat you? I see you two as nothing but paupers, it's just a matter of settling the bill, right? I'll pay for my portion, which is only about 100 grams, so I'll cover 15,000. With that, he opened his phone, and the waiter promptly swiped the payment of 15,000, vigilant against any attempts to dine and dash. Ljian sneered, pauper, it's your turn now. Wu Zhishang frowned, logically, each person owes 37,500. Ljian's face paled, and he began to argue nonsensically. If you don't have money, just admit it. Don't he talk about how much everyone owes? Wu Zhishang's eyes pleaded for a solution, and Lin Ran smiled, saying, watch me. With a flourish, he slapped a black card onto the table, the one given to him by Luo Yao. Lin Ran had been using Luo Yao's money for expenses, as it brought her joy. Waiter, charge me $1 million. Remember, if I come to dine with my friends, deduct the money directly. No one else is allowed. Ljian laughed derisively, a pauper, you, with $1 million? Before he could finish, the waiter quickly processed the transaction, and the successful sound of the payment echoed through the air. Not only Ljian, but even Zhao Miao stared at Lin Ran in shock. Could it be that Lin Ran was wealthy? Why hadn't he Wu Zhishang mentioned this before? Lin Ran smirked, a pauper, now it's your turn to settle the remaining bill. Although I've loaded funds, I want to cover your share. Ljian felt the heat rise in his cheeks, indignantly stating, Miao, I'm leaving, I've had enough, your friends are too pretentious. With that, he stormed off, and Lin Ran didn't take. Instead, Zhao Miao glanced between Wu Zhishang and the departing Ljian, contemplating before deciding to chase after him. I'll go check on him, he struggles with depression and has unstable emotions. I'll be back shortly. With that, she hurried off, leaving Wu Zhishang looking troubled. Lin Ran pondered, depression, a convenient excuse, indeed. Chapter 63. Lin Ran gently patted Wu Zhishang's shoulder and said, I must take my leave now. My wife will be anxious if I keep her waiting. As for you? Wu Zhishang sighed and replied, Brother Lin, you go ahead with your business. I shall wait a little longer. When I have the chance, I will pay a visit to my sister-in-law, and I will repay you for the meal we just had. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ran nodded. As his only good brother, it was indeed proper to meet. Lin Ran added, "There is no rush. If you wish to order anything else, feel free to do so. After all, I have the card." With that, he promptly transferred 1 million to Wu Jishang. "Consider this an advance on your salary. Whenever your earnings are sufficient, you may repay me." The reason for not simply gifting the money was that even among close brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Lin Ran noticed Wu Jishang's discomfort. He had previously given little thought to Wu's financial situation, aware that Lin Ran had recently acquired 10 billion. Wu Jishang did not decline the offer, merely affirming that he would return the funds. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Ran made a phone call, and within 3 minutes, Wang Bao arrived to pick him up. Upon reaching the entrance of the Luo group, Lin Ran made another call, and soon Luo Yao appeared. She leaped into the car, and together they headed home. Once home, Lin Ran changed his bandages, deciding against further wrapping as he deemed it unnecessary. It must be said, the private doctor at the estate was truly remarkable. For an ordinary person, recovery would take at least a week. While Lin Ran and Luo Yao were enjoying each other's company in the manor, Wu Jishang waited for an extended period without hearing from Zhao Miumio. He attempted to call her but to no avail, until he stumbled upon an update on her social media. Image: Lu Jian embracing Zhao Miumio, who gazes affectionately at him. Caption: "He is feeling down, and as her best friend, it's only right that I stay by his side until intoxication takes over." Upon seeing this post, Wu Jishang felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, lost for words. He incessantly tried to reach Zhao Miumio via calls and texts, but his efforts were met with silence. It was not until past 1 in the morning that Zhao Miumio finally responded. "Zhao Miumio. Baby, Lu Jian is feeling low, so I'm spending the night with him to help him cope. My phone was on silent. I apologize." Wu Jishang's hand trembled as he held his phone, composing a message. "Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? And don't you think your relationship with Lu Jian is a bit too close?" After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against sending it, opting instead to write. "Understood. Where are you now?" "Zhao Miumio, I'm at a hotel with Lu Jian. He is suffering from depression, and I fear he may harm himself." Wu Jishang. "A hotel? I will come to get you. Send me the address now." After a prolonged exchange with Zhao Miumio, she finally relented and sent him her location, but that was the last he heard from her. Wu Jishang, suppressing his anger, arrived at the hotel, only to be informed by Zhao Miumio that she had returned home, along with a picture of her at her residence. "Zhao Miumio. Baby, we should cultivate more trust between us. My relationship with Lu Jian is truly platonic." Wu Jishang endured the simmering frustration within him before messaging back, "Smiley, get some rest. Good night." Taking a deep breath, he longed for a cigarette, only to realize that all nearby establishments had already closed for the night. With a sigh, he departed. While upstairs at the hotel, Lu Jian and Zhao Miumio watched his receding figure from the window. "Miumio, your boyfriend is being overly possessive. It seems it won't be easy for you to meet up in the future." "Perhaps I should refrain from appearing again," Lu Jian remarked. Zhao Miumio immediately tenderly stroked Lu Jian's head, saying, "What are you talking about? We are the best of friends. We can meet anytime." Lu Jian, moved to tears, gently buried his face in Zhao Miumio's embrace, while she comforted him for an extended period. "Do not worry, the main character will not be harmed. Minor setbacks for supporting characters only." As Wu Jishang returned to school, Liu Ruxue encountered her own predicament. Typically residing on campus, Liu Ruxue was in a particularly foul mood that evening, the cause being none other than Lin Ran. In an attempt to numb her feelings, she invited Hu Haney to a nearby nightlife venue to indulge in alcohol, becoming increasingly inebriated and repeatedly exclaiming, "I must win Lin Ran back. I have fallen in love with Lin Ran, and why has he changed so drastically?" After drinking, the two stumbled their way out, only to be intercepted by staff due to unpaid bills. Hu Haney and Liu Ruxue exchanged glances. Liu Ruxue said, "Nini, I'm broke right now. Could you cover it?" Hu Haney replied, "But I don't have enough in my WeChat either." The two found themselves in an awkward predicament as the staff signaled for assistance, and several bouncers approached. Typically, payment is made in advance at such venues, but Liu Ruxue was a frequent patron and had been allowed to pay later. However, she had now found herself without funds. Having consumed quite a bit, Liu Ruxue fumbled to pull out her phone. She dialed a number, but it was Lin Ran's, which went unanswered. Staring at the screen in disbelief, memories flooded back, and she sank to the floor, weeping. Wahani frowned and suggested, "Ruxue, try calling someone else." Wiping her tears, Liu Ruxue called Lin Jian, but upon hearing about her late-night drinking spree and the exorbitant bill, he too refused. "Ruxue, while over 10,000 is not a small sum, you know our family is in a peculiar situation right now. I've given all my money to my dad, it's simply unavoidable." Lin Jian concluded before hanging up. Liu Ruxue was taken aback. In the past, no matter how much she spent, Lin Ran would always cover her, yet this time it was just over 10,000, and Lin Jian was adamantly evasive. The disparity was glaringly evident. Ultimately, Liu Ruxue had no choice but to contact a recent admirer from the foreign language department. Within 10 minutes, the admirer arrived on a shared bicycle, cobbling together over 3,000, along with his living expenses for the semester, to settle her bill. "Thank you, I will repay you," Liu Ruxue assured him as she and Wahani departed. The admirer offered to escort them, but Liu Ruxue shot him a glare. "I'm merely borrowing this money. I intend to repay you. Why are you still following me?" The admirer, fearing misunderstanding, quickly explained, "I just wanted to ensure you two get back to school safely. It's quite late." Wahani scoffed, "We don't need your escort. You can head back now with no other option." The admirer rode off on his bicycle. As Liu Ruxue and Wahani stumbled back toward campus, they were unexpectedly confronted. Two individuals blocked their path, one with a brutish face and the other sporting yellow hair, both exuding an intimidating presence. Although Liu Ruxue was inebriated, a chill ran down her spine, and Wahani was utterly terrified. In that moment, they regretted allowing the admirer to leave. He could have served as a buffer. The yellow-haired individual glared at Liu Ruxue, saying, "Liu, when do you intend to repay the money you owe our boss?" Chapter 64. Liu Ruxue huddled in the corner, stammering, I don't have that much money, big brother. Could you please give me a few more days? My boyfriend is wealthy, I can ask him for it. The money is originally what I owe him." The man with the yellow hair suddenly raised his hand, causing Liu Ruxue to scream in fright, but he quickly lowered it again. "I will give you 3 more days. If the debt is not repaid, I will have to take measures. Do not doubt my words. If you wish to keep your family, your school, and your classmates from knowing about your debt, it would be wise to return the 110,000 as soon as possible." Liu Ruxue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't it 1 million? Wahani, crouched nearby, remained silent. The man with the yellow hair chuckled. That was the previous amount. Now it stands at 110,000. If you fail to repay within 3 days, the interest will increase by 10,000 each day. That is the rule." Gathering a modicum of courage, Liu Ruxue replied, "Aren't you afraid I will report you?" The man with the yellow hair swiftly slapped her, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. "Go ahead and report me if you dare. While reporting may absolve you from interest and only require repayment of the principal, you must bear the consequences." Liu Ruxue was too frightened to speak, merely nodding in silence. She dared not take the risk, for fear consumed her. 110,000. If it were before, it might have been manageable, but now, the entire Liu family combined with the Lin family would likely struggle to produce even 1 million. At this moment, Lin Ran's shifting of the debt seemed to be a deliberate attempt to trouble her. After the two thugs departed, Wahani helped Liu Ruxue to her feet. "Ruxue, you must find a way to gather the money. Otherwise, they will not relent." Liu Ruxue, her mind clearing from the haze of alcohol, tearfully responded, "But I currently have no means to raise the funds. My cousin's family borrowed a significant amount for stock acquisition, and all of my family's money has been lent out. It will take time to retrieve it, and besides, I cannot dare to tell my family." Wahani stated, "I have a solution." Liu Ruxue's eye sparkled with hope. "What is it?" Wahani replied, "Seek out Lin Ran. He must have money, or else he wouldn't drive such a fine car." Liu Ruxue questioned, "But didn't you say he no longer cares for me?" Wahani shook her head. Not necessarily. Upon further reflection, I sense something amiss. Lin Ran's debt transfer may be a tactic to compel you to seek his help. He might still be angry. Consider why he is pressuring you during your family's most difficult time. There must be an issue. You could give it a try. Indeed, it all pointed back to her. Liu Rushua fell silent for a moment, but soon her eyes glimmered with renewed hope, and she nodded earnestly. Yes. I must try. I need to win Lin Ran back. He is merely upset. The day after tomorrow is the welcome party, and I will confess my feelings in front of the entire school to demonstrate my resolve to Lin Ran. Hua Haney was taken aback by Liu Rushua's determination. She had not anticipated Liu Rushua would go to such lengths. But your performance has already been cancelled. Liu Rushua replied, I have a plan. Hua Haney said, well, I wish you the best of luck. Liu Rushua had always believed that Lin Ran would not genuinely demand money from her until recent days, when she realized her misjudgment. Lin Ran was indeed serious about pressuring her. The following day, Principal Tang, with a tentative hope, made a call to the Luo group. After approximately 10 minutes, Assistant Liu Meng returned with the news. Our CEO, Luo, has accepted your invitation and will attend the welcome party tomorrow to deliver a 5-minute speech to inspire the new students. Principal Tang was so excited he nearly broke into a CHA on the spot, filled with exhilaration. What status did Luo Yao possess? Ordinary individuals rarely had the opportunity to meet her, let alone have such a prominent figure attend a school welcome event. This was a remarkable opportunity. However, Principal Tang understood that it was not merely Luo Yao's regard for him but rather the influence of that man. With this realization, Principal Tang held Lin Ran in even higher esteem, equating Lin Ran's position with his own in his mind. Subsequently, the school announced that a highly esteemed guest would deliver a motivational speech to the new students, and all personnel were welcome to attend. Moreover, it was rumored that this esteemed individual was listed on Forbes. Upon this news breaking, the entire school was abuzz, particularly the senior students, who considered witnessing such a figure and hearing their words an invaluable experience as they prepared to enter society. The principal also notified Lin Ran that he would speak at the freshman welcome parties backstage, to which Lin Ran smiled and expressed his gratitude. A day later, the 14-day military training for the new university students finally concluded, and today was the welcome party. At 6 o'clock in the evening, due to the overwhelming number of students participating in the event, the school set up a grand stage in the large playground, which, despite being outdoors, was resplendent. Under the gaze of the audience, the principal slowly ascended the stage and took the microphone to deliver his speech, filled with encouragement for the new students and motivation for the returning ones. After 10 minutes, the party officially commenced. Senior representatives performed the opening act, followed by a myriad of dazzling performances. The school's generosity ensured that the event's spectacle rivaled that of any professional stage. Soon, it was time for the new freshman representatives to perform, and a delicate yet striking girl took the stage, passionately singing an original song. This girl, Zhang Xianwan, had been elected as the new school flower by the freshman class. Lin Ran and Wu Jishang exchanged astonished glances, surprised at Zhang Xianwan's talent despite her family's background. As the evening drew to a close, it was finally Lin Ran's turn to take the stage. Lin Ran was not there to perform but rather to represent the company for recruitment, a special arrangement made by the school. As Lin Ran stepped onto the stage, countless students' eyes lit up, particularly those of the girls. Wow! The senior is so handsome. Is he really the school heartthrob? Lin Ran, I love you. Stay away from Liu Rushua, come to me. Did Lin Ran just say he wants to invite us to develop together? Did I hear that right? That's right, it seems Lin Ran has established a media company. That's incredible. I haven't received my internship certificate yet. Can I join? Wu Jishang assisted with the explanations, and after 5 minutes, Lin Ran concluded the presentation. Although our Nwarnya Media and Nwarnya Real Estate are new companies, you have seen the prospects through the presentation. We welcome everyone to join us. For further interview arrangements, please contact my good friend Wu Jishang. Thank you all. As thunderous applause resonated, Lin Ran and Wu Jishang descended the stage, now awaiting the results. They believed that this exposure on campus would ensure they would not lack for employees in the future. As for the quality of the staff, that would be Wu Zhishang's responsibility to sift through gradually. After Lin Ran stepped down, the host did not continue but instead invited Principal Tang back to the stage to speak once more. Chapter 65. Ladies and gentlemen, the evening's festivities are drawing to a close. However, we have prepared a most significant segment for our esteemed students. Miss Luo Yao, the president of the Luo Group and a generous benefactor of our school's substantial scholarships, will deliver an inspiring address. I hope everyone will listen attentively and strive to become individuals of value to society and our nation. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They were aware of the presence of a distinguished guest today, yet none could have anticipated the magnitude of her importance. Few had seen Luo Yao in person, but her name was universally recognized, save for those like Liu Yumai, who remained blissfully unaware. She was the daughter of the foremost financial conglomerate, the helm of the Luo Group, a global leader in its industry. The Luo Group spanned numerous sectors, including healthcare, real estate, biotechnology, high technology, and manufacturing, with each division capable of ranking among the top 500 enterprises worldwide. The true extent of the Luo Group's assets remained a mystery, yet its estimated market valuation was indisputably at the pinnacle. Merely based on the previous year's tax reports, Luo Yao had ascended to the top of Forbes' list of mysterious billionaires. As she took the stage amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Yao was resplendent in a striking crimson gown, adorned with their eternal love peace, her every gesture exuding an air of nobility. Is Luo Yao really this young? My goodness, she is simply breathtaking. What divine beauty is this? My sister is so beautiful, yet I feel unworthy of such affection. Look at her gaze. If it weren't for our numbers, I would suspect I'm dead. Is this the most enigmatic billionaire? What incredible luck to encounter the heiress of the foremost financial empire at school. Her eyes are so piercing, I absolutely adore her. I wish for her to be my partner. The previous head of the Luo family, Old Master Luo Tiansheng, was quite renowned. Since Luo Yao assumed leadership, the rest of the Luo family seems to have faded into the background, indicating her significant standing within the family, undoubtedly supported by Old Master Luo. Luo Yao's father was once considered the nation's sweetheart during her mother's generation. At that time, the Luo Group had not yet amassed its current formidable influence. It can be said that Luo Yao single-handedly propelled the Luo Group to its zenith. As the murmurs of discussion buzzed through the air, Luo Yao's cold gaze swept across the audience, instantly silencing them. It was only when her eyes landed on a particular individual that a hint of warmth flickered across her face. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today representing the Luo Group to share a few thoughts. First and foremost, I must express my skepticism regarding your futures. I am aware that many may take offense, but I must assert that your 10 years of diligent study have brought you here, proving your efforts. However, this does not imply that you surpass others. A decade of hard work is unlikely to eclipse the 3 generations of accumulation by others. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. Even the principal began to perspire nervously, having been unaware of Luo Yao's intentions until just moments ago. No one dared to refute her words, and the most that could be seen were a few proud students displaying their discontent. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist. Within this institution, your dedication can genuinely alter the trajectory of your life. Therefore, to inspire you to reach even greater heights, we have established the highest scholarship in the nation. If you possess the capability, you shall receive it, even surpassing those who once stood above you. Today, I have come to enact a singular purpose. To allocate an additional 1 billion Huashir Yuan as this year's scholarship for Kyoto University. I believe this is the most pragmatic and effective means of motivation. Students, strive diligently. I hope that as you pursue these scholarships, you remain true to your original intentions and clarify your inner motivations. Why do you study, and why do you attend university? Should you find success one day, I hope you contribute to our nation while also cherishing the loved ones by your side. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. The principal moved to tears. The effortless influx of 1 billion yuan felt akin to an effortless heist. The students, all intelligent enough to be at Kyoto University, began to stir with excitement, eager to pursue their aspirations. Luo Yao's method of encouragement was undeniably effective. Suddenly, her voice resonated once more throughout the hall. Lastly, I must remind certain individuals to keep their eyes open and avoid approaching those they should not, and above all, do not bully my people. With this remark, the entire assembly fell into a state of confusion, watching as Luo Yao fixated on a specific location for a prolonged moment, before they all turned in unison to see where her gaze was directed. Could it be Lin Ran? Her words plunged the entire school into contemplation, as Luo Yao gracefully descended from the stage, exuding an air of confidence. Once Luo Yao left the stage, the principal wiped his brow and approached to deliver a summary, a task he was quite adept at. However, just as he was about to speak, the sound system blared with a jarring noise. Hello. Greetings, everyone, I am Liu Ruxue. The principal's expression turned perplexed as he glanced around, confusion etched on his face. Below, Lin Ran shuddered, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. He seethed internally, wishing for Liu Rushue's demise. The sound system continued. Lin Ran, I know you are here. Today I wish to convey something of great importance. I have fallen in love with you. Will you be my boyfriend? This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the campus beauty, Liu Ruxue, would publicly declare her feelings for her former admirer. Many first-year students, bewildered, began to cheer, witnessing such a stunning senior confess her affection. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, having just stepped off the stage and flanked by bodyguards, felt a surge of murderous intent as she heard Liu Rushue's voice. The principal, too, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Liu Ruxue, how audacious of you to vie for the affections of President Luo. The principal was acquainted with Liu Ruxue, given her status as the campus belle. At that moment, he was not concerned for Liu Rushue's well-being, but rather worried about Luo Yao's reaction. Should she withdraw her funding in a fit of anger, Liu Ruxue would become the school's nemesis. In the instant Liu Rushue's voice pierced the air, Luo Yao swiftly turned on her heel and made her way back. Just as Lin Ran ascended the stage, Lin Ran approached, step by step, while Liu Ruxue appeared on stage, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Lin Ran prepared to deliver a sharp retort to deter any further advances from Liu Ruxue. He nodded slightly at the principal and took the microphone from his hand. The sound system is quite impressive. At this moment, the crowd began to chant, "Get together. Get together." However, some remained puzzled, recalling the previous incident in the dormitory where they had witnessed Lin Ran harm Liu Ruxue. They wondered why Liu Ruxue would confess her feelings after such an encounter. Did she perhaps possess a penchant for masochism? Lin Ran smiled and addressed the crowd. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Ran, already introduced earlier, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. I wish to clarify that you need not cheer. Liu Rushue's confession is not born from affection. Rather, she owes me a debt of 1 million. Now, she seeks to evade repayment by professing her love. Chapter 66. As soon as the words were uttered, the entire audience widened their eyes in disbelief, many glancing around in astonishment. Liu Ruxue actually owed Lin Ran money. What the heck, did I just hear that right? Liu Ruxue owes Lin Ran 1 million. Is Lin Ran really that wealthy? Come on, he runs a company, of course he's got money. But even if he is rich, he shouldn't put Liu, our illustrious campus beauty, in such an awkward position, considering she was the one who confessed first. 1 million is a sum that could make any woman declare her love, except for Luo Yao. If Senior Lin Ran could lend me 1 million, I'd gladly be his girlfriend. I would ensure he is well taken care of every day. Washing his underwear and socks would be a delight. Not to mention, sister, you're not exactly a beauty, your thoughts are quite ambitious. On stage, Liu Rushue's face turned pale as she took a few steps back, staring at Lin Ran in disbelief. Lin Ran, brother, Lin Ran interrupted her, addressing the entire faculty and student body. Moreover, I have someone I admire dearly. Our relationship is quite wonderful, and my principles do not permit me to pursue a mistress. Liu Ruxue is well aware of this, yet she continues to harass me. 80 times, I genuinely question if she has a personality that craves affection. Therefore, to all the brothers, teachers, professors, and gentlemen present, if any of you wish to pursue Liu Ruxue, now is the time to act, as it is not a difficult task. Am I right, Lin Jian? Suddenly called out, Lin Jian, who had been displaying a fierce demeanor, froze, and many turned their gazes toward him. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Jian furrowed his brows and replied, Liu Ruxue is my cousin. I believe she is a decent person. Lin Ran responded, very well, Liu Ruxue owes me $1 million. Since you are her cousin, how about you repay it for her, young Master Lin? Lin Jian felt as if he were being roasted over a fire, suddenly realizing something was amiss. You're talking nonsense. How could my cousin possibly borrow money from you? Lin Ran feigned an exaggerated expression. Seriously, young Master Lin, don't you keep up with the forums? There have been posts about her debts. This statement triggered many to pull out their phones to search, and indeed, videos emerged of Liu Ruxue and Hua Heinyi disregarding their classmates' warnings and vandalizing Lin Ran's car. Previously, this incident was known only to a select few, but now it was common knowledge throughout the school. What the hell? The video clearly shows that Liu Ruxue really did damage Lin Ran's car. Lin Ran is that guy who drives a Koenigsegg? How incredibly wealthy and handsome. That car must be worth a fortune. My goodness, what is wrong with having another rich person in this world? Many below are saying Lin Ran used to be Liu Ruxue's loyal admirer, and now that he no longer is, she's the one chasing after him. What is this, a plot from a novel? Novels are often inspired by real life. Liu Ruxue only started pursuing Lin Ran after realizing his wealth. We all clearly saw how she treated him before. Who would have thought, such a pure exterior, yet such a repulsive heart? Does someone like her even deserve to be a campus beauty? What else repulsive? Liu Ruxue is merely realistic. If it were me, I would also pursue him. Lin Ran is so handsome and wealthy. Who would have imagined that a millionaire was right beside me all these years, and I was too blind to see? Liu Ruxue has been identified as a gold digger, and Hua Heinyi is merely her sycophant. Sometimes, the sycophant is even more detestable than the main character. The students below buzzed with chatter, the whispers of gossip spilling forth uncontrollably. This time, Liu Ruxue had truly gained notoriety, surpassing her identity as the campus beauty. Lin Jian's face darkened as he absorbed the content of the forum. How could he have been unaware of such a significant event? Liu Ruxue's complexion could only be described as ashen. This was akin to public execution. If Lin Ran knew Liu Ruxue's thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. Is this what they call public execution? The true spectacle was yet to come. Soon, you and Lin Jian will be bound together in this execution, making it impossible for you to exist in the eyes of the entire school, indeed, the whole society. Suddenly, Liu Ruxue's mind began to race. She realized that today marked the end for her and needed to think of a way to extricate herself. As a member of a vulnerable group, coupled with her status as a campus beauty, perhaps fainting would garner some sympathy. Moreover, fainting would allow her to be carried away, thus avoiding the public execution. Liu Ruxue began to sway, and Lin Ran immediately announced, "Everyone, take note, Liu Ruxue is about to faint." She is merely feigning it to avoid repayment. Liu Ruxue, at that moment, the principal finally reacted, snatching the microphone from Liu Ruxue just as he was about to speak. Luo Yao strode in from backstage, taking 2 steps at a time. Luo Yao approached Liu Ruxue and, without uttering a word, slapped her across the face, sending Liu Ruxue crashing to the ground. Unconscious, the entire assembly gasped in shock. This event was truly captivating. Luo Yao exclaimed, looking for death?" To outsiders, Luo Yao's fury appeared as a representative's disappointment in a student, and as a donor, she felt ashamed of the school harboring such individuals. Liu Ruxue remained uncertain whether she had truly fainted or was merely pretending, for Luo Yao had only struck her once. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yao was on the verge of losing control, but just as she was about to erupt, a warm hand grasped hers. "Don't be angry." Lin Ran's gentle words began to soothe her emotions. Casting a deep glance at Lin Ran, she turned to leave, as a group of bodyguards rushed onto the field to assist in deleting the footage of Luo Yao's slap. Some students resisted, but it was futile. Even if they retained the video, no one dared to share it outside. At most, it would be viewed internally. At that moment, everyone was left pondering a singular question. Did Lin Ran and Luo Yao share a special relationship? Why did Luo Yao calm down so easily upon hearing Lin Ran's simple words? Was there my person that Luo Yao referred to Lin Ran? The principal wiped the cold sweat from his brow and delivered a final speech, declaring the event a success. Before everyone exited, Lin Ran accompanied Wu Zhishan toward the parking lot. In the parking lot, Luo Yao glared icily at Lin Jian. Lin Jian shyly stammered, "Miss Luo Yao, thank you for agreeing to see me." Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "Cut the small talk, you mentioned you had something to tell me about A Ran. What is it?" Just moments ago, Luo Yao had cleared the area, waiting for Lin Ran to arrive, only to find Lin Jian calling out to meet her, claiming to have information regarding Lin Ran. Luo Yao assumed Lin Jian intended to do something to Lin Ran, thus allowing him entry. "Miss Luo Yao, are you supporting my brother financially? Why are you doing this?" Luo Yao narrowed her eyes further. "Who told you that?" Chapter 67. Lin Jian exclaimed, "My brother was never like this before. He must have done something to upset you, and now you are punishing him. Am I right? I implore you to release my brother." Luo Yao, growing weary of the conversation, realized that Lin Jian had nothing of substance to say and was merely a fool. Just as she was about to have him thrown out, Lin Jian continued, "My brother is fond of Liu Ruxue. Your actions are tantamount to sabotaging their relationship. This are." Luo Yao kicked Lin Jian, sending him flying 3 meters away. He tumbled on the ground 3 times before coming to a halt, staring at Luo Yao in terror, unable to fathom her violent demeanor. "Why did you strike me? I spoke nothing but the truth. My brother has stated that he only likes Liu Ruxue." Luo Yao's mind buzzed, and her body began to tremble, while Liu Meng beside her frowned. At that moment, Lin Ran made his entrance. On his way, Wu Zhishan, for the 18th time, glanced at Lin Ran and could no longer endure his scrutiny. "What do you want to say?" Wu Zhishan inquired. "Brother Lin, could that Luo Yao possibly be your sister-in-law?" Upon seeing Lin Ran's lack of denial, Wu Zhishan was left utterly stunned. "Brother? Are you serious? Do you know who Luo Yao is? Good heavens, I always assumed your benefactor was some high-ranking executive from the Luo group, but it turns out you've ascended to such heights. Do you have any idea how wealthy Luo Yao is? We agreed to stick together, yet you just soared away. And now you return to tell me you want to start a business, you and your absurd dreams." Wu Zhishan was completely taken aback. He had harbored a flicker of suspicion before, especially during their last visit to the Pangu Hotel, but he hadn't dared to associate it with Luo Yao. It was only now that he had solid confirmation. His brother's patroness was none other than the heiress of the world's foremost financial empire, Luo Yao, whose mere words could send ripples throughout the business world. This was not merely a shock but a fright that could leave him breathless. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lin Ran discovered that there were hardly any people. It was as if the place had been cleared out. Only upon spotting Luo Yao standing there did Lin Ran comprehend the situation. He then noticed Luo Yao appeared quite furious, and as he looked closer, he realized Lin Jian was sprawled on the ground. Lin Jian pleaded, "Miss Luo Yao, if my brother has offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Please do not ruin his relationship with Liu Ruxue. Let any grievances be directed at me." Lin Ran's head also buzzed with anger. Without hesitation, he rushed over and delivered a kick that left Lin Jian contorted on the ground. "Damn it, who do you think you are to speak on my behalf? I would never allow that." Wu Zhishan joined in, delivering a kick of his own, leaving Lin Jian with a battered visage once more. Observing Luo Yao's unstable demeanor, Lin Ran quickly signaled to the bodyguards, who promptly carried Lin Jian away without question. Lin Ran approached Luo Yao and tenderly caressed her, feeling the tremors coursing through her body. His heart ached, and his animosity toward Lin Jian reached a boiling point. "Lin Jian, just wait. If I don't make you suffer, I'm not a man." After a lengthy pause, Luo Yao's trembling finally subsided, and her gaze toward Lin Ran turned icy, instilling fear in Wu Zhishan, who dared not meet her eyes. Luo Yao fixed her stare on Wu Zhishan, who felt an icy chill envelop him. Swallowing hard, he summoned his courage and, with his head lowered and voice trembling, stammered, "Luo Zong, oh, sister-in-law, hello." Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Luo Yao displayed no expression, merely uttering a single word, reward. At that moment, Liu Meng emerged from behind Luo Yao, handing Wu Zhishang a check. Mr. Wu, you may fill in any amount, as long as it falls within the bank's single transaction limit. Just a reminder, anything below 1 million should not be written, as our Luo zone cannot afford to lose face. Wu Zhishang stared blankly at the check in his hand for an extended period. Why was Luo Yao rewarding him? Was it because he referred to her as sister-in-law? Was it true that Luo Yao held such affection for brother Lin? It was only when Lin Ran patted his shoulder that he snapped back to reality. Just take it. Wu Zhishang finally regained his composure, expressing, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Thank you, brother Lin. I shall take my leave now and not intrude upon your time." With that, he hurriedly departed, leaving no trace behind. Luo Yao was quite pleased with Wu Zhishang's performance. She reached out to caress Lin Ran's cheek, but suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped him, stopping mere centimeters from his face, before switching back to a gentle caress. "In the future, spend less time with Wu Zhishang. Reserve more time for me." Lin Ran nodded, "Yes, my dear wife." Luo Yao remarked, "I struck Liu Ruxue, are you not upset?" Lin Ran quickly grasped Luo Yao's hand, "Not at all, I am quite pleased. Does your hand hurt?" He gently blew on it, and Luo Yao felt her heart soften. "Aran, remember this. If you wish to avoid confronting Liu Ruxue, just tell me. I promise to make her life a living hell. And as for Lin Jian, he just claimed you like Liu Ruxue. It nearly drove me insane. Do you understand?" Lin Ran reassured, "I do not heed the nonsense of others. With a wife as wonderful as you, how could I possibly be interested in anyone else? Can anyone else provide for me, allow me to drive luxury cars and reside in lavish homes, granting me anything I desire? You must have faith in yourself, only you can support me. Whether it be Lin Jian or Liu Ruxue, disregard their words. They are not worth the punctuation they are written with. Once I have utilized them to my advantage, I will personally hand them over to you for your disposal." Luo Yao's mindset had not yet fully stabilized. Her eyes, filled with a mix of warmth and anger, bore into Lin Ran's. "Aran, I want to possess you." Lin Ran quipped, "Here." "All right." He bent down and scooped Luo Yao into his arms, placing her in the vehicle. After this incident, the bond between Lin Ran and Luo Yao seemed to deepen considerably. Lin Ran sensed that Liu Ruxue appeared to be losing significance in Luo Yao's heart, though he could not ascertain whether this was an act or genuine. As for any anger, it seemed directed solely at Liu Ruxue and Lin Jian, rather than at him. Was this not, then, temporarily untied? After a night devoid of conversation, Lin Ran decided against attending school the next day, finding solace within the confines of his home, thus avoiding any further melodramatic occurrences. After all, the principal likely would not care where he went. Based on his prior achievements, he should not have to worry about obtaining his diploma. Even if Lin Ran were to forego it, would the principal dare deny him? After Luo Yao departed in the morning, Lin Ran wandered the estate alone and soon found himself at the crocodile pond. He observed a keeper using a long pole to herd the crocodiles into the pool, finding it quite amusing, and squatted down to observe quietly. Meow. Lin Ran was taken aback and turned his head to see a black cat squatting beside him, watching the crocodiles. "Little Black, where have you been these past few days?" The black cat replied, "Meow. I don't have any food on me. Shall we return to the villa, and I'll feed you?" Meow. Chapter 68. As Lin Ran spoke, he reached out to embrace the cat. This time, the feline did not flee, but rather allowed itself to be captured by Lin Ran. Cradling the black cat, Lin Ran returned to the villa and instructed the staff to prepare some small fish. The servants were somewhat puzzled but did not inquire further, and after a while, they presented the fish to Lin Ran. He made his way to the sky garden, where he fed the cat while saying, "From now on, you can stay here when you have nothing to do. The view is splendid, but you must refrain from relieving yourself indiscriminately." Meow. Lin Ran gently petted the cat while feeding it fish, and only when the black cat ceased to eat did he release it. The black cat, swaying its head, disappeared into the garden, prompting Lin Ran to chuckle, "Little fellow. With animals, one must exercise patience and approach them gradually, much like in a romantic relationship. one cannot exhibit excessive possessiveness from the outset. Upon seeing the black at this time, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable connection to it, though he could not discern its nature. In the sky garden, Lin Ran drifted into a drowsy slumber, wherein he experienced a dream that was both hazy and surreal. The dreamscape resembled a primeval forest, filled with eerily peculiar eyes and unsettling scenes that sent shivers down his spine. Upon awakening, Lin Ran could only recall these fragmented images, and gradually, they slipped from his mind. Just as he strained to recollect, a call from Wu Jishang interrupted him. Upon answering, Lin Ran was met with Wu Jishang's sobs. Inquiring with concern, he learned that Wu Jishang's distress stemmed from matters concerning Zhao Miao Miao. "Brother Lin, I feel uneasy about how close Miao Miao is with her female friend. I expressed my discomfort to her, but she accused me of being petty. What should I do?" Lin Ran replied, "Return the favor in kind, find a female companion for yourself." Wu Jishang retorted, "Stop joking, brother. Come out for a drink with me." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ran realized it was still quite early, and it would not interfere with his plans to pick up Luo Yao in the afternoon, so he agreed. They arranged to meet at a bustling eatery. Accustomed to finer dining, Lin Ran still found a certain comfort in this informal setting. Driving a Koenigsegg while indulging in open-air barbecue provided a uniquely delightful experience. Wu Jishang's spirits remained low as he continued to drink heavily, and once intoxicated, Lin Ran unlocked Wu Jishang's phone and sent a message. Shortly thereafter, a woman wearing a baseball cap arrived. After a brief exchange, the inebriated Wu Jishang was led away by the woman, leaving Lin Ran smiling quietly to himself. Glancing at the time, he increasingly yearned for his wife and decided to seek out Luo Yao ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, the Liu household was in utter disarray. Due to Liu Rushue's substantial debts, the situation could no longer be concealed. Furthermore, with both Liu Rushue and Lin Jian injured that day, the families of Liu and Lin were all aware of the turmoil and gathered together. When they learned that Lin Ran was the root cause, chaos erupted. Liu Yumai nearly lunged to tear Lin Ran apart, but restrained herself for the sake of her image. "Why should we give any money to that little brat Lin Ran?" Liu Riqian exclaimed. "Now that the debt has been shifted onto Dao Ji, it's no longer Lin Ran's money that is owed, but Dao Ji's," Lin Jian explained. "Are you serious that Lin Ran was driving a Koenigsegg?" "You must be joking," Liu Qinba responded, astonished that Lin Ran had not yet received a dime from the Lin family at that time. "Indeed, I witnessed it myself. I did not intend to damage his vehicle, but I never anticipated he would transfer the debt. What shall we do now?" Liu Rushue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Liu Qinba furrowed his brow deeper, setting aside the question of where Lin Ran acquired such wealth. The mere knowledge that he was acquainted with Dao Ji set off alarm bells in Liu Qinba's mind, though he could not pinpoint why. After further discussion, both families concluded that they had no money. $1 million was simply unattainable for either household, yet they also dared not incur debt with Dao Ji. Liu Rushue fell into despair, her gaze towards Lin Jian devoid of affection. She discreetly summoned Lin Jian to the kitchen. "Brother Lin Jian, help me resolve this $1 million, or I will expose our relationship." Lin Jian was taken aback and hurriedly covered Liu Rushue's mouth, glancing around anxiously. Once assured they were alone, he sighed, "Have you lost your mind? This will only bring you harm." Liu Rushue replied, "Indeed, but at this point, my reputation is already tarnished. Do I truly care about the addition of a scandal involving my cousin?" Her words rang true. At present, Liu Rushue's reputation at Kyoto University had plummeted, and even former admirers began to expose her materialistic tendencies, transforming her from a campus beauty into a widely scorned woman. Lin Jian looked at Liu Rushue in disbelief, unable to comprehend her transformation. "Sister Rushue, what are you saying? How could I possibly neglect you? It is just that I am in a difficult position. However, after learning of your debts yesterday, I secretly sold some of my father's collectibles to gather money for you. I will transfer it to you now." The $1 million represented nearly all of Lin Jian's current assets, and he reluctantly sent it to Liu Rushue. Liu Rushue's face lit up with gratitude as she asked, "Is this truly sincere?" "Of course, check my balance. Is there any money left?" Lin Jian replied, showing her his phone. Upon inspection, Liu Rushua discovered that Lin Jian's balance was indeed only a few hundred yuan. Thank you, brother Lin Jian. I misjudged you. Thank you for giving me all your money to repay my debts. Lin Jian embraced Liu Rushua gently, offering comfort while harboring resentment within. He had not sold any collectibles. Everything of value had long been disposed of by Liu Qianbar. What he provided Liu Rushua was truly just his last bit of money for crossing the river. All of this was Lin Ran's fault. What are you two doing here? Liu Qianbar's voice boomed, startling both of them into releasing each other. Farther. I was merely comforting Sister Rushua, Lin Jian said, lowering his head as he pulled Liu Rushua away. Liu Qianbar observed the departing pair with an odd expression. He had just witnessed Lin Jian transfer 1 million, which left him feeling deeply unsettled. The Lin family was in dire straits, yet Lin Jian had given Liu Rushua a sum exceeding what he had provided for himself. Did this mean he, as a father, was less important than his daughter? However, he refrained from confronting Lin Jian, believing that a family should have a foundation of trust and respect. Children ought to have some privacy and discretion. There was nothing wrong with that. Meanwhile, Lin Ran arrived at Luo Yao's company. Just as he ascended the stairs, a female assistant in her 40s approached him quietly, saying, Mr. Lin, President Luo is in a meeting downstairs. Would you like me to inform her? Lin Ran shook his head. No need to disturb her, I will wait in the office. Very well, Mr. Lin, she replied, and Lin Ran entered Luo Yao's office, taking a seat in the executive chair while gazing out at the scenery. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced around to ensure no one was present. Lin Ran picked up a small bottle from the desk, carefully unscrewed the cap, and retrieved a slip of paper from within. He thought to himself that he would merely take a look, pretending he had not seen it, thus not considering it an invasion of privacy. Curiosity overwhelmed him, and as he unfolded the note, he found a line of text written upon it. Chapter 69. The note read, Sad smiley, marry me when you grow up. The words, when you grow up, were written in a crooked and immature manner, exuding an air of youthful innocence, while the character, me, was penned with a delicate yet resolute elegance, indicating that this was evidently the handwriting of two different individuals. Lin Ran felt a sudden stiffness throughout his body. Could this have been written by Luo Yao? No, it must have been inscribed by a man. Had it been Luo Yao, it would have read marry you or marry someone. Regardless of the author, the fact that Luo Yao chose to keep and cherish it, what did that signify? Did Luo Yao possess a white moonlight apart from herself? Moreover, the child's handwriting clearly suggested it was composed during her younger years. Lin Ran was certain he had never experienced amnesia. His childhood memories were vividly clear, and he could not possibly have known Luo Yao, nor did he have any vague recollection of a girl. Thus, he unequivocally could not be her white moonlight. Then who could it be? Perhaps that white moonlight bore a striking resemblance to him, or perhaps he bore a resemblance to that white moonlight. The thought of potentially being a mere substitute filled Lin Ran with an inexplicable discomfort. He folded the note and returned it to its original state, placing it back into the bottle. Sitting in the executive chair, his mind felt as though it had crashed, rendering him speechless for an extended period. It was not until a voice sounded from outside the office that he stirred. President Luo, Mr. Lin has arrived and is in your office. Lin Ran was uncertain how to face Luo Yao, so he opted to close his eyes and feign sleep. Upon entering the office, Luo Yao found Lin Ran reclining in the chair, seemingly asleep. She glanced at the small bottle on the desk, then back at Lin Ran, and gently lifted him, carrying him to the lounge. It was truly astonishing how a delicate woman could lift a large man with such ease. Once in the lounge, she carefully placed Lin Ran on the bed, taking utmost care as if she feared waking him. Though Lin Ran kept his eyes closed, his heart began to find solace. Luo Yao's tenderness and kindness were undeniably genuine. Could it be that he was merely a substitute? Yet, he was certain he had never known Luo Yao before. Feeling Luo Yao's gentle touch, the coolness of her skin against his cheek, Lin Ran's heart began to melt, piece by piece. Now that Luo Yao was by his side, did that not speak volumes? Even if he were just a substitute, he would embrace that role until Luo Yao no longer needed him. This was his debt to her, however. The mere thought that Luo Yao might one day leave him for her white moonlight sent waves of heartache crashing over him. Pretending to stir from his slumber, he caught sight of Luo Yao gazing at him, lost in thought. "Wife, did you carry me to bed?" Luo Yao remained beside Lin Ran, her gaze unwavering as she regarded him, believing that his presence in her life was the most wonderful thing imaginable. "Indeed." "Har har. Then you must possess remarkable strength." Luo Yao raised her tiny fist. "I've trained for it." Lin Ran pulled her into his embrace, laying down together. Ouch. Their once healed wound suddenly throbbed with a tearing sensation. Luo Yao grew anxious, reaching to touch Lin Ran's injury, asking, "What's wrong, does it hurt?" Lin Ran looked into Luo Yao's concerned eyes, her tone filled with genuine care. "It doesn't hurt. I just accidentally strained it." Luo Yao nestled against Lin Ran's chest, whispering, "I'm sorry, Ran. Then you must make it up to me. How should I compensate you? What do you think? But I fear it might tire you out." "It's all right. I won't move." Upon hearing this, Luo Yao gazed at him with affectionate eyes, causing Lin Ran to pause in surprise. "I didn't mean that we should, Luo Yao interjected, "You ignited my fire. You must help extinguish it." Lin Ran internally exclaimed, "Goodness, is every encounter in the office this surreal?" This time, the door wasn't even locked. Luo Yao paid no heed to such matters. If anyone dared to knock at that moment, they would be doomed. Feeling the most authentic affection, could it not signify Luo Yao's love for him? What did white moonlight or red birthmarks matter when compared to such genuine love? 2 hours later, the two emerged from the office, passing through the assistants' area where all the assistants had their heads lowered in silence, though their eyes occasionally darted toward them. They did not return to the manor but chose to dine out, specifically at the Pangu Hotel, which was under Lin Ran's ownership. The last time Lin Ran visited, he had hardly eaten anything. This time, he intended to make up for it. Upon learning that the boss and President Luo were dining there, the hotel manager personally greeted them, none other than the same manager from before. The manager, Yi Lingling, was known for her grace and poise, having gained a stellar reputation in the culinary world. Over the years, she had managed the Pangu Hotel with great diligence, making it a well-oiled machine, and generally only appeared for significant guests. Her presence at the previous charity auction dinner was due to the high-profile nature of the event. This time, she arranged a private dining room on the top floor for Lin Ran and Luo Yao, but Lin Ran insisted on sitting in a more elegant area. Having just the two of them occupy a private room felt wasteful, especially since their hotel belonged to him. He could not justify such extravagance. The elegant seating was not accessible to just anyone. Patrons were categorized into different tiers, some dining in the downstairs restaurant, others in the upstairs elegant seating, and some in exclusive private rooms. People, too, were divided. Some were born into luxury, while others toiled away. Lin Ran assisted Luo Yao into her seat, and her eyes were filled with nothing but admiration for him. A person who truly loves you can be recognized through their gaze, Lin Ran mused. Perhaps he had been overthinking. Whether in this life or the next, Luo Yao loved him. That love bore no shadow of another, nor was there any trace of a white moonlight. "Yao Yao, why do you like me so much?" Lin Ran finally asked a question that had long lingered in his mind. He had never posed it before, feeling it unnecessary, but now curiosity compelled him to explore the answer. "What, are you trying to find a way to leave me once you know the reason?" Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran with a slightly odd expression. Lin Ran shook his head, smiling. "How could that be? I'm more afraid that one day you might leave me." "Then you are overthinking. I will only keep you close and savor you piece by piece. I would never leave." Luo Yao explained. Lin Ran replied, "I'm merely curious. I wouldn't say I'm particularly exceptional. I may be somewhat handsome, but there are many handsome people in the world. I lack wealth and romance. I truly wonder what it is that draws you to me." Luo Yao gazed earnestly into Lin Ran's eyes and said, "You mustn't say that. In my eyes, Ran is the finest person in the world. Having you by my side is the most romantic thing." The most romantic thing. Chapter 70. This answer transcends 1,000 words. Lin Ran, with a smile, reached out to gently wipe the corner of Luo Yao's mouth. Just then, an unexpected surprise arrived. About 10 meters away from Lin Ran, another elegant table was occupied by a man and a woman, After they settled in, the man took the woman's hand and said, "Meow meow, this is the most prestigious restaurant in Kyoto. I've heard that dining here can cost tens of thousands. Are you truly willing to treat me to a meal here?" The woman across from him replied with pride, "Of course. You are my dearest friend. As for the price, fret not, my boyfriend just bought me a bag which I returned. That money is more than sufficient for our meal. LGN, I even returned my beloved handbag for you. Isn't he that a true friend's devotion?" The man looked at her in surprise and remarked, "I never imagined your boyfriend would finally be so generous." The newcomers were indeed LGN and Zhao Miao Miao, and Lin Ran frowned upon hearing Zhao Miao Miao's implication that she had returned the bag gifted to her by Wu Jishang. This woman was truly peculiar. Luo Yao, noticing Lin Ran's expression, softly inquired, "Should we ask them to leave?" Yi Lingling, who had been standing nearby attending to service, was already prepared upon hearing this. Regardless of how those two had offended her boss, she was ready to clear them out at a moment's notice if that was the boss's wish. No need, Lin Ran replied. They are here to spend money, it is inappropriate to chase away customers. As he spoke, he leaned in closer to Yi Lingling and whispered something in her ear. Suddenly feeling a chilling gaze, Yi Lingling shuddered and instinctively pulled away from Lin Ran. Following his instructions, she departed, while Luo Yao's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to ask, "What did you say to her?" Lin Ran replied softly, "Nothing significant, just arranging a little performance for Wu Jishang." Before long, Yi Lingling returned, holding a stack of raffle tickets and instructing the waitstaff to distribute one to each table. "Thank you all for visiting Pangu Hotel. Today, we are rewarding our customers with a live raffle, with generous prizes redeemable immediately. We wish you a delightful dining experience." Then a voice exclaimed, "Wow, I won a free meal, the manager is so generous." Zhao Miao Miao and LGN were momentarily taken aback, then glanced down at the tickets in their hands, tearing one open to reveal. "Couples can enjoy a complimentary stay in a luxury suite tonight." LGN asked, "A free stay, can it be converted into cash if we don't use it?" Yi Lingling shook her head with a smile, "Of course not." Hearing this, LGN feigned difficulty but felt a surge of joy within. "Meow meow, the luxury suites here cost several thousand for a night. Should we consider experiencing it?" Zhao Miao Miao hesitated, saying, "But isn't he that a bit inappropriate? I promised my boyfriend a date tonight." LGN immediately donned a bittersweet smile, "True, you have a boyfriend now. I shouldn't always expect you to accompany me. Never mind, I won't stay. After all, I don't have a girlfriend, and we aren't a couple. The people around me are drifting further away. To be human is to be regretful." Zhao Miao Miao quickly grew anxious, looking at LGN and saying, "What nonsense are you talking? Fine, I'll accompany you." LGN's expression brightened, and soon they finished their meal. Throughout, Lin Ran silently observed, saying nothing and remaining unnoticed by them. Once the two departed, Lin Ran lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with intent. "Yao Yao, do you think I'm being a bit unscrupulous in my actions?" Luo Yao replied, "Not at all. Everything you do, Ran, is with good reason, and I admire that." After a while, Yi Lingling returned, signaling that everything was set and handed Lin Ran a phone equipped with real-time surveillance. Lin Ran eagerly glanced at the screen, which displayed the luxury suite's monitoring. At that moment, LGN and Zhao Miao Miao were reclining on a large bed, engaged in leisurely conversation, gradually inching closer until LGN rested his head on Zhao Miao Miao's arm. Luo Yao asked, "Is it captivating?" Lin Ran snapped the phone shut, "Not at all." Wu Jishang called, without providing any context, simply requesting to see Lin Ran. Shortly after, he arrived at Pangu Hotel and, upon spotting Lin Ran and Luo Yao, immediately stood at attention. "Sister-in-law, greetings." Luo Yao was pleased with this address, though her expression remained composed. "Let us be quick, you've delayed my date with Ran." Wu Jishang was taken aback, unsure of Lin Ran's true intentions for summoning him. Lin Ran inquired, "Are you planning to date Zhao Miao Miao?" Wu Jishang replied, "Yes, tomorrow is the weekend. We originally planned to meet today, but she cancelled, saying she had to work late, so she couldn't accompany me." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, looking at Wu Jishang intently as he articulated each word. I saw her checking into a hotel with Ljian, right here. Wu Jishang's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he couldn't dismiss the information, as it came from Lin Ran. Room 1801. Wu Jishang stood frozen for a moment, his feet unmoving, as he pulled out his phone to send a message. Baby, where are you? At the company dorm, why? Let us video chat. I want to see you. I can't, my roommate is undressed. It's inconvenient. If you miss me, I'll send you some photos. Image, selfie x3, the background indeed revealed the dormitory. Wu Jishang fell into a long silence before slowly moving his feet. Lin Ran pondered and informed Luo Yao, then followed after him, concerned that Wu Jishang might act impulsively. Then hurry. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. Luo Yao cast a cold glance at Wu Jishang before descending the stairs to await Lin Ran. At the door of room 1801, Wu Jishang mustered his courage and knocked, but received no response. He knocked again, still no reply, and pressed his ear against the door, yet heard nothing. Lin Ran sighed and instructed a staff member to retrieve a room key for Wu Jishang, who, trembling, opened the door. Upon entering, he was met with a scene that would haunt him forever. In the opulent room, the two were lost in a passionate embrace, Ljian's hand resting on Zhao Miao Miao's backside. It seemed only then did Zhao Miao Miao and Ljian notice his presence. Turning to face him in shock, Zhao Miao Miao exclaimed, Jishang, this isn't what it looks like. Ljian is just feeling down, we're only comforting each other as friends. We haven't done anything inappropriate. Nothing inappropriate, then why were they embracing? Zhao Miao Miao, do you take me for a fool? Ljian interjected, you pathetic loser dare to bring someone here to catch us. You have no trust in Miao Miao at all, what right do you have to be her boyfriend? Wu Jishang stared at Zhao Miao Miao, tears streaming down her face. You said you had to work late, yet here you are, working. Chapter 71. Zhao Miao Miao felt a twinge of panic. She was not yet ready to part ways with Wu Jishang, as she had not secured her next relationship. Wu Jishang, why do you not trust me? Lu Jian is merely feeling a bit down, and as his closest confidant, what is wrong with me being there for him? Wu Jishang's heart was ashen. Is your idea of companionship merely sharing a room and embracing each other in such a manner? Kissing is merely a gesture of comfort. It does not signify anything profound, you must believe me, Zhao Miao Miao insisted vehemently. Lin Ran, taken aback by their exchange, realized he had underestimated the depths to which this couple could sink. Wu Jishang's heart, once hopeful, was now utterly desolate. Very well, accompany him then, let us part ways like this. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Ran, astonished by Wu Jishang's composure, glanced at his expression and understood the profound sorrow that had settled within him. Zhao Miao Miao, in a flurry of anxiety, pressed, what do you mean? I told you I was merely comforting Lu Jian, can you not make a scene? Wu Jishang replied, am I making a scene? Fine, I shall leave. Anger flared within Zhao Miao Miao, she detested Wu Jishang's current demeanor. Your presence here is proof of your distrust in me, Wu Jishang. I never imagined you could be this kind of person. How did you even know I was here? Have you been monitoring me? Wu Jishang offered a wry smile, this hotel belongs to Lin Ji. He saw you two laughing and joking while coming here to check in. I trust Lin Ji would not deceive me. Do you need me to summon the hotel staff to confront you? A chill swept over Zhao Miao Miao. She finally released Lu Jian and questioned, what did you say? I said this hotel is mine. You both came here to check in after hitting the jackpot, have I spoken incorrectly? Both of them wore expressions of shock, not at Wu Jishang's words, but at Lin Ran's true identity. Har har, you two really know how to boast, Lu Jian scoffed in disbelief. Wu Jishang stepped out of the room, unwilling to delve into the complexities of right and wrong. He simply wished to leave this place as swiftly as possible, for remaining here only exacerbated his heartache. Lin Ran followed suit, while Zhao Miao Miao shoved Lu Jian aside to chase after them. Lu Jian, frowning, rose to follow at the rear. How had a perfectly romantic moment evolved into this? Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Lin Ran patted Wu Jishang's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Brother, this breakup is her loss and your fortune. Zhao Miao does not truly love you. Someone who loves you would never allow you to suffer. The tear streaks on Wu Zhishang's face bore testament to his despondency, evoking sympathy in those who beheld him. I understand, Lin Ji. Lately, I feel as though you have undergone a profound transformation, particularly in your understanding of relationships. I can hardly believe how you have come to terms with letting go of Liu Ruxue so decisively. Lin Ran sighed. It is because I have come to understand the essence of true love. Just like with Liu Ruxue, I invested so much, only to be met with her feigned ignorance, dangling false hopes before me. Such hopes can make you feel as though you are just one step away from fulfillment, yet that step may forever elude you. Brother, I implore you only this once, let go of Zhao Miao. You cannot awaken someone who pretends to be asleep, nor can you touch the heart of someone who does not love you. Learn from my experience. Relinquishing someone who does not cherish you opens the door to a person who will hold you in the highest regard. Wu Zhishang inquired, so, is your relationship with Luo Yao a compromise of life or true love? Lin Ran immediately responded, without a doubt, it is love, a love that is profound and heartfelt. Do I seem like someone who would settle for less? I cherish this relationship dearly, I would lay down my life for Luo Yao. Wu Zhishang could not fathom what had transpired between Luo Yao and Lin Ran, yet he sincerely wished Lin Ran well. He also grasped Zhao Miao's previous attitude, simply put, those who do not love will never awaken to the truth. I understand, Lin Ji. I believe I need some time to reflect and adjust. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Zhao Miao and Lu Jian chased after them and were just in time to see Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang each enter a luxurious vehicle, one into a Ferrari, the other into a lavish Rolls-Royce. Both stood there, dumbfounded, until Lu Jian finally remarked, Miao, perhaps those cars are rentals. I will rent one for you tomorrow. Zhao Miao, exasperated, shoved Lu Jian and shouted, it is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Wu Zhishang would never have left me. I despise you. With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed Wu Zhishang's number. Baby, where are you? The voice on the other end replied, do not contact me again. I answered your call solely to inform you that we have broken up, you have lost me forever. After hanging up, Wu Zhishang blocked Zhao Miao. As he arrived at a large bridge, he stepped out of the car and leaned against the railing, staring blankly at the bustling traffic below. Would it hurt to jump from here? No, I still owe Lin Ji money, I cannot die yet. Zhao Miao, why have you treated me this way? Am I truly just your backup? Lost in thought, Wu Zhishang began to weep, his sorrow profound. A man who can shed tears is undeniably alluring, a clear voice chimed in. Wu Zhishang turned to see a familiar woman. What brings you here? Chen Qingqian leaned in, gazing earnestly at Wu Zhishang. Heartbroken, then allow me to selflessly accompany you for a few drinks. In the Rolls-Royce returning to the manor. That lad Wu Zhishang is likely facing heartbreak, Luo Yao remarked, fixing her gaze on Lin Ran. Ran, you do not truly harbor feelings for Wu Zhishang, do you? Lin Ran was taken aback, his expression darkening as he thought, how could Luo Yao suspect my sexual orientation? He then heard Luo Yao continue, if you grow too close to Wu Zhishang, I might have to take action against him, even if he is a man. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran replied, Yao, we are merely childhood friends. Our bond is strong, but it is certainly not as you envision, his parents are decent people. I merely wish to help him with a minor issue. If this has led to misunderstandings, I will reduce our meetings and dedicate that time to you, if that pleases you. Luo Yao nodded, all right, I trust you. However, could you repeat what you just said to Wu Zhishang regarding your feelings for me? Lin Ran asked, what did I say? You know, your declaration of love for me. Luo Yao's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, reminiscent of a mischievous spirit. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, so you heard that. And no problem, I can say it as many times as you like. Love, after all, must not only be demonstrated but also expressed. Just as they returned to the manor, Luo Yao and Lin Ran disembarked only to discover an unwelcome visitor. The unexpected arrival caused Luo Yao's brows to furrow in concern. Did you ever imagine, dear niece, that I could escape from such a place? Chapter 72. Within the opulent confines of the manor, a stunningly beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, sat gracefully in the grand hall, exuding an aura of seduction with every gesture. All the servants were absent, leaving only the butler, Fu Bo, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. Upon the arrival of a visitor, Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. This woman had appeared a full year earlier than in his previous life. She was none other than Luo Yao's aunt, Luo Wu Yu, the sole female of the previous generation of the Luo family, while Luo Yao stood as the only woman of the current generation. Luo Yao spoke with an icy demeanor. Who permitted you to be here? The woman elegantly rose and approached the two, ultimately halting before Luo Yao while casting her gaze upon Lin Ran. Luo Yao's eyes turned sharp as she demanded, "What do you intend to do?" The woman then smiled alluringly, her grin possessing an enchanting allure. Har har har, what brings me here? Naturally, I wish to see what kind of divine being could become my niece's fiancé. She playfully lifted Lin Ran's chin with a finger. Well, you are handsome, but beyond that, there's nothing particularly special. Luo Yao's gaze was as piercing as a blade. Had Lin Ran not been present, she would have already taken action. However, she needed to exercise caution, for the woman before her was not someone easily underestimated. Lin Ran deftly sidestepped Luo Wu Yu's provocation, his eyes narrowing as he retorted, "I have no taste for chicken feet. Kindly retract your hand." Taken aback, Luo Wu Yu did not anticipate such a cold response from Lin Ran. Was her charm insufficient? Quite interesting, indeed, she remarked, then turned to Luo Yao and inquired, "Where have you hidden your second uncle? Inform me, and I shall refrain from troubling this handsome young man, otherwise, I cannot predict what actions I may take." Luo Yao replied defiantly, "Are you courting death?" Luo Wu Yu bent over in exaggerated laughter, "Little Yao. We are of the same ilk. While you possess considerable prowess, your aunt is no pushover either." Then, as if struck by a thought, she sighed and added, "Yet ultimately, I am not as ruthless as you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Luo Yao coldly questioned, "What, do you wish to compete with me?" Luo Wu Yu's smile faded, "I could certainly give it a try." The two women locked eyes, their gazes mirroring one another, with Luo Yao carrying traces of Luo Wu Yu's essence. Suddenly, Lin Ran interjected, "I propose that, since we are all family, there is no need to escalate matters to this extent. Can we not sit down and discuss things?" Both women regarded Lin Ran with surprise. The fierce demeanor they had displayed would have left most individuals speechless, yet he handled the situation with ease. Luo Wu Yu suppressed some disdain as she awaited Luo Yao's response. "Then let us converse," Luo Yao declared, leading the way to the study. Luo Wu Yu stared at Lin Ran in astonishment, taken aback that Luo Yao was genuinely serious. The astute woman immediately comprehended the reason behind Luo Yao's desire for dialogue. It was simply because of Lin Ran. She feared causing him harm. With this realization, Luo Wu Yu stifled a laugh, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Ran before following Luo Yao into the study. Lin Ran, understanding the situation, retreated to his bedroom, wishing to minimize interaction with the woman, as Luo Yao clearly disapproved. Lin Ran was aware of certain truths, such as Luo Yao's ruthless nature and her attitude towards the Luo family, knowledge he had gathered from his previous life. Luo Yao was far more complex than she appeared. Her cunning and depth were unparalleled, revealing only a softer side when in her own company. As for Luo Wu Yu, she had been defeated by Luo Yao in the past, and Lin Ran felt no concern regarding her in this life. In his previous existence, Luo Wu Yu had sought to ally with Lin Ran, a foolish agreement he had unwittingly made, only to have their plans thwarted by Luo Yao's keen observation. No matter how formidable one might be, before Luo Yao, they were as transparent as glass. She had previously been unable to best Luo Yao, how could she possibly do so now? Lin Ran felt profoundly grateful for Luo Yao's affection. Often, even when aware of his deceptions, she accepted them willingly, otherwise, he would have succumbed countless times. Such indulgence surely surpassed the empty promises of grand declarations of love. Thus, Lin Ran resolved to heal the heart of this little demon, ensuring her life thereafter would brim with joy, to accompany her to every corner filled with love. In the study, upon entering, Luo Yao immediately radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. Even Luo Wuyu felt an immense pressure. If you dare harm a Ran, you will wish for a fate worse than death. Luo Yao, oh Luo Yao, I never imagined you would possess a weakness, Luo Wuyu replied with a coy smile. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow, refraining from retorting, instead stating, a Ran is indeed my weakness, but not a bargaining chip to be used against me. Should he perish, I shall follow him into death. However, do not dare to dream of using him as leverage against me. Luo Wuyu fell silent for a moment, slowly lifting her gaze. It matters not, the fact that I have survived this long is a testament to my resilience. You did not believe I could endure in such conditions, did you? Chapter 73. Luo Yao's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Indeed, it is somewhat unexpected, however, since you have managed to survive, it is clear that your fate is not yet sealed. Should you desire vengeance, feel free to seek me out, I shall be ready to face you. Excellent, prepare yourself for the loss of everything you hold dear. The sufferings I have endured in the past, you shall inevitably experience as well. With that, he tore off his shirt, revealing a body marred by scars, not a single unblemished spot remaining. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes, remaining silent. Suddenly, Luo Wuyu burst into laughter. Har har, do not be so tense, dear niece. At least for now, I will not take any action. If you could kindly disclose the whereabouts of your second uncle, perhaps we could even become friends. Luo Yao replied, I do not know where he is. If you believe I have imprisoned him, I have nothing further to say. Luo Wuyu's smile faded once more. Are you truly unwilling to divulge? Luo Yao regarded Luo Wuyu with a look of disdain. What do you intend to do? Luo Wuyu enunciated slowly, then we shall see. With that, he vanished from the study. Watching the direction of his disappearance, Luo Yao murmured to herself, Aunt, do you truly believe you escaped solely by your own prowess? Your presence here is already your misstep. From that day forth, the security of the estate was once again fortified, even the walls now equipped with high-voltage electric fencing. Any intruder would be met with silence. Upon returning to her room, Lin Ran sensed that Luo Yao's mood was far from cheerful, prompting him to pull her into his embrace. As her husband, he was prepared to share both joy and sorrow, ensuring that she felt no pressure. Question: how can Luo Yao's spirits be lifted when she is feeling down? Answer: by allowing her to feel his love. Lin Ran and Luo Yao intertwined their fingers, savoring each other's breath, their noses brushing together, igniting the warmth in their hearts. Ran, I am hungry. Lin Ran inquired, what would you like to eat? Luo Yao replied, I want you. With practiced ease, Lin Ran drew Luo Yao into his arms, his gentle caresses bringing her tranquility, prompting her to lean in for a kiss. Like a bee savoring nectar, they lingered for quite some time before parting. Lin Ran gazed intently at Luo Yao, and before she could utter a word, he kissed her again, trailing down to her forehead, their fervent gazes meeting. The revelry had commenced. That night, Luo Yao transformed once more into that mischievous little devil, deepening the mark upon Lin Ran's shoulder. The weekend itinerary was orchestrated by Lin Ran. On the first day, he took Luo Yao through various locales in Kyoto, behaving like any ordinary couple. Though masked, they attracted plenty of attention. Luo Yao experienced many new adventures, such as visiting an arcade, an ice skating rink, and even bungee jumping together. These were simple pleasures, yet shared with her beloved, they became profoundly joyful and meaningful. Luo Yao felt that if they could continue like this, it would be wonderful. After dinner, Lin Ran instructed the bodyguard to drive them to the renowned scenic spot, Wangfeng Mountain, located in the suburbs of a neighboring city. Although the mountain was closed at night, Lin Ran's monetary influence proved persuasive. He was determined to ascend. After resting for a few hours, they ventured into the mountain under the midnight sky, with the bodyguard trailing far behind. As they climbed, Lin Ran gently entwined his index finger with Luo Yao's. Do you know why I offer you my finger? Why? Because the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. You are not merely holding my hand. You are grasping my heart. Luo Yao smiled slightly. Mind your words. Why? Lin Ran questioned, puzzled. Because I may kiss you at any moment. With that, she leaned in and pecked Lin Ran on the lips, leaving him grinning with delight. He cherished this side of Luo Yao, carefree and expressive in her affection. It was precisely what he wished to see. What are you looking at? Luo Yao noticed Lin Ran's unwavering gaze upon her. You're simply beautiful. You must have been a soldier in your past life, just seeing you makes me feel bubbly with joy. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, such cliché romantic lines. I'm tired, Ran, carry me up the mountain. If your legs are swift enough, we might still catch the sunrise. Lin Ran affectionately crouched down, allowing Luo Yao to drape herself over him. The sound of her breath by his ear made him feel as if the entire world melted away in that moment. Sweat trickled down his forehead as Luo Yao reached out to wipe it away but was reluctant to dismount. If love had levels, Lin Ran believed they had reached the pinnacle. As dawn's light brightened the horizon, they finally reached the mountain top. Suddenly, Lin Ran pointed towards the glimmering light on the horizon, exclaiming, "Look, the sunrise is about to begin." Luo Yao turned her gaze to see the first rays of light emerging. Seizing the moment, Lin Ran prepared himself, and when Luo Yao turned back to him, she was taken aback. Lin Ran knelt on one knee, holding a dazzling diamond ring that sparkled brilliantly in the morning light. "Miss Luo Yao, this is your ring. Please accept it, and wear it, for it symbolizes a lifelong commitment to one another." Luo Yao's heart skipped a beat. She realized she had succumbed, ensnared in the enchanting trap known as a love. Chapter 74. Gently extending her hand, the fair palm of Luo Yao revealed her long and slender ring finger, a prominent symbol of her concession. For a lifetime, through thick and thin. Are you truly thinking this way, Aaron? Lin Ran knelt on one knee, presenting a diamond ring and slipping it onto Luo Yao's finger. Click. The bodyguard adept captured the most beautiful moment. Against the backdrop of a half-risen sun in the distance, with the morning star still gracing the sky, the two gazed only at each other. The shimmering diamond ring may not solely signify love, yet it undeniably radiated beauty. This vibrant tableau was so enchanting, it beckoned one to linger. Luo Yao gazed at the diamond ring in her hand, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Lin Ran extended his hand, and as Luo Yao smiled and adorned him with the ring, they exchanged a silent glance. From this moment forth, the ring finger bore a name. The mountain top was a trifle chilly, and Lin Ran draped his coat over Luo Yao's shoulders, leaning against him. They reveled in the world's most splendid sunrise. Wang Bao returned Lin Ran's phone, but after a moment's thought, Lin Ran refrained from posting on social media, wary of unnecessary complications. Luo Yao nestled against Lin Ran, her eyes brimming with color on that early autumn morning. Lin Ran was taken aback by the familiar intensity in her gaze. Could it be? Luo Yao nodded, leaving Lin Ran momentarily stunned, unaware of when the bodyguard had vanished. It seemed he truly needed to catch up on his rest. This was becoming rather frequent. In broad daylight, after a brief respite, they commenced their descent. Luo Yao grasped Lin Ran's index finger, and he wore a slight smile. They descended swiftly, and upon reaching the base of the mountain, they found tourists beginning to trickle in, startled to see Lin Ran and his companions emerging from the exit. Wasn't it said that this mountain is closed at night? How come there are night climbers? As the sun fully emerged, the temperature began to rise, and on this early autumn morning, the transition from cool to warm was rapid, making one susceptible to catching a cold if not cautious. Lin Ran hoped those handsome and beautiful bystanders, engrossed in their story, would heed the temperature change, for he would be pained if they fell ill. Upon exiting the mountain, they spotted vendors trudging in with their wares and beverage stands. Luo Yao seemed to recall something. I crave ice cream, we missed it last time. Lin Ran too remembered their previous outing at Huqian Square when Luo Yao's menstrual cycle had prevented them from indulging in ice cream. Without a second thought, he went to purchase one himself. The ice cream here was quite pricey and not from a renowned brand, yet it remained delightfully chilled. Back in the car, Lin Ran held the ice cream to feed Luo Yao, who smiled and took a small taste, exclaiming how sweet it was. Lin Ran pointed to the corner of her mouth. Little kitten, ice cream has left a smudge. Just as she reached to wipe it away, Lin Ran's hand darted forward, but as his finger grazed her skin, he withdrew it, grinning at her as if teasingly. Luo Yao's expression darkened in irritation, and she took a bite of the ice cream herself. In a swift moment, as Lin Ran bit into his ice cream, he leaned in to kiss her, savoring the coolness lingering in their mouths. Luo Yao's eyes crinkled with delight as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The car made its way towards the estate, and they shared the solitary ice cream, their lips clean of any remnants. By the time they returned to the estate, it was afternoon. Feeling somewhat fatigued, they enjoyed a meal together before embracing and resting. As night fell, Lin Ran awoke to find Luo Yao frowning, clutching her stomach, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, though she remained in slumber. Concerned, he gently touched her face, sensing a hint of warmth. Could it be from the ice cream? Luo Yao stirred awake, puzzled by Lin Ran's anxious gaze. As she attempted to rise, discomfort washed over her. Lin Ran summoned the private doctor, and upon examination, it was determined she had a gastrointestinal cold. Lin Ran felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that Luo Yao's condition might have stemmed from their night climb and the icy treat she had consumed that morning. He devoted the entire night to caring for her, bustling about to fetch water and administer medicine. In that moment, Luo Yao felt that perhaps being ill had its silver lining. By midnight, her head resting on Lin Ran's lap, she slipped into a deep slumber once more. Lin Ran observed her unfamiliar sleep with a furrowed brow. Unbeknownst to him, this period marked one of the best rests Luo Yao had enjoyed in years. Without Lin Ran by her side, she often found it difficult to fall asleep, and even when she did, nightmares plagued her. This time was a rare respite for her, with Lin Ran serving as her anchor. Yet, Lin Ran remained oblivious to this, consumed by thoughts of those domineering CEOs in novels whose relentless business led to overwhelming stress and frequent gastric ailments. Perhaps Luo Yao's gastrointestinal cold was a warning, a reminder that even the little devil could fall ill. Thus, he resolved that his care was insufficient and his love still lacking. At the very least, he needed to ensure the well-being of his spoiled wife's stomach, lest he fear the discovery of some ailment in the future. The following day marked the start of a busy week anew. Despite her illness, Luo Yao endured the discomfort and went to the office. Lin Ran, having stayed up late caring for her, only managed to sleep as dawn approached. Upon waking, he discovered she had already left. Inquiring downstairs, he learned that Luo Yao had departed. He took out his phone and messaged her. Sad smiley. If you're unwell, rest more. Did you take your medicine this morning? Quickly, a response came. Thank you for your concern, dear. I will take care of myself. I've taken the medicine and I miss you. Lin Ran replied. Sad smiley. Me too. Luo Yao continued. Sad smiley. You worked hard last night. Rest at home. Lin Ran acknowledged. Sad smiley. All right. Gazing at the time, he noted it was already past 9. He hurried to the kitchen to prepare a nourishing congee, paired with soft side dishes, which he packed into a thermos before heading out to Luo Yao's company. When Luo Yao emerged from a meeting and entered her office, she was momentarily taken aback. Aaron, aren't you supposed to be resting at home? What brings you here? Lin Ran guided her to a chair, unveiling the thermos he had prepared. You have a cold. You must take care of your health. I made some nourishing food for your stomach. Eat it while it's warm. As he spoke, he revealed each dish from the box. Watching Lin Ran's meticulous actions, his focused profile, and the exquisite meal, Luo Yao found herself momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 75. Has Aaron truly changed for the better? She adores the current Aaron. It brings her immense happiness and joy, and she wishes for this moment to last forever. Here, eat. I want Aaron to feed me. Lin Ran dutifully complied, picking up the utensils to delicately feed the little demon. Luo Yao, with utmost seriousness, consumed every morsel brought by Lin Ran, leaving not a single drop behind. Lin Ran remarked, You must eat well in the future, otherwise, if you develop a stomach ailment, I would be heartbroken. Luo Yao was about to assert that she had no stomach issues but held her tongue. After a moment's thought, she naturally furrowed her brow and placed her hand on her belly, saying, Then Aaron must feed me regularly, otherwise, I might overlook these things myself. Lin Ran nodded. Certainly, I am at your service. Indeed, it seemed that even the president was susceptible to stomach troubles. A knock echoed through the room as Liu Meng entered, a knowing smile gracing her lips upon seeing the two. She handed some documents to Luo Yao and reported a piece of news. President Luo, Mr. Lin, the Suran Group has opened for business today, and the pre-sale results are quite promising. Over 20 properties have already been sold this morning. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. He had previously asked Luo Yao to keep an eye on the developments of the Su Ran group, and to his surprise, he received the news just in time. Noticing Lin Ran's silence, Luo Yao gently spoke, "Aaron, do whatever you wish, you need not worry with me around. With you, I certainly have no worries, but there is no rush, these matters are not urgent." Lin Ran smiled at Luo Yao, tenderly reaching out to gauge her temperature. Luo Yao inquired, "Then what is urgent?" Lin Ran replied, "To accompany you." Liu Meng, upon entering, felt inundated with a deluge of dog food, her mind roaring in protest. "Mr. Lin, if there is anything we need to do, just give us the word." Lin Ran shook his head, "No hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while, I only wish to be with my wife. There is nothing more important than being with my wife, she is my sky, she is my earth. As long as my wife is well, I can conquer anything." Indeed, there was no urgency. Lin Ran intended to wait until the pre-sale of the Su Ran group had settled before taking action. For now, everything was proceeding as it should. Liu Meng thought to herself, "Is this never-ending? Is there no limit to the dog food being spread? President Luo, I shall take my leave." This office had become unbearable. After Liu Meng departed, Lin Ran posed a question. "Yao Yao, why did you come to the company when you were unwell?" In truth, any work could have been delegated to Liu Meng, or they could have simply sent the assistant team to the estate. Luo Yao replied, "So what, is Aaron concerned for me?" "Of course I'm concerned, you disobeyed me, and now I must punish you." Luo Yao teased, "Then do as you wish, whatever you desire, I shall have someone procure it." Lin Ran, with a frown, replied, "Yao Yao, can you not fill your mind with such frivolous thoughts? There are myriad other matters worthy of our attention, and given your current condition, you should refrain from exertion." Luo Yao blinked in surprise and asked, "Such as what? For instance, might I visit your secret chamber?" Lin Ran ventured. "Do you truly wish to see?" Lin Ran responded, "Is that permissible?" Luo Yao fell silent for a moment before saying, "But if you see it, you must not blame me, nor attempt to flee." Lin Ran laughed, "Flee from what? Are there demons or beasts within? Besides, even if I wished to escape, could I truly get away? In his past life, he had been unearthed even after death, where could he run? Moreover, in this lifetime, I am already ensnared by you. I cannot extricate myself, and even in death, I would likely perish in your embrace." Lin Ran's words warmed Luo Yao's heart, her eyes narrowing with delight. "Very well, then I shall allow you to see." Resolute, Luo Yao rose and approached the bookshelf, gently tapping the side 3 times. In an instant, the bookshelf began to move, revealing a doorway-sized space. Lin Ran marveled as he watched Luo Yao step inside first, curiosity propelling him to follow. What greeted him were the faint beams of light filtering through tightly drawn curtains. This was a room with 3 walls and 1 window, furnished with a simple table at its center. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but as Lin Ran stepped inside and examined the photographs adorning the walls, he was struck by a profound sense of shock. He casually picked one up. It appeared to be a photo from his freshman military training. Lin Ran meticulously scanned the images, realizing that the walls were lined with 3 years' worth of his college photographs. There were pictures of him in class, competing in events, receiving awards, and even snapshots with Liu Ruxue. Each image chronicled Lin Ran's preferences, personality, and even his browsing history and measurements. "This," Lin Ran gaped in astonishment, stammering, "You have been investigating me all this time." Luo Yao observed Lin Ran's expression, feeling a surge of anxiety at having her secret unveiled. "It was for your protection. I wanted to know everything about you. Alas, I am rather foolish, knowing your preferences did not bring you joy." Lin Ran grasped Luo Yao's hand, saying, "You are already the greatest gift bestowed upon me by the heavens." No wonder the wardrobe was filled with styles he adored. No wonder every gift Luo Yao presented him was precisely what he desired, though he had previously taken it for granted. It turned out Luo Yao understood him so profoundly that she might even surpass his own self-awareness. In the past, encountering such revelations would have horrified Lin Ran, but now all he could express was gratitude. "What right do I have to deserve such a wife? With a partner like this, What more could I possibly seek? Standing before a magnificent portrait of himself, Lin Ran pointed to a dagger embedded within the image. What is this? Chapter 76 Luo Yao. At times, when I am angry, I cannot bear to inflict pain upon you, so I resort to harming your portrait to vent my frustrations. Yet, there are moments when I cannot see you at all, and I am left to gaze upon these images, fantasizing that you are perpetually by my side, never having departed. Lin Ran fell silent for a moment, envisioning the sorrowful visage of Luo Yao. He placed her hand over his own heart. The unpleasantness of the past was merely a reflection of my heart not yet awakened. Now, this heart beats fervently, and it beats for you. Luo Yao's face took on a subtle flush, and Lin Ran gazed at her in astonishment. In the past, her complexion had been pale, rarely adorned with a rosy hue. Could this transformation be attributed to him? There is no need to cling to these photographs any longer. As your husband, I shall always be at your beck and call. Luo Yao looked at their intertwined fingers, the two diamond rings brushing against one another, and her spirits truly began to lift. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could indeed spend a lifetime with A Ran. Approaching the central table, she casually perused the meticulous records of Lin Ran's daily itinerary. September 1st, 9:03 a.m., Lin Ran entered the dormitory to meet Wu Jishang. 9:58 a.m., encountered Liu Shui. Liu Shui, Lin Ran, I wish to speak with you. Lin Ran, so, is the money prepared? Liu Shui. Lin Ran. He had contemplated Luo Yao's awareness of his whereabouts, yet he had not anticipated such detailed knowledge. Luo Yao watched Lin Ran with a hint of nervousness, feeling that she had acted impulsively by bringing him here. However, since Lin Ran had broached the subject, she could not refuse, for she was Luo Yao. Ran, are you afraid? Lin Ran simply white. I am curious to know how you came to overhear our conversation. Because I have individuals who can read lips. Luo Yao did not divulge the entire truth. In reality, Lin Ran had recently acquired recording capabilities, a fact she was reluctant to disclose. Lin Ran was somewhat speechless, marveling at the sheer talent among Luo Yao's subordinates. Very well, I concede that I had always thought it impossible to escape your grasp. Fortunately, it seems that I need not escape any longer. Luo Yao's face appeared just below Lin Ran's line of sight, delivering a striking blow to his heart with her beauty. Are you truly not going to run away again? If I were to flee once more, my entire family would be doomed. After spending some time in the secluded chamber, Lin Ran came to understand its purpose and prepared to leave when Luo Yao reached out to stop him. Where are you off to? Are you upset? Lin Ran assured her, of course not, you have work to attend to, while I shall return home to prepare dinner for you. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded, all right. Before returning to the estate, Lin Ran made a brief visit to the school, stopping by every few days as if fulfilling a task, and paid a visit to Principal Tang. Principal Tang was exceedingly courteous to Lin Ran, as though he had something significant to discuss. Principal, do you have something on your mind? Principal Tang offered a somewhat awkward smile, saying, Lin Ran, as the head of the school, I am, to put it bluntly, merely a beleaguered soul, tirelessly striving to enhance our campus. Principal, please speak plainly. Well, the financial allocations have diminished year by year. Resources are increasingly directed towards schools like Xuemu and Jingbei. Although our Jingda is also a prestigious institution, we still face a degree of disparity. If it weren't for the Luo Group's continued sponsorship of our scholarships over the past few years, I fear the number of applicants to our school would dwindle even further. Developing the school is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It must be pursued gradually. However, I have observed that no matter how hard we strive, the gap continues to widen. For instance, this year's planned library has not received any funding. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran grasped the situation and inquired, how much is needed? Simplicity and directness often facilitate the swiftest conversations. Lin Ran had to check in at the company before heading home to prepare dinner for his wife. Could anyone be responsible for delaying her meal? Principal Tang slowly extended a finger, approximately this much, which includes the construction of the library, management and operation, as well as equipment and book procurement. Lin Ran thought to himself, Good heavens, that's quite a sum. Well, I can cover that. Principal Tang looked astonished. You will? Lin Ran nodded. Yes, but it must be funded under the name of Nuarnyang Real Estate. We can also utilize the talents from the school for the construction. As for manpower, I will find a way to manage that. Principal Tang had merely hoped Lin Ran would mention this to Luo Yao, never expecting him to agree so readily. Excellent. Truly, having a student like you is a great honor for our school. We are grateful for everything you do for us. Since I have made this commitment, let us find a time to discuss the project planning. Now, I must return home to prepare dinner for Luo Yao. She is unwell and has a delicate stomach. Lin Ran stood to take his leave, and Principal Tang did not impede him, his smile almost reaching his ears. Chapter 77. As Lin Ran departed from the school, a minor incident occurred. He remained vigilant throughout, anxious about the potential appearance of Liu Ruxue, fearing an encounter with this harbinger of misfortune. However, it was not Liu Ruxue he encountered, but rather Lin Jian. While in the restroom, Lin Ran thought to himself, at least wait until I finish before you show up. Unlike before, Lin Jian did not incessantly prattle on about his brother. Instead, he confronted Lin Ran with an accusatory tone. What is your relationship with Luo Yao? Lin Ran retorted, what business is it of yours? Keep your distance, or are you still not tired of being beaten? You fine, I can leave, but let me warn you, Luo Yao might just see you as her plaything. A woman of her caliber could never truly care for you. As your brother, I advise you to steer clear of such women, otherwise, should anything happen, I won't be the one to pick up the pieces. At that moment, the restroom was empty except for Lin Ran and Lin Jian. After finishing, Lin Ran pulled up his trousers and glanced at the urinal, which appeared to be clogged, filled with numerous cigarette butts, likely the handiwork of some student. Observing Lin Jian's seething expression, Lin Ran mused that this fellow truly was a masochist. How had he never noticed this trait before? Moreover, after absconding with so much money from the Lin family, did you not feel the slightest urge to kneel and apologize to our father? Do you have any idea that because of you, our father is currently living? Lin Jian continued to drone on, but Lin Ran, seizing a handful of his hair, yanked him forward and promptly shoved his head into the urinal. As Lin Jian beheld the approaching yellow liquid, terror widened his eyes, and he cried out incessantly, Lin Ran, let me go, what are you doing? Glug, glug. Only after Lin Jian had thoroughly cleansed the urinal, Lin Jian collapsed onto the floor, retching violently. Damn, you're truly revolting. I advise you not to vomit, otherwise, I'll make you consume every last bit of it. Lin Jian stared at Lin Ran in disbelief. Although Lin Ran wore a smile, an unsettling aura surrounded him, leaving Lin Jian perplexed as to how his brother had transformed into this version of himself. He feared to vomit, terrified that Lin Ran might indeed force him to consume it. Now, Lin Ran had metamorphosed into someone violent, bloodthirsty, and twisted, leaving Lin Jian feeling utterly powerless before him. Why had Lin Ran become so formidable? Lin Ran would never divulge that he had been reborn. After all, the last 3 years of his previous life had been rigorous training, though not as extreme as Luo Yao. Dealing with Lin Jian, this weakling, was a trivial matter. You can report me to the teacher, or you can go home and cry, but it matters not. Should you find a way to handle me, I am always open to it. He said this while washing his hands, shaking off the excess water before departing. This time, Lin Jian did not leave with a swollen face, but rather with a belly full of humiliation. He dared not confide in anyone, fearing the disgrace. If the school were to learn that he had ingested tainted beer, he would become the subject of endless ridicule. After retching for a while, he rinsed his mouth and tidied himself before stepping outside, fortuitously encountering students leaving class. He silently thanked his luck that he had utilized a restroom during class time, otherwise, being seen by others would have been utterly mortifying. Just a few steps out, he ran into Liu Ruxue. Remembering that he had lent her over $1 million, he intended to inquire about the resolution of her debts. The two found a secluded corner. Thank you, Brother Jian. I have repaid the debt. Without you, I would have been finished. Lin Jian finally revealed a hint of a smile, saying, "It's nothing, after all, you are my beloved sister." Moved to tears, Liu Ruxue momentarily forgot her intentions of pursuing Lin Ran. Since the welcome party, Liu Ruxue had indeed faced difficulties, being pointed at and whispered about throughout the school. Fortunately, this world was never devoid of sycophants, allowing her to maintain her already crumbling facade with the aid of a few unwitting pawns. Startled, Lin Jian promptly pushed her away, saying, "Be mindful, we are in school." Liu Ruxue, puzzled, remarked, "Brother Jian, why does your mouth have a peculiar taste?" Lin Jian, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps it's due to the betel nut I consumed." Liu Ruxue responded, "That kind of betel nut, Brother Jian, you're so naughty for eating that." Meanwhile, Lin Ran arrived at the company, only to discover that many of his classmates had transformed into his employees, reveling in their internships. It seemed that Wu Jishang had recovered quite well, exhibiting remarkable execution. Many classmates recognized Lin Ran and greeted him warmly, as he was now their boss. Whether they received internship certificates depended on him. Furthermore, given their camaraderie, they exhibited exceptional diligence. After sharing a few pleasantries, Lin Ran suddenly recalled Luo Yao's extravagant demeanor from the last gathering and emulated her words, "Thank you all for your hard work. I have decided to award a bonus equivalent to 10 of this month's contractual base to everyone." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in applause, with even Zhang Xiaolong expressing excitement, as he desperately needed the funds. After utilizing the limited time Luo Yao experience card, Lin Ran checked the time and departed the company, driving towards the estate, with Wen Bao's vehicle trailing behind. As he drove, an unsettling feeling crept in, prompting Lin Ran to glance in the rearview mirror, where he discerned a troubling situation. For some inexplicable reason, Wang Bao's car was sandwiched between two others, and he was attempting to break free. Just as he pondered this, a large truck suddenly appeared on the road, obstructing Lin Ran's path. He slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding an accident. Lin Ran refrained from exiting the vehicle to investigate, recognizing that something was amiss. The truck had clearly been positioned there deliberately. As expected, two men emerged. Without hesitation, Lin Ran swiftly reversed, having noticed the peculiar movements of the two men, their hands reaching towards their waists, indicative of trained individuals, resembling Wang Bao. With a resounding crash, the rear of Lin Ran's vehicle collided with something, sending a jolt through him. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he realized he had crashed into a business vehicle. "Didn't he expect you to be quite clever, huh, little handsome?" Chapter 78. In Chapter 78, Lin Ran's pupils widened at the sight of a woman whose allure masked a sinister nature, Luo Wuyo. As Lin Ran opened the car door, ready to flee, he was startled to find Luo Wuyo's figure hauntingly blocking the doorway, while the two individuals who had just been hurling insults now positioned themselves at the opposite door of Lin Ran's car. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Ran coldly inquired, "What do you want?" The woman, now past her 30s yet still exuding an undeniable charm, bore a countenance that, while not as exquisite as Luo Yao's, radiated an irresistible allure that beckoned exploration. In a single word, one might describe her as provocative. "Why so frosty, handsome? I merely took a liking to you, wishing for a simple chat," she replied. Lin Ran furrowed his brow, mentally calculating his escape, when he heard Luo Wuyo continue. "I've conducted my research on you. Surely, you detest the way Luo Yao keeps tabs on you. Do you yearn for freedom? We could collaborate. Of course, if you refuse, feel free to relay my words to Luo Yao. I am indifferent to that." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Ran realized that Luo Wuyo's investigation into him was still superficial and that she remained unaware of his recent reconciliation with Luo Yao. Indeed, it was not just Luo Wuyo who was oblivious, even Luo Yao might not fully believe in his transformation. "And how do you propose we collaborate?" Luo Wuyo flashed a seductive smile. "You are an astute individual. I shall contact you later, and you need only follow my lead. I assure you, I will facilitate your escape from Luo Yao. What do you say?" Lin Ran paused before retorting, "So, you deliberately damaged my car to seek my collaboration. Are you aware of the value of this vehicle?" Luo Wuyo's finger delicately lifted Lin Ran's chin as she leaned in. "To be candid, my interest in you has only intensified. Perhaps, once you part ways with Luo Yao, you could come to me." I could even purchase you a new car. Even if our plan ultimately fails, it matters not, my heart remains open to you. The thrill of capturing a man favored by Luo Yao must be exhilarating. Lin Ran found himself momentarily taken aback by Luo Wuyo's words. Indeed, since you are officially registered with Luo Yao, it is only fitting you refer to me as such. Yet, why does this make things even more thrilling? Watching them disappear, Lin Ran's expression darkened. This woman posed a danger, and a troublesome one at that. Young Master Lin, are you all right? Wang Bao hurried over, his heart filled with concern upon seeing Lin Ran alone. Lin Ran cast a glance at Wang Bao, refraining from blaming him. After all, it was a fruitless endeavor, he was merely one man against a team. Wang Ji, upon our return, select a few capable individuals to accompany us. Sometimes, it feels as though our abilities are somewhat limited. Wang Bao nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Lin Ran's words. Fortunately, Lin Ran was unharmed, otherwise, Wang Bao would have felt compelled to take his own life in atonement. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Ran adjusted his mood and prepared a meal for Luo Yao, personally cooking each dish to ensure both nutrition and easy digestion. By evening, Luo Yao returned early, immediately throwing herself into Lin Ran's embrace. He gently stroked her forehead, relieved to find it no longer burning with fever. "Darling, I want a kiss." Lin Ran obliged, planting a soft kiss before reminding her, "We should check your temperature later and take your medication." Luo Yao nodded obediently, despite her usual aversion to medicine, for she found Lin Ran's presence far more intolerable than any ailment. "Darling, did you encounter any trouble today?" Lin Ran replied, "Indeed, I crossed paths with a lunatic." "Is she crazier than me?" Luo Yao did not inquire further about the identity of the woman. Without hesitation, Lin Ran responded, "She is indeed crazier than you. By the way, I accidentally damaged the car you bought for me, I am truly sorry." Luo Yao shook her head, silencing Lin Ran. "It matters not. If you desire, you may ruin every car in the garage, and I shall simply purchase you a new one." What had he done in his past life to deserve the presence of Luo Yao in both this existence and the last? To others, she may appear dangerous, yet to Lin Ran, she was a celestial being, a savior, an unparalleled beauty. "I lack such destructive capabilities," Lin Ran protested. "Really? Who fed my crocodile rat poison? Who shattered? Stop, 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 I was young and foolish back then." Lin Ran interjected, his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, he had committed many foolish acts, causing considerable damage to the estate's valuable possessions, much to the dismay of the servants and bodyguards. Yet, Luo Yao had merely chuckled, saying, "It's all right, if A Ran enjoys breaking things, let him break. If he damages anything, I'll buy him another." Reflecting on Luo Yao's indulgence, Lin Ran couldn't help but compare it to the tales of domineering CEOs pampering their delicate wives. If anything, his experience surpassed those tales. What was this? This was love. He had recognized it too late, thus was determined to mend his past misdeeds, showering Luo Yao with double the affection, healing her lonely heart. "All right, if A Ran doesn't wish to hear it, I shall refrain from speaking, but you are mine and must never betray my trust." Lin Ran nodded, assuring her, "Of course, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I would never do anything to wrong you." A single finger pressed against his lips, silencing him. No more nonsense. Chapter 79. The servant brought forth the meal prepared by Lin Ran, and Luo Yao's appetite was instantly awakened. Lin Ran fed her mouthful by mouthful, and Luo Yao ate with great seriousness. After finishing their meal, the private doctor arrived for a checkup, discovering that Luo Yao's health had improved remarkably. Her fever had subsided within just 1 day, and it was estimated that she would fully recover in another 2 days. Luo Yao's complexion had regained a slight blush, which Lin Ran understood was a remnant of her illness. He held her close, seated on the balcony of the bedroom, gazing up at the sky. He could not comprehend why Luo Yao found such joy in stargazing. Lin Ran remarked, "The stars remain motionless." To which Luo Yao replied, "There was a certain charm in being unwell, as it allowed them to do little more than simply hold each other." Eventually, as Luo Yao drifted off to sleep, Lin Ran contemplated carrying her back to bed. Meow. Lin Ran paused, turning to glare at the source of the interruption and softly admonished, "Please do not wake her." Meow. Damn, why does this cat not understand human speech? Lin Ran gently lifted Luo Yao and walked from the balcony into the bedroom, laying her down softly on the bed. The black cat remained quietly observing from the balcony, utterly still. After placing Luo Yao down, Lin Ran tenderly kissed her forehead before returning to the balcony. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" he mused, only to find it amusing, as cats are naturally nocturnal creatures. Meow. Pray tell, are you a voyeuristic feline? Confess, do you often watch us engage in mischief? Meow. Well, life can be rather dull, the cat simply does not grasp human complexities. He returned to bed, embracing Luo Yao and succumbing to a peaceful slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in an ancient forest, where a pair of eerily captivating eyes fixated upon him, silently watching. Lin Ran attempted to illuminate the darkness with his phone, only to realize he had forgotten it. Just as he contemplated asking something, he beheld the eye's owner, a mouth that sent shivers down his spine. The mouth appeared almost human, yet distinctly otherworldly, dripping with blood, its origins indistinguishable. It was not until Lin Ran awoke, drenched in sweat, that he realized he had experienced this unsettling dream before. This was the second occurrence, yet it seemed more vivid this time. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone to seek answers. What could it possibly mean to dream of past experiences? After a considerable time of scrolling, he found an array of bizarre interpretations from netizens. "Ran, what troubles you?" Lin Ran turned to see Luo Yao, now awake, gently patting her back as he replied, "Nothing much, just a dream. I was online looking up dream interpretations. Did I wake you?" Luo Yao nestled her head against him, murmuring, "Dreams are but illusions. Only the love by my side is real." Lin Ran smiled, soothing Luo Yao back to sleep before once the nightmare resumed. Awakening once more, it was morning. Luo Yao sat at the edge of the bed, softly caressing her cheek. "Ran, did you have another nightmare?" Lin Ran inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of Luo Yao in the air, gradually calming himself before sitting upright, meeting her gaze. Luo Yao, unwashed and with tousled hair, bore a rosy complexion, her eyes no longer cold but rather warm, as if they could speak. She delivered a stunning blow to Lin Ran's heart, and he found himself utterly captivated. Initially, upon his rebirth, he had resolved to cherish Luo Yao, but gradually, he had come to depend on her, longing to see her at every moment. Now, he had developed an insatiable craving. Life without Luo Yao was unimaginable. What profound magic did this girl possess? How had he failed to recognize it in his previous life? Seeing Lin Ran return to himself, Luo Yao felt reassured and slowly began to rise, only to have her hand grasped. "Do not leave. I have not yet had my fill of you." Bending down, Luo Yao pressed her face against Lin Ran's, relishing the current version of him, one who yearned to be close, in stark contrast to the disdainful version from before. "Very well, I shall wait until you are satisfied before departing." In truth, she too wished to remain by his side, yet she knew she could not. She had aspirations to ascend, to reach the pinnacle where rest would be granted. There were significant matters awaiting her attention, and she too was in anticipation. The two sat in silence, locked in each other's gaze, until time began to slip away, prompting Lin Ran to avert his eyes. After Luo Yao's departure, Wang Bao arrived, introducing several bodyguards to Lin Ran, individuals of exceptional caliber within the security team. Judging by their appearances, they seemed trustworthy enough, which provided Lin Ran with some comfort as he set out with them in tow. However, to avoid drawing attention, he instructed the bodyguards to dress in plain clothes and remain discreet. Today, Lin Ran headed directly to the real estate company, summoning Wu Jishang for a meeting. Shu Kai, a proficient lawyer backed by the Lu Group, had completed all necessary paperwork 2 days prior. Lin Ran wasted no time in addressing Wu Jishang directly. "My dear brother, I shall forego pleasantries. Our future holds great promise, particularly as I am supported by capital. This you must acknowledge." Wu Jishang appeared somewhat disheartened. "Brother Lin, please speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution." Chapter 80. Lin Ran remarked, "As for this real estate, I shall grant you a 5 stake, making you the largest shareholder after myself. Your forthcoming position will be that of the general manager of the entire group. Currently, our company solely encompasses real estate and media, but in the future, our ventures will expand significantly, and I will require your support. Wu Zhixiang felt somewhat taken aback. While he acknowledged his strong rapport with Lin Ran, he questioned whether managing an increasingly larger company truly fell within his capabilities. At present, even a media company focused solely on live streaming had him exceedingly occupied. Brother Lin, as much as I would like to, I fear my abilities may not suffice, he confessed. Lin Ran chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, competence is not the paramount concern. What you need is the ability to manage. Much of the work will not require your direct involvement. You must understand the importance of delegation. What competence? What experience, all pale in comparison to the true power of financial resources. Do you truly believe that those successful individuals owe their achievements solely to their abilities? While many possess talent, opportunities are scarce. What truly matters is who can seize those opportunities. And those who bestow such opportunities are the ones who hold the reins of destiny. Thus, your efforts may lead to success, yet it is also predetermined that those born with advantages will achieve greater triumphs. It is a harsh reality, however. At present, Wu Zhixiang's opportunity lies within himself, and his support comes from Luo Yao. From the very beginning, they stood on solid ground. This is Lin Ran's unwavering. I will only administer a beating. Wu Zhixiang quipped, what a jest. If enduring a beating would secure me shares, then just ensure I remain breathing. After a moment's contemplation, he added earnestly, but in all seriousness, brother, should we it is a World Bank black card with a limit of 100 billion, courtesy of my wife. Wu Zhixiang was left momentarily speechless, struggling to regain his composure long after. Brother Lin, while your wife may be affluent, I believe it prudent for me to share in the risks. Without further ado, Lin Ran allocated 5 of the shares to Wu Zhixiang, both as a gesture of gratitude for their past camaraderie and as a token of appreciation for the previous life of Wu Zhixiang. He cherished this rare bond. Although Wu Zhixiang took the matter of shared risk quite seriously, Lin Ran's agreement was merely verbal. Lin Ran still sought to repay Wu Zhixiang once more by addressing his father's predicament. After a brief discussion, though Wu Zhixiang harbored some doubts, he ultimately complied with Lin Ran's suggestion to summon his father. Wu Zhixiang's father was associated with a construction firm, and Lin Ran aimed to lure him away during this opportunity. First, this would resolve the repercussions he faced from his previous company. Second, it would aid in cultivating his own team. Third, Wu's father was a man of great trustworthiness, reliable and steadfast. Approximately half an hour later, Wu's father arrived as arranged. Lin Ran exchanged a glance with Wu Zhixiang before they commenced their dual persuasion, 2-inch enlightened university students attempting to sway a middle-aged man's mind. After a prolonged period of silence, Wu's father finally spoke. Xia Ran, my son, I am eager to assist you both, yet I fear my company may not permit my departure. To be candid, he had been relatively successful in his previous company, holding a managerial position that intertwined him with both finances and laborious. Nonetheless, as it was Lin Ran and Wu Zhixiang who invited him to assist, he found little reason to decline. Moreover, with Lin Ran as the proprietor and Wu Zhixiang as a shareholder, he felt compelled to support his son's endeavors. The sole obstacle remained his former company. Do not worry, uncle, simply resign. Should there be a penalty for breach of contract, we shall cover it. I am confident that your arrival here will lead to boundless opportunities, and as I mentioned previously, the situation I alluded to is quite likely to unfold. Departing now would be your wisest choice. Wu's father appeared puzzled. Xia Ran, why are you so certain our company will face difficulties? Because this information is derived from an investigation by the Luo Group, the world's foremost corporation. Surely, their findings are reliable. This was the rationale Lin Ran had meticulously prepared. Upon hearing it was the Luo Group's investigation, Wu's father harbored no further doubts. Lin Ran continued, after all, your son holds shares in this company. You wouldn't neglect your own child, would you? Moreover, Lin Ran placed a reassuring hand on Wu's father's shoulder. You surely do not wish to become a scapegoat for a company that loses the trust of its clients, do you? Wu's father acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed.